steamed buns, several recruited chefs and kitchen helpers were already preparing dishes. What dishes should we prepare today? Let's see what ingredients we have more of, then check the expiration dates. We have sweet potato starch now. How about making some stewed vermicelli? Sounds good. It's just that we're missing some common seasonings, so the taste will definitely be different. Speaking of sweet potato starch, I really miss hot and sour noodles. We're finding more and more ingredients now. We'll have everything eventually. Then tonight, let's prepare vermicelli, braised potato and chicken chunks, stir-fried seasonal vegetables, radish scrambled eggs, braised pig's trotters, mushroom stir-fried radish, steamed chicken with mushrooms. Let's make as many varieties as we can within our capabilities. All right, let's get started. After the discussion, everyone immediately began preparing various ingredients, becoming busy at once. Among them, a one-armed man watched this scene with slightly reddened eyes, unconsciously wiping away tears. A person beside him noticed and couldn't help asking, "What's wrong?" Others also looked over. The one-armed man quickly said, "I just remembered the days when I went hungry, and thinking about now, I feel a bit emotional." He just felt very fortunate. After being expelled from his previous territory, he was able to find such a good place. When he first saw Hope Village's walls, he really didn't think he could stay in this territory. He never expected the fees here to be so low, and that they would even give a disabled person like him a chance to work. Looking at him, the others understood his feelings well, as most of them had gone through similar experiences. You should take this opportunity to properly recuperate. Once you recover, you can join some of the territory's teams for gathering. That way you'll earn more money, and then you can save up to buy a wooden house. Your life will be secure then. And then, the one-armed man nodded. After intense preparation, they quickly entered the cooking phase. Dish after dish was placed on stone-made plates, covered with matching wooden lids. Even though they were tightly covered, the aroma of the food still permeated throughout the restaurant and drifted outside. This fragrance carried on the wind to many people's noses, and some residents immediately rushed toward the restaurant upon smelling it. Small trading market near the restaurant. All set. Yuziming also smelled this aroma, his stomach growling with hunger, but he could only endure it as he reported to Heidi, who was supervising nearby. As he spoke, his expression was somewhat depressed. Since the day they were imprisoned, they had never been free again, always busy with one task after another, never getting a break. Most importantly, their levels hadn't increased since that day, and even their experience points were strictly controlled by these NPCs within a certain range, not more, not less. They could only watch helplessly as Chao Jingshan and others who entered the territory at the same time quickly rose to level 9 after joining Hope Village, then approached level 10 infinitely, about to become professionals. Just thinking about it made his heart feel even more uncomfortable. Heidi looked at the street area they had created and nodded with satisfaction. That'll do. Then she called to some residents waiting nearby. This area is divided by location. Set up stalls within the designated areas. Stall order will be managed by us. Currently, each stall costs 1 silver coin monthly rent or 5 copper coins daily rent. Hearing about the fees, the residents who had been casually setting up here felt a bit uncomfortable, but it had to be said that this price was really very low. On good business days, they could earn back the monthly rent in less than a day. Another benefit was that once positions were fixed, they wouldn't be taken by others later. Therefore, after she finished speaking, a group of people had already crowded around Heidi to pay fees. Heidi collected money and gave out signs in order. In no time, the small portion of prepared stalls was fully booked, and everyone took out their goods and set up shop. It had to be said that with this organization, the entire trading market looked much more orderly, and residents were immediately attracted to come over. Seeing this, Heidi stepped aside. Seeing Heidi finish with this matter, Yuziming, who had been waiting nearby, quickly asked, "Are there any other tasks for us?" They had to keep working. If they returned to prison, they could only watch their experience points drop, drop, drop. Heidi listened, calculating in her mind what other work needed to be done. If there wasn't any, she would send this group back to prison. Even though she was now undead, she felt no sympathy for Yuziming, who had harmed her own people. Just then, a commotion came from the territory's main gate, drawing everyone's attention. I became a professional. I have magic. Haha, although I didn't become a mage, I became a junior mercenary and junior swordsman. Sigh, I probably did too many support and gathering tasks, so I became a medic. That's great. Many people are fighting to get healers. If I could become a professional, I'd be willing to become a medic too. Keep it up, you'll definitely make it soon. Speaking of which, since you're a medic, can you heal? I happen to have an injury, help me treat it. Go away, I only get 2 skill uses per day. Does anyone else want to show off? Besides water and fire, what else is there? As they talked, someone was actually convinced and began performing on the spot. However, it was obvious that, even among junior mages, what each person could cast was different. Some desperately managed to condense only a few small water droplets, while others easily created a small water ball. Some had tiny flames emerge from their fingertips, while others produced small fireballs from their palms. At this moment, it felt like entering a fantasy era. Before, only Zhou Bai had these abilities, but now there was a whole group of people. Many residents who hadn't become professionals watched with increasingly bright eyes, filled with hope. Because they all shared the same belief, they would have these abilities eventually too. At this time, another team entered from outside. Seeing them, a resident who had already become a professional couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Holy shit! Chao Jingshan, how did your entire team become professionals? After becoming a professional, it was easy to sense the difference between ordinary people and professionals. Hearing Chao Jingshan, Yuziming and the others' eyes widened even more. He was already a professional? Sure enough, they quickly heard Chao Jingshan's answer. We discovered a monster den that had never been cleared before, so we got lucky. Where? A lake. At night, piranhas come out to hunt at the bottom of the lake. When killed, they drop fish, shrimp, and other food materials. Chao Jingshan didn't hide it anymore. With everyone's increasing nighttime activities, they would find out eventually anyway. Better to earn everyone's goodwill. The moment Chao Jingshan spoke, he received a reward notification from the system. Congratulations, host. As the first Hope Village resident to discover a hidden resource point and share it, you are awarded 100 contribution points. Besides Chao Jingshan, the others also received various rewards. What happened? Seeing Chao Jingshan and his team's expressions, others quickly asked. The system rewarded us with contribution points for revealing this hidden resource point, Chao Jingshan replied. After hearing Chao Jingshan's words, people on site saw the event of gaining 100 contribution points in his personal contribution dynamics on the contribution leaderboard. At this, everyone present could only feel envious. Your team are the life winners today, both unlocking professions and getting contribution point rewards. Just lucky, Chao Jingshan quickly said. Everyone wasn't petty either. Hearing Chao Jingshan say this, they all smiled knowingly. Then let us borrow some of your luck so we can become professionals soon too. Watching this scene, Yuziming felt even more conflicted. The previous comparison was already brutal enough, and now looking again, he really felt crushed to pieces. Zhou Bai, who was also present, immediately understood where the sudden surge of over a dozen professionals came from. So there were hidden resource points? However, she thought Chao Jingshan's windfall definitely wasn't due to luck. He must have discovered it early and then took the opportunity to achieve a breakthrough. Really not bad. She was pleased to see that more and more people in the territory could stand on their own. She hid in the crowd like this, watching everyone laugh and joke as they headed toward the restaurant and their homes. It was also at this time that she noticed the newly reorganized trading area in the distance and Yuziming and others looking over. Seeing their dazed appearance, Zhou Bai raised an eyebrow. Today's efficiency was really high. Such a large area of the trading district had already been completed. Thinking of Yuziming and others' diligent work during this period, Zhou Bai began calculating in her mind. Always keeping them locked up wasn't a solution either. Perhaps she should give them a small opportunity for testing. After passing the test, she would then determine each person's exact imprisonment time and whether to accept them as Hope Village residents. The test would start today. Jobai directly sent Heidi a personal task. After sending it, Heidi on the other end received the message. After reading the message, Heidi directly said to Yuziming, "Considering the territory has so much good news today, and you've been relatively obedient, I'm giving you 2 hours of free time. After 2 hours, report back to prison. I'll be waiting for you there." After speaking, Heidi walked straight toward the cafeteria, her steps particularly light. Hope Village really was a wonderful place. Watching Heidi's departing figure, Yuziming was completely stunned. The next moment, he reached out and pinched his own face. Pain. His pupils couldn't help but contract. So they really were given free time. The group behind him had already started cheering, then scattered in all directions, heading to wherever they wanted to go. Rare. This was truly rare. On site, only 2 or 3 people remained following Yuziming. They happened to watch Chao Jingshan walk past not far from them. There was a moment of eye contact, but Chao Jingshan directly looked away and slowly walked off. "I regret it," Yuziming spoke the next moment. It turned out that harboring bad intentions and doing bad things might bring temporary benefits, but these small benefits ultimately couldn't last. There would always come a day when they kicked an iron plate, and then they would no longer be the ones in control, but at others' mercy. If he had followed some principles of being human and entered Hope Village together with Chao Jingshan, wouldn't he be one of them now? If given another chance. Yuziming thought about it, took a long breath, and said directly, "Let's go. It's rare to have some free time. Let's take a good look around and grab a meal." These days, all the excitement belonged to others. They wanted some excitement too. The few people beside him didn't say much and continued following Yuziming. In the territory, after the successive waves of professional impacts, everyone was beginning to get used to the existence of professionals. Most people had already moved to the restaurant, trading market, or lord's mansion, excitedly discussing their gains. Zhou Zhengping and Li Xingting's team returned at this time. As soon as they entered the territory gate, they saw Zhou Bai waiting for them. "Why are you waiting here for me?" Zhou Zhengping subconsciously asked. The blacksmith shop has silver-grade weapons, currently targeting mercenaries, swordsmen, mages, and archers. There are 10 swords and 10 magic staffs each, and among those who just returned, there are nearly 20 professionals. Adding you all, it'll definitely exceed 20, and there are quite a few dual profession ones. They don't know about this yet. Zhou Bai gave a friendly reminder. As for why she didn't help by them, it was because she had established a rule that each person could only purchase one of each item to prevent middleman profiteering, so they had to make this trip themselves. At the same time, only by truly being the same as other residents could she avoid revealing her identity. Sure enough, the moment after hearing Zhou Bai's reminder, Zhou Zhengping and Li Xingting looked at each other, then ran toward the blacksmith shop in unison. Watching their backs, Zhou Bai walked away with light steps toward the crowded restaurant, casually mentioning the weapon situation. Soon after, several figures running at high speed appeared in the territory. Holy shit, silver weapons. I've been back so long and didn't even know. I was just busy showing off earlier. I didn't know either. Now we're definitely going to be late. This territory always does big things quietly. At least give us a heads up. You're overthinking it. If they announced it, we'd have even less chance of getting one. Just saying. I love this territory deeply too. The territory does great work, I love it. I love it too. Every time new stuff comes out, it's so timely. We never have to go through empty periods. I think the territory just wants us to get competitive, but if this can make the territory better and better, I'm willing. Blacksmith shop. After news of the new weapons spread, more and more people poured into the blacksmith shop, including both professionals and non-professionals, all very interested in the freshly made silver weapons. Almost the moment they saw them, everyone was instantly shocked by the damage values displayed. With these weapons, they could definitely achieve twice the results with half the effort. Only one thought filled their minds: buy. Must buy. But when they tried to purchase, Only the words "sold out" remained on the products. Gone. Boss, why are there only 10 pieces total? And they're different types. We archers have over a dozen people. You have too few bows. There aren't enough magic staffs either. When will there be new stock? Urgent. Pleading gazes all turned to Harrison. They never expected that just being a little late would mean everything was sold out. How were those people so fast? It seemed they'd need to visit the blacksmith and tailor shops more often in the future, lest new equipment appear without a sound again. Harrison, behind the counter, frowned as he listened, but still said, "I can only make a limited number of weapons per day. If you want to buy, wait your turn. Can we pre-order then?" "I'll pre-order in advance?" Someone immediately asked cleverly. "No pre-orders," Harrison said without hesitation. "But you can register, and I can look at your professions to decide which weapons to make more of." Those who didn't get to buy immediately began registering. Those who did buy quickly left with their weapons. They had to hurry and test the weapon effects. Also, buying these weapons cost quite a bit of money. They needed to earn it back. After Harrison finished the registration and looked at the people still staring longingly at the weapons, unwilling to leave, he said directly, "For those bronze-grade bows you bought from me before, I can also upgrade them to silver-grade, but only for those who have unlocked professions. You can choose the upgrade direction then. Upgrade prices start at 50 silver coins. You can also do custom orders. Custom weapons can compensate for personal attribute deficiencies. Prices start at 5 gold coins. Higher levels make for better customization. If you can find rare materials, you can even add attribute bonuses to weapons." Although that was all level 20 or even further away, he still reminded them to avoid missing some special materials in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, the people packed tightly in the shop instantly ran outside. "No way, I have to grind immediately. Count me in. This is too damn motivating. I must become a professional and own that weapon. Custom weapons are so awesome. Once I level up and have money, I definitely want to customize. Definitely stronger than these silver weapons we can't buy." Exactly, those who bought earlier aren't that special. The attraction now included not just becoming a professional, but also weapons. Harrison. Seeming to understand Harrison's speechlessness, Zhang Yongnian, who arrived late and missed the silver bow, handed over the bronze-grade bow he had previously bought here. "Due to certain reasons, weapons have a relatively strong impact on us." Who hadn't played games before? If they treated this apocalyptic game as a game to grind, these players would be enthusiastic about equipment besides leveling up, since equipment could make their leveling twice as effective with half the effort. Those who leveled up first not only unlocked professions first, but also got such powerful weapons. If they didn't strive to catch up, they'd really be left far behind. Harrison thought of some humans he had encountered before. They were indeed very interested in weapons made by his dwarf clan, but low-level humans who could afford them were really few. The humans in this territory, although low-level, had abundant funds, unlike humans in other territories who needed to save for a long time to buy a weapon. But this was also due to the low prices in this territory. If it were other territories, he could multiply the prices of these equipment by 5 or more, but here, he could only follow Zhou by the Lord's pricing habits. Without saying much more, Harrison directly asked, "Which one do you want to upgrade to?" "I want to upgrade to a tracking bow," Zhang Yongnian said directly. His constitution wasn't high to begin with. After unlocking his profession, no matter which profession he chose, he'd be fragile, so of course he should focus on ranged combat. However, when he could buy power-charging bows, he would buy those too and alternate between them. 1 gold coin for the upgrade. Come get it tomorrow. Zhang Yongnian listened and paid without hesitation. After thinking, he asked one more question. "When is the next upgrade? How much will it cost?" "After level 20. At that time, equipment will cost at least 10 gold coins or more. Prices for equipment with special effects multiply exponentially. Only after level 20 can you truly establish yourself in this world, so naturally the matching weapons are different," Harrison said bluntly. Zhang Yongnian listened and sighed inwardly. At this moment, he finally understood why the system suggested choosing one profession. because it was double pressure. Future weapon and equipment costs would be double the money. Today, after advancing and using the bronze bow, he clearly felt the weapon was somewhat awkward. It seemed he'd have to work hard to make money in the future. Thank you. Jung Yongyan thanked Harrison for the reminder after coming back to his senses. Harrison was non-committal. Then Jung Yongyan took out an iron axe and spear. Can these be upgraded? Harrison glanced at Jung Yongyan. Don't give me this garbage. Jung Yongyan, truly worthy of being the territory's most characterful NPC. But since the iron axe and spear were useless now, couldn't he buy them at low prices from others and then sell them to new low-level residents coming to the territory? Even if he had the chance to connect with other territories in the future, he could do business. The residents from other territories who had come to Hope Village these days weren't doing well. Compared to those territories, Hope Village's prices were really conscientious, especially for housing. Therefore, there was great potential for making money here. The only issue might be transportation inconvenience if he collected too much. Just as Jung Yongyan left the blacksmith shop, preparing for his money-making venture, he suddenly saw the tailor shop was also packed with people. Jung Yongyan's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately squeezed in. Then he immediately saw 3 new products in the tailor shop. Armor top, orange, armor bottom, orange, backpack, orange. Looking at the product attributes, the armor top and bottom could be layered, cumulatively blocking 260 damage, while the orange backpack could add 10 more backpack slots. All good stuff. Subconsciously checking the remaining quantity, Jung Yongyan asked Diana, "Can I buy several orange backpacks?" He happened to be thinking about needing space to store things, so he'd prepare some extras. They weren't urgently needed now, but in the future when levels got higher and there were more and more items, they'd definitely be hard currency. You can, Diana said. There weren't really restrictions on orange backpacks that expanded space, since if someone didn't have enough items, these would just sit idle after taking them back. Then I'll take them all, Jung Yongyan said without hesitation. Looking at his significantly reduced account balance in one phrase, painful but happy. While territory residents were spending money on new equipment, Joe Bai's account saw gold coins climbing rapidly. Even after deducting the NPC's share, she still made a huge profit. And this was just from over 20 professionals. Once all territory residents became professionals, she'd earn even more. She immediately opened the Lord's Mansion bulletin board and began posting recruitment announcements, assigning apprentices to Diana and Harrison so they could produce more equipment. After all, this was all money, money, money. Recruiting tailor apprentices, please register with Undead NPC Diana. Recruiting blacksmith apprentices, please register with Undead NPC Harrison. After posting, Joe Bai's lips curved slightly. This time she'd let Diana and Harrison decide on recruiting apprentices themselves, and they'd pay the wages too. She'd just be the hands-off boss. This was the benefit of having people under her. Thinking of this, Joe Bai thought of the other NPCs. The undead NPCs were fine under the management of Bayer and several other NPCs. They were well organized. They had been incorporated into military management and developed into 3 teams: infantry, shield soldiers, and archers. Now daily hires just needed to be assigned based on attributes. The entire team went out early and returned late daily, adding quite a lot of materials to the territory. A considerable portion of her current surplus supplies was their achievement. The orc NPCs weren't as worry-free. For money, they had no objections to being assigned to soldier teams, but they would slack off during missions. However, Joe Bai had a plan for this portion of NPCs. She was waiting for the right moment to terminate their employment and make an example of them. She needed NPCs to improve territory strength, but she absolutely didn't need people who wouldn't work. Even she, as the Lord, besides needing to improve her own strength, had to constantly pay attention to lordship matters and make adjustments. The next moment, Joe Bai began operating the Lord panel. She adjusted the automatic product quantities for the tailor shop and blacksmith shop. With the appearance of silver weapons and orange equipment, these products were no longer necessities for residents, so quantities needed to continue decreasing. The two automated windows at the restaurant, steamed buns and white porridge, were still essential for residents' breakfast and needed to be replenished according to population. More Level 1 and Level 2 housing should be arranged, as residents' lives were getting better and more wanted independent space. Handling things bit by bit, after confirming there were no problems, Bai prepared to rest. But just before she went to sleep, she received another system notification. Congratulations, host. Hope Village resident Koichi has become a professional mage. Congratulations, host. Hope Village resident He Luoling has become a professional mage. At this moment, Bai was somewhat stunned. How were people still advancing so late? Looking at the map, she saw at least over 300 little green dots still outside. They really were grinding hard enough. It seemed the new equipment had quite the motivating effect. Bai looked at the time. It was already past 11 p.m., yet so many residents were still outside grinding levels. The allure of the new silver weapons and orange equipment was clearly stronger than she had anticipated. She smiled slightly. This kind of enthusiasm was exactly what she wanted to see. The more motivated the residents were, the stronger Hope Village would become. But her smile faded as she noticed a new system notification flashing in the corner of her vision. Weather alert. Heavy snowfall will begin in 6 hours and continue for 72 hours. During this period, all outdoor activities will have reduced efficiency and new resident attraction rate will decrease by 60%. Bai's expression immediately became serious. She quickly opened her territory status panel. Current population, 872/1000 days until newbie protection ends. 5 required new residents. 128. The math was brutal. Under normal conditions, she attracted about 25 to 30 new residents per day. With the 60% reduction from the snowstorm, that would drop to only 10 to 12 per day. Over the next 5 days, she might only gain 50 to 60 new residents, far short of the 128 needed. This is a problem, she muttered, pacing in her room. The newbie protection period was crucial. Once it ended, other territories could launch direct attacks on Hope Village. While she was confident in their defenses, having the full 1,000 residents would provide significant advantages in terms of both military strength and resource generation. She needed a new strategy. Bai opened the territory management panel and began reviewing her options. Her eyes stopped on a feature she had rarely used: active recruitment. Unlike the passive attraction that brought in wandering survivors, active recruitment allowed her to send teams to other territories to recruit residents directly. It was more expensive and riskier, but also much more effective. She had avoided it before because it could create diplomatic tensions with other lords. But desperate times called for desperate measures. Bai began planning. She would need to identify territories where residents were being mistreated. Places where people would be eager to leave for a better life. Her scouts had reported on several such locations during their expeditions. First, she opened the NPC management panel. It was time to clean house. NPC management, orc division. She scrolled through the list of pig-headed orc NPCs she had hired. Their performance reports were displayed next to each name. Grok, efficiency 45%, multiple warnings for sleeping on duty. Snorta, efficiency 38%, caught stealing food supplies. Hogger, efficiency 52%, frequent complaints from human residents. Tusker, efficiency 89%, reliable, well-liked by team members. Boaris, efficiency 91%, excellent combat performance. Natural leader. The pattern was clear. About 60% of the orc NPCs were underperforming, while the remaining 40% were actually quite valuable. Bai made her decisions quickly. She selected the underperforming orcs and clicked Terminate Employment. Are you sure you want to terminate employment for 12 orc NPCs? This action cannot be undone. She clicked Confirm. Employment terminated. Dismissed NPCs will leave the territory within 24 hours. Remaining contract payments have been forfeited due to performance violations. Almost immediately, she could see the dismissed orcs on her map, their icons changing from green to yellow as they lost their employment status. Some were clearly angry, stomping around their barracks, but they couldn't do anything about it. The contracts were clear about performance standards. The remaining orcs, like Tusker and Bawaris, would serve as examples that good work was rewarded while laziness was punished. Now for the recruitment strategy. Bai opened her communication panel and sent messages to her most trusted expedition leaders. Message to Chao Jingshan, I have a special mission for your team. Report to the Lord's mansion at dawn. Message to Zhou Zheping, need to discuss an urgent recruitment operation. Come to my office early tomorrow. Message to Li Xingting, important strategic mission available. High contribution point rewards. See me at sunrise. She also sent a message to Heidi, prepare detailed reports on all territories our scouts have visited. Focus on leadership quality and resident treatment. With those messages sent, Bai turned her attention to resource allocation. Active recruitment would require significant investment. Travel supplies, recruitment incentives, and security for the teams. She opened her treasury, 2,847 gold coins, 15,432 silver coins. The equipment sales had indeed been profitable. She had enough to fund a major recruitment operation. Bai began drafting recruitment packages, standard recruitment offer, free housing for first month, guaranteed job placement, 50 silver coin signing bonus, full meal plan for first week, premium recruitment offer for skilled professionals. Free level, 2 housing for first month, choice of job assignments, 2 gold coin signing bonus, priority access to equipment purchases, fast track to citizenship status. She also prepared special offers for families and groups, knowing that people were more likely to relocate if they could bring their loved ones. As she worked, snow began falling outside her window. The weather alert had been accurate, the storm was starting early. Bai watched the snowflakes for a moment, then returned to her planning. She would turn this crisis into an opportunity. While other territories hunkered down during the storm, Hope Village would be actively expanding. She opened the job posting system and created several new positions: recruitment specialist, travel to other territories, and convince residents to join Hope Village. High contribution point rewards. Dangerous work, excellent pay. Diplomatic envoy. Negotiate with other territory leaders for peaceful resident transfers. Requires high charisma and negotiation skills. Security escort, protect recruitment teams and new residents during travel. Combat experience required. By the time she finished her preparations, it was nearly 2 a.m. The snow was falling heavily now, already accumulating on the ground. Bai took one last look at her territory map. The green dots representing her residents were finally starting to return from their late-night grinding sessions. Many had successfully reached level 10 and become professionals. Congratulations, host. Hope Village resident Chinwei has become a professional archer. Congratulations, host. Hope Village resident Lume has become a professional dual mage/medic. The notifications kept coming. By morning, she estimated they would have over 50 professionals in the territory. A formidable force. But it wouldn't be enough if they couldn't reach 1,000 residents before the protection period ended. Bai closed her panels and prepared for bed. Tomorrow would be a crucial day. She needed to be well rested for the challenges ahead. As she lay down, she could hear the wind picking up outside, driving the snow against her windows. The storm was intensifying, just as predicted. But Bai wasn't worried. She had faced worse challenges before. This was just another obstacle to overcome on the path to making Hope Village the strongest territory in the region. The recruitment operation would begin at dawn, snow or no snow. She had 128 residents to find, and only 5 days to do it. The real test of her leadership was about to begin. System notification, weather conditions updated. Heavy snow will continue for 72 hours. All outdoor activities minus 60% efficiency. New resident attraction rate reduced to 40% of normal. Bai smiled grimly in the darkness. The system thought this would slow her down. It was about to learn otherwise. Who among you knows where there are territories nearby? How far are they from Hope Village? Bayer looked at the group of people in front of him and asked directly. I know. I came from Guangshui village. I know the route there. It took us 2 days to get here, but going back now, maybe 1 day would be enough. I know about Yushi village. It's about half a day's journey from here. Qinghe village is more than a day away from here. The situation there is quite chaotic. If we're recruiting people, I think that place would be very suitable. I also know several friends there who wanted to leave before, but they had families to take care of, so they didn't leave. If you're there, you can definitely guarantee their safety, and they would definitely be willing to leave. The situation in Yushi village is not bad, but maybe because of its good geographical location, there are many people gathered there, competition is fierce, and there's quite a bit of oppression of lower-level personnel. Recruiting people there would also be quite suitable. Everyone spoke one after another, also revealing the value of the information they provided. As long as they could name a village, Bayer kept them all. The rest of you can go. Some professionals at the scene left with some regret after hearing this. However, Zheng Yongnian stubbornly stayed behind. Bayer's gaze swept over and landed directly on him. You still have something? Zheng Yongnian looked at Bayer's intimidating eyes and quickly said, although I don't know the locations of other territories, I definitely have value. As he spoke, Zheng Yongnian revealed the backpack on his body. When he opened it, there were more backpacks inside. Not just one, but a pile of them. Moreover, these were all orange-grade backpacks newly released by the tailor shop. Each had 10 slots and cost 1 gold coin. With so many, that was at least 5 gold coins or more. What was he trying to do? What do you want to do? Bayer asked directly. He wanted to see what kind of answer this person could give. We're going to recruit people in a grand procession, and you're all so special. To make people believe us, wouldn't that take time and cause delays? But if we go to do business, that would be different. Zhang Yongnian spoke eloquently. I have cheap food, cheap clothes, and cheap weapons in here. As long as we take them to other territories, we can show them the strength of our territory. Then it won't be us chasing after them, but them desperately wanting to follow us. Listening to Zhang Yongnian's words, Bayer and the other NPCs didn't react much, but the other residents who had been temporarily selected couldn't help but admire Zhang Yongnian in their hearts. Awesome, too awesome. How much money could he make from this turnaround? A couple of days ago, I heard that a team had been buying iron axes and spears at low prices. Those were bronze grade, incomparable to silver grade. Many people in the territory wanted silver-grade weapons, so when someone was buying, they all sold them. That team was Zhang Yongnian's team. Really amazing. I'm getting excited just listening. Do you think we can still stock up now? Buying some materials and food is possible, but weapons, that big item, I'm afraid it's too late. And we can only carry so much. Those orange backpacks have basically been sold out as soon as they're restocked these past few days. I thought my backpack slots were enough for now, so I didn't spend that money. I didn't expect others would have such great use for them. After listening to Zhang Yongnian's words, and then hearing these people's discussions, Bayer suddenly felt his perspective had broadened. You do have the potential of a traveling merchant. Bayer looked at Zhang Yongnian and said directly, you can stay. Traveling merchants were those who did business between various territories, the only profession that could be accepted and welcomed by all territories, relatively speaking, of course. After asking a few more questions, he decided on the team that would go with them. However, after confirming the roster, these selected residents couldn't help but speak up. Could you give us a little bit of time? We feel that what we've prepared isn't quite enough. One by one, their eyes were eager with anticipation. Everyone knew that being a middleman was a highly profitable business. Many people might have had this idea before, but they really didn't have the strength to traverse this world, so they could only put it aside. But now, going on official business, what a perfect opportunity. And it wasn't just these residents. The undead NPCs and orc NPCs behind Bayer were also somewhat tempted. They had decent wages, but to live better in this territory also required money to support them. Who would complain about having too much money? Heidi coughed lightly and said from the side, Bayer, I don't think we're in that much of a hurry. After Heidi finished speaking, the tiger-headed orc O'Neill also eagerly jumped out. Exactly. O'Neill had never thought that such operations were possible. These humans' brains were really useful. Now following their lead, he could also get some benefits. Bayer looked at everyone's excitement and said directly, "I'll give you 20 minutes." As soon as he finished speaking, the group started running excitedly toward the general store and residential area. The undead NPCs were even faster than them. As for Zhang Yongnian, he had already prepared almost everything, so he wasn't in a hurry. He hadn't expected that the things he prepared for new residents would be so useful. He was about to make a big profit. And the leisurely Zhang Yongnian was now targeted by O'Neill. "You're free, take us shopping? In exchange, I'll protect you on the road," O'Neill said directly to Zhang Yongnian. Hearing O'Neill's attempt to get something for nothing, Zhang Yongnian couldn't help but twitch his mouth. However, thinking that these orc NPCs' strength was indeed good, making friends with them wouldn't hurt. He then agreed directly. Moments later, this group of people became active in the territory, which currently had very few people. General store, blacksmith shop, tailor shop, residential area, their figures were everywhere. They had only one thing to do. Buy, buy, buy. And while they were shopping frantically, Joe Bai, who was outside collecting materials, kept receiving reminders to restock. "Dear host, please quickly replenish the steamed buns for your territory building. Restaurant. Dear host, please quickly replenish goods for your territory building. General store. After she had just replenished double the amount, she received similar messages again, so she could only multiply by several times. One after another, she couldn't help but be curious about what was happening in the territory. Soon, she discovered that this situation wasn't just happening with steamed buns and the general store. The blacksmith shop and tailor shop were probably the same, because the gold coins in her account kept rising, and the speed of increase definitely couldn't be caused by steamed buns alone. Carefully recalling the situation in the territory today, Zhou Bai's mind conjured up the image of Zhang Yongnian she had just encountered. A couple of days ago, Diana had mentioned to her that Zhang Yongnian had bought quite a few of the orange backpacks she made, and there was also Zhang Yongnian's previous purchase of used bronze weapons from other people in the territory. She quickly deduced a possibility in her mind. Zhang Yongnian had just joined the expedition team to do business in other territories and then accidentally drove the entire team? Realizing this, Zhou Bai smiled slightly. The territory had quite a few talents. Looking at the special snow day materials she had already collected quite a bit of, Zhou Bai turned toward the territory. She happened to be going back to take a look. Meanwhile, in Hope Village. Tailor shop. "Diana, do you have any stock here? Sell me a set. You must have done some private work, right? I also just want one set. For example, that rainproof equipment should still have some left. If you could sell me one more cold-resistant outfit, that would work too." What everyone urgently needed now was definitely cold-resistant outfits. Taking them to other territories would definitely earn quite a bit. Looking at this group of people, Diana firmly shook her head. No, special equipment currently can only be limited to one set per person unless there are special circumstances. Seeing Diana's resolute attitude, several people could only leave reluctantly. But just as they left, more people came in. Diana glanced over, directly hung up the cold-resistant outfits she had finished making, then took her temporarily selected apprentices who had some tailoring talent into the back of the shop to continue rushing to complete more cold-resistant outfits. To provide for all the residents of the territory, her task was heavy. She had no mind to entertain these people frantically buying goods. Seeing Diana leave, the others could only look at the territory's unlimited home outfits and leather armor sets. Buy them. They should be able to sell them when they reach other territories. Blacksmith shop. "Master Harrison, could you please? No, don't have any, go away." Triple denial, Harrison said unceremoniously, then continued working in his workshop with his hammer. People who came to the blacksmith shop to try their luck could only touch their noses and continue buying the unlimited iron axes and spears. General store. "Don't grab so fast. Leave some soup for others to drink. One at a time. After I fill up my slots, it'll be your turn. Let's pay attention. We can buy different goods later, and should we unify the prices? Sure. But isn't the general store restocking a bit slowly? Actually, it's fast enough. It's just a pity that some goods suddenly can't be bought. Of course, rare things like honey and salt aren't enough for the territory itself. How can they let you buy freely? It's because they're scarce that they'll be expensive when resold. You've fallen into the money pit, but you've reminded me, might other territories have things that Hope Village doesn't? If suitable, we could resell them. Cafeteria. They're out. Steamed buns have been restocked. This time there are actually 10,000. I'll take 3 slots worth. They all went to the blacksmith shop, tailor shop, and general store, and you're actually here camping for steamed buns. Unbelievable. You're the same. I see you haven't stored any less. I'm poor. I didn't have much savings before the apocalypse game arrived. Later, what I earned all went to buying houses and equipment. I can only stock up on the cheapest steamed buns. You're showing off. You have a house. I'm still renting. Fortunately, I saved gold coins to buy a house before, so now I have money to stock up. It's all because we came to Hope Village too late. It's not too late now. Right, I hope this time we can bring back more people we know. Although it's also for ourselves, we can also save those people. Residential area. High prices for iron axes and spears. High prices for rare materials. Whatever goods everyone has in stock, buying at high prices. Many people were shouting while calling out, while going to knock on people's doors. Gradually, more and more households in the residential area opened their doors. Originally, many people planned to rest at home for a while and wait until later to buy new equipment, but they kept receiving reminders. Hope Village resident requests to enter your door. Hope Village resident requests to enter your door. Continuously, they could only come out to see what was happening, only to discover that the team that had taken on the territory mission was purchasing supplies, and some people with things on hand immediately started doing business. Thinking that business wasn't good on snowy days, but business had come to their door. The territory's recognized carpenter, Meng Qingzhou, was also approached. Do you still have torches? What about bamboo cups, bamboo bowls, and bamboo chopsticks? Anyway, whatever wooden products you have, bring them all out for us to choose from. Meng Qingzhou looked at the group of people crowding at his door, his face showing a smile. Wait a moment, let's change places to talk. Speaking, several people followed Meng Qingzhou to a level 2 residence. After Meng Qingzhou opened the door, everyone saw the place was packed with people, men, women, old and young, obviously all doing woodwork. Everyone's eyes looking at Meng Qingzhou changed. When most people were just achieving basic living, this person had already gotten rich in the territory and become a boss. Awesome. Looking at these people's admiring eyes, Meng Qingzhou explained, I received a large order a couple of days ago, so I slightly expanded the scale. Today, with the cold weather, there's more demand for torches, so I had them continue helping. They're all temporary. After finishing, he continued, what do you need? We have. On the scene, both sides began trading directly. The territory, which had been somewhat quiet due to the heavy snow, became lively again because of these people who were about to travel far. When Zhou Bai returned, this was the scene she saw. Looking at the amount that had increased in her account in such a short time, she was once again amazed by these people's strong purchasing power. So there were so many rich people in the territory? Dear host, please quickly replenish goods for your territory building. General store. Zhou Bai looked at it and directly restocked another batch, then walked a few steps and saw a group of familiar figures in the general store. Zhang Yongnian was leading a group of orc NPCs in a shopping spree. Whatever Zhang Yongnian told them to buy, they obediently bought. After being surprised for a while, she also saw Bear and other ghost NPCs in the tailor shop. Zhou Bai looked and immediately understood. Although she didn't know how much money the undead NPCs and orc NPCs had, with their high levels, they definitely had some savings. Then, when she reached the residential area, it was even more bustling. The vendors who originally set up stalls in the trading area had directly moved their stalls to their doorsteps, and most of them were wrapped in blankets made of animal fur. Obviously, without cold-resistant equipment, they could still think of ways to keep warm. Without staying long, Zhou Bai immediately headed toward her home. She also saw a familiar scene along the way. Look at these materials, do you need them? They're all items dropped by my husband and daughter, just sitting idle. This price isn't expensive, don't bargain. Same price regardless of quantity. Ding Chiro, who was doing business, also saw Zhou Bai and greeted her before continuing to focus on her business. Zhou Bai knew that what Ding Chiro was selling must be things she and her father had given her together. She didn't disturb her and went straight into the house. After going to her room, she also took out a large backpack from the corner, then headed to the tailor shop. When she entered, she saw Bayer's group buying home clothes and armor. Just as they were all occupied by NPCs and Diana wasn't at the counter, Zhou Bai directly handed the orange backpack in her hand to Bayer. These supplies are what I've sorted out that the territory doesn't need temporarily. You can help sell them. Whatever price you sell them for, you can take 1%. As for the money after the split, help me buy things from other territories that Hope Village doesn't have, Zhou Bai said directly. Speaking of which, she hadn't considered things thoroughly. She only thought about recruiting people, but forgot about the opportunity to communicate with other territories. If this time went smoothly, they could organize more exchanges in the future. Good. Bayer's eyes lit up slightly, and he agreed directly. His look at Zhou Bai became even more different. Such a lord was really someone you could work with. Just like that, after sweeping through the territory, this group of people set off with full pockets. Coming out of the territory, while still within the territory's range, the group went very smoothly. The magical beasts in the territory had already been dealt with by a small team that had come out earlier. After leaving the territory, magical beasts began to appear more and more, but for the undead NPCs and orc NPCs, these were just experience points and copper coins delivered to their door. Zhang Yongnian and the other professionals deeply experienced what it meant to win by lying down behind them. What originally required half a day's effort was compressed to 10 hours. Yushi Village is just ahead. Yun Jukai, the professional who had previously come from Yushi Village, spoke up, looking at the distant buildings with some emotion in his heart. Yushi Village was, after all, his first stop after coming to this world, so he still cared about it somewhat. But once compared with Hope Village where he now lived, he would still choose Hope Village without hesitation. Following his gaze, Bayer and the others saw a vast plain where Yushi Village territory stood out particularly prominently. Compared to Hope Village's dense jungle, the geographical location here was indeed good, with an unobstructed view. Whether it was magical beast invasions or attacks from other territories, they could only face them head-on. Of course, daring to choose such a geographical location required great confidence in one's own strength. However, compared to Hope Village, such strength was nothing. From the fact that there weren't even residents coming out to move around near this territory, you could tell that this territory had no ability to cope with snowy weather. Did Yushi Village provide equipment during the last special weather? Bear directly asked Yun Jukai. Yun Jukai shook his head. No, Yushi Village doesn't have a tailor shop. During the rainy days, some residents made some rain gear themselves, but it was white-grade equipment that couldn't last long at all. They could barely use it. Bear wasn't surprised by this answer at all, then said, "We'll camp outside the territory range and rest outside tonight, taking turns keeping watch." Okay, the group obediently agreed. In no time, a small camp was set up, then those who made fire, those who cooked. Everything was orderly. After all, anyone who could become a professional was definitely a hardcore player. To farm more experience points, they often had lunch outside, so they were already used to cooking in the wild. After everyone had eaten, hearing the occasional roars of magical beasts outside, they all became restless. Especially Zhang Yongnian, as a famous hardcore player, he was also reluctant to miss this opportunity. He coughed lightly and said, "There seem to be quite a few magical beasts here. Are you interested in going together?" "Yes." Several voices responded in unison. Then, the group formed a small team and went out to fight magical beasts. O'Neill watched Zhang Yongnian and the others walk outside, then looked at Lucas beside him. "Should we go together too?" The magical beasts in this place were really free pickings for them. The levels were too low. Okay. Lucas didn't refuse. Actually, watching Zhong Yongyan and the others work so hard, he felt a bit of urgency. If he slacked off, he might very well be caught up by them. Initially, he might have looked down on these humans somewhat, but as time passed, he gradually began to take them seriously. These humans were definitely different from the humans they had known before. They had a special drive, and most of them had mental states that tended toward optimism. This was really rare among humans. When the humans and orc NPCs moved, the other undead NPCs couldn't sit still either. Go, Bear said directly, then got up and joined them himself. For quite a long time afterward, there wasn't a single person left in the camp. The resource points and magical beasts around Yushi Village were cleared out one after another. In Yushi Village, many soldiers were waiting at the wall gate for magical beast attacks, but after a long while, they didn't see a single magical beast. Maybe it's too cold, so the magical beasts are all hiding? With this thought, after waiting a while longer, many soldiers went home. This night, Yushi Village was exceptionally peaceful. The Lord, not receiving any system notifications about repairing the fence, even praised the soldiers in his heart. The next day was still a snowy day. Several soldiers had drawn the short straw yesterday and had to patrol near the walls despite the wind and snow. Even though they wore clothes made of animal fur and had bamboo hats on their heads, they were still shivering from the cold. Let's patrol quickly. After this round, we'll go home and sleep. This weather is too cold. Sure, there were no magical beasts all night yesterday, so there shouldn't be any during the day. Even if there are, the Lord will send a message. It's not that easy to break through. Looking at it this way, snowy days are actually better for us. During their conversation, everyone reached a consensus on this point. Although they had wages, there was no need to work so desperately. As they talked, they had already patrolled to an open space nearby. There stood tent after tent, with various small tents under each large tent. Each small tent had a fire burning, with many people gathered around for warmth, occasionally adding some wood. Nearby, several large stone pots were bubbling with hot soup, and many people were lining up with stone bowls to get some, drinking the soup to ward off the cold. Among these people, many were still tourists and many were residents who couldn't afford houses. The weather was too cold for them to move around, so they could only huddle together for warmth. This method indeed made them feel much better in such cold weather, but they still had some worries in their hearts. I don't know how long this snowy weather will last. If it goes on for many days, the savings we accumulated before will probably be consumed again. Last time during the rainy weather, although the days were many, at least there was no so-called physical damage, and we could endure it. Now this weather is too cold. If only we had houses. Who told us to be poor? Before the apocalypse, we had no money and no good life. After the apocalypse, with no money, life is even worse. I don't know what meaning there is in living. I wonder if life in other territories would be better. When Yoon Junkai and the others said they were going to look for other territories, I wonder how he's doing now? I came from another territory, and it was even worse than here. If Yoon Junkai and the others go to other territories, they'll have the same fate and might even die on the road. I hope he can successfully find a better territory and then come back to take us with him. People need to have some hope. That's true, although it's not realistic. The group was muttering complaints. Just as the soldiers reached their vicinity, several people quickly stood up. Coming to patrol. Would you like some hot soup? Thank you. The soldiers didn't refuse. Who could refuse a bowl of hot soup on a snowy day? Drinking the hot soup and warming by the fire, the soldiers finally felt their bodies recover somewhat. The others looked at these soldiers with eyes that revealed some envy. Being able to become territory soldiers meant they could earn wages, even in harsh weather. More importantly, they also had collective dormitories, and they could get discounts when buying houses. The Lord relied on these benefits to firmly tie these soldiers to his ship, forming his own faction, and no one dared to negotiate terms with him anymore. As for the soldiers, sensing the gazes falling on them, they also felt somewhat proud in their hearts. At the same time, Bear's group entered Yushi Village's territory after dawn, then approached Yushi Village's main gate. Just as they were about to enter, everyone received a system prompt. Dear Hope Village resident, welcome to Yushi Village. Currently available identities are tourist, 50 copper coins/day, resident, 1 gold coin/permanent. Holy crap. The price went up again. After hearing the price, Yoon Junkai almost jumped up. When he was there before, it was 30 copper coins per day. It had only been how long, and it had already increased by 20 copper coins. This was too much. It's probably because of the special weather. Many territories will raise prices during special weather periods. Another person explained. That's still expensive. Hope Village only charges 10 copper coins per day for tourists and 50 copper coins for permanent residency. The gap is too big. Everyone was complaining, but they still chose the tourist status and paid the money. After all, they were here on business, so this expense was necessary. After paying, the group officially entered Yushi Village. The scene inside was similar to what they had seen outside. Many people gathered together for warmth, and the whole territory looked somewhat desolate. However, when the residents of Yushi Village saw Bear's group, especially the undead NPCs and orc NPCs among them, they were all stunned. There are ghosts. There are monsters. Run. Run quickly. What kind of people are these? How can they be with ghosts and monsters? Screams rang out one after another, and the people who had been quietly warming by the fire all scattered and ran. The scene instantly became chaotic. Bear and the others looked at each other, somewhat speechless. They had forgotten that people from other territories had never seen undead and orc NPCs before, so this reaction was quite normal. But this scene was really quite comedic. As their shouts echoed through the area, everyone at the scene began to scatter in panic. Several soldiers were no exception, following the crowd as they fled deeper into the territory, unable to stop even as their life points dropped. Do we really look like magical beasts? O'Neill asked. Were you afraid when you first saw us? Bear added. O'Neill was indignant. He was a great orc. What did he have in common with magical beasts? As for Bear, he found it strange since the Hope Village residents hadn't screamed and shouted when they first saw them. We had never seen undead or orcs before, but undead existed in our imagination and were terrifying. As for why we weren't afraid when we first saw you, it's because we knew you were summoned by territory buildings, and we had already met Diana and Harrison first, Jung Yongnian explained from the side. Harrison was not only undead, but also a dwarf. After that initial shock, combined with the information Diana provided, they understood this world better and naturally weren't afraid anymore. While they were talking, Yoon Jukai had already spotted several familiar faces and quickly shouted loudly, "Don't run. Don't run. I'm Yoon Jukai." Hearing Yoon Junsai's voice, some people looked back while running. After confirming it was indeed Yoon Jukai, they gradually stopped. The magical beast and undead seem to have humans with them, and we recognize one of them. It's Yoon Jukai. Did we misunderstand something? Unless the territory is breached, magical beasts can't enter. They probably didn't break in. The fear of being attacked by strange creatures quietly faded, and several people looked at each other awkwardly. They felt they had just made a big mistake. The fleeing soldiers also realized what had happened. At this point, Yoon Junkai had already run over and directly addressed the group. I've now become a resident of another territory called Hope Village. These are undead NPCs and orc NPCs summoned by Hope Village. How were they summoned? Someone instinctively asked. Through the Hero Hall and Beast God Hall, Yoon Junkai replied. The others listened with strange expressions. What kind of buildings were these? Why didn't their territory have them? Life points -1, life points -1. Soon, after receiving these notifications, they realized they were still in the snow and would lose life points. They quickly said, "Let's go over there to talk." After speaking, the group hurried back under the original shed. Danger averted. Many who hadn't had time to run also stopped fleeing, their gazes moving back and forth over Bear and the others. This was their first time seeing such different species. Yoon Junkai returned to Bear's side and said directly, "How about we go chat with them first?" These people living in sheds were obviously not doing well. They were exactly the targets they needed to poach. And then, Bear and the others nodded, then followed Yoon Junkai toward the shed. It was then that the people in the shed suddenly realized something. They seem to be able to block the snowflakes? The clothes they're wearing are different from ours. They look very high-end. In this heavy snow, they could come from another territory. Their strength must be considerable. Several people discussed among themselves, full of curiosity about Yoon Junsai's group. When Yoon Junkai and the others approached, they could see more clearly. They discovered that Bear and the others were only transparent in form but still human-shaped, while O'Neill and the other orcs truly brought them some pressure, giving them the feeling they could be easily crushed. Several patrolling soldiers exchanged glances, and one of them spoke up. "What's your purpose in coming to Yushi Village?" Traveling in heavy snow wasn't easy. They wouldn't have come all this way without some purpose. At this point, Yoon Junkai said directly, "We're here to do business." "Business? What kind of business?" Yoon Junkai didn't say much more, directly taking out a stall table from his backpack and then dumping out some food items. "I brought some food." Right after Yoon Junkai, Zhang Yongnian's group also immediately laid out their weapons and clothes, adding, "These are surplus items from our territory." We wanted to clear our inventory during the snowy weather while exploring the surrounding territories to see if there might be opportunities for more exchanges in the future. As soon as the diverse goods appeared, they immediately captured the attention of many people present. Food was fine, their territory had restaurants, plus various supplies dropped from defeating magical beasts, so they could still get by. As for weapons, the territory had a blacksmith shop selling iron axes and spears. Though expensive, everyone could pool money together to buy them. But other items like leather armor, cold-resistant suits, torches, and sweet potato starch were very rare to them. Also, the other party had mentioned these weapons were surplus. Suddenly, many people noticed that some of the undead were carrying bows and arrows, as did Zhong Yongnian and several others. At this moment, looking at these people, the Yushi village residents felt as if they and the others weren't living in the same world. They had all entered the apocalyptic game on the same day and were all living in territories, but why were people's circumstances so different? After collecting themselves, some people carefully asked, "How much do you sell these things for?" If they were too expensive, they couldn't afford them. They just hoped they might be slightly cheaper than in their territory. After all, these were necessities. Steamed buns are 3 copper coins each. Iron axes are 60 silver coins each. Spears are 70 silver coins each. These umbrellas are 10 silver coins. The durability is a bit low, but they can prevent snowflakes from falling on you. Several prices came from Zheng Yongnian and the others. They knew very well that such prices would definitely be attractive to Yushi village residents. From information obtained from other territory residents, they knew weapon prices would be at least double this amount or even more. Of course, they could sell for higher prices, but there was no need. While they were truly doing business, the most important thing was to bring back enough people. There was a moment of silence at the scene, then everyone quickly reacted and began competing to speak up. "I want an umbrella." "I want an umbrella too." "I want 10 steamed buns." "Give me an iron axe." "I want a spear." "Give me 10 torches too." At the scene, everyone began competing, as if afraid that being a step late would mean they couldn't buy anything. Watching their frenzied behavior, Zheng Yongnian and the others exchanged glances. The first step was successful. Next, Bear and the others also began setting up stalls. When they saw the shed's open space wasn't large enough, they directly built shelters on the spot, forming a new trading area. Some people who had been hiding in their shelters, hearing the continuous commotion, also came out. After understanding what was happening, they instantly joined the buying frenzy. Some who were short on money, hearing that steamed buns only cost 3 copper coins, also directly moved to the steamed bun stall. Yoon Junsai's stall sold steamed buns. Although he only made 1 copper coin profit per bun, Steamed buns had the highest sales volume, small profits, but quick turnover was definitely viable. While selling, Yunjukai noticed two small figures had unknowingly appeared beside his stall. They stood trembling by the stall, staring unblinkingly at the steamed bun stand. When he saw them, Yunjukai was surprised. Honestly, in Hope Village, the only child he knew was Chao Jingshan's daughter Chaozhu. There were no others, and they had discussed this, thinking it was a small mercy from the apocalyptic game. He hadn't expected Yushi Village to have gained 2 more children after he left. Thinking this, Yoon Junsai's voice became much gentler. "Little friends, where are your parents?" While speaking, Yoon Junkai directly bought 2 fur coats from Jung Yongnian's nearby stall and draped them over the children. The 2 children felt the warmth on their bodies and looked at Yoon Junkai. Their lips moved, but they remained silent. At this point, someone following behind spoke up. "They're orphans. Someone found them a few days ago when going out and brought them back. Seeing how pitiful they were, we've been taking turns feeding them, and someone gave them a fur blanket. Maybe everyone thought someone else was taking care of them, so they were overlooked. After all, in the heavy snow, except for warming by fires, most people didn't dare leave their shelters. As for warming by fires, though warm, it would also burn the skin uncomfortably." Listening to this, Yoon Junkai said to the 2, "If you're willing, come back to Hope Village with me. There's work that children can do there too." Before the apocalypse, employing child labor would have gotten him severely criticized, but now he could provide these 2 children with shelter. Hearing this, both children's eyes widened. A person nearby said to the 2 children, "This uncle used to be from our territory too. He's quite reliable, you can go with him." Then, turning to Yunjukai, "If there's work children can do, is there work we can do?" Hearing this, Yunjukai nodded without hesitation. "Yes, Hope Village also has some elderly, weak, sick, and disabled people who don't leave the territory, but they still work and earn money within the territory, helping in the cafeteria, making things to sell themselves, or providing logistics for teams. There's always something to do." As Yunjukai spoke, many people nearby pricked up their ears to listen, their faces showing emotion. If this was true, Hope Village really seemed quite good. At least in terms of strength, from these people and the things they brought, it was obvious Hope Village would definitely be better than Yushi Village. Water flows to low places, people move to high places. If there was a better place with someone to guide them, why not go? "When are you leaving? How far is this from Hope Village? Is it convenient to travel in heavy snow? With our situation, can we make it to Hope Village?" After being moved, many people immediately asked follow-up questions. When Yushi Village Lord Bai Wenkang arrived with his people, this was exactly what he heard. His face instantly darkened. "So they really came to poach people? Make way, make way. What are you all crowding here for?" Bai Wenkang's lackey, seeing the change in his expression, directly led the team to push through, forcibly creating a path. After the path was cleared from behind, looking at the crowd setting up stalls ahead, the lackey couldn't help but exclaim in shock. "What are these monsters?" he said, referring to the tall and imposing orcs. After all, they had beast-like appearances, but human bodies. How could this not be surprising? Looking at the transparent-seeming people nearby, his expression was even more shocked. What exactly were these creatures? Bai Wenkang was also startled, but he managed to stay composed. After all, the world had suddenly become a game world. It was perfectly normal for strange creatures to appear. However, he needed to figure out whether they would harm his territory. As for the matter of poaching people, Bai Wenkang pressed his lips together. He wasn't in a hurry to upgrade and didn't particularly care about these poor people who couldn't even afford houses, but since they belonged to his territory, he absolutely wouldn't allow others to casually poach them from him. At this point, the soldier who had been patrolling here earlier came over and explained Bayer's group's situation to Bai Wenkang. After hearing the soldier explain that Hope Village's undead NPCs and orc NPCs were summoned by buildings, Bai Wenkang immediately thought of the special building, Mission Hall, that he had kept sealed away. The building's description said it could issue missions and hire mercenaries to serve the territory. He was naturally interested in such a building, but constructing this special building required over 100 gold coins. Though he had the money, he was reluctant to spend it. The money in his account was accumulated bit by bit. When he entered the game, he had just bought a building and had very little cash on hand. At that time, he was terrified by the apocalyptic game's arrival. Whatever his mind said, he just kept saying yes, 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 and accidentally used those fixed assets to obtain a lord token. Afterward, he didn't search much and directly established his territory. Perhaps because of the good location, survivors kept coming, and subsequent upgrade challenges were also completed through the efforts of many survivors. Under these circumstances, he didn't feel he needed such special buildings. Now it seemed that special buildings might summon native NPCs, and their strength was probably considerable. Forget it, he'd grit his teeth and unlock it. If he had a group of obedient NPCs, his control over the territory would be stronger, and he'd have more workers. While thinking this, Bear had already noticed Bai Wenkang and proactively approached. "Hello, I'm the commander of Hope Village's soldier squad." Bear performed a gentleman's bow. "If I didn't see wrong just now, the people you brought are undermining my territory's foundation?" Bai Wenkang didn't care about Bear's attitude and directly confronted him. He was currently in his own territory where everything was under his control. Even undead NPCs and orc NPCs, he had the authority to make them leave his territory. That's why he dared to be so impolite. As for Bear, he had already detected the other party's attitude from his tone. His previously courteous demeanor instantly withdrew, and the aura belonging to a professional spread throughout the scene. Everyone present felt a subtle but unmistakable pressure. Bai Wenkang, as the Lord, felt it even more intensely. The pressure was so great that he couldn't help but take several steps back. Just these few steps made the difference in power clear. "What do you mean?" Bai Wenkang said coldly to Bear. Bear chuckled lightly and said, "Nothing much. Just telling you a principle. The law of the Stan continent is survival of the fittest. You're weaker than me, so you have no right to speak in front of me." At this moment, Bear revealed the sharp edge he had never shown in Hope Village. Not only him, but all the undead NPCs unhesitatingly stood behind Bear. Combined with their complete equipment, a murderous aura spread throughout the scene. When Bai Wenkang wanted to say something, he felt he couldn't speak. Even when he wanted to use the control panel to expel them, his entire body stiffened and couldn't move, as if frozen by something. Fear showed in Bai Wenkang's eyes. If these people killed him, the Lord, what could he do? Others also became unconsciously panicked. If the Lord was killed, would this territory disappear? Without a territory, what would they do? Noticing the situation here, Zheng Yongyan and others who were doing business also unhesitatingly packed up their goods and stood on Bear's side. "Even if we are here to undermine your foundation, what can you do about it? Our Hope Village has cheaper prices than here and better living conditions. At least I dare say Hope Village doesn't have sheds like yours. Everyone can live in residential buildings because our territory's residential buildings can be rented. It only costs 100 copper coins per day, and if you don't mind the conditions, several people can live together. Each person might only need 10 to 20 copper coins or even less. Can your territory do that? Our territory's restaurant, besides the original 2 windows, also has privately operated windows with about 10 dishes each time. The main foods are rice and steamed buns, and a full meal can be controlled to under 5 copper coins. Our territory also has many people who haven't become professionals, but have learned life skills through various crafts early on. With these skills, they can live very well. The sweet potato starch we just sold was made by a 60-something grandfather. The torches and umbrellas were made by a young man who is rather frail and basically hasn't left the territory since entering Hope Village. But now he already has 2 residential buildings in the territory. 1 level, 2 residential building has become his workshop. He hired some disabled people from the territory, or those currently injured and recovering, or relatively weak women, or elderly people to work, Not only that, see the equipment we're wearing? This was also made in our territory, cold-resistant suits that maintain our body temperature and block falling snowflakes, protecting us from harm. Because they only last 2 hours, each of us brought 2 sets to rotate. Actually, during the last rainy day, we also had rainproof equipment, the same as what we're wearing on our heads, with the same function as umbrellas, but more advanced. In our territory, these are also limited purchases. Initially, each resident could buy 1, but later when quantities increased, people could prepare 2 sets for rotation. Does your Yushi village have any of this? What right do you have to prevent these residents from going to a better territory? Do you think that being a lord means you own the residence? Zhang Yongnian, Yun Junkai, and others spoke in harmony, each sentence hitting like a heavy blow to everyone's hearts. Especially for some residents at the scene, they had to admit they were attracted by the blueprint described in the other party's words. But some people were also somewhat suspicious, because it was too good, so good it made them wary. Their thoughts were all seen by Zhang Yongnian and others. He knew very well that in this special world, most people wouldn't easily believe based on a few words from others. However, they believed that even if people didn't believe, these words would leave a deep mark in their hearts. Perhaps as time passed and reality became more cruel, this mark would grow deeper and deeper. When that time came, their purpose would be achieved. At this point, Bayer directly surveyed the surrounding crowd and said coldly, "Among over 1,000 people in this territory, there isn't a single professional. Such a territory will sooner or later be eliminated by territorial wars. Open professions? What professions?" Suddenly getting different information from their mouths, some people couldn't care about by winking anymore. Professions open at level 10 and above: archer, mage, mercenary, swordsman, and other professions. After advancing, you can acquire skills faster through training, and your physical attributes will also double, Zhang Yongnian directly explained. Our territory now has over 800 people, with over 300 professionals. We're very strong and will upgrade soon, making the territory safer. Your territory has already fallen behind. Yun Junkai directly advertised, "I used to be from Yushi village, some of you still remember, right? I can use my own current experience to tell you that you won't be disappointed going to Hope Village." At this point, the group of orc NPCs also came over aggressively, directly standing behind Zhang Yongnian and the others. They hadn't forgotten that this group of humans had called them monsters. Compared to Zhou Bai, they couldn't stand this Yushi village lord. Finally, these orc NPCs also agreed on one thing: Hope Village was better. At this moment, these orc NPCs didn't realize they had unconsciously identified themselves as members of Hope Village. Seeing his residents being moved by these people's words, Bai Wenkang became even more agitated. He didn't want his residents' hearts to be won over and their people to follow. But he was currently controlled by force and couldn't move at all, only able to struggle internally with all his might. Bayer noticed the scene and signaled to Heidi nearby. Heidi nodded and then released the restraint on Bai Wenkang. As soon as he could move, Bai Wenkang immediately said, "Who knows if what you're saying is true or false? The good things you have might have been robbed from somewhere. Our territory doesn't welcome you. Get out immediately." While speaking, Bai Wenkang quickly operated his Lord panel and expelled Bayer and the other Hope Village residents, afraid of being controlled again. This was the first time he felt that being a lord in his own territory wasn't completely safe. As soon as the message was sent, Bayer and the others received the notification. "Dear host, you have been expelled by the Yushi Village Lord. Please leave Yushi Village as soon as possible, or you will be forcibly removed by Yushi Village, which may damage your life points." The moment he saw the message, Yun Junkai loudly addressed the crowd, "We've been expelled by your lord. I'll say it directly here. Those willing to come with us, just say so. We guarantee to take you away and ensure you safely reach Hope Village." As soon as these words were spoken, the scene immediately became noisy. Many people simultaneously had the same thought: should we go with them? Who dares? Seeing them still trying to poach people before leaving, Bai Wenkang blurted out these 2 words. During this time in Yushi Village, as the Lord, Bai Wenking held the power of life and death over the territory's residents. Combined with others' flattery, he had long grown accustomed to having the final say in the territory. When he said this, his tone was extremely harsh. Many people listening were reminded of what Zhang Yongnian and others had said about treating residents as possessions and instinctively felt dissatisfied. Seeing this, Yun Junkai also unhesitatingly mocked. You can only use your lord status to pressure people. I've never heard that becoming a resident of a territory means you completely belong to that territory. We can give them the opportunity to choose freely, don't you dare. Bai Wenking was about to get angry when he noticed Bear glancing at him sideways. His body shrank back, and he instinctively closed his mouth. Forget it. Let those who want to leave go. In this heavy snow that drains life points, let's see how much they have to spare. Besides, these people can't even afford residential buildings. Keeping them in the territory is meaningless. If they can leave, it shows they have grievances against our territory. Such people are also a hidden danger, Bai Wenkang's lackey quickly advised. He could see that Bear's group had the strength to completely crush their entire territory. They didn't even put Bai Wenkang the Lord in their eyes. Opposing them would definitely bring no benefits. Hearing this, Bai Wenkang glanced at the man, finally having a way to back down. Snorting lightly, Bai Wenkang said directly, I won't argue with you. Whoever wants to go with you can go. You say your territory is so good, I think you're just bragging. If the prices are really that low, your lord must be running at a loss. How long can such a territory last? And it's heavy snow weather now, don't abandon them halfway. If you really dare to risk it, then go with them. I'm putting my words here. Those who leave can forget about coming back. 2 words, no way. Our territory is doing great now. We're just waiting for enough people to upgrade, so everyone is very important. We'll naturally protect them. Yun Junkai refused to back down and directly retorted. At this point, Bear and the others had already started walking toward the territory exit, and Zhang Yongnian and others quickly followed. Before leaving, Yun Junkai looked back at the crowd and said loudly, We'll wait outside the territory for half an hour. Those who want to come, bring your things and come find us. After saying this, he also followed Bear and the others toward the territory exit. The crowd was left looking at each other. Should we go or not? It's snowing so heavily, and we'd lose life points on the road, but what they said does sound tempting. What if it's a lie? What if it's true? People discussed among themselves, and gradually, some made their decisions. The first to move were the 2 children Yun Junkai had helped. They looked around, and seeing no one stopping them, quietly followed in the direction Yun Junkai had gone. Even the children are going. They're orphans anyway, with nothing to lose. But we have families. What families? Living in these broken sheds, barely getting by each day. More people began to waver. At this point, Bai Wenkang spoke up again. I'm warning you. The road is dangerous, and if you leave, you can never come back. Think carefully. His words were meant to intimidate, but they had the opposite effect. If we can't come back, then we can't come back. What's so good about this place anyway? Right, we can't even afford residential buildings. What's the point of staying? I'm going to take a look. Even if I die on the road, it's better than slowly dying here. One by one, people began to make up their minds. Soon, besides the 2 children, more than a dozen adults also started moving toward the territory exit. Bai Wenkang watched helplessly as his residents left, his face growing darker and darker. But he didn't dare to forcibly stop them. After all, Bear's intimidation was still fresh in his memory. Half an hour later, a soldier came running to report, Lord, those people from Hope Village. They've set up stalls again right outside our territory gate. Bai Wenkang's face turned completely black. These people were really persistent. Outside the territory, Yun Junkai and the others had indeed set up their stalls again, and the dozen or so people who had decided to leave were gathered around them. Don't worry, Yun Junkai said to the nervous group. Hope Village will definitely be better than here. You've made the right choice. The 2 children stayed close to Yun Junkai, still wearing the fur coats he had given them. Looking at these people who had chosen to trust them, Yun Junkai felt a sense of responsibility. He would make sure they all safely reached Hope Village. And he would prove that their choice was the right one. As snow continued to fall, the small group prepared for their journey to a new life. While inside Yushi Village, more residents watched from their sheds, wondering if they had made the right choice by staying behind. The seeds of change had been planted, and only time would tell how they would grow. At this moment, outside the gates of Yushi Village, the former Yushi Village residents who had followed Zhong Yongnian and the others out thought that after leaving the territory, they would immediately head to Hope Village with them. However, just after exiting the city gates, they saw the group stop and set up tents directly near the territory entrance. Unlike the hard manual labor they would have had to do themselves, under the actions of the undead NPCs and Beastman NPCs, a massive tent was easily erected, sheltering all of them underneath. As for Zhang Yongnian and the others, they once again set up their previous stalls one by one. This series of operations truly left people bewildered. Seeing the confused expressions on the Yushi Village residents' faces, Zhang Yongnian cleared his throat and said, "We brought quite a lot of merchandise. It would be too much of a loss to leave without selling it." Most importantly, they had seen Yushi Village's potential. Since Yushi Village had so many people and its environment was still inferior to Hope Village, with just a little effort, their mission could be completed. When that time came, they wouldn't need everyone to go explore other territories. This decision was also made after consulting with Bear. He truly deserved to be the commander recognized by the territory. His mind was incredibly flexible. Since they couldn't do business inside the territory, they would do it outside. Could that lord still control them? The former Yushi Village residents looked at Zhang Yongnian and the others with different eyes now. They were still as cunning as ever. The lord must be furious, right? But for some reason, hearing this still made them quite happy. Soon someone spoke up, "Do you still have those umbrellas? I'm planning to buy another one. The effect seems pretty good." "Of course. Considering you're about to become Hope Village residents, I'll give you a slightly better price. But you don't need to buy too much. After returning to Hope Village, things there will be sold even cheaper than ours. Since you're planning to go to Hope Village, there's no need to waste money unnecessarily," Zhang Yongnian said directly. At this moment, these people suddenly felt anticipation for Hope Village rising in their hearts, suppressing much of their anxiety about going to a new territory. Just as they had everything ready, Bai Wenkang hurriedly arrived with some Yushi Village residents following behind him. Everyone thought that after being expelled by Bai Wenkang, they would leave directly. No one expected such a clever maneuver, but the Yushi Village residents were quite pleased. Especially those who hadn't planned to leave. They weren't planning to leave, but that didn't mean they didn't love Hope Village's high-quality, low-priced goods. At least for the same items, they only had to pay less than one-third the price. Seeing Bai Wenkang's group arrive, Zhang Yongnian acted as if he didn't see Bai Wenkang and addressed the residents behind him. "Big sale! Big sale! Everything is 10% off today. Bronze level iron axe, damage value 50, original price 40 silver coins, now 36 silver coins. One torch for 5 copper coins, now 4.5 copper coins. Buy 10 and save 5 copper coins. Steamed buns, 10 for 27 copper coins, 100 for 260 copper coins." Following Zhang Yongnian's lead, other stalls also announced their discounts. The residents who had been hesitant due to Bai Wenkang's presence now became restless. Someone in the crowd shouted, "We can't go against money. If the Lord still blocks us from this, then Yushi Village really has no reason to stay. Everyone charge." With just that one sentence, a group of people instantly surged out from behind Bai Wenkang, and everyone followed suit, once again surrounding these stalls completely. As for Bai Wenkang, that one sentence made him swallow the reprimand he was about to voice. He couldn't lose more popular support, or if more people left, he would truly suffer a silent loss. He sighed deeply in his heart. He couldn't fight them, and he couldn't drive them away. Forget it. Once they finished selling their goods, they would leave. Out of sight, out of mind. The next moment, Bai Wenkang turned and left. Returning to the territory, He saw many residents rushing from the depths of the territory toward the entrance, and he could faintly hear their conversations. A merchant caravan from another territory has arrived. Their goods are very cheap. They were selling inside the territory before, but got driven away by the Lord. Now they're selling at the entrance. Hurry and buy, if we miss this chance. Who knows when we'll have such cheap goods again. So cheap. Will the quality be poor? Don't worry. Someone bought weapons and tested the data on the spot. No matter how much they fake it, they can't fool the system data. Then I should stock up on a few more in case they break and I can't buy cheap ones anymore. That umbrella is also good. Although it's just common-grade equipment, it can block rain and snow and can be used for other special weather conditions too. Not bad. I still envy the orange equipment those people are wearing. Snow can't even get close to them, and their weapons are already silver-grade. We're both territories. How can the gap be so huge? The voices gradually faded as Bai Wenking could no longer hear them, but a surge of anger buried itself deep in his heart. He immediately opened the control panel, looked at the mission hall, pressed his lips together, and directly chose to unlock it. Building. Mission hall level. 1 of function. Can summon mercenaries. The Lord can decide whether to hire them. Once hired, mercenaries will serve the territory. Uses 1/daily dear host. Would you like to spend 100 gold coins, 10,000 wood, and 20,000 stone to build the mission hall? Yes. Bai Wenking nodded without hesitation. He now only wanted to prove one thing, that his territory would absolutely not be inferior to Hope Village. Whatever Hope Village had, he must have too. Soon, the mission hall was constructed. Looking at the brand new mission hall, Bai Wenking walked directly inside and began summoning. Before long, the first mercenary was summoned. Name: Ellis. Race: human. Level: EV14. Identity: Solaire Town resident. Profession: Mage. Mercenary. Health: 1400/1400 mana, 1400/1400 attributes. Constitution: 20/20, Intelligence: 13/20, Agility: 15/20, Defense: 12/20, Talent: none. Price: 1 gold coin/month. Seeing the final price, Bai Wenking couldn't help but widen his eyes. Summoning mercenaries required payment? Thinking of Hope Village's imposing NPCs, Bai Wenking gritted his teeth and directly summoned him. After the summoning was complete, a figure quickly appeared. After Ellis appeared, he looked around, then saw Bai Wenking. After seeing Bai Wenking's level clearly, surprise flashed in his eyes, but he still respectfully called out Lord. Seeing this person's aura, Bai Wenking was quite satisfied. A level 14 professional. Their territory now had professionals too. There would surely be guidance in the future, and soon their territory would have many professionals. The next moment, he spoke with great authority. From now on, you'll be my personal guard, responsible for protecting me. Ellis: yes. Fine, for the sake of 1 gold coin per month, let's see how it goes. Subsequently, Bai Wenking appeared in the territory with Ellis in high spirits, then headed directly to the city gates. Originally, Bai Wenking wanted to show off. But unexpectedly, the mercenary NPC Ellis he had hired, upon seeing Hope Village's bear, couldn't help but show an expression of disbelief. Lord Bear. Ellis walked up to Bear and inquired cautiously. Hearing the voice, Bear looked over and saw Ellis. The moment he saw him, he was clearly stunned. Ellis. Yes, it's me. Ellis looked at Bear and hurriedly stepped forward excitedly, not forgetting to bow. Bai Wenking on the side watched the scene, his face darkening. Ellis. Ellis acted as if he couldn't hear, continuing to address Bear. Lord Bear, where are you now? I'll come find you later. Bear glanced at Ellis, then looked meaningfully at Bai Wenking behind him. Hope Village. I'm at Hope Village now. If you're not doing well in your original place, you can come find me. Although Hope Village was still very weak now, he believed that in the near future it would definitely become one of the top territories. Mercenaries like Ellis, the more who came, the better. The territory currently lacked such talent. Good. Ellis nodded without thinking, tears welling up in his eyes. After Bear's death, their former subordinates had already fallen apart. He really hadn't expected to see Lord Bear again, even though he was now undead. However, he had never heard of this territory called Hope Village. Logically speaking, as mercenaries, their information was well connected, and they should be familiar with most territories on the Stan continent. It was impossible to be so unfamiliar with territories. The current Yushi village was unfamiliar, and Hope Village was the same. Could it be a newly established territory? But for a newly established territory to have such scale was indeed surprising. However, what made him determined was still Lord Bear's words. A territory chosen by Lord Bear must be excellent. Bai Wenking watched as the two settled on a contract and felt his face ache. The assistant he had summoned with such anticipation had actually betrayed him and defected to the enemy. He wouldn't feel safe using such a person. Cancel the employment. He must cancel it. But before he could cancel the employment first, he received this message. The mercenary Ellis you hired has terminated his employment with you. He will now return to his territory, Solaire. Right after the notification, Ellis's figure turned into a beam of light and disappeared with a whoosh. Many people at the scene were stunned. He just disappeared like that? He's gone. Two little boys hugged Yoon Junkai in fear. Yoon Junkai quickly said, "This world has magic that can teleport people." He just returned to his original territory. The other Yushi village residents understood after hearing this. None of them had become professionals, but they had already been persuaded before. Now they were even more excited. This was magic. Suddenly, they felt that compared to Hope Village, those living in Yushi Village seemed isolated from the world. Humans naturally have a psychology of admiring the strong. At this moment, many Yushi Village residents' hearts were stirred again. Seeming to see their thoughts, Yoon Junkai said casually, "His ability to appear here shows that your lord has unlocked similar buildings. In the future, your territory will have more NPCs appearing. These NPCs play a huge role in territorial development." The Yushi Village residents listened and felt reassured. They had never known about special buildings before, and their lord had never unlocked any. But after Hope Village's people came, their lord had unlocked them. Needless to say, combining the before and after, they all knew this building was probably very expensive, so their lord probably couldn't bear to unlock it before. Unlocking it now was just to compete with Hope Village. Such tactics only proved his stupidity. Many who hadn't made up their minds before now had. Bai Wenking was completely unaware of all this. He now only felt that bringing people to show off was a joke. Not only did he fail to show off, but he was embarrassed again. However, Bai Wenking still addressed the restless crowd. "You saw it. Our territory will also have professionals in the future. Staying in Yushi Village will also provide better opportunities. Our territory has over 400 professionals combined. This is better for professional development," Yoon Junkai said lightly. When it came to opportunities, it still had to be Hope Village. Bai Wenking glanced at Yoon Junkai and continued muttering, "Who knows if it's true or false." Hearing this, Yoon Junkai looked at several people behind him and said, "Brothers, put on a show." Just as Yoon Junsai's words fell, the Hope Village residents on site directly performed what could be called a show. Water balls, fireballs, earth mounds. Hope Village residents directly utilized the 5 elements in the air. Of course, these were those with good control. Those with poor control directly took out their magic staffs and started fires in the distance. As for the archers, they shot arrows far away, hitting exactly where they said they would. This is a tracking arrow, silver equipment, capable of locking onto objects for attacks. This performance made many Yushi Village residents' eyes light up. These people were all professionals. After watching, Bai Wenking's mouth was pressed into a straight line. Embarrassing. The next moment, he turned and left. This was a crushing defeat in terms of strength. What was he still doing here? After Bai Wenking left, the business on site became even more lively. Among them, umbrella sales were the best. Watching umbrellas being sold one by one, Zhang Yongyan couldn't help but smile. What they were selling wasn't umbrellas, but these people's determination to leave. Meanwhile, in Solaire Town, the returning Ellis also excitedly sought out his former teammates. He wanted to bring them to find Lord Byre. Solaire Town. A group of people were gathered by Ellis. Although they didn't know why he was looking for them, they still came. I saw Lord Byre. I saw him in another territory. How is that possible? He died long ago. Yes, he died, but he became undead and appeared in a territory called Hope Village. He said if we're willing, we can go there to find him. Aren't undead only supposed to be in the undead kingdom? That territory must have special buildings that can summon undead to work for them. I was summoned by a territory, but after meeting Lord Byre, I voluntarily terminated the employment. Ellis told his companions about everything he had experienced, his expression becoming increasingly excited. Lord Byre seemed to be doing well in that territory, with quite a few people under him. If we go there, our days shouldn't be bad either. It's better than staying here. Since Lord Byre left, our mercenary team has become the lowest grade and can't compete with others at all. Where's Hope Village? Let's go to the mercenary center and check. All territories are registered there. The group headed toward the mercenary center in great numbers. Soon they found a staff member and directly asked about this place called Hope Village. The staff member flipped through all the materials in hand, but finally shook his head. There's no territory you mentioned. Could it be newly established? Ellis asked anxiously. This territory was personally mentioned by Lord Byre. How could it be fake? Impossible. Newly established territories are all recorded. What about Yushi Village? Also no. Where exactly did you get these strange territory names? The staff member looked through again and denied it once more. Impossible. Ellis said in disbelief. Could what he personally experienced have been a dream? The others looked at Ellis like this and directly dragged him away. Outside, several people looked at Ellis somewhat helplessly. You must have been dreaming. You miss Lord Byre too much. No, it was real. I accepted employment from a territory, but the reality is, these two territories don't exist. The others looked at Ellis sympathetically. Lord Byre has already left us. We also need to work hard to live. Don't think about the past anymore. We just found an E-rank mission to transport some goods to the neighboring or village. Do you want to come with us? No, you go ahead. Ellis looked at his companion's expressions as if he were dreaming, and even he began to doubt himself. Was he really dreaming? No. Everything that happened was too real. The others didn't force him, patting his shoulder in comfort. Ellis was saved by Lord Byre, so their bond was deeper. It was natural that he couldn't accept it for a while. They would give him some time to recover. After the others disappeared, Ellis looked toward the mercenary center. He had a feeling that Hope Village would definitely appear. He would wait in the territory. Yushi Village. More and more Yushi Village residents came after hearing the news, as Hope Village's goods were very cheap and very practical. Sorry, we're out of umbrellas. The umbrellas Zhang Yongnian had prepared in advance were already sold out. The remaining backup ones needed to be kept as guarantees for those returning with them, so naturally they couldn't be sold anymore. Besides umbrellas, the weapons and clothing they brought were also mostly sold out. Everything that should be sold was sold. This territory's market was only so big. Looking at the sky, Zhang Yongnian's group felt it was time to leave. Seeing them packing up, some people looked around carefully, then spoke up. Will you come to Yushi Village again in the future? Yes, Zhang Yongnian said without hesitation. When the weather gets better and travel becomes more convenient for us, and we have the route established, we'll come in the future. He already had the idea of having their territory come here regularly. The market of this territory with several hundred people was indeed very tempting. Most importantly, with Hope Village as a comparison, he hoped this Yushi Village lord would learn from Hope Village and make life better for the territory's residents. With so many people leaving at once, it should be enough to make him vigilant, right? If he still didn't learn, and all the residents eventually ran to Hope Village, that would be his own doing. This was a win-win situation. Hearing Zhang Yongnian say this, some people decided to wait until the weather cleared up a bit before deciding. Going out in such heavy snow, if Hope Village really had problems, they wouldn't even have anywhere to run. Thinking of this, many people secretly asked questions. Which direction is your Hope Village in? Is the journey dangerous? How long does it take to walk there? With these questions, Zhang Yongnian immediately understood these people's thoughts. He unhesitatingly told them about all the situations they encountered on the way, then said directly, "We'll make some markers on the way back, star symbols. If you're interested in the future, you can come visit our territory. If you have things our territory doesn't have, they could sell very well in our territory too." While selling goods, Zhang Yongnian had also collected quite a few ingredients and resources that Hope Village currently didn't have. Although the purchase price was lower than their territory's trading price, they bought in large quantities. Good, thank you. Seeing Zhang Yongnian's frank attitude, many people developed some goodwill toward them. During the conversation, others had already packed everything up. Looking at the team of nearly 200 people, the leaders all smiled. They hadn't expected to complete the mission perfectly with just one territory. However, Bayer looked at the time and had other plans. He directly called over Heidi, Fry, and several people who knew the locations of other nearby territories, then looked at Lucas, Zhang Yongnian, and Dennis. "You take the people back first." "What about you?" Zhang Yongnian couldn't help asking. "We'll go check out a few other territories." "Can you make it back in time?" Zhang Yongnian couldn't help asking. Everyone knew the purpose of their territory issuing this mission was to upgrade. After upgrading, there would be a beast-tide attack, and Bayer, as commander, still needed to be there. "We'll return in time. Heidi and Fry will bring us back." Only then did Zhang Yongnian remember Heidi and Frey's abilities. They could create magic circles. As for why they didn't use this method to bring everyone back first, there were probably some limitations. "All right, no problem. Leave it to us," Zhang Yongnian said without hesitation. As for Lucas, he obviously hadn't expected to be given partial command of the team, his expression somewhat strange, but he still nodded. After the arrangements, in a moment, the entire team was ready to return to Hope Village. Behind them, a team of over 180 people followed, supporting each other with umbrellas. Gradually, they moved farther and farther from Yushi Village's territory. Compared to the Hope Village residents' high spirits, anxiety began to surface in their hearts. Following them like this, would they encounter danger? Their strength was inferior to the others, and if they were bullied, they probably couldn't call for help. Thinking this, someone voiced their concerns. Looking at what they brought out, you can tell it's impossible. If they were really deceiving people, couldn't we still escape? We have nearly 200 people, and quite a few close to level 10. They couldn't suppress us. Speaking of which, with so many of us together, it's quite reassuring. Besides, if Hope Village isn't good, we can change to another place when we have the chance. There are many territories out there now. We're going to Hope Village to seek opportunities. Everyone spoke one after another, gradually calming their nerves. Then someone noticed that Hope Village residents were really making markers along the way, feeling even more at ease. They began to feel some anticipation for the Hope Village described by Zhang Yongnian and the others. After Zhang Yongnian's group left, Bayer's group also headed in another direction. In a hidden spot within Yushi Village's territory range, Heidi and Fry together carved a teleportation array. The carving is complete. If we carve another one along the way, we can teleport along this route and make it back in time. Heidi wiped the fine sweat from carving the teleportation array and said quickly, "Thank you for your hard work. Let's go." "Head to the next territory," Bayer said, then led the group away. The others in the team looked at Heidi and Fry with envious eyes. When would they be able to carve magic arrays too? Also, could they become apprentices? Thinking this, many people immediately became enthusiastic toward Heidi and Fry. Seeing their little schemes, Bayer paid no attention. In their rules, higher-level mages could indeed take apprentices, but it depended on both parties' willingness. These residents who wanted to learn array magic would have to see if they could get Heidi and the others to accept them. After Hope Village's people left one after another, the scene suddenly became quiet. Looking at the direction they left, the remaining Yushi village residents returned to their homes or shelters. Although it was the same place, everyone's mindset was different now. After all, they all had a way out. Come, let's eat some braised noodles. Hope Village really has a wide variety of ingredients. What they brought to sell was just their surplus. Their territory has much more. I didn't expect them to make starch. I'll make some fried chicken. Do you know how? Of course, I ran a fried chicken shop before the apocalypse. Hehe, can you help me make some too? No problem. I'll still eat this steamed bun. A steamed bun for 3 copper coins tastes so good. I can finally eat my fill. When the weather clears up, maybe we can go take a look. The atmosphere in the shelter suddenly became lively. In the crowd, several people took advantage of the lively atmosphere to hurriedly head toward Bai Wenkang's house. How's the situation? Bai Wenkang saw through the Lord control panel that those people had left and finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, what concerned him more was the problems left behind after they departed. He really didn't want his territory to become Hope Village's backyard. This time it was over 180 people. Next time, how many would it be? Lord, about 180 people left, but there are still many who didn't leave. They're all discussing in the shelter, saying they want to wait for better weather before deciding whether to go to Hope Village. What else? They're asking us to improve the territory's conditions, saying that if we can't provide what Hope Village offers, they'll leave too. Hearing this, Bai Wenkang's face darkened completely. These people were threatening him. But the problem was, he really couldn't provide what Hope Village offered. The gap between the two territories was too large. Even if he wanted to catch up, it would take a very long time. Also, Lord, they left markers along the way. If our people want to go to Hope Village in the future, they can follow those markers. This made Bai Wenkang even angrier. They were practically treating his territory as a recruitment ground. Anything else? The people are also asking when we'll have professionals and when we'll have the good equipment like Hope Village. Enough. Bai Wenkang couldn't listen anymore. These questions were all things he couldn't answer. He was also wondering when his territory would have professionals, when they would have good equipment. But these things couldn't be rushed. You all go back. Keep an eye on the situation and report to me immediately if anything happens. Yes, Lord. After his subordinates left, Bai Wenkang sat alone in his room, his mood extremely heavy. The arrival of Hope Village's people had completely disrupted his territory's stability. Now his residents were all comparing their territory to Hope Village, and the result of the comparison made them all want to leave. What should he do? Meanwhile, the team returning to Hope Village was getting closer and closer to their destination. The 180-plus new recruits followed behind, their initial anxiety gradually replaced by curiosity and anticipation. Along the way, they had seen the Hope Village residents' abilities and equipment, and heard their descriptions of Hope Village. Everything indicated that this territory was indeed extraordinary. Look, those are Hope Village's walls, someone in the Hope Village team shouted excitedly. The new recruits looked up and saw towering walls in the distance, much higher and more imposing than Yushi Village's walls. As they got closer, they could see the walls more clearly. The walls were not only high but also very thick, with watchtowers at regular intervals. The entire fortification looked extremely solid. So high! Someone exclaimed. Much higher than our Yushi Village walls. Look at those watchtowers, they're so well built. The new recruits were amazed by Hope Village's fortifications. But this was just the beginning. When they reached the village entrance, they saw the massive gates slowly opening. The gates were made of thick metal, completely different from Yushi Village's simple wooden gates. Welcome to Hope Village, Zhang Yongnian announced loudly. As they entered the village, the new recruits were stunned by what they saw. The streets were wide and well paved, with proper drainage systems. Street lamps lined the roads, not torches, but actual lamps that provided bright, steady light. The buildings were well constructed, with uniform architecture and proper planning. Everything looked organized and prosperous. This is amazing, someone whispered. It's like a real city. Look at those street lamps, they're so bright. And the roads are so clean and well-maintained. The new recruits walked through the streets in wonder, taking in everything around them. They saw workshops with advanced equipment, markets with abundant goods, residential areas with comfortable-looking houses, and training grounds where people were practicing various skills. "This is the residential area where you'll be staying," Lucas explained, leading them to a section of newly constructed buildings. Each family will have their own house, with proper heating and water supply. The houses were simple but comfortable, far better than what most of them had in Yushi Village. "And this is the market area, where you can buy daily necessities and trade goods." The market was bustling with activity, with vendors selling all kinds of items: food, tools, equipment, and materials they had never seen before. Over there is the training ground, where you can learn new skills and improve your abilities. They could see people practicing magic, archery, and combat techniques under the guidance of experienced instructors. And that's the administrative building, where you can register for jobs and receive assignments. Everything was so organized, so well planned. It was clear that Hope Village was not just a random settlement, but a carefully designed community. As they were shown around, the new recruits began to realize the full extent of what they had gained by leaving Yushi Village. We made the right choice," someone said quietly, and others nodded in agreement. "This place is incredible. I can't believe we were hesitating before. Thank goodness we decided to come." The Hope Village residents smiled, seeing the amazement and relief on the newcomers' faces. "Welcome home," Zhang Yongyan said warmly. "This is your new beginning." As the sun set over Hope Village, the new residents looked around at their new home with gratitude and excitement. They had indeed made the right choice. The recruitment mission was complete, and Hope Village had grown stronger with 180 new residents who were eager to contribute to their new community. In the distance, the walls of Hope Village stood tall and proud, protecting all who lived within. The future looked bright for this remarkable territory that seemed to exist outside the normal records of the world, yet offered its residents a life better than they had ever imagined possible. A moment later, when the residents from Yushi Village entered through the city gates, they all received information. Looking at the fees displayed, they unhesitatingly chose to become residents of Hope Village. They had previously heard Zhang Yongyan and others mention that Hope Village had low prices, but they truly hadn't expected them to be this low. Their expectations were raised once again. Soon, the group truly entered Hope Village. Although it was already late at night and heavy snow was falling, the entire territory was brightly lit. Looking at the layout inside, quite a few people were still shocked. Having experienced modern cities, they shouldn't have felt this way, but they had stayed in Yushi Village for such a long time, seeing the territory filled with scattered greenhouses, chaotic layout, and sparse buildings. But Hope Village was different. The territory was actually planned in an orderly fashion. The main roads and side roads were all paved with stone, arranged in perfect harmony. Even with many empty spaces, it didn't feel messy at all. On the right side of the main road, not far from the city gate, was the military camp. To the left of the military camp was the prison. Further ahead were two massive buildings, one topped with a skull, the other with a beast shape, the Hero Hall and Beast God Hall. With their presence, the eastern area looked very substantial. The Lord's mansion was positioned at the center of the main road, directly opposite the city gate. The general store and restaurant were on the left, while the tailor shop and blacksmith shop were lined up on the right, clearly forming the core area of the territory. To the west of the restaurant was the residential area, with hundreds of first-level and second-level houses arranged in rows by districts, occupying most of the western space. In front of the residential area, there was also a small trading area. Why could they immediately recognize it as a trading area? Because at this moment, it was bustling with voices. Several stalls were spread out in rows, with many people looking around at the stalls, obviously waiting for them. Under the reflection of nearby street lamps, it appeared particularly distinctive. You really don't know the difference until you compare. Once compared, the stark contrast became obvious. To be able to build a territory like this in just over 20 days, This Hope Village lord was much more capable than Bevan King. All the shops have temporarily opened for business, prepared for you. Residents in the trading area have also set up stalls to sell daily necessities. You should first go to the lord's mansion to register. After registration, you can buy or rent houses in the territory, then settle in properly. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask any member of our soldier squad. Zhou Zhenping kindly reminded the residents whose gazes were wandering around the territory. And them all right. These newly arrived residents came back to their senses, their mood still somewhat excited. There was at least one thing they could be certain of now: their days in Hope Village would be better than their time in Yushi Village. You all go rest. We'll take care of these people. This sentence was directed at Zheng Yongnian and others who had gone on the mission. After speaking, he directly led the soldier squad members away with the Yushi Village residents. From afar, they could still hear their explanatory voices. Our territory only has a few shops: restaurant, general store, blacksmith shop, and tailor shop. You should all know the functions of these shops, and you can find time to learn about them. What I need to explain now are the territory's rules, which are most important. That is, within the territory and its range, you cannot harm, hurt, or rob people. If discovered, punishment will be given according to severity. After punishment, we'll decide whether to expel you from Hope Village. During that period, people will be detained in the prison, that one next to the military camp. Don't think it's just confinement. You'll lose experience points while inside. Secondly, how to survive in the territory depends on individual ability. If you want to go out hunting and gathering, you can follow the various teams in the territory. They gather in front of the Lord's mansion every morning, and sometimes they temporarily recruit people. Those who want to act alone can do so too, but it's best to remember what materials the Lord's mansion pays higher prices for. When you collect them, you can sell directly to the territory. If you don't want to go out, you can pay attention to whether the Lord's mansion has any temporary work that needs people, or go ask around privately in the trading area. You can also observe what the territory lacks that you can make, then create and sell goods yourself. Finally, watching their figures, everyone let out a long breath. The mission was finally perfectly completed. It was also at this moment that they received information from the system. Congratulations, host. You have completed the territory temporary mission. Obtained contribution points 50, copper coins 500, cold-resistant equipment 2, sleeping bag 1. Looking at the settlement information, everyone was quite satisfied. At least in terms of equipment value, their 2 days' income basically couldn't compare, plus they gained the extremely rare contribution points in the territory. More importantly, during their trip to Yushi Village and back, they had sold most of their goods and made a big profit. So even though most people now had their stamina reduced by a third due to fatigue, they still felt it was worth it. Especially the orc NPCs like O'Neill, they experienced the benefits of doing business for the first time. Turns out, making money was this easy. O'Neill walked up to Zhang Yongnian without hesitation. Next time there's something like this, call us again. All right. Zhang Yongnian agreed without hesitation, then touched his growling stomach and said, "Do you want to go to the restaurant together to eat?" "No need, we'll go back and sleep. Our stamina will recover," O'Neill quickly refused. They could just eat the beast meat that dropped on the way back, it was free. The food in Hope Village was delicious, but too expensive. Occasionally tasting it was fine, but if they ate seriously, no amount of money would be enough for them to spend. To save money, they should visit the restaurant less often. Hearing this, Zhang Yongnian immediately thought of these orc NPCs' stinginess and didn't insist, directly leading his people away. As for the undead NPCs, they didn't need to eat either. They headed directly to their exclusive residential area. Night was their cultivation time, and they would recover faster by cultivating at home. O'Neill and Lucas's group also followed behind them, with every orc unable to suppress a silly smile on their face. O'Neill leaned close to Lucas's ear and whispered, "Lucas, I now feel that living here is quite good, better than in the orc territory. What do you think?" Lucas nodded. His thoughts had also changed unknowingly. If possible, I want to bring my wife and children here. When this employment ends and we go back, maybe we don't need to use teleportation. We could bring them directly, O'Neill suddenly thought. Haven't you considered what would happen if the Hope Village Lord terminates our employment someday? Lucas asked back. If we work hard for her, why would she terminate the employment? O'Neill said righteously. What if the Orc territory challenges this place? Lucas countered. O'Neill was speechless for a moment. After a long pause, he said, then we'll fight. Orc territories fight among themselves anyway. Lucas. How could it be the same? Seeing Lucas's silent expression, O'Neill said directly, anyway, I've decided. I want to live here in the future, bringing my wife and children together. If they don't want to employ us anymore, I'll just take them and leave. Lucas looked at O'Neill, somewhat envying his single-minded determination. However, deep in his heart, Lucas also had similar thoughts. Having his family live in such a territory seemed quite nice. Lord's Mansion. Yoon Junkai was leading 2 children, following the crowd in line for identity registration. They had followed him when leaving Yushi Village, and after arriving at Hope Village, they clung to him even more tightly. He couldn't bear to leave them, so he personally brought them along. What are your names? Yoon Junkai asked gently while queuing. Xiaojia, Xiaoan. The 2 blinked their eyes and replied. What about your surnames? They responded with confused, innocent looks. In that case, how about taking my surname? Yoon Junkai suggested. The 2 agreed without hesitation. When their turn came, Yoon Junkai arranged for them to use the names Yun Jia and Yunin. After completing registration, Yoon Junkai first went to the tailor shop to buy clothes, then skipped the house buying and renting process and went directly to the restaurant. Inside the restaurant, crowds surged. When they entered, residents who had arrived before them were already eating and drinking like starving ghosts. Woo woo woo, finally eating something delicious. Yes, what we ate in Yushi Village felt like just filling our stomachs. The problem is it's delicious and not expensive. I thought 3 copper coins for steamed buns was already very cheap, but it can be even cheaper. Indeed, filling your stomach can be done within 5 copper coins. They didn't lie to us. We came to the right place, really came to the right place. Woo woo woo, I hate that I didn't come earlier. Hearing these voices, Yoon Junkai smiled. He knew that after coming to Hope Village, these people would easily integrate. Yoon Junkai brought Yoon Jia and Yunin to the ordering window. Buy 2 new sets of tableware. Coming right up. Soon, Yoon Junkai handed 2 sets of tableware to the children. Each person had a bamboo plate, a pair of bamboo chopsticks, a bamboo spoon, and a bamboo bowl. These will be your tableware from now on. You must take good care of them yourselves. Come, see what you want to eat? Yoon Junkai said. The 2 placed their plates on the edge and stood on tiptoes to look. Seeing the 2 little ones' cute appearance, the elderly lady at the window couldn't help but show a kind smile on her face. That one. The 2 pointed to different dishes. Add some potato stewed ribs for them too. Coming right up. The elderly lady said, then when serving the food, she gave them full, generous portions, with especially many pieces of ribs. The 2 children's eyes widened seeing so much food. Quickly say thank you. Yoon Junkai patted their heads. Thank you. You're welcome. A person in line nearby saw the scene and quickly walked up to the elderly lady. Auntie, give me a portion of potato ribs too. The elderly lady saw through his intention. When ladling, her hand shook and several pieces fell off. The person watched, shook his head and said something about favoritism, showing the style of a cafeteria lady, but still took it and left. This scene made Yoon Junkai unconsciously curl his lips. Then he let the 2 children carry their own food and sat in nearby seats that others had vacated for them. The 2 little ones hadn't had a proper meal in a long time. Looking at the plates full of food, they began eating with their heads down. After they finished eating, Yoon Junkai bought some hot water nearby, then led them toward the residential area. When passing through the trading area, Yoon Junkai stopped and went directly to Meng Qingzhou's stall. Every stall in the trading area was basically packed with people, and Meng Qingzhou's was no exception. I want to buy a bed. Are there still beds? Do you have wash basins? Do you have bigger ones? Looking at the crowded people in front of him, Mang Chungjo said directly, "Yes, don't worry. We have sufficient stock. Everyone please line up. Form a proper queue, and buying and selling will be more efficient too." Knowing the territory had gone out to bring people back, they had been working overtime these past 2 days, especially since he had hired a professional. That efficiency was really high. This time, another large sum of money would come in. Thinking about it, Mang Chungjo's eyebrows were full of joy. Hearing his words, the queue indeed began to form properly, though the falling snowflakes made most people shiver with cold despite holding umbrellas for shelter. Too cold. I just want to quickly get to a room and take a hot bath. The new warm clothes I bought, I can't bear to put them on yet. I should wait until after bathing, otherwise I feel like I'd waste the clothes. Since the apocalypse began, I haven't had a proper wash either. Hehe, now that I have my own room, I can wash properly. This place really was the right choice. I think so too. Because of the prices here, my nearly empty pockets finally have a chance to breathe. I hope the weather returns to normal tomorrow so I can go out and make some money. Obviously, the weather was cold, but many people's hearts were warm. Seeing the scene, Yoon Junsai's mood also improved. Compared to Yushi Village, he really liked Hope Village. From the beginning, this territory had provided everyone with a stable environment. When everyone's basic needs were met, where would so much scheming and infighting come from? After all, most people just wanted to live well. Lost in thought, the queue soon reached Yoon Junkai. "What do you want?" "Bunk bed, washing supplies." Mang Chungjo responded, glanced at the 2 children beside Yoon Junkai, and said directly, "I'll give you a 20% discount." They should be children brought back from Yushi Village. After the Apocalypse game, children were rarely seen. He didn't know if they hadn't entered the Apocalypse game originally, or if they had entered but didn't survive. He hoped it was the former. "Thank you." Yoon Junkai accepted without ceremony. Next, he bought some beast hide blankets and other items at nearby stalls. After buying everything, they finally went home. Although Yoon Junkai had some difficulties when coming to Hope Village, he still gritted his teeth and used his savings to buy a house. For him, a house was security. He had originally planned to rent out half of it later, but now with 2 little ones, that wasn't necessary. Upon entering the house, Yoon Junkai placed the bunk bed in the corner's empty space, then made the beds, and looked at Yoon Jia and Yoonin. "This will be your bed from now on. It's cold today, so you'll have to squeeze together." "It's okay." The 2 looked at the bed with gratitude in their eyes. Such an environment was already beyond their imagination. How could they be picky? "Now come. Let me give you baths." Saying this, Yoon Junkai brought them to the washing room. After scrubbing them clean, he changed them into new clothes and put them to bed. Perhaps they were exhausted. Almost immediately after touching the bed, the 2 little ones fell into deep sleep. Seeing them asleep, Yoon Junkai lit a fire in the corner of his room, then opened a window slightly on the other side of the room. The room gradually warmed up. That night, Yoon Jia and Yoonin weren't awakened by cold, nor did they go hungry. They slept the most comfortable and peaceful sleep since the apocalypse began. Other residents from Yushi Village like them also slept warmly with similar feelings. They had made the right bet. They were all looking forward to a different new life starting tomorrow. On the other side, after the new residents gradually settled in, the growth rate of Zhou Bai's account balance slowly decreased and finally returned to calm. Zhou Bai looked at the data. Although most chose to rent, quite a few people chose to buy directly, helping recover much of the gold coins spent on new construction. From the purchase quantities, it was clear that these residents from Yushi Village had good acceptance of Hope Village. More importantly for Zhou Bai, the population had reached the upgrade standard ahead of schedule. Upgrade conditions 1, 2, and 3 are all complete. Territory can be promoted. Dear host, would you like to upgrade the level 1 village to a level 2 village? These 2 notifications kept flashing on the control panel, as if tempting her. However, Zhou Bai still held back. After all, the special weather hadn't ended yet. Upgrading at this time would truly be adding frost to snow. Though she wouldn't upgrade temporarily, she could start preparing. For the Beast-Tide trial after this upgrade, she hoped no one would sacrifice their lives again. Immediately, Zhou Bai began another buying spree, especially iron ore. Whether for arrows or other weapons, it was essential. If residents could have better weapons, their survival probability would be higher at any time. With this buying, the account balance shrank considerably again. After all, iron ore was expensive to begin with, and buying from the system doubled the price. She couldn't help but think about iron mines. These past days, following Harrison's words, she had tried searching nearby but still found no trace. She could only say that professional people were needed. Her gaze turned to the Hero Hall building on the panel. Zhou Bai prayed once again. She had been praying for 2 days straight, and each day she summoned mercenaries, swordsmen, or archers. Though she didn't hold much hope, she'd still pray. After all, as long as she summoned goblin NPCs, they would more easily find iron mines, thus saving her considerable money. With more and more people, the territory needed more things to sustain itself. The next day, the 27th day since the apocalypse game descended, still a snowy day. Zhou Bai, who had slept late, still got up bitterly before dawn, stepping through snow to reach the Hero Hall. First summoning, a black shadow slowly appeared on the altar. Name: Dunlop. Race: Undead Goblin. Level: LV16. Identity: Undead Kingdom Resident. Profession: Craftsman. Health: 1600/1600. Stamina: 1600/1600. Attributes: Constitution 20/20. Intelligence 9/20. Agility 16/20. Defense October 20th. Talent or detection. Price: 1 gold coin/month. Goblin or detection. It really came. Zhou Bai felt that if she could kiss the Hero Hall, she would definitely give it a big kiss. 3 days, she finally got what she was waiting for. Soon, a blue-skinned, short-statured undead goblin with long, pointed ears appeared before Zhou Bai. Upon seeing her, he immediately knelt down and performed a kowtow. "Greetings, Lord." While kneeling, he didn't dare raise his head, his whole body trembling. Zhou Bai paused slightly. This goblin seemed quite timid. "Stand up first." "Yes." Dunlop carefully stood up, then lowered his head, as if waiting for Zhou Bai's orders. Zhou Bai didn't say much and continued summoning the next one. Name: Victor. Race: Undead Goblin. Level: EV18. Identity: Undead Kingdom Resident. Profession: Craftsman. Health: 1800/1800. Stamina: 1800/1800. Attributes: Constitution 20/20. Intelligence 15/20. Agility 16/20. Defense 15/20. Talents or detection. Mining. Price: 1 gold coin/month. Another goblin. But the stats were obviously much better than the previous one. Wonder what his personality is like? While thinking, another similarly looking goblin NPC appeared before Zhou Bai, but compared to the former's trembling, the latter's eyes were obviously more lively. After seeing the situation clearly, his eyes rolled around, then he bowed to Zhou Bai. "Respected Lord, Victor greets you. You are truly too beautiful. I have never seen someone as wonderful as you. I will serve you with utmost loyalty." Zhou Bai listened, her gaze moving back and forth between the two. Was the difference between goblins this great? Was it because of the intelligence gap? Victor also noticed Zhou Bai's gaze. Seeing his fellow tribesman's cautious appearance, he felt frustrated and said directly, "Some goblins in our tribe don't have very good brains, but their hearts are also loyal." Zhou Bai looked at Victor and chuckled lightly. "I know your hearts, so may I ask the loyal Dunlop and Victor, are you willing to search for mineral resources for my territory?" "We are willing," Victor declared loudly. Dunlop, pulled by Victor, quietly said, "We are willing." "Then wait for my message tomorrow. For now, there are empty houses behind the Hero Hall. You can rent them. House numbers 39 and after are all vacant. You can choose freely." Zhou Bai added finally, "Also, when you see me in the territory, you don't need to address me as Lord." "Yes." After getting their response, Zhou Bai left. Victor watched Zhou Bai's figure, his eyes flickering, but seeing the gold coins added to his account, he looked at Dunlop beside him. Come, let's go look around the territory. I'm scared. Dunlop looked at his tribesman, his voice timid. What's there to be scared of? If this place is worse than the undead kingdom, we'll just terminate the employment and go back. But it shouldn't be. I can see that Lord needs us quite a bit. Victor said boldly, then dragged and pulled Dunlop out. Looking at the sky outside, after thinking, they still entered the residential area behind. Seeing the intact, flawless houses, Victor's eyes showed some excitement. He had never lived in such a nice house. Dunlop beside him was also staring wide-eyed. Could they really live here? Won't it be very expensive? Dunlop tugged at Victor. Why don't we just find a random place to dig a cave to sleep in? Victor refused. Before death, he had never lived a single good day. Now that he had become undead after death, he wanted his life to be better. Finding house number 39, when he touched the door, he received information about buying the house for 6 gold coins or renting for 100 copper coins per day. 100 copper coins? So cheap. Victor's eyes flickered, paid 100 copper coins to rent it, and also squeezed 50 copper coins from Dunlop. Looking at the empty house, he took out a small hammer and wood materials. The two began renovating their new home. After construction was complete, looking at the clean, tidy house, Dunlop said incredulously, "Will we live here from now on? As long as we pay, we can live here." Victor was quite satisfied. Dunlop then carefully lay down on the bed they had made. At this moment, he felt this place seemed quite nice. Victor thought more deeply. He still needed to see whether the humans in this territory were friendly to goblins. But even if they weren't friendly, as long as the environment remained like this, enduring it would be fine. After leaving, Zhou Bai went next door to summon orc NPCs. Today's summons were still Tigerhead and Doghead people. Knowing orc stinginess, Zhou Bai told them to find O'Neill and Lucas at the military camp after dawn, then left. The earlier orc NPCs would teach them how to be qualified employees anyway. By this time, dawn was breaking. Zhou Bai quickened her pace home to catch up on sleep. She wondered when she wouldn't need to come personally to summon NPCs. When she woke up again, her parents were already gone. In the earliest days, she was still her parents' treasure. Now they were all busy with their own affairs. Complaining about this, Zhou Bai still smiled. In this strange apocalypse game, being able to find a suitable life was really quite good. After putting on her cold-resistant outfit, Zhou Bai went out. The moment the door opened, the bustling sounds from outside immediately reached her ears. It wasn't until they left the territory and no longer had human gazes focused on them that Dunlop and Victor gradually came back to their senses. "Lord, my lord, your territory doesn't seem to reject goblins?" Victor finally mustered the courage to ask Zhou Bai. "Why would we reject them?" Zhou Bai asked back. She indeed didn't know much about goblins, only having noticed them after Harrison mentioned their mining abilities. Seeing the confusion on Zhou Bai's face, Victor suddenly realized that they might not understand their situation. Was it because they didn't understand that they treated them so kindly? Would they still do so after knowing the truth? Victor suddenly didn't want to speak anymore. He was a bit afraid. Seeing Victor's silent appearance, Zhou Bai already had a guess in her heart and said directly, "Don't worry. In our territory, as long as you are our residents, everyone is treated equally and protected by our territorial rules. Even goblins are no exception. Stay here with peace of mind. If you can find mineral resources for our territory, you'll be great contributors." Hearing Zhou Bai's words, Victor was stunned. Treated equally. For goblins like them, this had always been an unattainable phrase, regardless of which race they faced. Even humans, even when they showed weakness now, had never looked up to goblins. In fact, they also captured goblins as slaves and mining slaves. Throughout the entire Stan continent, there was no territory for goblins. They hid everywhere. He had died in a mining accident. So hearing Zhou Bai's words at this moment, it was hard not to be moved. But would it really be true? "You'll be staying in our territory for a long time," Just wait and see, Bai said directly. No matter how many promises she made, it would be useless. Only after they truly experienced it would they believe it. She was temporarily confident in the territory under her management. Not only because she could establish rules, but also because everyone came from an equal society. They were fundamentally different from the humans of this world, and this was the source of her confidence. Victor listened to Bai's casual words, secretly glanced at her, and temporarily stopped talking. Anyway, he was hired to come here, and he would do his job well. Soon, Victor and Dunlop both took out their professional attitude and produced a tool. When the tool appeared, the pointer on it began to spin rapidly. Follow us, Victor said to Bai, already moving in one direction. Bai looked curiously at the tool in their hands and followed behind them. After a moment, as they moved forward, Bai behind them immediately recognized that this was the path to the cave. The cave was also one of the resource points. The magical beasts inside were magic snakes. After killing magic snakes, beast tendons would often drop, which was one of the raw materials for making bows and arrows. So the territory also had long-term purchase tasks with good prices, making this area quite popular with teams. As for Bai, she really detested the existence of snake-like creatures and was reluctant to come to this side. Moreover, she really hadn't expected that iron ore would exist in a place like a cave. As they got closer to the cave, the pointer in Victor's tool spun faster and faster and only rotated within a certain range. This made Victor and Dunlop more certain of one thing. There's iron ore nearby. It should be able to produce quite a lot of iron ore. Really? Bai asked with delight. Although she had made some guesses before, guesses were just guesses. Now that it was confirmed, how could she not be happy? Yes, Victor nodded seriously. In finding minerals, the goblin race rarely makes mistakes. This was their racial talent, but it was also the source of their clan's disasters. They didn't know whether having such talent was good or whether not having it would be better. Let's go. Let's determine the location, then we can send people to mine it, Bai said quickly. This way, the cost of making weapons and equipment for their territory could be reduced again. The three immediately quickened their pace. Just as they arrived at the cave resource point, they heard intense fighting sounds. Hiss 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 sounds echoed at the scene. Bai felt goosebumps all over her body. Looking over, she saw Li Xingting leading a team of shield soldiers in battle. Magic snakes moved agilely through the crowd, while shield soldiers held wooden shields in one hand and iron axes in the other, chopping away. Bai knew that many of Li Xingting's shield soldiers were actually swordsmen who had bought armor-piercing swords, but they were now using bronze weapons and shields. Bai immediately understood that they were training troops. Regarding Li Xingting, Bai had been impressed from the beginning. His dedication to work was definitely number one in the territory. While Bai was thinking, Li Xingting and his team had already noticed them. They were initially startled, but relaxed when they saw it was Bai, though their eyes lingered on Dunlop and Victor for a few extra moments. After dealing with the magic snakes surrounding them, Li Xingting broke away and came to Bai's side. Is it possible that the mineral resources are here? Obviously, after that announcement was posted, Li Xingting had seen it too. Unfortunately, he wasn't there at the time, otherwise he would have definitely taken the task. He didn't expect Bai to get it. What luck. Yes, they said it's right here. Congratulations. You've earned another 100 contribution points, Li Xingting said with some envy. He was also accumulating contribution points. Because he led soldiers to clear surrounding magical beasts, he could earn some every day, but still couldn't compare to Bai. He had a feeling that the village chief position would definitely belong to Bai, as her contribution points were truly far ahead. Fortunately, he now had other goals. He quite enjoyed leading a group of soldiers to fight magical beasts, perhaps he was used to it. So he decided not to compete for village chief and instead strive to become a military commander, which would also be pretty awesome. The most important thing is finding the mine. Although I don't know why the territory wants to find minerals, it's definitely good for the territory, Bai said. Yes, the better the territory, the better we live, Li Xingting said, his expression somewhat excited. After yesterday's batch of new residents joined, the territory should be able to upgrade, right? I wonder what it will be like after upgrading. I think it should upgrade after the snow stops. Dealing with beast tides will be easier then. I think so too. So these past few days I've been bringing the shield soldier team here daily to farm magical beasts, treating it as training. However, these past few days, I've clearly felt the magical beasts getting stronger. Although they're still level 9, their health has increased. Maybe they're constantly evolving along with the territory's strength. The numbers have also increased. Yesterday there were only 4 waves, but today there were 5, and each wave had more numbers. I don't know what the situation is like in other places. Listening, Zhou Bai's mind stirred. This was indeed an information point, but only teams fighting in this area would know. But what if everyone combined all their information? Thinking this, Zhou Bai spoke up. Maybe we can create our own information exchange platform, gathering encountered situations together so everyone has an idea in their hearts. How do you want to do it? Li Xingting asked with interest. Set up an information center in the territory. Information can be submitted, and others can access it. Those accessing it pay with copper coins, and the money can be distributed to information providers through the system trading method, ensuring transparency. Zhou Bai said her idea without hesitation. After listening, Li Xingting looked Zhou Bai up and down. You're plotting to become village chief, and you seem to have some ability. You must have put in a lot of effort privately. When I first met you, I knew you also had ambition. Hearing this, Zhou Bai fell silent. If she weren't the actual owner behind this territory, she would prefer to just lie back and relax. Her initial efforts on the first day were also to protect her own property. It could only be said to be a wonderful misunderstanding. Li Xingting didn't notice Zhou Bai's silence and continued, After we go back, you take the lead on this matter. You can use this to build your personal prestige, so you can better manage this territory after becoming village chief. I trust you. Mainly because he was now good friends with Zhou Zhengping, and Zhou Bai was Zhou Zhengping's daughter. Rather than letting others take over, it was naturally better to have someone familiar. All right, I'll do my best, Zhou Bai said. While the two were talking, Victor on the side was somewhat surprised. After all, they knew Zhou Bai was the lord, but now she still had to work to become village chief? Maybe she had some purpose. As for Dunlop, he had no idea what they were talking about, but he didn't take it to heart. He just needed to follow Victor and do his job. At this time, Li Xingting, having finished their discussion, also noticed the 2 goblin NPCs and greeted them with a smile. Please wait a moment. After we deal with the last wave, there won't be any magical beasts around here, and then you can search for minerals. All right. Victor responded somewhat awkwardly to Li Xingting's polite words. In a moment, the last wave of magical beasts was cleared. Victor and Dunlop went ahead, following the guidance of their tools, and stepped directly into the cave. Zhou Bai and Li Xingting's group followed them in. They also wanted to see what the iron ore was like. They hadn't forgotten that when they first changed jobs to become soldiers, they had a task to find materials themselves, and iron ore was one of the materials they needed to find. After winding around, the group entered the depths of the cave. At this point, the pointer in Victor's tool also stopped rotating. Seeing the pointer stop, Victor put away the search tool and took out a small iron pickaxe. He and Dunlop began tapping around the cave, here and there, even tasting stone powder. After their various attempts, finally, both of them began striking the same spot. Gradually, they dug out a small passage. When they struck again, a black stone gleaming with cold light fell down. Victor directly took the stone in his hands and presented it to Zhou Bai. My lord, this is iron ore. When Zhou Bai took the item in her hands, she also saw the information on it. Item: iron ore source. Iron mine function, main raw material for making weapons. The moment it was confirmed, Zhou Bai felt somewhat dazed. Iron ore was found just like that? Immediately, Zhou Bai also received a system notification. Dear host, iron ore resource point discovered within your territory range. Do you confirm to claim it as territorial property and prohibit individual mining? Yes. Individual mining has been prohibited. If mining is needed, you can set an access list. Seeing this notification, Jobai saw an additional iron mine map point appear on her territory map, with a settings tag beside it. Jobai didn't set it up for now. After returning, she would see who would be better to assign this task to. While Jobai was operating, Li Xingting enthusiastically stepped forward to try, but as soon as he started, he received a prohibition notification. This iron mine is Hope Village property. Private individuals cannot mine without permission. Li Xingting withdrew his hand. The territory acted too fast. Can't mine anymore. My task is complete. We should head back now. Do you want to come together? No, we'll change locations and continue killing magical beasts. Li Xingting said, then immediately led his team away with a clatter. After they left, Jobai looked at Dunlop and Victor. Let's go. We're returning to the territory. Don't I need to mine? Victor pursed his lips and asked. Yes, but not now. Your mineral finding task is already complete. Jobai said, directly giving each of them contribution points and a bonus. This is your reward for today. Victor and Dunlop looked at the contribution points and copper coins, both somewhat dazed. Just because they found mineral resources, they could get additional bonuses. Too incredible. On the return journey with Jobai, their expressions remained somewhat dazed. After returning to the territory, Jobai said to the two, "You can explore the territory on your own for now. When I need you, I'll tell you what to do through tasks." After speaking, Jobai left. Only Victor and Dunlop were left standing somewhat bewildered in place. No one restricted their movements, no one watched over them. In this territory, they were free. Victor, should we go home now? Dunlop looked around, his expression somewhat nervous, eager to retreat to a safe area. No, let's explore the territory. Victor said seriously, then looked at the bustling trading area not far away. Victor led Dunlop over. As soon as they arrived at the trading area, they instantly became the focus of everyone's attention. Goblin NPCs? So small. Another race. We've now seen undead, orcs, dwarves, goblins. I wonder what elves and dragons would look like. We'll gradually see them all. What do you want to buy? Do you need anything? Everyone discussed while the stall owners enthusiastically greeted the two. Taking a long breath in his heart, Victor looked at the samples displayed on various stalls and dragged Dunlop over. First was Meng Qingzhou's stall. 10 torches, 2 wooden buckets, 2 wooden basins, 2 wooden cups. Meng Qingzhou packaged the items together and said directly, 80 copper coins. Victor nervously paid the money, then received the items, completing the first transaction. With the first transaction, there came the second and third. Victor led Dunlop from stall to stall, buying what they needed when they encountered it. Throughout the entire process, they didn't encounter any problems. All humans treated them kindly and even gave them some free gifts. Finally, Victor came to Yun Juansai's stall. His gaze directly met 2 human children who were slightly shorter than them. Do you need anything? Yun Jia looked at Victor and the other, proactively asking. After doing business with Yun Junkai for half a day, his courage had been trained. No need, I'm just looking. Victor glanced at the stall, saw nothing he wanted to buy, and quickly waved his hand. No problem. Then Victor pulled Dunlop away. After leaving the trading area, his heart felt like it was stuffed full with something, as if something was about to burst out. Victor. Dunlop didn't often speak, but at this time, he spoke up. This place is quite nice. Hearing this, the corners of Victor's mouth turned up, and he nodded. Let's work hard and live well here. Then the two walked toward home with light steps. However, just in the residential area where they lived, they encountered O'Neill and Lucas. When they saw them, both were so frightened their legs went weak and they almost knelt down. There were actually orcs in this human territory. Orcs were the most ferocious. They also frequently captured goblins as mining slaves. Their entire bodies began to tremble lightly. O'Neill and Lucas saw these 2 undead goblins trembling with fear and quickly looked around. Seeing no one else, they breathed a sigh of relief. You two guys, don't be so timid. We're soldiers of the territory and won't randomly harm residents. O'Neill snorted lightly. Perhaps because they had performed well in their recent mission, they now had their own Orc Legion. He and Lucas each led a team. He now wanted to live well in this territory and didn't want to be misunderstood as bullying people, as that would damage their image. I understand. Dropping this sentence, Victor led Dunlop home with quick steps, then slammed the door shut with a bang. Looking at the tightly closed door, O'Neill snorted lightly. Really timid. Their status on the Stan continent is low. This is very normal. Lucas said casually. This Hope Village is really strange. Special building summoning can actually summon so many races. Among the undead, they can even recruit dwarves and goblins. O'Neill muttered. Whether it's Overlord Village or Hope Village, these humans are quite special. But comparatively speaking, Hope Village does better. Lucas said sincerely. Whether it was Overlord Village, Jade Creek Village, or Hope Village, these humans, even when afraid after learning their identities, feared their appearance and strength. When actually living together, knowing they wouldn't harm them, their attitude became very calm and equal. Initially, it felt uncomfortable, but after getting used to it, he quite liked this feeling. So even though this was a human territory, he could adapt very well. They don't know where they came from either. They probably aren't the humans from the Stan continent that we know. No matter where they came from, they're now people of the Stan continent and will face the complex situations of the entire Stan continent in the future. I don't know how far they can develop. From what they say, there are quite a few territories like this. In that case, wouldn't human territorial power rise? You're now living here. Who said they planned to develop long-term and were even willing to fight against Orc territories together? Just Hope Village. O'Neill huffed. I don't recognize other human territories. This place is quite special. Lucas sighed. Only here can we, as well as those weak goblins, live well. It's living, not just surviving. He felt that he was also beginning to like this place. On the other side, Dunlop and Victor, who had returned home, both took long breaths and then smiled at each other. So goblins really had the opportunity to live openly in human territories. No one dared to bully them. On Zhou Bai's side, she immediately sought out Meng Chengzhou. Is there something you need? Meng Chengzhou inquired. I came to ask for your help with something, Zhou Bai said. Use wood materials to help make a large bulletin board. A bulletin board? What will it be used for? Meng Chengzhou asked curiously. For territorial announcements. I hope everyone can exchange information with each other. Private job postings and such might also be posted on it. Zhou Bai didn't hide anything and spoke directly. This works. Although the territory has a bulletin board, most of it is purchase notices. Many information points aren't covered. Having a private one might have unexpected effects. Meng Chengzhou agreed. Leave this matter to me. I'll rush to make it for you as soon as possible. Thank you. Zhou Bai expressed her gratitude. Speaking of which, the territory now owed a lot to craftsmen like Meng Chengzhou, who directly made up for many deficiencies. Even as the Lord, she couldn't conjure up daily necessities out of thin air. No need to be polite. I'm just taking money to do work. Meng Chengzhou smiled. Besides, this is something beneficial to the territory and everyone. Only big shots like you can handle these things. If someone else did this, they probably couldn't suppress the territory's residents. Although it looked peaceful now, the private competition was also very intense. Competing for magical beasts, markets, resource points, there were many areas of competition. It wasn't that no one had thought about it, but not everyone could handle it. But Zhou Bai was different. She had strength and backing in Hope Village. If she took the lead, it would definitely work. Hearing the other party's words, Zhou Bai immediately understood his meaning. Speaking of which, with more people in the future, the territory would only become more complex. Her only advantage was being able to privately control the territory and strive to ensure she wouldn't abuse her power. Although it was normal, once addicted, it would be easy to not turn back. But with her personality, she felt she wouldn't. Thinking this, Bai continued, "By the way, there's another thing I need to trouble you with." "What?" "Have you ever tried papermaking? We'll need it for posting announcements on the bulletin board." "Simple ones will do," Bai tentatively asked. After Ming Qingzhou made it, she would reward him with contribution points, then have the territory issue some invention tasks. Some things from the real world were still very useful. Things that this world's magic couldn't solve. "I'll try. Making it should also have a good market." Ming Qingzhou's eyes immediately lit up. "Then I'll trouble you with both." "I should thank you for reminding me. I have another business I can develop." Ming Qingzhou responded, but his mind was thinking about paper-making materials. Simple materials like tree bark and bamboo were available near the territory, and then there were the tools for paper-making. He was a carpenter, so these things wouldn't be difficult for him. Seeing Ming Qingzhou lost in his own thoughts, Bai didn't disturb him and turned to prepare for the mining matter. For the mining personnel, she already had candidates in mind. Not others, but Yu Ziming and others who were still in the punishment phase. During their detention, they had contributed significantly to the territory's basic construction, but received no compensation. Additionally, their experience points only barely maintained, not dropping. While others gradually became professionals, they were still hovering around levels 7 and 8. From the last time she said she'd give them a chance until now, they had completed every task the territory assigned and showed no resentment on the surface. Let this be the final test. If they passed, she would let them stay in Hope Village. Thinking this, Bai went directly to the blacksmith shop. There were no customers in the blacksmith shop at the moment, only the sound of hammering from inside. Keep hammering. If you want to learn real skills, basics are essential. Don't stop even if your hands are sore. Those who can't endure can leave. Harrison's stern voice came from inside. Of the batch of apprentices chosen before, only 2 or 3 remained after studying until now. Being a blacksmith required talent, but also perseverance. Speaking of which, after noticing Bai's arrival, he told them to continue and Harrison came out from inside. "Is there something you need?" Harrison immediately understood that Bai wouldn't visit without reason. "I'm here to deliver iron ore and also need to custom order a batch of iron pickaxes, 30 of them. When can they be ready?" Bai said directly. "You found iron ore?" Harrison looked at Bai in surprise. The speed was really fast enough. "This morning I summoned 2 undead goblins. Their efficiency is high. The cost of equipment can also be lower in the future," Bai said happily. Saving money was the most worthy thing to be happy about. As time passed, more and more resources could be self-sufficient. Hearing this, Harrison directly hung iron pickaxes in the nearby product display. "When you asked me about iron ore last time, while training apprentices I had them make some. They should be sufficient." Bai looked and saw they were all bronze grade, indeed sufficient. "Thank you." She had just asked casually, but he had taken it to heart. This thoughtfulness was worth thanking. "I'm just doing what I should do," Harrison said gruffly. Bai smiled. This dwarf gentleman's personality was still awkward. After solving the tool problem, Bai left the blacksmith shop and went to the tailor shop. Seeing her enter, Diana said directly, "Here to buy orange equipment again?" "I don't have any ready-made ones now. If you want them, you'll have to wait." "Not this time. I want to custom order some mining clothes, 30 sets. They need to be sturdy and wear-resistant," Bai said. "Mining clothes." Diana was somewhat puzzled, but didn't ask much. "No problem. Give me 2 days." "Thank you." After preparing the equipment, Bai went to find Yu Ziming and his group. At this time, they were building houses in the territory's construction area under NPC supervision. Seeing Bai approach, Yu Ziming and the others immediately became nervous. During this period, Bai had appeared several times, each time bringing them new tasks. Although the tasks weren't difficult, they were always worried about making mistakes. "There's a new task for you," Bai said directly. "Mining task. Are you willing to take it?" "We're willing," Yu Ziming immediately responded. The others also nodded quickly. "This mining task is different from previous ones. You'll need to go to a cave outside the territory. There are magical beasts there, but they've been cleared. However, you'll still need to be careful. The task duration is 1 week. During this week, you need to mine a certain amount of iron ore. If you complete it, your punishment period will end, and you can become official residents of Hope Village. Hearing Jobai's words, Yu Ziming and the others' eyes immediately lit up. Finally, they could end this punishment period. We'll definitely complete the task, Yu Ziming said firmly. Good. Tomorrow morning, gather at the territory entrance. I'll take you to the mining location and explain the specific requirements, Jobai said. Understood. After arranging the mining matter, Jobai returned to her residence. Tomorrow would be busy. She needed to take them to the mining site, explain the work requirements, and set up the mining operation. But before that, she needed to check the territory's current status. Opening the territory interface, Jobai saw that the population had indeed reached the upgrade requirement. Territory, Hope Village level, 1 a population, 998/1000 area, 1000 acres upgrade requirements, population 1000, stability 80, prosperity 70, current status, population 998, stability 85, prosperity 75, just 2 more people and they could upgrade. Jobai was somewhat excited. The territory upgrade would bring many benefits. Larger area, more building options, higher population capacity. She decided to post a recruitment notice tomorrow to attract the last 2 residents needed for the upgrade. The next morning, Jobai woke up to find that the snow had finally stopped. The weather had cleared and sunlight streamed through the windows, making everything look bright and hopeful. More importantly, she received a system notification as soon as she woke up. Congratulations! Your territory population has reached 1000. All upgrade requirements have been met. Do you wish to upgrade Hope Village to level 2? Jobai was momentarily stunned. When did they reach 1000 people? Checking the territory status, she saw that 2 more NPCs had been automatically generated overnight, bringing the total to exactly 1000. Yes, upgrade, Jobai said without hesitation. Territory upgrade in progress. Please wait. Upgrade complete. Territory, Hope Village level, 2 population, 1000/5000 area, 2000 acres. New buildings unlocked, warehouse, farmland, advanced workshops, existing buildings upgraded. All buildings have been enhanced. Jobai felt a surge of excitement as she saw the changes. The territory had doubled in size, and the population capacity had increased 5-fold. She quickly opened the building interface to see what new options were available. Warehouse, large storage facility for resources and goods. Increases storage capacity by 500%. Farmland. Agricultural plots for growing crops. Can support larger population with food production. Advanced workshops, upgraded crafting facilities with better efficiency and new recipes. Without hesitation, Jobai began placing the new buildings. She positioned the warehouse near the trading area for easy access, placed farmland in the expanded territory area where the soil looked fertile, and upgraded the existing workshops. As the buildings materialized, she could see the territory transforming before her eyes. The expanded area was automatically filled with appropriate terrain, forests, grasslands, and even a small stream. After completing the building placement, Jobai headed to the territory center to post recruitment notices. At the bulletin board, she wrote several announcements. Recruitment notice: Hope Village is seeking skilled individuals for the following positions: warehouse manager. Organize and manage territorial resources farm supervisor. Oversee agricultural operations construction foreman. Lead building projects mining supervisor. Manage mining operations traders. Expand commercial activities competitive compensation and contribution points offered. Apply at the Territory Administration Office. As she finished posting the notices, residents began gathering around the bulletin board, reading with excitement. Level 2 Village. We actually made it. Look at how much bigger the territory is now. Those new buildings look amazing. I want to apply for the warehouse manager position. The excitement was infectious. Zhou Bai could see the pride and confidence in everyone's faces. Li Xingting approached her with a big grin. Congratulations, Zhou Bai. This is incredible. I've heard that most territories struggle to reach level 2 within their first year, but we did it in just a few months. It's thanks to everyone's hard work, Zhou Bai replied modestly. But this is just the beginning. With level 2, we can support 5,000 people and have much better defenses against beast tides. Speaking of which, Li Xingting said, I've been thinking about the next beast tide. With our upgraded defenses and larger territory, we should be able to handle much stronger attacks. Maybe we can even start actively hunting magical beasts for resources instead of just defending. Zhou Bai nodded. That's a good point. We should start planning offensive strategies. With more space and resources, we can support larger military units. As they talked, more residents gathered around them. The atmosphere was celebratory, but also determined. Village Chief Zhou called out Meng Chengzhou, approaching with his completed bulletin board. I finished this just in time for the upgrade. Where would you like me to install it? Perfect timing, Zhou Bai said. Let's put it near the trading area, where everyone can easily access it. As Meng Chengzhou set up the bulletin board, other residents began discussing the territory's future. With farmland, we won't have to rely so much on hunting for food, said one of the cooks. The warehouse will make trading so much more efficient, added a merchant. I heard other territories are still struggling with basic survival, commented another resident. We're really fortunate to be here. Zhou Bai listened to the conversations with satisfaction. The sense of community and shared purpose was exactly what she had hoped to build. Later that day, she took Yu Ziming and his group to the mining site as planned. The cave entrance had been cleared of magical beasts and the iron ore vein was easily accessible. This is your final test, Zhou Bai told them. Mine diligently, work together, and prove that you deserve to be permanent residents of Hope Village. The equipment and supplies are all provided. I expect regular progress reports. Yu Ziming nodded seriously. We won't let you down. This opportunity means everything to us. As Zhou Bai watched them begin their work, she felt confident about the territory's future. Hope Village was no longer just surviving, it was thriving. The upgrade to level 2 marked a new chapter. With expanded territory, better buildings, and a growing population, they were well-positioned to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Most importantly, the inclusive culture they had built, where goblins, orcs, dwarves, and humans all lived as equals, was proving to be their greatest strength. Other territories might have more resources or stronger individual fighters, but Hope Village had something more valuable: unity and mutual respect. As the sun set on their first day as a level 2 village, Zhou Bai looked out over the expanded territory with pride. They had come so far from those early desperate days, and the future looked brighter than ever. The residents were right to be confident. Whatever challenges came next, Hope Village was ready. After Zhou Bai returned home, she once again faced her mother's loving roar. Do you dare to take such risks again? Ding Qiro asked sternly. Although she hadn't gone out to fight, she had been doing logistics and security work on the city wall, watching Zhou Bai's dangerous actions with complete clarity. I won't dare. Zhou Bai immediately promised, though she still defended herself. I had already planned to use magic to construct a protective shield for myself. Even if my own attack wasn't enough, there was still Bear's. I could already sense his magical fluctuations beside me, really. Hearing Zhou Bai's explanation, Ding Qiro's expression softened considerably. You don't know how scared I was at that moment. No matter what the cost, I only hoped you would be safe. This was a mother's selfishness. I know, Zhou Bai promised earnestly. Really? Really? Just as Ding Qiro was about to let the matter go, Zhou Zhengping returned home with a dark expression. Zhou Bai, she had no choice but to repeat the same explanation once more. Zhou Zhengping looked at her deeply, then said, I know you have many considerations. I just hope that when you make decisions in the future, you'll think more about your mother and me. We don't hope for you to achieve great things, we just hope you can always live well. And then, Zhou Bai's response was extremely firm. But I still have to praise you. You did very well. building the territory excellently. Finally, Zhou Zhenping still gave Zhou Bai proper praise. Looking at everyone's performance during today's Beast Tide, he felt truly gratified. He still remembered the scene from the last Beast Tide when his daughter had cried. He knew that from that moment on, his daughter had begun to change. And now, her efforts had finally been rewarded. He was proud of her. Suddenly hearing Zhou Zhenping's words, Zhou Bai's eyes reddened slightly. If her father hadn't said anything, she wouldn't have felt anything, but when he spoke like this, she didn't know why she wanted to cry. Zhou Zhenping said nothing, just reached out and patted her head. Silent comfort. Everything was understood without words. After Zhou Bai's emotions settled, Ding Qiro said directly, "All right, it's getting late. Hurry up and wash up before resting." "Aren't you going to ask about the territory's gains this time?" Zhou Bai asked. Previously, they would always mention it. "No need, you can decide for yourself," Zhou Zhenping declined. Since she was doing well, they shouldn't influence her with their thoughts. After all, personal opinions always carry personal bias, sometimes without even realizing it. The best approach was not to interfere. "But if you need our opinion, you can ask us," Zhou Zhenping added. He wouldn't interfere when his daughter didn't need help, but if she did need help, they would support her without hesitation. And then, Zhou Bai understood Zhou Zhenping's meaning and nodded. Her heart felt warm. Having such family members was truly wonderful. A moment later, Zhou Bai returned to her room, lay on her bed, and opened the Lord control panel. Her first focus was still on the several buildings obtained this time. First were the special buildings. Last time, through special buildings, she had obtained the Hero Hall, which laid a solid foundation for her territory's development. What would she get this time? Under Zhou Bai's nervous anticipation, the building appeared. "Dear host, congratulations, you have drawn special building, hospital level, 1 function, provides medical services. Note, as a special building, it can increase the probability of summoning healers from the Hero Hall. Dear host, would you like to spend 100 gold coins, 20,000 wood, and 40,000 stone to build the hospital?" It was actually a hospital? Zhou Bai felt surprised and delighted. During today's battle, she had immediately felt the pressure on medical treatment. So far, the territory only had Daniel and Sha Mingjie, who had chosen the medic path when becoming a soldier. Among them, only Daniel had enough magic power to support treating multiple people. Sha Mingjie wasn't at that level yet. Supporting one squad was already stretching him thin. In this situation, the hospital's existence became extremely necessary. Whether physical or magical, the hospital could provide treatment for the territory's residents, forming a complete system. Once again, it perfectly matched her needs. Therefore, without much thought, Zhou Bai chose yes, then placed the hospital to the right of the military camp, close to the city gate, so if there were wounded outside, they could receive help as quickly as possible. After placement, it was time for the selectable buildings. This time there were 4. Zhou Bai's eyes were full of anticipation. Looking at the unlockable buildings, several new ones appeared, with obvious functional changes. Water well, can extract groundwater, requires 10 gold coins and various materials, can be built repeatedly. Tavern. Mercenaries' favorite place. Only territories with taverns can attract mercenaries, requires 10 gold coins and various materials. Breeding farm, a place to domesticate and centrally raise and breed a certain number of magical beasts, requires 10 gold coins and various materials. Woodworking shop, workshop mainly for processing wood, requires 10 gold coins and various materials. Commercial street, place for commercial activities, building 1 street block, requires 20 gold coins and various materials. She looked at several that interested her. Actually, from the newly unlockable buildings this time, Zhou Bai's previous idea became increasingly clear. Soon, she had made up her mind. She directly unlocked the water well, tavern, breeding farm, and commercial street. The woodworking shop had been abandoned by her in favor of the blacksmith shop initially, and now that it could be unlocked, It was abandoned again for practical reasons, especially since the territory had Mengchengzhou. This person had developed diverse wood-based products, and the territory had already defaulted to finding Mengchengzhou for any woodworking needs. Moreover, he had developed his craft into a business, hiring many idle people in the territory. In this situation, the woodworking shop became redundant. With that money, she'd rather spend it on other buildings. Would you like to spend 10 gold coins and 500 units of stone to unlock the water well? Would you like to, after Zhou Bai made her selections, for miniature building models appeared before the Lord panel. The commercial street was a 2-story shop, but this shop could be built repeatedly, costing only some material fees. Soon, Zhou Bai began selecting suitable locations for them. Water wells. She placed one directly at the dining hall, then one each in the human residential area and NPC area. Breeding farm. The initial size was also calculated in acres. Zhou Bai directly unlocked 10 acres, placing it next to the previously unlocked farmland. Tavern. A 3-story building with complete facilities. The first floor hall was a public area, while the upper 2 floors were rooms, divided into single rooms, double rooms, and 4-person rooms. Each floor had 10 rooms, obviously expandable later. Zhou Bai placed it on the other side of the city gate, opposite the military camp, to provide visitor accommodation conveniently. As for the commercial street, Zhou Bai once again used it as a facade. Starting from the right side of the tavern, following the main road, she laid out the first row, then turned a corner before reaching the trading area, forming another row. After placement, Zhou Bai confirmed everything. Once confirmed, rows of buildings appeared throughout the territory. Currently, as long as you weren't using an overhead view and were actually in the territory, you definitely wouldn't feel the territory was empty anymore. It even had preliminary functional zones. Such territorial configuration would be sufficient for the coming period. After setting up the buildings, there was the pricing issue for each building's functions. Although the water wells were for residents' convenience and as insurance against possible drought, they couldn't be free. She'd charge by the bucket, 1 copper coin per bucket of water. The tavern rooms would use their initial pricing. Currently, there probably wouldn't be any guests for a while. However, at the counter in the first floor hall, a beer had automatically appeared. The shops, these were all prime locations. She would only rent, not sell for now. She'd consider selling second-row locations later. After setting everything up, looking at these buildings, Zhou Bai felt quite satisfied. When her mood relaxed, she couldn't help thinking of her previous dreams. At this moment, she really felt she was born to be a landlady. Before the apocalypse she was one, and in the apocalypse game, she continued being one through the territory. Chuckling and shaking her head, Zhou Bai began planning the territory's next development phase. Now the territory had over 1,000 people. The more people, the more things would happen, and there needed to be managers. Organizational departments had to be established so that future population expansion wouldn't cause chaos. Organizational structure planning would go to Bayer and the others. Second and third floor department planning of the Lord's mansion would go to the construction team. Hospital matters would go to Daniel. Road paving outside the territory would go to the beast folk NPCs. Military camp, oh right, the iron mine. Have them try mining at the iron mine to see if they could unlock that soldier gift package. After planning everything out, Zhou Bai issued the orders, then yawned and went to sleep. She was somewhat looking forward to the residents' reactions when they saw the territory's transformation tomorrow. The next day, the 30th day since the Apocalypse Game's arrival. Last night, many people had gone to sleep smiling. The great victory over the Beast Tide not only allowed many of them to accumulate substantial territory contribution points, but more importantly, the double experience from killing magical beasts allowed many residents stuck at the level 9 threshold to reach level 10 in one go, successfully becoming professionals. Besides that, the rewards also made their pockets fuller. In such circumstances, no one would be unhappy. When they woke up in the morning, their good mood continued. Some who had gathered 500 contribution points prepared to go to the military camp to exchange for soldier status. Some with jobs happily prepared to go to work. Some with excess resources prepared to go to the Lord's mansion to exchange resources for copper coins. Some who had struggled for a month prepared to rest well today, wandering around the territory at leisure. These people, the moment they stepped out of their homes, were stunned by the completely transformed territory. Was this still their territory? Many people rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Holy shit! The territory has completely changed. How did so many buildings suddenly appear? Identical ones, what are they? They look like shops. Let's go explore the territory. My god. There's another row here too, going directly from here to the city gate. The whole territory really looks much more substantial now. It's become high class. Haha, look, the shops are just facades, they're all empty inside. Even so, the territory looks much better. At least if you don't look closely, I'd think our territory was a prosperous town. Seems like the territory heard our complaints. We were just saying it was ugly yesterday. Yesterday it was bare and ugly, today it's dressed up. Let's keep looking ahead. I think the changes are definitely more than just this. Yesterday's upgrade, today's changes. The territory is really getting better and better. Yes, I can't even remember what it looked like initially. There's a hospital next to the military camp. And a tavern near the city gate. It even sells beer inside. Can we finally drink alcohol? I want to buy some. I want to drink too. I've been craving it. The territory buzzed with discussion, everyone enthusiastically talking about Hope Village's changes. Among these different voices, what was similar was the joy hidden in their tones. A territory that kept getting better was too damn precious. After getting excited about the territory's changes, many people's emotions gradually calmed down. As the territory became better and better, they too had to strive to become better. Because there had been a first beast tide and a second beast tide, there would be a third, fourth, and countless more. None of them wanted to helplessly watch people around them die or become displaced after the territory was breached. Subsequently, most people still acted according to their original plans. Military camp. Several people who had gathered enough 500 contribution points arrived at the military camp together. Upon reaching the entrance, someone guided them inside. Actually, there weren't many people at the military camp today. The few who remained were temporarily arranged by Bayer after receiving Joe Bai's mission. Suchingi was one of those left behind. After all, compared to others who needed materials to make weapons and clothes, he had chosen to be a strategist, with system-provided guides that only required his own study and practice to gradually accumulate experience, one step fewer than others. As for the remaining few, they were those who had initially chosen cavalry. These few hadn't found their most important mounts yet, so they also stayed as guards. At this time, the several people entering the military camp began the normal application process. Soon, all of them successfully completed their job changes, choosing corresponding military branches according to their usual combat habits, and also received system-rewarded soldier gift packages. This shield soldier uniform blueprint and shield blueprint are both here, but we need to find materials ourselves. Have you found them? After reading, a new soldier asked Suchingi. My job change direction is strategist. I've already gathered the materials for the strategist uniform. As for you all, you're also lucky. The territory has most materials, and the most crucial material is now available too. Suchingi smiled. What is it? You're really lucky. Previously there was no solution, but now there is. Suchingi explained. Weapons require iron ore. The territory now has an iron mine. Later, you can go to the cave area, pay some money to the goblin NPCs, let them give you a chance to mine a few iron ore pieces, then submit the mission. Everyone's not here today because they want to do this. From now on, report to the territory at 7 a.m. daily. Rest time depends on circumstances. For leave, work 5 days, rest 1 day. If you need time off, ask your squad leader directly. No more than 3 times per month. The infantry squad leader is Zhou Zhangping. The shield soldier squad leader is currently Li Xingting, who also manages the cavalry squad, and the archer squad leader is Chao Jingshan. They all have titles in the territory. You should recognize them, understood? The few responded crisply. They didn't complain about having to pay money to mine iron ore. After living in Hope Village for a while, everyone could see the territory's approach, everything according to rules. Want more? One phrase. Do it yourself. Those who tried to take shortcuts could look at Yu Ziming and his group's fate. They were among the earliest to come to Hope Village, but their levels now lagged far behind. Now they had to mine for the territory for free. Seeing them leave early and return late every day, who wouldn't mutter pitiful in their hearts? Besides them, every time the territory welcomed a new batch of people, there would always be one or two who made mistakes, basically getting locked up for a day or two. Anyway, those who came out never made the same mistakes again. No one wanted to stay in a place watching their experience points continuously drop. Because of these people, the territory's rules and regulations were becoming increasingly comprehensive. Thinking this, after leaving the military camp, the group headed directly out of the territory toward the cave. After they left, more people entered the military camp, and Su Qingyi began a new round of recruitment. Dining hall. The territory has added many shops. If they open, the territory should become very lively. Just don't know if it'll affect the dining hall's business. There will only be more and more people in the future, and as long as our food tastes good, business won't be bad. Who wouldn't eat cheap and delicious meals? Speaking of which, the tavern has beer now. We can make another dish with a different flavor. Let's buy some to try later. Speaking of which, I discovered soybeans in the dining hall's ingredient storage these past 2 days. I know how to make soy sauce with soybeans. You have the skill, hurry up and make it. Once made, not only can the dining hall buy it, you can sell it too. Then your life in the territory will be even more worry-free. Exactly. Crafts are so valuable now. That Meng Chuzhou, when the level 3 residences came out, immediately bought one. He now has 3 houses, living more comfortably than those professionals. Alright, I'll try it. Speaking of this, I can try too. I can make soybean paste. Those with skills should hurry up and start. Improving life depends on you all. Several dining hall staff members laughed out loud, their expressions indescribably relaxed. Although most of them were either too old, too timid to venture out, or lacked combat talent, in Hope Village they could still live well with their own hands. Tailor shop. Give me an orange equipment backpack. Damn it, I've been reluctant to buy one, but now I finally have money. I must get one. I want special weather equipment. Expensive is fine, I can definitely earn it back. I want to buy new clothes. I want to buy leather armor. A group of people came in, each speaking their requests. Diana looked at this group who were exactly like the previous group, gritting their teeth yet joyful, and said calmly, if there's no stock upstairs, there just isn't any. You'll have to wait until tomorrow. Damn. A bunch of beasts so fast. Oh no, the blacksmith shop. They swarmed out. Watching their figures, Diana shook her head, though her lips curved slightly upward. This Hope Village really had vitality. And it had taken another big step forward. When this group went to the blacksmith shop, they encountered a similar situation. Items were mostly sold out, they could only wait. Many people experienced for the first time the feeling of having money but nowhere to spend it. But soon they could, as the territory had opened a commercial street. In the future, there would definitely be more than just these few official territory shops. When they had time off, they'd definitely have places to spend money. Lord's Mansion. The first floor hall still focused on registration and announcements. Different from before, the stairs between the first and second floors were officially open, and hammering sounds continuously came from the second floor. What are they doing upstairs? Renovating. Remember the construction workers hired yesterday? They started work today, renovating the second and third floors of the Lord's Mansion, planning different offices. For what? Of course, for handling territorial affairs. What territorial affairs does the territory have? Of course, like the military camp, those shops, the farmland, the prison, even the territory's future order maintenance, all need departmental management, right? You know quite a lot. Hehe, I studied sociology in university. With the territory developed to this point, it's normal for different departments to form as the structure gradually builds up. I thought of this when contribution points could be exchanged for positions last time. So you're waiting for the bulletin board now. Hehe. Others immediately understood. Those staying in the first floor hall now, besides people selling resources, were those preparing to apply for jobs. The territory now had over 1,000 people, with over 600 professionals. This group mainly consisted of combat personnel whose goals were leveling up and improving strength, so they mostly operated outside. Among the remaining personnel, many leaned toward lifestyle and support professions. They could also level up to become professionals, just slightly slower. Therefore, they preferred working within the territory. Yesterday's territory upgrade added farmland and warehouses, hiring quite a few personnel. Today, with so many new buildings, there would only be more hiring, not less. For many people focusing on the territory, this was an opportunity they naturally wouldn't miss. At this moment, Meng Chengzhou also heard the conversation between those few people. He also belonged to those willing to stay in the territory. Although he was currently level 9, he already had several craftsman skills like dismantling, scrapping, and forging. Moreover, he was just one step away from level 10, so he didn't think staying in the territory was bad. Speaking of wealthy people in the territory, he believed he could rank among the top. However, what he was interested in wasn't territorial positions, but those street-side shops. During this period, he'd been selling various wooden products and understood the profits involved. If he occupied a well-positioned shop, he might more easily capture a larger market in the future. After staying at the Lord's mansion for a while and chatting with others, confirming that most people were there for positions, he directly left to return to his workshop. Anyway, he had his eye on several locations. He could rent any one of them later. Returning to his workshop, he patiently worked on the bulletin board Zhou Bai had previously commissioned. He had a premonition that after completing this bulletin board, he might be able to advance. If he could advance and become a true craftsman, he felt he might be able to create leveled equipment. Then having a shop would be even more beneficial. For a woodworker, the most important quality was patience. Carefully installing the last pillar of the bulletin board, it was finally complete. The moment it was finished, he received a system notification. Congratulations, host, you have reached level 10, unlocking professions. Detecting host qualifications, detection complete. Host can choose professions, physical system, craftsman, magic system, mage, please choose. Note, below level 20, maximum 2 professions allowed. Friendly reminder, focusing on one profession is better. Seeing this message, Meng Chengzhou took a long breath. Finally becoming a professional. The next moment, Meng Chengzhou unhesitatingly chose to unlock both professions. Although he would focus on craftsman, he couldn't abandon his magical talent. What made Meng Chengzhou even happier was yet to come. The bulletin board he had just made had actually become leveled equipment. Congratulations, host, you have successfully crafted equipment bulletin board, experience plus 10, woodworking proficiency plus 1. Item, bulletin board description. Bronze equipment, after binding, owner can freely post announcements. Seeing this description, even Meng Chengzhou himself was surprised. After being stunned, he immediately became excited. Right away, collecting this equipment, Meng Chengzhou began searching the territory for Zhou Bai. On Zhou Bai's side, upon waking she received notifications that the tasks issued last night were in progress. Seeing these notifications and knowing that territory residents had probably all discovered the territory's changes, Zhou Bai hurriedly began formally editing recruitment announcements for the new buildings. This recruitment announcement was more like a declaration, formally announcing that the territory's development had entered the next phase. Recruiting medical experience workers, 60 silver coins/month, with commission. Recruiting tavern manager, 30 silver coins/month with commission. Shop rental, 60 silver coins/month to 1 gold coin/month per unit, 3-month contract period. Recruiting breeding personnel, 30 silver coins/month with commission. Recruiting various office personnel, contribution points above 500. After posting, Jobai had completed the territory's official business and prepared to go out and live her personal life. But just then, a notification came from the panel. Dear host, resident Meng Qingzhou requests entry allow. Meng Qingzhou? Jobai was somewhat surprised. What was he looking for her for? But she still chose to allow it. Soon, Meng Qingzhou appeared in the Lord's mansion hall, and upon seeing Jobai, his face immediately showed excitement. Lord, I've completed the bulletin board you commissioned. Meng Qingzhou said excitedly, then took out the bulletin board from his backpack. Jobai looked at the bulletin board in Meng Qingzhou's hands and was also somewhat surprised. Because this bulletin board looked much more exquisite than she had imagined, and more importantly, she could sense that this bulletin board had a certain special aura. Item: Bulletin board description. Bronze equipment. After binding, owner can freely post announcements. Seeing this description, Jobai was truly surprised. Bronze equipment. This was the first piece of bronze equipment in the territory. And it was made by Meng Qingzhou. Very good. Jobai praised without hesitation. This bulletin board exceeds my expectations. Hearing Jobai's praise, Meng Qingzhou's face showed even more excitement. Lord, I just advanced to become a professional, and I can choose both craftsman and mage professions. Meng Qingzhou reported excitedly. Congratulations. Jobai said sincerely. She knew this meant that Meng Qingzhou had become the territory's first non-combat professional. This was very meaningful for the territory's development. Lord, I have a request, Meng Qingzhou said somewhat nervously. Speak. I want to rent one of those shops on the commercial street, Meng Qingzhou said. Of course, Jobai agreed without hesitation. You can choose any location you want. Thank you, Lord. Meng Qingzhou said gratefully. After Meng Qingzhou left, Jobai held the bulletin board, thinking. Meng Qingzhou's advancement made her realize something. In this apocalypse game, perhaps everyone had magical talent. It's just that some people discovered it earlier, some later. And some people, perhaps because they were too focused on combat, ignored their other talents. Thinking of this, Jobai decided to add some content to the bulletin board to encourage residents to explore their various talents. She bound the bulletin board, then began editing the first announcement. Hope Village Bulletin Board First Announcement. Congratulations to resident Meng Qingzhou for becoming the territory's first non-combat professional and successfully crafting the first bronze equipment. The territory encourages all residents to explore their various talents, not limited to combat. The territory will provide various support for residents who discover new products and skills. Specific rewards. Discover new food products, reward 10 silver coins. Discover new craft products, reward 20 silver coins. Discover new magical applications, reward 50 silver coins. Hope Village will become better because of everyone's efforts. After editing, Jobai placed the bulletin board in the center of the first floor hall. The moment the bulletin board was placed, it immediately attracted the attention of all residents in the hall. Bulletin board? What's this? Look, there's an announcement on it. Meng Qingzhou made bronze equipment? Amazing! There are rewards for discovering new products and skills. I know how to make noodles, does that count? I can make pickles. I can make wine. The hall immediately became lively, with everyone discussing excitedly. Jobai looked at everyone's reactions with satisfaction. This was exactly the effect she wanted. The territory needed not just combat power, but also various lifestyle skills. Only this way could the territory truly develop and grow. After Jobai set up the bulletin board, the Lord's Mansion Hall became the territory's most popular place. Everyone wanted to see what new announcements appeared on the bulletin board, and more importantly, they wanted to know how to get those rewards. Lord, I want to try making soy sauce. Can I get materials from the territory? A middle-aged woman asked Jobai. Of course, Jobai nodded. The territory will provide basic materials. If you succeed, not only will you get the reward, but the territory will also purchase your products. Great. I'll start right away. The woman left excitedly. Similar conversations happened continuously. Jobai found that many residents had various traditional skills, but they had never had the opportunity to display them before. Now, with the bulletin board's encouragement and reward system, these hidden talents began to emerge. Lord, I can make traditional fermented bean paste. Lord, I know how to make tofu. Lord, I can brew rice wine. Lord, I know how to make various pickles. Jobai patiently listened to everyone's requests and provided support as much as possible. She realized that this was not just about developing the territory's economy, but more importantly, it was about giving every resident a sense of value and belonging. In the apocalypse, not everyone could become a powerful warrior, but everyone could contribute to the community in their own way. As time passed, Jobai began receiving various system notifications. Congratulations, host. Resident Lime has successfully developed new product, soy sauce, gaining 50 territory contribution points, 10 silver coins reward. Congratulations, host. Resident Wang Chang has successfully developed new product, fermented bean paste, gaining 50 territory contribution points, 10 silver coins reward. Congratulations, host. Resident Zhang San has successfully developed new product, tofu, gaining 50 territory contribution points, 10 silver coins reward. In just one afternoon, Jobai received over a dozen such notifications. This made her both surprised and delighted. Surprised because she hadn't expected so many residents to have these skills. Delighted because this meant the territory's economic diversity was rapidly developing. These new products not only enriched the residents' lives, but also provided the territory with more trade goods. More importantly, these successful cases inspired more residents. Look, Li Mei really made soy sauce and got the reward. Wang Cheng's fermented bean paste smells so good. I want to try making something too. What can I make? I need to think carefully. The territory's atmosphere became increasingly active, with everyone discussing what they could contribute. Jobai looked at this scene with great satisfaction. This was the Hope Village she wanted to see, not just a place for survival, but a thriving community where everyone could find their value. In the evening, Jobai received a summary report from Bayer. Lord, today's recruitment went very smoothly. The hospital recruited 2 people with medical experience, the tavern recruited a manager, the breeding farm recruited 3 people, and 5 shops on the commercial street were rented out. Very good, Jobai nodded with satisfaction. Also, Bayer continued, many residents are asking if they can learn new skills. They hope the territory can provide some training opportunities. Jobai thought for a moment, then said, this is a good suggestion. We can consider setting up a skill training center in the future, allowing residents to learn from each other. I think that's an excellent idea, Bayer agreed. Also, I noticed that many residents are very enthusiastic about developing new products. We should establish a proper evaluation and reward system to ensure fairness and encourage innovation. I'll arrange that, Bayer nodded. After Bayer left, Jobai stood by the window, looking out at the bustling territory. The commercial street was lit up, residents were coming and going, and the whole territory was full of vitality. This was no longer the empty, survival-focused settlement it had been just a month ago. Now it was a thriving community with diverse economy, various professions, and most importantly, hope for the future. Jobai smiled with satisfaction. Hope Village was truly living up to its name. As night fell, Jobai received one final notification that made her particularly happy. Congratulations, host. Your territory has achieved economic diversification milestone. Territory prosperity plus 20, resident satisfaction plus 15, unlocking new building options. Looking at this notification, Jobai felt a deep sense of accomplishment. The territory had come so far from those early desperate days. Now, with over 1,000 residents, diverse economy, strong defenses, and most importantly, a community spirit where everyone contributed according to their abilities, Hope Village had truly become a beacon of hope in the apocalyptic world. And this was just the beginning. Bai was confident that with everyone's efforts, Hope Village would continue to grow and prosper, becoming not just a place of survival, but a place where people could truly live and thrive. As she prepared for bed, Bai couldn't help but smile thinking about tomorrow. What new talents would emerge? What new products would be developed? What new challenges and opportunities would arise? Whatever came, she was ready. Hope Village was ready. They had built something truly special together, and nothing could stop them now. The territory that had started as a desperate refuge had become a thriving community, and Bai knew that the best was yet to come. With residents discovering their hidden talents, the economy diversifying rapidly, and the community spirit stronger than ever, Hope Village was no longer just surviving the apocalypse, it was thriving in spite of it. And that, Bai thought as she drifted off to sleep, was the most precious thing of all. After observing what the residents had been working on for a while, Bai withdrew her attention. She hadn't forgotten that craftsmanship was just one aspect. Other tasks were equally important. Looking around, she noticed many people frequently checking their panels, waiting for notifications. Bai began operating directly on her control panel. At this point, everyone who wanted to apply for the recruitment tasks had already done so. It was time to finalize the lists. First item, medical experience workers. Bai pulled up the system-provided list. Most applicants had medical talent, and several were even professionals, though their open professions were mages rather than physicians. Thinking about how levels 9 to 10 required constantly gaining combat experience to acquire skills, Bai suspected that special professions like physician couldn't be unlocked just by having talent. They also needed accumulation. Bai directly selected the top-ranked candidates. Second item, tavern manager. The system's top recommendation was a girl named Tang Shirlu, a professional with dual classes, mercenary and mage. Her stats were exceptionally strong. Such data was comparable to many soldiers in the military unit. Clearly, this was a very dedicated girl. Unexpectedly, as a professional who could gain greater value by venturing outside, she had chosen to apply for this position. After some thought, Bai still selected her. Such a girl, she thought, would succeed at whatever she did. Third item, shop rentals. This didn't require her handling, but Bai still checked the rental situation. Originally, Bai thought shop rentals would be relatively slow, but to her surprise, 5 out of the 50 constructed shops had already been rented, including 3 prime locations that cost 1 gold coin per month in rent. She could understand Meng Chengzhou's involvement since his business was already established, but the others were quite unexpected. It seemed the territory had hidden talents. She could look forward to seeing how they would use their shops. Fourth item, breeding personnel, selected according to system recommendations. Fifth item, office staff, also selected according to system recommendations. After all, if they proved unreliable later, replacements could be made. After processing everything, the selected candidates received notifications one after another. Congratulations, host. You have been successfully hired. Please report to the undead NPC Dennis at the hospital. Congratulations, host. You have been successfully hired. Please proceed to the tavern for official employment. Congratulations, host. You have been successfully hired. Please report to the sheep-headed NPC Aina at the breeding farm. Congratulations, host. You have been successfully hired. Please pay attention to official working hours at the Lord's Manor. Immediately, some people on site couldn't contain their excitement. I made it. I got hired. I received notification too. I'm going to the hospital. I'm also assigned to the hospital. Let's go together. You studied sociology, did you get in? Yes. They told me to watch for working hours. I should start after the Lord's Manor renovation is complete. Congratulations. Others, seeing the selections finalized and recruitment announcements disappearing from above, felt some disappointment but weren't too upset. After all, there might be future opportunities, and most importantly, this was just one path for them, not the only one. Groups of people left the Lord's Manor together, and the previously crowded building quickly emptied. Soon after, more discussion could be heard outside, clearly drawn by the announcement board. Joe-bai smiled lightly, then climbed the stairs to the second floor. On the second floor, the newly hired construction team was working according to their agreed-upon blueprints, with individual offices taking shape. Joe-bai. Bayer, who was on site, paused when he saw Joe-bai, then called out her name. I was just curious to come up and see. When will this be completed? Joe-bai asked naturally. In the next couple of days. Bayer replied, then handed Joe-bai a parchment scroll. The blueprint, you can take a look. Joe-bai accepted it and examined it carefully. The second floor was divided into 4 large offices, with detailed subdivisions within each office, including supervisor offices and staff workstations. Clearly, whoever drew the blueprints had borrowed from conventional office layouts. These 4 departments were Military Management Office, Commercial Management Office, Personnel Management Office, and Financial Management Office. Additionally, the Military Management Office was subdivided into military camp and law enforcement departments. From these 4 departments, Joe-bai understood Bayer's organizational structure. He had obviously learned from the residents as well. He hadn't borrowed from the functional departments of other territories in his memory, but chose something the current Hope Village residents could accept. How clever! Looking at the third floor, it had the same layout as the second floor, but no mention was made of the third floor office's purpose. Seeming to notice Joe-bai's shifting gaze, Bayer spoke up. The Lord's Manor upgrade isn't finished yet, so the third floor is temporarily prepared for future additional departments. The top floor will be the village chief's office. Bayer had wanted to say Lord's office. But since Joe-bai would be the village chief in the future, it would be the village chief's office. Joe-bai immediately understood his meaning and handed the parchment back to him. Such a nice village chief's office. I'll work hard for it. After speaking, Joe-bai left. Once she accumulated enough contribution points, she could openly work alongside Bayer and the others. Bayer listened, glancing at Joe-bai's contribution points, which had already opened a considerable gap from his own. What had his lord been up to? It seemed the pace might be faster than he had imagined. He only hoped Joe-bai could successfully become village chief before the territory was officially discovered by other territories on Stan Continent and they came calling. Otherwise, such a territory without a lord would easily become a target of covetousness. Then they would have no choice but to reveal her identity. After leaving, Joe-bai didn't plan to visit the other locations, but headed straight toward the area outside the territory where red dots were concentrated. The Undead Legion was clearing magical beasts on the perimeter. She would go contribute her part while gaining some experience points. Anyway, everyone should properly complete the tasks assigned by the territory. And as Joe-bai expected, aside from the Lord's Manor, other places had also begun operating smoothly. Hospital Dennis had finished touring the hospital with Xia Mingjie. This special building, being only level 1, was just a simple single-story building. Though large in area, they quickly familiarized themselves with the layout and discussed dividing the functions of each room. The departments you mentioned are quite good, very detailed divisions, though many are unnecessary, Dennis said directly. In his view, healing magic could solve most problems. Xia Mingjie naturally understood the role of healing magic and replied, I was just describing how our previous hospitals were divided. Many are indeed unnecessary here, so we can reduce them accordingly. But I think surgery is still needed. I've experimented before. Wounds that have been properly treated require less mana when healing magic is used. Really? Dennis was somewhat curious. Yes. Then we can add such an office. In my previous territory, physicians basically used magic for all treatment. Were there cases that couldn't be cured? Xia Mingjie asked. Yes. Some injuries were too severe, the healing speed couldn't keep up with the rate of life value loss, so naturally they couldn't be saved. So if someone has severe injuries, treating the wounds while reducing the rate of life value loss, then healing simultaneously could save them. And sometimes people have not just external injuries, but internal ones too. As Dennis listened to Sha Mingjia's detailed explanation, his eyes grew brighter. This was also a new form of medical practice. Learning this might elevate his medical skills to the next level. Just then, several doctors and nurses arrived. They were the ones who had accepted the territory's recruitment. When they came, they were all somewhat nervous. Compared to this world's mysterious healing magic, they felt their previous studies had become useless. They had originally thought they'd have to abandon their previous learning, never expecting it could still be useful one day. While they were nervous, they saw Dennis staring at them with burning eyes. "You teach me your medical practices, and I'll teach you mine. If we learn from you, will we be able to heal injuries with just a few incantations?" They were certainly attracted to the physician profession, but after becoming professionals, none had unlocked this skill. Thinking about how their previous attention had been focused on combat, they had some suspicions. That's why they had taken this opportunity to come. Yes, every physician who wants to unlock this profession has always relied on accumulation. Even with talent, without a teacher to guide them in, it was far from enough. Farmland. The 20 acres of farmland had been completely cultivated. After finishing their work, people gathered around the sheep-headed Beck. "Is there anything else you need us to do?" Beck looked at these people, gave himself a mental pep talk, then carefully took out numerous seeds and spoke softly. "Now we can start planting. These are seeds I've collected and processed. Just plant them according to their characteristics." He had originally wanted to plant rice, wheat, potatoes, sweet potatoes, and other high-yield crops that were filling, but the Lord had instructed him to plant some of all the seeds he had collected. Though he didn't understand why, he complied, bringing out many seeds he found strange. Some people took the seeds and were amazed to see they came with planting guides. They then returned to their farmland to begin planting. Beck sighed with relief, telling himself that humans weren't scary and weren't difficult to get along with at all. Then he heard someone's excited voice. "Holy crap! This pointed fruit is chili pepper, isn't it? Stimulating taste, makes you cry when eaten, causes irritation and pain when touched. This is definitely chili pepper. Our territory is going to have chili peppers. This yellow fruit feels like lemon to me. Damn. This black stick seed feels like sugarcane. Wave fruit, bitter melon. Long fruit, beans. Once dried, we'll have red beans, green beans, and soybeans. Haha, we searched everywhere for these, and now we have them without any effort. I feel like our territory seasonings and ingredients are about to be complete. This sheep-headed guy is awesome. Beck, when our territory has delicious food, we'll definitely invite you to eat." Many people excitedly spoke to Beck. Beck listened and couldn't help blinking. These strange seeds could make them so happy. Breeding Farm Aina looked at the new breeding staff and chattered about her breeding experience. Breeding should start with young animals. Livestock raised through breeding yield more meat after slaughter. Suitable breeding animals include magic rabbits, magic chickens, magic pigs, magic cattle. The group listening had various meat dishes floating through their minds. Magic rabbits. Spicy rabbit heads, spicy rabbit meat. Magic chickens. Fried chicken legs, fried chicken wings, fried chicken, popcorn chicken. Magic pigs. Braised pig trotters, red braised pork, pig heart, pig liver. Magic cattle. Steaks, beef bone soup, beef tripe, beef rolls. Damn. They were practically drooling from craving. They had to breed well and enrich their dining tables. Tavern. Knowing the tavern had staff, some residents had already gathered impatiently in front of the tavern, waiting for it to open so they could buy beer to satisfy their cravings. When Tang Shirlu arrived on scene, she received everyone's burning gazes. With a light laugh, after successfully establishing connection with the tavern, Tang Shirlu directly hung up the "Open for Business" sign. The next instant, everyone swarmed forward. "Give me 1 cup. Give me 10 cups. Can you sell by the barrel?" Cave Zhou Zheping and Li Xingting were watching soldiers under their command take turns entering to mine. When they received the territory's orders that morning, they were both puzzled, but still came. The results didn't disappoint them. After the soldiers entered the mine and extracted enough iron ore, they successively received system notifications about soldier gift package in production. That mysterious appearance made many people curious. The two waiting weren't idle either, also checking various announcements on the territory panel. They had only briefly looked at the territory's changes that morning, since receiving the territory task made them want to complete it immediately. Now, based on these updates, they could deduce the territory's future direction. After reading, Li Xingting's eyes couldn't help but overflow with a smile. When we return to the territory, there will probably be significant changes again. The territory really made big moves this time. Once everything is set up, the entire territory will probably be more organized. Speaking of which, having everyone follow the territory's unified commands isn't bad at all. At least, the territory was growing through such unified planning, gradually allowing residents to live stable lives. If a lord suddenly appeared and made everyone follow his commands, he felt it wouldn't go so smoothly. Because human hearts were the most unpredictable. Especially after seeing situations mentioned by residents who came from other territories. Zhou Zhengping, hearing Li Xingting's words, immediately thought of Zhou by working behind the scenes. Indeed, if her identity had been revealed early on, developing the territory to this extent probably wouldn't have been so quick, even with those powerful NPCs listening to her. There were still people with ulterior motives in the territory, but they couldn't find the right target. With everything in the territory running orderly, they had no breakthrough point. Li Xingting himself had been ambitious early on, but later gave up because it was the territory taking action. He had no way to interfere, and those ambitions gradually diminished with time and the wear of daily life. So he was certain that if people had known Zhou Bai was the Lord from the beginning, her life and that of her family would definitely not be so relaxed. Coming back to his senses, he replied, "It will get better and better. At the territory's current development pace, it would eventually become prosperous. Even if it couldn't return to pre-apocalypse levels, it would have shadows of the pre-apocalypse era, since everything was traceable. But tomorrow the newbie protection period ends. Who knows what changes this apocalypse game will bring, good or bad?" Li Xingting suddenly felt sentimental, and after seeing the 14-hour countdown on the panel, directly changed the subject. Compared to the thriving territory, this was the biggest hidden danger. We'll know tomorrow. Zhou Zheping had also heard Zhou Bai mention this issue, and she had some of her own speculations. Due to these speculations, the warehouse now stockpiled many materials far exceeding the territory's current consumption level, and she didn't dare act rashly. It could be said that most of the territory's wealth was invested in this. Your mouth is too tight." Li Xingting, seeing Zhou Zhengping's reaction, found it boring again. Zhou Zheping just smiled without speaking. He was afraid of saying too much and making mistakes. If he accidentally revealed information he shouldn't know, with Li Xingting's intelligence, he might figure things out. Staying quiet and speaking little was definitely not wrong. Then the two had no time for deeper discussion, because it was their turn to mine. In the cave mines, several passages had been created, each carefully calculated by 2 goblin NPCs to avoid interference and greatly improve mining efficiency. In the other passages, Yu Ziming and others were working hard mining, while in front of 2 empty passages stood goblin NPCs, Victor and Dunlop, whom Zhou Bai had summoned earlier. After seeing Zhou Zhengping and Li Xingting, they each handed over iron pickaxes and explained mining precautions in detail. After finishing, they gave a particularly serious warning: you cannot privately keep anything beyond what you need. If caught, there's a 10-fold penalty. The speaker was Goblin Victor. These past 2 days living in Hope Village had been the happiest time of his life as a goblin. Managing human miners, earning wages, sleeping in clean, tidy rooms, and enjoying delicious human food, all of this made him swear to work hard for the Lord. Therefore, under his supervision, no one was allowed to embezzle, and no one could escape their eyes and ears. Understood. These 2 little cuties had no intimidating power when they spoke, but they still gave face and agreed. Then the 2 took their pickaxes and entered the passages. When striking the walls ahead, they could hear objects falling. As objects fell, they constantly heard iron or +1 notifications. After a while, with a sound of materials sufficient, producing soldier gift package, they stopped. After emerging from the mine, Victor immediately said to them, "Mining task complete. You can go." After the two left, Victor happily submitted the task he'd received that morning, got his reward, looked at Dunlop beside him, shared half with him, then patted his shoulder. "Let's get to work too." Dunlop silently nodded. Then the cave had two more crazy miners. Yu Ziming nearby felt the mine shaking again as before. He sighed deeply. When would these days end? When Zhou Zhenping and Li Xingting emerged from the cave, they saw the soldiers outside had already changed equipment, all looking very excited. "The soldier gift package is ready?" "Yes, it's amazing. All equipment is silver grade, and it's growth type equipment that changes with our attributes to become the most suitable weapons for us. Though upgrading is more troublesome now. The required materials are more precious, and we've never heard of them. Better than what the blacksmith shop sells. There's just one restriction. These weapons belong to soldiers. Once you're no longer a soldier, they lose those bonuses." Zhou Zhenping and Li Xingting listened, their eyes brightening. What a surprise indeed. After completion, they excitedly took their new equipment to test it out. Various parts of the territory were working hard at their tasks. As time slowly passed, evening gradually arrived. Those who had been active outside habitually began returning to the territory after dark. Today, when they entered, they immediately noticed the territory's changes. The buildings were the same as when they left, but the entire territory had come alive. You have to understand, after the territory's upgrade and area expansion, many people had to walk several hundred meters after returning to the territory before seeing the populated areas. But now it was different. Not only had the tavern near the city wall open for business, but several shops on the commercial street beside it had also opened sporadically. In front of these shops, crowds surged, all queuing to buy various things, instantly drawing these returning people into the bustling atmosphere. Seeing them return, people immediately approached. "We're having a grand opening today with 20% off all items. Interested in taking a look? Come eat at our noodle shop. Jajang noodles, beef noodles, clear soup noodles, stir-fried noodles, mixed noodles. We have everything, flavors you can't get at the restaurant. Our woodworking shop is also opening today. Spend 10 silver coins and get a chance to draw a prize. You might win silver-grade equipment. Hamburgers, fried chicken, French fries, miss them? We have combo deals for just 20 copper coins. Don't miss this opportunity." Various marketing pitches flowed from their mouths, making the returning people feel like they were back in modern times, though somewhat dazzled. The commercial street and tavern that had just been announced that morning were already open for business by evening. Such efficiency was incredible. But after the initial shock, many people felt hungry, with memories of familiar flavors assaulting their taste buds. New shops, new foods, they absolutely had to support them. "Let's go check it out. I haven't had noodles in so long. I'll go eat first. Order me a bowl too, and I'll get some beer. Get me a cup too, haven't had any in ages. I can eat my way through all of them. I want noodles, hamburgers, and fries too. Only children make choices, adults want everything. Finally, we can eat more and more normal, delicious food. I'm just curious about one thing, how different does it taste from before?" With smiles on their faces, everyone headed to different shops according to their needs. The residents' excitement clearly affected the territory's NPCs as well. Though NPCs didn't need to eat, Hope Village's food was much more delicious than what they'd eaten while alive, so they occasionally visited the restaurant to satisfy cravings. Due to the excitement here, they couldn't help but gather around. The undead NPCs led by Bayer and Heidi basically looked around briefly, then joined in without hesitation, quickly flowing with the crowd between shops. They knew how delicious Hope Village's food was. With new varieties available, they definitely had to try them. Unlike the undead NPCs, the beastfolk NPCs were known throughout the territory for being stingy, living quite roughly and avoiding spending money when possible. They never went to shops or the trading area because they could practice, out of sight, out of mind, fearing they might accidentally spend too much. But now they couldn't bear to move their feet, especially with waves of aroma constantly reaching their noses from nearby. For the first time, they hated having such keen senses of smell. O'Neill and others cursed themselves in their hearts, forcing themselves to turn toward home while mentally convincing themselves that gnawing raw beast meat could also fill their stomachs. After all, eating too much would cost a lot of money. Seeming to notice their interest, a staff member in the crowd rolled their eyes, then went back to the shop to get some fried French fries with ketchup, intercepting O'Neill, Lucas, and others. Today's prices are very favorable, and most importantly, this is definitely food you've never eaten before. You can try some first, no charge, the staff member said enthusiastically. Smelling the dominating aroma from afar and seeing the free food before them, several claws reached out. Just dip it in the sauce. O'Neill and others complied. When the food entered their mouths, they instantly felt a taste they'd never experienced, sweet and sour, somewhat unfamiliar, but surprisingly delicious. It's been a while since we last ate. We've earned so much money, treating ourselves isn't wrong. Haven't we saved quite a bit recently? Lucas couldn't help saying to O'Neill, convincing him while seemingly convincing himself. All right, let's go take a look. O'Neill, looking at the French fries before him, had no resistance and followed along. The staff member, seeing this, immediately led them over enthusiastically. French fries and ketchup. In the pre-apocalypse era, they were a perfect match, and now even more so. Probably no one could resist their temptation. Moments later, a group of beast folk NPCs also joined the embrace of delicious food. And Zhou, returning from outside, saw the scene. The entire territory was bustling with activity. Both residents and NPCs, whether undead or beast folk, were all participating in this vibrant commercial life, with even the usually frugal orc NPCs being tempted by the delicious food offerings. The territory had truly come alive. You have to know that after the territory's upgrade and area expansion, many people had to walk several hundred meters after returning to see the territory's populated gathering areas. But now it was different. Not only had the tavern near the city walls opened for business, but the commercial street beside it had also sporadically opened several shops. In front of these shops, crowds surged, all queuing to purchase various items, instantly drawing these returning people into this bustling atmosphere. Seeing them return, people immediately approached them. We're having a grand opening today with 20% off all merchandise. Interested in taking a look? Come eat at our noodle restaurant. Zhejiang noodles, beef noodles, clear soup noodles, stir-fried noodles, mixed noodles. We have everything, flavors you can't get at the regular restaurant. Our woodworking shop is also opening today. Purchase 10 silver coins worth and get one lottery chance. You might win silver-grade equipment. Hamburgers, fried chicken, French fries, do you miss them? We have combo meals for just 20 copper coins, 20 copper coins. Don't miss this opportunity. Various marketing slogans flowed from their mouths, making the returning people feel transported back to modern times, though somewhat overwhelmed. The commercial street and tavern that had just been announced that morning were already open for business by evening. This efficiency was too high. But after the initial days, many people felt hungry, with memories of familiar flavors assaulting their taste buds. New shops, new foods, they absolutely had to support them. Let's go check it out. I haven't had noodles in so long. I'll go eat first. Order me a bowl of noodles too, and I'll get some beer. Get me a cup too, I haven't had any in ages. I can eat my way through everything. I want noodles and hamburgers and fries too. Only children make choices, adults want everything. Finally, we can eat more and more normal, delicious food. I'm just curious about one thing. How different does it taste from before? With smiles tugging at their lips, everyone headed toward different shops according to their needs. The residents' excitement clearly affected the territory's NPCs as well. Although NPCs didn't need to eat, Hope Village's food was much more delicious than what they had eaten while alive, so they occasionally went to the restaurant to satisfy their cravings. Due to the commotion here, they couldn't help but gather around. The undead NPCs led by Bayer and Heidi basically took a brief look then joined in without hesitation, quickly flowing with the crowd between shops. They knew how delicious Hope Village's food was. With new varieties available, they definitely had to try them. Unlike the undead NPCs, the beastfolk NPCs were known throughout the territory for being stingy, living quite roughly and avoiding unnecessary expenses. They never frequented shops or the trading area because they could practice out of sight, out of mind, fearing they might accidentally overspend. But now they couldn't bear to move their feet, especially with waves of aroma constantly wafting to their noses from nearby. For the first time, they cursed their keen sense of smell. O'Neill and others berated themselves mentally, forcing themselves to turn toward home while mentally convincing themselves that gnawing raw beast meat could also fill their stomachs. After all, eating too much would cost a lot of money. Seeming to notice their interest, a staff member in the crowd had an idea, then returned to the shop to get some fried French fries with ketchup, intercepting O'Neill, Lucas, and the others. Today's prices are very favorable, and most importantly, this is definitely food you've never eaten before. You can try some first, no charge, the staff member said enthusiastically. Smelling the dominating aroma from afar and seeing the free food before them, several claws reached out. Just dip it in the sauce. O'Neill and others complied. When the food entered their mouths, they instantly experienced a taste they'd never had before. Sweet and sour, somewhat unfamiliar, but surprisingly delicious. It's been a while since we last ate. We've earned so much money, treating ourselves isn't wrong. Haven't we saved quite a bit recently? Lucas couldn't help saying to O'Neill, convincing him while seemingly convincing himself. All right, let's go take a look. O'Neill, looking at the French fries before him, had no resistance and followed along. The staff member, seeing this, immediately led them over enthusiastically. French fries and ketchup, in the pre-apocalypse era, they were a perfect match, and now even more so. Probably no one could resist their temptation. Moments later, a group of beastfolk NPCs also joined the embrace of delicious food. And Zhou, returning from outside, saw the scene. The entire territory was bustling with activity. Both residents and NPCs, whether undead or beastfolk, were all participating in this vibrant commercial life, with even the usually frugal orc NPCs being tempted by the delicious food offerings. The territory had truly come alive. But this bustling scene was just the beginning. The next morning, Zhou woke up early as usual. After washing up, she first went to the hero hall and summoned 2 healers, then went to the beast god hall and summoned 2 sheep-headed NPCs skilled in breeding and farming. After the summoning was complete, she discovered that these NPCs seemed to automatically adapt to the territory's current needs. The 2 healers had medical knowledge, while the 2 sheep-headed NPCs were indeed skilled in breeding and farming as she had hoped. This discovery made Zhou quite pleased. It seemed the summoning system was quite intelligent. After arranging for the new NPCs to report to their respective positions, Zhou returned to the Lord's Manor. But today felt different from usual. Although residents had woken up, they didn't rush to their work as they normally would. Instead, they gathered in small groups, looking somewhat nervous as they waited for something. The NPCs were puzzled by the residents' behavior. What's wrong with everyone today? Why aren't they working? Dennis asked Sha Mingjie in confusion. Today is the last day of the newbie protection period. It ends at 9 a.m., Sha Mingjie explained. Everyone is nervous about what might happen. Newbie protection period? Dennis was even more confused. Sha Mingjie realized that NPCs might not understand this concept and explained, it's like a safe period. During this time, our territory couldn't be attacked by other territories or powerful monsters. But once it ends... Dennis nodded in understanding, though he still seemed puzzled about why this would make everyone so nervous. In the commercial street, Bayer and Heidi were having a conversation. Heidi, do you think our world will change after the protection period ends? Bayer asked thoughtfully. Heidi considered this. I've been thinking about this too. You know, our maps disappeared and then reappeared. I suspect Hope Village exists in some kind of special space. Special space? Yes. I think this space will soon merge with Stan Continent. That's why our previous maps became invalid. We weren't actually on Stan Continent yet. Bear's eyes widened. You mean we're about to be integrated into Stan Continent? That's my theory. And I think the residents were brought here from another world to help save humanity on Stan Continent. It's been mutually beneficial. They get a chance at survival and a new life, while Stan Continent gets reinforcements. That would explain a lot, Bear mused. Their knowledge, their different way of thinking, their innovations, exactly. And now the tutorial phase is ending. Soon we'll be part of the real world, with all its dangers and opportunities. Their conversation was interrupted by other residents gathering nearby, all checking their panels anxiously. The countdown showed 2 hours, 15 minutes, 33 seconds. As 9 a.m. approached, the tension in the territory became palpable. People gathered in the central square, in the commercial street, near the Lord's Manor, anywhere they could be with others. Jobai watched from the Lord's Manor balcony, feeling the weight of responsibility. Whatever happened next, she would need to guide her people through it. The countdown continued. 1 hour, 30 minutes, 12 seconds. I wonder if we'll still be able to use the system shop, someone worried aloud. What if monsters start attacking immediately? Another person fretted. At least we have strong defenses now, a more optimistic resident pointed out. Jobai noticed that even the usually carefree NPCs seemed to sense the residents' anxiety and had become more subdued. 30 minutes remaining. The entire territory held its breath. 15 minutes. People began gathering more closely together, seeking comfort in numbers. 5 minutes. Jobai descended from the Lord's Manor and joined the crowd in the central square. If something was going to happen, she wanted to be with her people. 1 minute. The countdown appeared on everyone's panels simultaneously. 60. 59. 58. The entire territory fell silent except for the ticking of the countdown. 30. 29. 28. Jobai looked around at the faces of her people, nervous, hopeful, determined. 10. 9. 8. 7. 6. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. On the 31st day since the apocalypse began, Jobai woke early and went to the Hall of Heroes and the Beast God Temple to summon NPCs. The Hall of Heroes summoned 2 doctors, while the Beast God Temple summoned 2 sheep-headed orcs skilled in animal husbandry and farming. This confirmed Jobai's belief that summoned NPCs changed according to the territory's needs. As long as the economy allowed, she planned to keep summoning continuously. After all, NPCs played an increasingly important role in the territory, and with contracts in place, she held the initiative. If any NPC showed signs of betrayal, she could quickly terminate the contract. After summoning and giving instructions, Jobai quietly awaited system notifications. The newbie protection countdown on her panel had entered hours and minutes. A month ago, the apocalypse game began in the morning, and the protection period would end in the morning as well. At 8 a.m., residents gradually woke up. But unlike usual, most didn't rush to hunt or work. They knew today marked the end of the newbie protection. Though prepared, anxiety and worry lingered. Especially in the past 2 days, life had begun to normalize, and they hoped the apocalypse's storms would ease. This last minute is so hard to bear. Yeah, who knows what awaits after protection ends? The word protection is ambiguous. It feels like without it, we face even harsher trials. Well, we just have to do it. Compared to when we arrived, our situation is already good. That's the only comfort. We can't lose hope. The discussions gradually turned into mutual encouragement, strengthening their resolve. While residents waited silently, the territory's NPCs were surprised. The usually hyperactive residents stayed inside, seemingly waiting for something. What's going on? Heidi whispered to Bear. Because the residents didn't move, the NPCs stayed to observe. Heidi rarely involved herself in resident affairs and asked Bear for clarity. She was happy living in Hope Village, comfortable environment, easy work, delicious food. Even her former territory in the undead kingdom wasn't as pleasant. She truly hoped nothing bad would happen here. Listening, Bear frowned and said, "I'm not sure, just some guesses." "What? Have you noticed that since arriving in Hope Village, the maps we used before have disappeared? Isn't that because we became undead?" Heidi asked instinctively. "No, maybe because this is a special space," Bear explained. "I thought it was because of our undead status after returning to the Stan continent, but last time I went out, the maps reappeared. Not just for me, but for the residents too." "How's that possible?" "From what they've accidentally revealed, there are hundreds of known territories. Creating such a large area can't be done by a single legendary spatial mage. There are only a handful of such mages on the Stan continent. Why create such a space?" Heidi dismissed the idea. Bear's gaze deepened. "Maybe it's to attract more territories like Hope Village. You've lived here long enough to know their uniqueness. It's been a long time since we went to the Undead Kingdom. Before we died, human territories were already struggling, and now it's worse. Humans must find a way out, and they're that way." Heidi was silent. She had long noticed the special resilience and knowledge in Hope Village residents, qualities absent in Stan continent humans. After a pause, Heidi said, "It seems they were forcibly brought into this world. They still miss their original world. If so, those who brought them here to save Stan continent humans might be their enemies." "I don't think so. They wouldn't be pulled in so easily if their original world wasn't in trouble. I can tell they were ordinary people before, only becoming strong here." "Maybe it's a mutual benefit," Bear said. "This is just my guess. We'll see in time. For now, they're trying to live and haven't blamed us locals. Others might guess, but they must keep silent." Heidi nodded, then said, "So you mean our territory might soon merge with the Stan continent, connecting to it? And they've been waiting, having received the news?" "They might not know, but they do know the protection for this area has ended." "Yes, protection. During this time, every mission showed nearby resource points with monsters limited to certain levels. Normally, territories don't limit monster levels nearby. Villages or towns have been invaded by high-level monsters before. If they merge now, it means they'll face the dangers of the Stan continent directly, including conflicts with other races' territories. No matter what, as long as he stays in this territory, he'll face it with them." Some NPCs didn't think as deeply, but they understood changes were coming. Finally, at exactly 9 a.m., everyone's panels received the same notification. "Dear host, the 1-month newbie protection period has ended. The territory block is officially merging into the Stan continent. Merging in progress. Note, after merging, the environment near the territory will undergo unknown changes. Please be cautious." Note, after merging, residents will no longer be able to sell materials to the system. Merging countdown, 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1, merging complete. Dear host, welcome to the Stan continent. The first phase is finally over. After learning the contents of the notification, the people on site were stunned for a moment before they couldn't help but start discussing again. Officially integrated into Stan continent? Does this mean we were never on Stan continent before? Now that we've officially joined, what will it become like? Environmental changes? What kind of changes does that refer to? I suddenly have an ominous premonition. Stan continent, is it dangerous? Not sure. It was only mentioned by some NPCs before. We thought we were also on Stan continent, but it turns out we weren't. So, should we go ask them again? Good idea. Immediately, many residents tentatively approached some NPCs, preparing to ask them questions. At this time, most of the NPCs were also in shock. What shocked them wasn't anything else, but that their maps, which had become invalid after entering Hope Village, instantly recovered. The territories they had once visited began appearing on their maps. Hope Village was among them, and it was even neighboring some territories they had previously visited. At this moment, many NPCs realized why all the residents of Hope Village had stayed within the territory today. They probably knew about this matter. Many people didn't quite understand whether all new territories would receive protection, or if it was only Hope Village and similar ones. Before they could figure it out, they encountered many residents asking them about Stan Continent. Faced with their inquiries about common knowledge, many NPCs collected themselves and still told them everything they knew. Regardless of how they and their territories had appeared, they were now on the same front line, and that was enough. Diana, who had been the first to discover Hope Village's uniqueness, looked at the changes in her map and let out a long breath. It's here. In the future, Hope Village would face a more complex environment. She now only hoped that the territory could continue to establish itself on Stan Continent. As soon as this thought emerged, thinking about Hope Village's development since her arrival, she suddenly felt relieved. If Hope Village could continue at its current pace, the future would be bright. With this thought, Diana left the tailor shop and went to the adjacent blacksmith shop. In the blacksmith shop, Harrison was also in a daze. He had just discovered his former territory on the map, suddenly appearing, letting him know his location, so his expression was somewhat bewildered. "What are your plans?" Diana spoke up. Harrison was different from these human undead like them. He was a dwarf. Even as an undead, what he cared about would only be his own race. Harrison controlled Hope Village's weapons, and his position was too crucial. Their Hope Village had been completely exposed to all territories now, including dwarf territories. If someday a dwarf territory collided with Hope Village, which side would he stand on? Hearing Diana's words, Harrison came back to his senses, pressed his lips together, and said, "I know the purpose of your question. I can only tell you that I am now a resident of Hope Village, and I understand what I need to do." If it had been the first day he arrived, he might have chosen his former territory without hesitation, but now he was an undead and could never return to the past. Previously, he couldn't survive in his own territory. Now that he had become an undead, he couldn't go back even more. Moreover, he had been summoned from the undead kingdom by Zhou Bai. If he really betrayed Hope Village, he would have no way out. All he could consider was himself. Seeing that Harrison's words didn't seem false, Diana didn't say anything more. She was only out of concern for Hope Village and the bond of arriving together that she came to remind him. Fortunately, the other party saw things very clearly. Diana then left, and as soon as she was gone, a group of residents immediately flooded into the blacksmith shop. Those undead NPCs had already been divided up by others. They wanted to come ask this dwarf NPC and also learn about dwarves. This was important information. If they asked early, they could even post it on the bulletin board to exchange for money. Besides Harrison, the goblin NPCs and orc NPCs were also approached one after another. When Dunlop and Victor were found, they were still somewhat nervous. Fortunately, through this period of interaction, they knew that Hope Village residents wouldn't harm or enslave them. Even though they were nervous, they still obediently answered their questions. "That's all we know. In the entire Stan Continent, we goblins have the lowest status because we don't have territories and kingdoms belonging to our own race." Victor's voice became somewhat dejected as he spoke. If it weren't for this, their goblin lives shouldn't have been so miserable. He didn't know how his clansmen were doing now. After they died, they were still living good lives in Hope Village, but their clansmen were probably still worried and fearful about their livelihood. "It's okay. You're now a resident of our Hope Village. Just consider Hope Village your home." "That's right. You're so capable, you found the mine right away. Thanks to you, the weapons and equipment in our territory are much cheaper now. With this mining talent, we're all going to get rich. Speaking of which, can you privately help us find mines? We'll split the profits." Victor was moved by their words, but when he heard the last sentence, he jumped up. "No, iron ore belongs to the territory. We won't help you find mines." The residents saw Victor's reaction and reached out to pat his head. "Oh, got it. Victor." As for the orcs, although they also sensed something was wrong with their minds, they were too lazy to think about it too much. Especially O'Neill. He was actually happy because he had originally planned to ask Zhou Bai about her attitude after this month's employment and then return to his territory to bring his wife and children. He had been worried about how to get there. Now with the map and confirming the distance between Hope Village and his territory, he didn't need to worry at all. Facing the residents' questions, how many species do orcs have? Which is the strongest race? Are your previous territories close to ours? If our territory faced yours, could we win? O'Neill indicated that he knew all these questions, but is there money for answering your questions? He was going to support his wife and children in the future. Residents. Throughout the territory, residents were working hard to gather information. They all clearly understood one thing. The world had changed dramatically, and Zhou Bai, as the territory lord, had an even deeper understanding of this point. Territory. Hope Village level. Level 2 village. Upgrade. Population. 1102/5000 area. 2,000 acres tax rate. 10%. Adjustable. Wealth. 672 gold, 83 silver, 29 copper buildings. Lord's Mansion. Level 3. Basic city wall. Basic blacksmith shop. Restaurant. Basic tailor shop. Level 1 residences. 30 square foot wooden houses. Level 2 residences. 30 square feet 2-story wooden houses. Level 3 residences. 30 square feet 2-story stone houses. Special buildings. Hall of Heroes. Beast God Temple. Hospital. General store. Basic barracks. Basic watchtower. Prison. Basic warehouse. Level 1 farmland. Water well. Tavern. Breeding farm. Commercial street. 50 shops. Contribution store. For territory residents, can only be exchanged with contribution points. Current ranking. Stand continent ranking. Regional ranking. 10. Territory wars. 1-to-1. Victories. 1. Truce period. 3 days. Note. Territory can only be conquered by lords on the panel. The familiar store was gone, and the newbie protection period was also gone. She had been prepared for this, because in the notification just now, besides the same notification as other residents, she had received an additional one. Dear host, the newbie protection period has ended, and store services will be terminated. It was after this notification that the panel refreshed. This was telling her that no matter how the future environment changed, she could no longer purchase materials from the store in advance to craft equipment. Everything would have to rely on herself. And residents could no longer sell resources to the system in the wild. Interactions with other people and territories would become more intimate. Her previous guesses were all correct. The system store's double pricing for selling materials, besides providing help to new territories, was more about hinting that territories shouldn't rely too heavily on the system store. And purchasing materials was to give some survivors the conditions to stay alive. Fortunately, she had prepared early, and the territory had always been purchasing residents' resources, so the store's disappearance had an impact, but not a major one. But those territories that had relied on the system store from early on would face a different situation. They would inevitably face some shocks. She wondered if they could adapt. Also, could the native territories discover the existence of their territories? Overlord Village. Since the last battle with Hope Village, Overlord Village could be said to have suffered greatly. Fortunately, new residents kept arriving, which gave Kagaujia some relief, and the territory gradually regained its vitality. Because of this, he now dared not upgrade the territory to level 2, because he was very clear that with their current strength, they simply couldn't pass the upgrade trial for a level 2 village. Every time he thought about this, he couldn't help but think of Hope Village, think of the special building Beast God Temple he had lost, and half the things in the warehouse. And whenever he thought about it, only hatred remained in his heart. But no matter how much he hated, at this moment he could only return to reality. Lord, this is bad. The residents' materials can no longer be sold to the system. Regarding the end of the newbie protection period, there would definitely be some changes. Everyone had been mentally prepared for this, watching the countdown every day. But they hadn't expected that the function of recycling items to the system would be gone. Most of their residents relied on hunting and gathering to obtain supplies, then reselling them to the system to earn copper coins, thus living long-term within the territory. If they couldn't sell to the system, they would lose an important source of income, which would be a disaster for them. And just as he heard this, Kagaujia also thought of his own notification just now. Looking at it, the system store was also gone. He didn't really care about this point. The system store's materials were too expensive. He only occasionally purchased when urgently needed. But if residents couldn't sell to the system, then they could only sell to him. Then he could buy low and sell high later, earning the price difference and turning the entire territory into a market completely under his control. Thinking this way, a smile appeared on Kagaujia's face as he said to his subordinate who had found him, "If the system won't buy, I will." A while later, the territory's lord's mansion had already posted an announcement for purchasing supplies and equipment. Originally, the residents of Overlord Village felt fortunate that although the system's purchasing was gone, the territory still bought things. But when they saw the purchase prices, they were all stunned. This is half the price of the previous system purchase. The price is too low. At this price, we'd have to spend twice as much time as before to earn enough money. This is such a rip-off. But what made them feel even more ripped off was yet to come. Damn, the Lord is so inhuman. Equipment prices have increased by 50%. Purchase prices cut in half, equipment prices raised by half. Why doesn't he just go rob people? But what can we do? Now we can only sell to the territory. The copper coins we get from killing magical beasts aren't enough to survive in this territory. Throughout the territory, there were complaints everywhere. Brother Tang, this Kagaujia is going too far. He was already harsh, and now he's even harsher. We could maintain balance before, but continuing like this, we'll eventually face financial problems. Our equipment needs to be replaced regularly. If we don't replace it and the equipment becomes unusable, we won't be able to earn money. In Tang Junliang's team, the others spoke with deep hatred. And their captain Tang Junliang listened, but his gaze was fixed on the map. His map had been updated with a new location after this incident, Hope Village. Thinking of the scene where Overlord Village had tried to conquer the other side, but instead suffered losses, Tang Junliang spoke up, "I'm planning to leave." Not thinking about it, but actually doing it. The scene immediately fell silent. After a long while, someone asked, "Where to?" "Hope Village. Ling Ming and the others are there," Tang Junliang said directly. Several people's memories immediately returned. They had also wanted to stay there. After integrating into this world, where is our territory located on your Stan continent? Will we be connected to the human kingdom? Zhou Bai asked directly. Bayer looked at his map and replied, "After this morning, my map returned to normal. Our territory is now on the Stan continent, and it's within the human kingdom's territory. Hope Village, Jade Creek Village, Guangshui Village, Qinghe Village." The distance and direction between these territories remain unchanged, but they've been seamlessly inserted into existing gaps. Gaps? Among native territories. Bayer's expression became more serious. "I happened to come to this area when I was a mercenary before, so I have some territorial records, which is why I can see this clearly. Among the undead like me, basically none have been to the vicinity, so their maps will only be the same as before, just with Hope Village and a few other territories added, so they haven't noticed this point. Meaning we've completely merged with the human kingdom's territories and become part of them. Right? So Lord, you must prepare early. Among nearby territories, there's a town, Bengal Town, only half a day's journey away. If our territory residents travel far, they might very well encounter their territory. Can they discover our territory's location without encountering our personnel?" Zhou Bai asked. "They'll only know such a territory exists, not where it is, unless there's mutual contact," Bayer said with certainty. "Are all territories in the human kingdom the same?" "Yes." Bayer nodded, "but there's one place that's different." "Where?" "The human kingdom's greatest city, St. Sebastian, which is the royal capital. The royal family there holds maps of all territories. As soon as they appear, they'll have records, and when territories reach a certain level, the royal family will send personnel to grant titles to territory lords. So our territory also has to accept royal supervision?" Zhou Bai was surprised. Was this world a monarchy? No need. The royal family now exists in name only. They can't control the human kingdom. Each territory is independent, though some small territories will depend on large territories for development, forming various factions. Saint Sebastian is the greatest city due to historical reasons, but in terms of actual power, there are quite a few cities that can rival it. Bear explained in detail. Zhou Bai noted everything down bit by bit. Finally, Zhou Bai took a long breath. So, this was the real world. In the future, their territory would officially survive in this world. What are the relationships between territories like? Do larger territories oppress smaller ones? Zhou Bai couldn't help asking. Bear paused after hearing this. Yes, territorial wars don't just occur between territories of different races. Some human territories, to avoid fighting with other racial territories, will directly choose other human territories. One reason humans are becoming increasingly weak is internal consumption. Self-interest was eternal. Anyway, those influential lords, regardless of their territory's fate, could always preserve themselves. Those who suffered were always the common residents at the bottom. After hearing this, Zhou Bai took a long breath. In such circumstances, weren't these newly born territories targets for native territories? You've been to Bengal Town. What's it like there? I went there long ago, so my impression isn't very deep. But since it's a town, they won't take villages seriously. We're not on the same level, so they won't consider us targets in territorial wars. Bayer said directly, but we need to be careful of professionals from the town coming to plunder resources near our village, because relatively speaking, the magical beasts at resource points near villages are easier to handle than those near towns. Zhou Bai listened, her expression slightly pausing. It seemed they indeed needed to prepare for contact with native territories and native residents, especially within the territory. If other residents came, she couldn't let her territory residents suffer losses within their own territory's range. Seeing Zhou Bai's expression, Bayer somewhat guessed her thoughts and said directly, "Don't worry too much. With our territory's current strength, their professionals can't cause much trouble in our territory, and they wouldn't dare to act presumptuously within the territory easily. Even so, we should prepare what we need to prepare." Zhou Bai responded, "And it's not just about Bengal Town. There's also the territorial war you just mentioned. Last time, we faced new territories like Hope Village, but in the second territorial war, we'll face all same-level territories on the Stan continent." Bayer also suddenly realized. Yes, with so many new territories appearing this time, including some level 0 villages, they would definitely become targets for many village-level territories, not just from the human kingdom, but from other races as well. Thinking about this, Bayer said directly, "If possible, we should strike first next time, targeting Overlord Village from last time. This way, they could also buy time for territorial development." Hearing Bayer's suggestion, Zhou Bai smiled. It seemed like a solution, but not the best one. There's still time. We'll consider it later. For now, let's focus on territorial matters. The office on the second floor of the Lord's Mansion has been renovated. The Military Management Department, Commercial Management Department, Personnel Management Department, and Financial Management Department should start operating. I'll allocate personnel for the latter 3 departments, but the Military Management Department needs you. What do I need to do? Bayer's attention was also drawn back. Although he had command experience, he clearly understood that commanding combat teams was different from managing territorial soldiers. Integrate beastmen, undead, and human soldiers into the same unit. Previously, it was to help you adapt to the new territory better. Now, after a period of integration, you're familiar with each other, so there's no need to separate into different teams. Zhou Bai said directly, "You'll still serve as commander." Heidi, O'Neill, and Zhou Zhengping belong to the infantry unit, divided into 3 squads. Fry, Lucas, and Li Xingting belong to the shield unit, also divided into 3 squads. Alec, Simmons, and Chao Jingshan manage the archer unit, also 3 squads. You'll command these 3 soldier units, then extract some personnel from them to form the territory's enforcement team, directly under your supervision within the territory. Have them patrol the territory and maintain order. As for the soldier units, Besides external missions, they should also station guards at the city gates more often. Handle the specific details as you see fit. Contact and interaction with native territories and residents was a new challenge for the territory, but it was also an opportunity. If Bengal town residents wanted to come to their territory to collect resources, it also meant they would come to Hope Village. And in Hope Village, many things that appeared now would be things that native territories didn't have, things that native residents had never seen. Their territory could very well collect those resources back through other means. Coming and going, both sides could benefit. But the prerequisite was that Hope Village could suppress Bengal Town's professionals. After completing what she just mentioned, even if they came, the territory's safety and order wouldn't be a problem. Good. Bear listened and looked at Jobai, his eyes full of admiration. He also saw the benefits of doing this. Having a smart lord, he was full of confidence in Hope Village's future. Then, after discussing some details, Bear left first, directly contemplating suitable candidates for the enforcement team in his mind. As for Jobai, after glancing at the bulletin board, she headed to the blacksmith shop. The ballista blueprints that Bear had given last time were ready to be put to use. Anyway, no matter what they faced next, strengthening territorial combat power was definitely the right approach. Chapter 86. New territory rankings at the blacksmith shop. Jobai arrived to find Harrison unusually idle, staring blankly. Noticing her, he snapped back and asked, "What do you need?" Without much preamble, Jobai handed over a crossbow cart blueprint. "Can you make this? How many days will it take?" Harrison examined the blueprint, surprised. It was the first time he'd seen such a weapon. Just by looking, he could tell its destructive power. "How many do you need?" "If it's under 10, I can finish them within 3 days," Harrison replied. 3 days? Jobai raised an eyebrow. "You know this is for the upcoming territory war, right?" "Yeah," Harrison nodded, clearly thinking about it too. "Then please make as many as you can," Jobai said firmly. With these crossbow carts, Hope Village could confidently attack or defend. "Got it," Harrison agreed. After settling the matter, Jobai stayed and asked, "What were you thinking about just now?" Surprised by her concern, Harrison shook his head. "Nothing, just some old memories. If you need help, just say." "I'll do what I can," Jobai said sincerely. Harrison's weapons were vital to the territory, and Jobai felt she should reciprocate with care. Hearing this, Harrison smiled faintly. "Thanks. I'll let you know if needed." Jobai smiled at his rare expression and left the shop. Watching her go, Harrison understood why Diana and others had fully committed to Hope Village so quickly. Being part of such a territory was a blessing for them, the undead. The next 2 days saw steady development. All seeds were planted in the fields, early crops began sprouting. The breeding grounds housed many young monsters, now being raised. Roads inside and outside the territory were completed, extending further out, with signposts and lamps installed. The hospital officially opened, with fixed shifts and on-call staff. Office workers began regular 8 to 5 schedules. Departments operated formally. The enforcement team patrolled daily, maintaining order. Soldiers stood guard at gates and watchtowers. The biggest change was the commercial street, where shops for food, clothing, housing, and daily needs sprang up like mushrooms, especially snack stalls. Though flavors varied slightly, in this resource-scarce world, they were near-perfect replicas. Entertainment venues appeared too, chess rooms, billiards halls, and small games like poker and gamoka gradually emerged. Nothing was impossible. These novelties not only gave residents more leisure time, but also fascinated NPCs. Many NPCs, having never seen such things, spent off hours in the commercial street, happily spending their copper coins. Even so, they enjoyed it thoroughly. Outside the territory, the environment remained unchanged, but monsters visibly increased, mostly below level 15, with occasional higher-level beasts beyond the territory. This was expected. After the last upgrade, monsters below level 10 appeared. Because of higher monster levels, solo outings decreased, teams became the norm. After all, This wasn't a game, and lives were precious. Despite more residents, harvests didn't decrease but increased. The combination of internal and external factors visibly prospered the territory. Joe Bai's account balance rose rapidly these days. Thus, the territory reached day 33 of the Apocalypse game, the one-month anniversary of the last territory war. Early that day, Joe Bai received a system notification. Territory war truce period ended. Refreshing territory rankings. Ranking refresh? Joe Bai was surprised. Hadn't rankings been set? Her panel showed area rank 10 and Stan continent rank beyond 10,000, so no data was visible. Now it seemed the previous rankings would change. It made sense. Her previous 10th place was due to occupying Tyrant Village's spot, and she'd seen territories behind her had grown to level 3 villages, numbering several dozen. Clearly, some had overtaken her. This refresh might push her rank down. Prepared for this, Joe Bai waited. Soon, a new notification arrived. Territory rankings evaluated. New rankings based on comprehensive data. Joe Bai immediately checked her rankings and was stunned. Current rankings: Stan continent, 9999, area, 2 real-time data. She was finally on the leaderboard. Especially the area rank, jumping from 10th to 2nd, not falling to dozens as expected, but leaping to 2nd place among mostly level 3 territories, making Hope Village stand out. Impressive, her territory. Though surprised, Joe Bai was happy. This was system recognition of Hope Village. At the same time, residents saw the ranking change on their panels, all excited. Wow! 2nd place. Hope Village is awesome. All the other top territories are level 3 villages, but we're a level 2 and still 2nd. This shows our overall strength. The area rank must be for Blue Star territories, right? That's great. Yeah, our territory is really good, love it. Not enough, we must strive for first. Then improve Stan continent rank. Stan continent rank is tough. Any progress is good. Most residents hadn't thought so far. Survival was still the priority. They knew from the Stan continent rankings that the top 50 were mostly elves, orcs, and dwarves, with only 4 human territories. They understood the decline of humans. Before long, the excitement faded, replaced by renewed passion for building and development. They knew this ranking was temporary. More importantly, the 2nd territory war could come anytime, a turning point for growth or decline. At this moment, many territories and people had noticed Hope Village's new rank and were now watching it closely. The top-ranked Ningshan Village and the 4th-ranked Wenxia Village, no one would have guessed these 2 territories were neighbors. When the Apocalypse game began, the 2 brothers were together. Their families specialized in real estate, and both had developed many properties. When the system offered mysterious rewards, they didn't hesitate to redeem them. After the environment changed, they placed their territories side by side, enabling mutual support. Indeed, from the start until now, they firmly held 1st and 3rd place. In the last territory war, they chose territories with distinctly Western names. Leveraging each other's resources, both grew rapidly and upgraded to level 3 villages. During the beast tide that came with the upgrade, they helped each other, so they had no worries. But no one expected that during this month's ranking refresh, a level 2 village would suddenly surge ahead, pushing their cluster of level 3 villages down. Surprised, they grew curious about Hope Village. The name Hope was cliché to the extreme, but its ability was anything but ordinary. This Hope Village is impressive. A level 2 territory ranking 2nd must mean the system thinks its strength surpasses mine, said Jin Jingxia, Lord of Wenxia Village and the younger brother. Jin Jingshan, Lord of Ningshan Village and the elder brother, remained calm. Maybe she has level 3 strength but chooses not to upgrade. Look further down. Several level 2 villages outrank level 3 villages, and some level 1 villages outrank level 2. Village level doesn't mean much. Strength is what counts. But Hope Village ranking 2nd definitely means something special. I'm curious about their buildings. What could make the system overlook such differences and rank them so high? Should we challenge Hope Village in the next territory war to see what's special? Jean Jinxia asked eagerly. But the next moment, he met his brother's stern gaze and quickly added, I'm just saying. We're all Blue Star territories on the Stan continent. Most aren't enemies. Though we don't know why the apocalypse game brought us here, news will come. Don't waste time on pointless infighting, got it? Jean Jingshan emphasized again. Got it, got it. Just curious. Curiosity won't help. If you go, will you fight or surrender? Jean Jingxia nodded and changed the subject. Which territory do we choose this time? We split roles. I'll attack with the home territory, you stay and defend. Other territories will likely attack ours first, Jean Jingshan said. Don't they all choose actively? This way, we quickly learn the attack and defense strength of home-level territories, preparing us for the next upgrade to a town. Towns have levels 1 to 3. We need more intel on this world, Jean Jingshan explained. Alright, I'll follow your lead. Let's study the Stan continent rankings. They began discussing, but both truly remembered Hope Village. Not only them, but many Blue Star territories and residents remembered Hope Village and the other top 10 ranked territories. Besides Blue Star territories, many local powers also watched the new rankings. Without a god's eye view, they only saw new territories suddenly rising and mixing among them overnight. Each rise made them suspicious. Did these territories have something special? Rankings usually climb slowly over time. Sudden leaps usually mean upgrades. But these new territories hadn't upgraded. Many territories started eyeing them. Especially Ningxuan, Hope Village, Tabert Village, and several uniquely named territories. Many lords began scheming. Human territory lords mostly wanted to learn their origins and see if they could gain benefits. Send our lower-level territories to attack these new ones, test their strength, and see if there's anything special. If nothing, at least we know their locations and can send trade caravans to check. These territories definitely have something special. What if there's nothing? Then check if we can ally with them. They're human territories. Alliances can strengthen us. That's beneficial. If other races watch them, they'll weaken each other. Other races' lords mostly saw them as soft targets. Have our village-level territories target these new ones. Newborn territories rarely fight back. What if these are humans set against us? Even better. I don't believe they can quickly strengthen. Attacking them weakens human power. A few are strong, like Hope Village. A level 2 breaking into the top 10,000, send a similarly ranked level 3 village to check them out. As countless eyes fixed on Hope Village, the honor delegation from Yushi Village and the capital advanced toward Hope Village. Yushi's team had already entered Hope Village's territory. They hadn't expected the journey, said to be less than a day by Bayer and others, to take 2 days. Without their markers guiding them, it might have taken even longer. The journey was harsh. Monster levels rose steadily. Without their numbers, they might have perished. Yushi's lord, Bei Wakang, felt the gap between his people and Hope Villages. We're here. We're here. Seeing the exhausted and injured team, Bei Wakang spotted a signpost ahead. It marked Hope Village and the direction. Relieved, Bei Wakang breathed out. Others saw the signpost and felt reassured. Arriving in another territory, they could finally rest. Following the sign, they saw a wide, magnificent road. Seeing it, Bei Wakang was stunned. Is Hope Village a bit luxurious? Although Bai Wenkang had mentally prepared himself for Hope Village to be strong, he truly hadn't expected Hope Village to be strong to this extent. They had completely left Jade Creek Village in the dust. Especially here, this wasn't even within the territory yet, and they had invested such massive resources to pave such a road. What would the interior of the territory be like then? Bai Wenkang was shocked, and the several soldiers who came with him were even more shocked, unable to help but discuss among themselves. What are the people of Hope Village paving such a big road for? There are even road signs, seems like they're providing directions. If there are survivors nearby in the future, they'll indeed easily find their way here. Also, having the energy to do this shows their territory is very prosperous. After all, they were very clear that whether it was Hope Village or Jade Creek Village, They were basically established at the same time, and even if there was a difference in days, it wouldn't be too long. But now it seemed the subsequent development was vastly different. Thinking about this, the way they looked at Bai Wenking changed. The gap between people was really too great. No wonder this time when he came, he was only willing to bring hired mercenaries and soldiers like them who still had families in Jade Creek Village. Perhaps they would encounter a powerful territory and just not return? Bai Wenking noticed these people's gazes and his face darkened. Was this what he wanted? He didn't want this either. How was he supposed to know how the other side did it? Starting from the same point, the other side had directly left them a whole street behind. Suddenly he felt that bringing people here was like coming for a public execution. Thinking of this, Bai Wenking still couldn't help but try to save some face for himself. Maybe it's just a facade to deceive survivors. Back then they deceived so many people in our territory, maybe they're just bringing them here to do hard labor. Don't be fooled by the surface glamour. The others, when Bai Wenking spoke, he deliberately glanced at the several mercenaries nearby. The mercenaries behind him went with the flow and directly said, "Indeed, Lord Leader is right." They had been to many cities and towns, and they hadn't really taken this bit of village construction seriously. You know, some big cities even pave roads to nearby small towns and villages, so this bit of road really wasn't much. It's just that for a village, such expenditure could indeed be considered extravagant. But since their employer didn't want to hear this, they naturally wouldn't say it. Bai Wenking was immediately satisfied. Indeed, these summoned people were more considerate. The next moment, Bai Wenking directly said, "Let's go. Let's see Hope Village's true face." However, he now didn't even know whether he hoped Hope Village would be weaker or stronger so they could provide support to their territory. His feelings were really complicated. The group thus stepped onto the paved road. Soon, they discovered that there were many posts erected on both sides of the paved road. These posts have torches on them. They sold these to our territory before, 5 copper coins each. Placed up there to serve as street lamps? That means they'll light up at night. Amazing, didn't expect it could be used this way. If it's like this outside, what about inside the territory? Really big expenditure. This must cost quite a bit of money. Extravagant. Really extravagant. This time, even the mercenaries were dazzled. For a village, such equipment indeed exceeded normal standards. Based on their experience in Jade Creek Village these past few days, they could tell that both territories had only been established for just over a month. In such a short time, Jade Creek Village's construction was already quite good. This Hope Village seemed even better. Perhaps this Hope Village was really quite strong. And as they walked deeper, they discovered that the road actually had forks. Each fork had road signs pointing to different places, and looking at the markings above, they were clearly the territory's resource points, and roads had been paved to them as well. Faintly, the roars of magical beasts and the sounds of human encirclement came from the depths of different roads. Kill. Don't let it escape. Old Ho, quickly tie it up. Keep shooting, it's low on health. Yeah, we won. The residents of Jade Creek Village listened and couldn't help but look several more times. There were teams hunting, right? No wonder they hadn't seen many magical beasts running around on their way here. There were quite a few magical beasts around Jade Creek Village. Even though they had teams going out daily, the numbers were still high. Last time during the snowy weather, they thought the magical beasts wouldn't come out because it was too cold, but after Hope Village's people left, that very night magical beasts attacked their territory. Only then did they realize that their safety was very likely because Hope Village's people had helped clear them out. Thinking about this, there was some envy in the depths of everyone's eyes. After walking forward for a while longer, they saw the territory's city walls. After seeing them, Bai Wenking let out a long breath of relief. Those people who came before indeed hadn't lied. This way, regarding his own territory also upgrading to basic city walls, Bai Wenking felt it was quite worthwhile. At least in terms of defense, he could match Hope Village. But as they got closer and closer to the city walls, they saw several figures crouched on the walls. They had all noticed their arrival, pairs of eyes following their movement. What caught their attention were the big objects placed beside these people, clearly large weapons, with the arrowhead of a giant arrow reflecting a sharp gleam. The moment they saw clearly, everyone's heart skipped a beat. If that large weapon shot at them, could they dodge it? The mercenaries had the most acute senses. Looking at it, they couldn't help but tense their bodies. They could feel the threat that weapon posed to them. Under the group's tense attitude, they had already reached the city gate. At the city gate, several soldiers were standing guard. Among them were 2 minotaurs. The moment they saw the beastmen, surprise flashed in the mercenaries' eyes. They had heard that this territory had beastmen, but they really hadn't expected beastmen to lower themselves to guard the city for a human territory, and that humans would dare trust beastmen. "Where are you from?" Landlady, who was on guard duty today, looked at these people and asked directly. Although the territory now had over 1,000 people and he couldn't recognize many of them, he was still familiar with the larger teams and their leaders. He wasn't familiar with this team's leader at all, not to mention there were several people here with obviously different faces from theirs. They were probably of the same origin as Bayer and the others, just that one side was undead and the other was human. "We're from Jade Creek Village to do business. I'm the Lord of Jade Creek Village." Bai Wenkang directly revealed his identity. Among the people who came from Hope Village that day, they all knew his identity, so there was no need for him to hide it. He now just wanted to hurry up, buy things, and return to Jade Creek Village to deal with the territorial war that could happen at any time. He could only hope that his territory was weak enough that it wouldn't be targeted so quickly. After all, whether it was the Stein Continent rankings or the Blue Star Territory rankings, he wasn't particularly outstanding. Originally, it was supposed to be a round trip within 2 days, but who could have expected? Hearing that the other party was the Lord of Jade Creek Village, Landlady was surprised for a moment, but still said directly, "If you're here for business, feel free to browse. Just pay the visitor fee later, and if you need to stay overnight, you can go to our Territories Inn, which provides accommodation." "Where's your lord?" Bai Wenkang couldn't help but ask, not even caring about the inn the other party mentioned. He was the Lord of Jade Creek Village. Coming to Hope Village, he didn't need the other party to come welcome him, but at least show some hospitality. Just dismissing them so casually like this. Landlady smiled and said directly, "Don't know where he is." Not only did he not know, he didn't even know if such a person existed or who the other party was. Anyway, answering like this wasn't wrong. Hearing this answer, Bai Wenkang's face darkened. At this time, Landlady continued. "Whether our lord is here or not won't affect your shopping experience in Hope Village. We very much welcome your arrival, and all our shops will be fully open to you. Other shops definitely wouldn't have purchase limits, but as for the official ones, he wasn't clear. He wasn't lying about this point either." Hearing this, Bai Wenkang's expression eased a bit, then without saying anything more, he directly led his people inside. Time was tight, so he'd buy things first. Soon, they directly stepped through the city gate. The moment they entered, they naturally received information from the system. Visitor, 10 copper coins/day resident, 10 silver coins/permanent. When they saw that Hope Village indeed had this pricing, surprise appeared on the faces of the soldiers from Jade Creek Village. It was really this low. And after they entered the territory, that was when they were truly shocked. They felt as if they had stepped into another world. Holy crap! Is this a village? This could be called a small town. They've opened so many shops. Are there people to buy from them? My god. Hamburgers and fried chicken? Noodle shops? Tofu shops? Skyr shops? Am I seeing things? You're not seeing things, I see them too. Pretty awesome. The several soldiers who came with Bai Wenkang, looking at the scenes before them, really couldn't help themselves. Both being villages, why was Hope Village so excellent? If it weren't for their families still being in Jade Creek Village, at this moment they really would have had the urge to defect on the spot. The eyes of the several mercenaries were also full of curiosity. Speaking of liveliness, they had seen many territories, and Hope Village's scale really wasn't that rare, but the things were rare. These things they had never eaten before. Of course, most importantly, There was an inn here. They habitually went to inns for a drink when out on missions. This time on the mission, Jade Creek Village had no inn, and they were really craving it. And by winking, this lord was really severely stimulated. Hope Village was very good, even better than he had imagined. Indeed, it was a territory that could squeeze into second place with a level 2 territory. Bai Wenking had indeed been dissatisfied with Hope Village before, but at this moment, he was really somewhat convinced. At least from the territorial level, there were too many things about Hope Village worth learning from. Taking a long breath in his heart, Bai Wenking decided to temporarily set aside his grievances with Hope Village and continue learning. Looking back, he saw his territory's soldiers coveting those snack shops and the mercenaries being tempted by the inn, and directly said, "Let's go to the inn first to check in, then you can move freely." Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but want to cheer, but still held back. "What about you, Lord Leader?" "I'll walk around the territory myself." Bai Wenking responded, then took the lead entering the inn. The inn didn't have too many people at this time. After all, daytime was when the professionals were out working hard. Where would they spend time on entertainment? Those currently in the inn were basically people who had given themselves a day off to rest. Groups of 3 or 2 at tables, many holding wooden dice playing drinking games, and others playing with wooden poker cards, quite joyful. At this moment, memories from the past began to return. Really nostalgic. After coming to this world, what they thought about daily was how to survive, how to live longer. Such relaxing moments really only existed in memories. Seeing Hope Village's residents so relaxed, how could they not be envious? "Is there anything you need?" Tang Shirlu looked at Bai Wenkang's group and proactively asked. She could also tell that these people should be outsiders, just didn't know if they were from Blue Star or locals. Her gaze couldn't help but linger on those several mercenaries. "Accommodation," Bai Wenkang said directly. "How many rooms? How many nights?" "We have single rooms, double rooms, and 4-person rooms here, priced at 200 copper coins, 300 copper coins, and 360 copper coins per day respectively. 1 night, 1 single room, 2 double rooms, 10 4-person rooms," Bai Wenkang said directly. "All right." Tang Shirlu immediately began processing, and after completing the registration, she directly took out the room number plates. "Go to the rooms according to the numbers above. The first digit represents the floor. After reaching the room, register the name list and place the number plate inside the room, then you can freely enter and exit. Renew before 12 o'clock tomorrow." Finally, the inn had been open for several days without a single overnight guest. With this arrival, the revenue instantly increased quite a bit. Tang Shirlu expressed great satisfaction and became much more enthusiastic. After Bai Wenkang took the number plates, he directly distributed them, then took his own plate and left. After Bai Wenkang left, the atmosphere among the group instantly became lively. "Let's go, let's register in our rooms first, then go eat next door after registering." "I haven't eaten well these past 2 days outside. I was already craving food, and now this territory has so many delicious things. I must eat my fill. I'll try everything first, then I can bring some back for my family. Quick! I'm starving. After eating, let's drink together tonight." This group quickly took action, and in no time they had assigned roommates, completed registration, and left the inn, heading straight for the commercial street outside. Listening to their familiar conversation, Tang Shirlu already had her answer. Blue Star people, just from other territories. However, Tang Shirlu's gaze fell on the 4 foreign-faced mercenaries. These might be local NPCs summoned by the other territory. If they could follow the team, then the leader just now was the lord of another territory. What were they doing in their territory? Thinking about it, Tang Shirlu didn't feel worried for now and focused her attention on the remaining 4 mercenary NPCs. "Is there anything you need? What alcohol do you have here?" The mercenaries also snapped out of their companions' crazy behavior and asked directly. Compared to food, they now wanted to drink more. Get their alcohol fix first. Currently just beer and fruit wine. A pitcher serves 12 cups. Beer is 149 copper coins per pitcher. Fruit wine is 249 copper coins per pitcher. Tang Shirlu said directly. Beer was the inn's initial setting. She just needed to add wheat, rice, starch, water, and other raw materials, and it would automatically generate. As for fruit wine, she got the inspiration from the former. She tried several fruits from the territory's general store, and basically none were recognized by the inn. Later, using a grape-like berry, she successfully created fruit wine that tasted similar to wine but was even better. For this, she earned quite a bit of contribution points, as well as a share of the fruit wine sales. 2 pitchers of each. Hearing the price, Sharp, one of the mercenaries, said without hesitation. This price was considered low. Now it just depended on how it tasted. The other 3 mercenaries had no objections. After all, they were on a mission and couldn't drink too much. Consider it a taste test. After Tang Shirlu finished registering, she continued enthusiastically. Just drinking might be a bit monotonous. Would you like some bar snacks? What do you have? Sharp asked, his mind conjuring up the others' crazy behavior. Obviously, they also knew about this territory's food, just didn't know if it was really that delicious. The best pairing with alcohol is still barbecue. Aron's kitchen made some grilled skewers, but if you need it, I can also send someone to buy some suitable snacks for you. Just the grilled skewers you mentioned. You choose for us, within 500 copper coins. Sharp said directly. As for other things, they'd go out and try them later. This is your table number. Please wait, our staff will bring the food to your table shortly. Sharp and the others listened, took the number plate, and found seats. Moments later, drinking beer and eating grilled skewers, Sharp and the others were instantly captivated by the taste of the skewers. As mercenaries, they had been to many territories and eaten many specialty foods, but never had grilled meat been so uniquely flavorful. After exchanging glances, the several men's hands moved incredibly fast, and later you could only see the shadows of their hands. After finishing eating and drinking, these 4 local mercenary NPCs also couldn't wait to rush toward the nearby commercial street. If the grilled skewers were this delicious, the food from other places probably wasn't bad either. Watching their hurried, departing figures, Tang Shirlio's lips curved slightly. No one can escape the temptation of good food. Hopefully in the future, more customers like this will come. On the other side, Bai Wenkang's focus was not on the territory's delicious food. Although he was also tempted by those endless varieties of cuisine, in his heart, understanding Hope Village was more important than enjoying the food. He was now strolling through the commercial district, but more than anything, he was studying their shops. Woodworking workshop, burger shop, noodle restaurant, convenience store, equipment hall, tofu shop, skewer shop, fruit store, fresh goods store, specialty store, sauce shop, under preparation, braised food shop, under preparation. And so on. Row after row, it really wasn't much different from the commercial streets of the past. Among these shops, the methods for making food could mostly be borrowed, but the core was where the difficulty lay. For instance, did their territory have people who could research these recipe-making methods? After making them, would the residents of Jade Creek Village be willing to spend the extra money? Thinking of this, Bai Wenkang sighed deeply in his heart. Even if he learned everything, it would still take a very long time to reach Hope Village's level. Previously, he had blindly imitated Hope Village, which had drained his own resources. He still needed to take it step by step. Just as Bai Wenkang was calculating, Yoon Ju-kai was passing by with 2 children. When he saw Bai Wenkang, he paused for a moment. In that instant, he thought about many things, but ultimately approached Bai Wenkang with enthusiasm to greet him. Lord. Seeing Yoon Ju-kai and the 2 children beside him, Bai Wenkang was stunned, especially by the 2 children. They were obviously being raised very well here, clean and tidy, with skin that had become much fairer and more tender. Perhaps in a place like Hope Village, this was truly a good destination for them. You still dare to greet me? Bai Wenkang looked at Yoon Ju-kai with a half-smile. Back then, the conflict between them had really happened. This is Hope Village's territory now. You, as a lord from another territory, certainly can't do anything here. And since you dared to come, you must want to get along peacefully with Hope Village. Naturally, I'm not afraid, Yunjukai said with a smile. This was what he had just analyzed, and after analyzing it, he decided to immediately seize this opportunity. He understood Bai Wenkang's character. Coming to Hope Village like this, he definitely had something to ask for. Most likely, he came to Hope Village to investigate the situation or even buy things. He deduced this from the fact that everyone's materials could no longer be sold to the system, while the territory had increased its procurement of certain materials. Perhaps in the previous month, territories could also buy and sell things from the system, but now they couldn't. Bai Wenkang looked at Yunjukai, his gaze deepening. At this time, Yunjukai continued, I'm also very familiar with Hope Village. If you're interested, I can take you around casually and introduce you to our territory's specialties. If you buy in large quantities, I can even help you negotiate prices. The benefits he could gain from a territorial lord's purchasing volume would be considerable. This was definitely a big customer. If I buy enough, I could negotiate with anyone, right? Why must I find you? Bai Wenkang said directly. You don't have to find me. I'll just accompany you as you walk around, Yunjukai said without concern. Even if the other party didn't need him, didn't his territory need him? He also planned to organize a merchant caravan to travel between Jade Creek Village and Hope Village, so this was a perfect opportunity to assess the situation. Seeing Yoon Junsai's attitude, Bai Wenkang nodded in agreement. Seeing his agreement, Yoon Junkai looked at Yoon Jia and Yoonin beside him. You two play in the territory by yourselves. Don't run outside, okay? If you want to eat something, go buy it yourselves. Okay, Yoon Jia and Yoonin said obediently. Then the two held hands and walked away, heading straight for the snack shops. Soon, they were seen buying 2 strings of candied hawthorn and happily eating them by the roadside. Seeing their appearance, Bai Wenkang said to Yunjukai, You've raised them very well. I haven't raised them. Their current life depends on themselves. They help me watch the stall, and I pay them daily wages. As for meals, the territory provides for them. The territory provides. The territory previously issued a regulation that orphan children and elderly people without work capacity can eat for free at territory restaurants, Yoon Junkai said directly, his expression showing some pride as he spoke. This was his territory. Hearing Yoon Junsai's words, Bai Wenkang was somewhat surprised. He pressed his lips together. Your lord does quite well. Where is he? Hearing this, Yoon Jukai shook his head. I don't know. Don't know? Bai Wenkang asked in surprise. Earlier at the gate, those soldiers had also said they didn't know. Our lord has hidden his identity. No one knows who he is, and no one pursues it. As long as we live well in Hope Village, that's enough. The more contact with other territories, the more it revealed one thing. Other territories all had lords, but Hope Village having no lord seemed particularly awkward. Since that was the case, they changed the narrative. Their territory had one, but he was hidden. What he said was also the truth. Most people in the territory now wouldn't pursue who the lord was. They just needed to live well. As for the small portion with ulterior motives, they couldn't stir up trouble in Hope Village. Several people in important positions in the territory were either NPCs or selected by the territory. Their power itself came from the territory, so for their own interests, they would maintain territorial balance. You can hide a lord's identity? Bai Wenkang was completely confused. He didn't know this was possible. If it were possible, he would also want to develop quietly. But from the beginning, he had been under the identity of Jade Creek Village's lord, and early on, he had avoided one malicious trouble after another. You don't even know, so I know even less. Anyway, our territory doesn't have one, Yoon Jukai shrugged. Although Bai Wenkang was very curious about this matter, he obviously knew this was an unsolvable answer. He could only temporarily put it aside and then looked at Yoon Junkai. Let's go. Show me around your territory's buildings. I want to understand the situation first. Yoon Junkai nodded and then began showing Bai Wenkang around. This is the hospital. It currently has 3 physicians and several doctors and nurses. There are always people on duty. If you get injured outside the territory, it can basically be handled the same day, and there are people on duty at night too. Are the physicians professional fighters from your territory? The 3 physicians are NPCs summoned from the Hero Hall, which is up ahead. Next to the Hero Hall is the Beast God Hall. The former summons undead NPCs, the latter summons Beastman NPCs. Our territory can summon 4 per day. Wait, according to your level, shouldn't you only have 2 special buildings? Now you have 3, and for summoning types, isn't it 1 per day? During the last territorial war, the territories that came to attack us failed, so their special buildings became ours. As for being able to summon 4, it's probably because our building levels are high. Bai Wenking fell silent for a moment. He then realized that all the buildings he had just seen were taller than those in his territory. They should all be level 2 buildings. Next, from special buildings to general stores, from blacksmith shops to tailor shops, from restaurants to trading areas, and then from residential areas to the livestock farms and farmland in the back. Yun Junkai gave Bai Wenking simple introductions to everything. Throughout this journey, Bai Wenking kept counting the number of buildings. By the time they reached the farmland, he silently calculated an account. All these buildings combined, plus some products and investments, would probably cost over 10 million. Hope Village's lord was truly wealthy. He couldn't compare. He already felt the glaring gap between them. Even if someday his territory achieved all this, during his development period, Hope Village would definitely have reached an even higher level. The plants in the farmland have already sprouted. Soon we'll have a harvest, Yun Junkai said simply, still not revealing the special nature of their seeds. After all, this would definitely be their territory's specialty in the future. He dared to bring Bai Wenking here now precisely because they hadn't matured yet. And Bai Wenking, hearing these words, found the thoughts that had flashed through his mind earlier becoming increasingly clear. Since he couldn't catch up to Hope Village, could he perhaps cling to their coattails? After making up his mind, Bai Wenking instantly changed his attitude. However, he didn't show much on the surface. Looking at the seeds sprouting green shoots in the farmland before him, he directly asked, "What are you growing?" The development degree of the green shoots seemed different. "Some staple foods and vegetables," Yun Junkai said concisely. Bai Wenking didn't doubt this, but was somewhat curious. Given your territory's professional fighter's situation, your territory's daily harvest must be considerable. Do you still need to grow your own crops? Just like his territory, he had never considered unlocking farmland. The gathering outside was simply too easy. Whether staple foods or vegetables, they were everywhere. There was also livestock. Every day there were magical beasts that would drop various kinds of beast meat. Planting and raising livestock seemed somewhat redundant. But Hope Village not only engaged in planting, but also in livestock raising. He wanted to know if there was some reason. If necessary, he could consider unlocking farmland as his next step. Thinking of this, Bai Wenking felt helpless again. Now when he wanted to learn from Hope Village, he didn't even know where to start. "I don't know. Anyway, it's the territory's instruction. Our territory's people just follow orders, and there's payment for those who work," Yun Junkai said directly. He truly didn't know the territory's plan. He just had some guesses in his heart. However, the most important thing was that more and more people in the territory realized that simply buying and selling materials and resources, while profitable, earned too little. With just a bit of processing, prices could immediately double. And processed goods were also easier to sell. Both sides were satisfied. Why not do it? Moreover, besides these two benefits, their products would definitely be competitive outside Hope Village. With so many Blue Star territories and so many craftsmen, territories doing the same things as them would appear sooner or later. There might already be quite a few. But now all territories' contact with native territories stood at the same starting point. If Hope Village could take the first step, they would be one step ahead of other territories. Weren't the shops opening one after another now all aware of this point? Otherwise, with Hope Village's current population of just over 1,000, opening a shop would be a loss in the short term. Not to mention others, Just take the convenience store and equipment hall. He knew the owner was Zhang Yongnian. Zhang Yongnian himself led a group of professional fighters, and his team also hired many gatherers and logistics personnel. Before the convenience store opened, he didn't know what those logistics personnel were for, but now he knew. Most of their daily harvest was probably kept on hand, then processed into various kinds of jerky. After the jerky was successful, they obviously started collecting vegetables and fruits at prices slightly higher than the territories. He had observed that they made quite a lot. Even with such good business every day now, could they sell everything they made? Obviously not. The reason they were preparing was already very clear. There was also the earliest merchant, Meng Chengzhou. Families in the territory that should have equipment and daily necessities had already bought them. The market was clearly saturated. But Meng Chengzhou's workshop was hiring more and more people. Besides Zhang Yongnian, the other shops were backed by at least one team's assets. With many people, they had enough strength to stockpile goods and then sell them to other territories at the right time. As for him, after returning from Jade Creek Village, he had also made preparations. However, he planned to work as an intermediary and was already preparing. Meeting Bai Wenking today was an opportunity for him to practice. Your territory is really financially powerful, Bai Wenking couldn't help but sigh. If from the beginning, the territory had been purchasing resources from residents' hands, combined together, it would be another huge sum of money. One sum after another, yet the territory could withstand the consumption. But Bai Wenking was very clear. The other side spent a lot, but also earned quite a bit. Through investing in buildings, they had mobilized the territory's economic activities. The residents, whether professional fighters or ordinary people, all had funds to spend in the territory. Once they spent money, it ultimately returned to the territory's hands, directly achieving a positive cycle of economy and gold coins. And fundamentally, to achieve all this, there must initially be massive financial support. As for him, initially his finances weren't as strong as theirs, but they were still considerable. Unfortunately, he hadn't realized this point and had already lost the initiative. Now, because of over-reliance on the system, he might very well collapse his territory's economy. Compared to the lord behind the other side, he felt like an idiot. Comparing people was infuriating. Fortunately, he had awakened and no longer thought about competing with Hope Village. Otherwise, in the end, he would definitely be utterly defeated. Bai Wenking was very grateful that he had a brain. Hearing this, Yun Jukai smiled. He felt his territory was quite strong. And the territory's strength also created the residents' strength. Among the territory's current 1,000+ people, over 600 were professional fighters, involved in all walks of life. They were already a force that couldn't be ignored. The tour is finished. What other requirements do you have? Yun Junkai continued asking. Hearing this, Bai Wenking said directly, your territory purchases materials. Can I sell to you? His money had been consumed considerably on buildings. This time he came, he also planned to sell here. After all, last time the other side's team had sold quite a lot of things in his territory, so he had obtained quite a lot of things on credit from territory residents. Now if the other side's territory was also buying, selling the things he brought to Hope Village officially would be quite good. Hearing this, Yun Junkai said directly. They should be buying, but if you have things different from Hope Villages, I'd be willing to buy them at higher prices. Fine, but afterward I need to buy things. I can introduce you and definitely make you satisfied, Yun Jukai decided immediately. Hearing this, Bai Wenking nodded. Having an intermediary was indeed helpful, and he was also in a hurry to return. In the future, he wouldn't need to come personally. He could send trusted people to contact Yun Junkai, or Yun Junkai could send people to Jade Creek Village to negotiate with him personally. Subsequently, the two discussed all of Bai Wenking's items. After Yun Junkai traded for the things he wanted, he directly paid a portion as deposit. I'll pay the balance later. Let me take you to the Lord's Hall now, Yun Junkai said directly. He knew the other party didn't have much money and would definitely wait until those items sold before paying him, while earning a price difference. But being so blatant in front of him, was this really okay? Bai Wenking sighed lightly, then followed the other party to the Lord's Hall. At this time, he also noticed the bulletin board in front of the Lord's Hall and couldn't help looking at it several times. Was there such a building? This wasn't among the unlockable buildings in his Lord panel. This is a work from the territory's woodworking workshop, a bronze equipment. Its creator became a professional fighter through woodworking with the profession of carpenter. Currently, he's the only one in the territory, though there are quite a few similar lifestyle professional fighters. We also have professional fighters whose professions are chef, gatherer. They weren't combat personnel from early on, working in the territory to support themselves. Unexpectedly, these could also accumulate experience, and they became professional fighters. Later data showed that to become this type of professional fighter, relying purely on talent won't work. Even if you have talent, if you rely on combat to gain experience, the profession you unlock will only be combat-related, Yun Jukai said directly. He told the other party this just to let him know that non-combat personnel were also important in the territory, don't neglect them. If the other party realized this point, perhaps in the future, some elderly, children, and even those who lost combat ability wouldn't be casually abandoned by territories. He also learned from NPCs that in many territories on the Stan continent, some professional fighters who lost combat ability were very often abandoned. Hearing this, Bai Wenking was somewhat shocked, but still accepted the other party's goodwill. Thank you. Learned it. Subsequently, after entering the Lord's Hall, Bai Wenking also saw the territory's bulletin board. The entire right wall was a bulletin board. It was directly divided into 4 sections. First section, rules that must be followed in the territory and the price to pay for violations. Second section, territory announcements. Third section, territory recruitment announcements. Fourth section, territory procurement. For sections, content that was brief was directly posted, while extensive content was displayed in rotation. For example, territory announcements directly announce the territory's 4 newly established departments and their responsibilities. People with needs could go to the corresponding offices directly. Seeing this, Bai Wenking was shocked. Wouldn't this put the territory's power in others' hands? Thinking this, Bai Wenking unconsciously spoke aloud. Yun Jukai glanced at him and said, "With few people now, you can manage. But later when there are more people, thousands or tens of thousands, are you sure you can handle every matter with so-called lordly prestige?" Bai Wenking fell silent. He really couldn't. He had previously thought about maintaining order, so he hired personnel. Later this triggered the barracks, and he had a soldier squad. After having the soldier squad, order indeed improved, but in territory management, he was already stretched thin. He considered using his trusted associates to help handle things. Now it seemed that perhaps having formal departments would be better. Subsequently, Bai Wenking walked directly to the 4th section and began trading his resources. After selling everything, Bai Wenking looked at Yun Jukai. "Come on, take me to buy things." After buying things, he'd hurry home and reform his territory. At this moment, Bai Wenking understood that Hope Village's success was definitely not just built by piling up money. What it possessed was all beyond his current reach. But since he couldn't match them, then he'd join them. Immediately after, Yun Jukai led Bai Wenking toward the blacksmith shop. Upon arriving at the blacksmith shop, Bai Wenking felt his eyes couldn't help but be dazzled by what he saw. He had also opened a blacksmith shop in his own territory, but it only had automated production of iron axes and spears. Later, after he leveled up, the blacksmith shop produced silver shadow swords, and that was it. But the weapons in Hope Village were truly comprehensive. Besides those 2 basic weapons, there were various bronze weapons suitable for those below level 10, and for professionals, there were silver weapons including charged bows, tracking arrows, armor-piercing swords, magic wands, shields. A few days ago, When Hope Village residents had arrived and informed them about the existence of professionals, not only he but many residents had desperately hunted magical beasts, which finally allowed professionals to emerge in their territories. By comparison, not only was his software behind, but his hardware was also lagging. Seeing Bai Wenkang's eyes light up as he looked at the weapons, Yun Junkai beside him began to explain. Bronze weapons have no purchase limits, but silver weapons are currently limited. Each type can only be purchased once per territory resident. After hearing this rule, Bai Wenkang looked at Yun Junkai in disbelief. Why? His territory now had quite a few professionals, and one shadow sword couldn't supply so many people. Moreover, he couldn't even buy iron ore now, so he couldn't produce shadow swords, let alone weapons for other professions besides swordsmen. He had been counting on this trip to Hope Village to buy more weapons and enhance his territory's strength. Because the territory's weapon prices are subsidized for residents, Yun Junkai said directly. Based on pricing from other territories and information from NPCs, they all knew that the territory's prices were really selling at a loss. Hearing this, Bai Wenkang finally noticed the prices of silver equipment. The cheapest could be bought for just 1 gold coin. In his territory, even bronze equipment couldn't be bought at that price. Relatively speaking, this was truly charitable work. Was Hope Village following a high-volume, low-profit strategy? But wouldn't it take a very long time to recover the investment this way? However, the next moment, a new question surfaced in his mind. Can your territory's weapons continue to be supplied indefinitely? Bai Wenkang asked. For other resources, Hope Village might have accumulated more previously so they could maintain normal supply, but iron ore was usually very difficult to accumulate. How long could they keep this up? Naturally, we can, Yun Junkai replied. Hearing this, Bai Wenkang immediately understood that Hope Village definitely had its own iron ore supply channels. Without further questioning, Bai Wenkang said directly, then let me buy one of each silver weapon first. With that, Bai Wenkang proceeded to purchase, but when buying, a different notification popped up. Dear visitor, since you are not a Hope Village resident, purchasing silver equipment requires double payment. Do you wish to continue? Seeing the change in Bai Wenkang's expression during the purchase, Yun Junkai asked, what's wrong? The price is doubled. That's probably a restriction for non-territory residents. Do you have a way for me to buy silver equipment at the cheaper price? Bai Wenkang couldn't help asking. Although the doubled price was within his budget, knowing about the lower price, how could he bear to spend the extra money? Why don't you become a Hope Village resident first, then purchase? Yun Junkai said, then paused. I just don't know if there would be any strange consequences if you, as a lord, joined our territory. Bai Wenkang, silver equipment is suitable for professionals between levels 10 and 20. Currently, most professionals are at level 10, and each level up takes a long time, so silver equipment can serve us for a long while. No professional is willing to sell their silver equipment unless it doesn't fit their professional development. If you really need it, you'd have to pay extra, Yun Junkai said directly. As for bronze weapons, these in our territory are for newly advanced professionals to use as transitional equipment, which can be upgraded later, and there are no purchase limits. The professional path for their territory's residents had just begun, and too few were willing to resell silver equipment. He still had to find his own solution. This last sentence was also Yun Junsai's hint. Hearing this, Bai Wenkang already had a plan in mind. Subsequently, Bai Wenkang directly bought all the available bronze weapon equipment. Similarly, he also bought the double-priced silver weapon equipment. His shopping spree caught the attention of Harrison inside, as he was suddenly notified that bronze equipment had sold out and needed restocking. Coming out, he saw Yun Junkai and Bai Wenkang. When Bai Wenkang looked at Harrison, a flash of surprise crossed his eyes. This is our territory's master blacksmith, Yun Junkai introduced. Hello, master, Bai Wenkang quickly greeted, his eyes full of envy. A master blacksmith, he needed one. He desperately needed one. If only this person belonged to his territory. Harrison glanced at Bai Wenkang and directly restocked some bronze equipment. Seeing this, Bai Wenking quickly asked, "Master, I'd like to ask, can I buy iron ore from you?" Hearing this, Harrison looked at the current stock in the territory warehouse. There was plenty of iron ore. As for selling, not for sale. Making equipment brought higher returns, selling raw materials wasn't cost-effective. Bai Wenking felt somewhat disappointed, but he confirmed one thing. Hope Village not only had supply channels, but also sufficient quantities. He just didn't know how they managed it. "Then I'd like to buy more bronze equipment," Bai Wenking continued. Hearing this, Harrison silently restocked in large quantities. After seeing Bai Wenking buy everything, his expression improved considerably. He got a share of these profits too. The more the other party bought, the more he earned. Seeing Harrison in a good mood, Bai Wenking continued, "Could you sell more silver equipment? Double price is fine." "No. This is a territory restriction, and I won't violate the rules," Harrison shook his head. "However, bronze weapons bought from me can be upgraded to silver, though the price will be higher." Hearing this, Bai Wenking's eyes lit up, finally, the content he wanted to hear. "Can you upgrade them for me now?" Bai Wenking couldn't help asking. "Depends on the quantity you need. If it's small, I can get it done today. If it's large, you'll have to come back after some time." Harrison could tell Bai Wenking wasn't from Hope Village. However, regarding weapon sales, Harrison had discussed this with Zhou Bai, and beyond her restrictions, he handled other matters himself. He didn't see anything wrong with this. After selling these, he could immediately manufacture higher-grade ones. Silver equipment also varied in durability and attributes. He wasn't afraid of buyers turning around to attack them with purchased weapons. Of course, if anyone dared to do so, he would definitely blacklist them. Bai Wenking took out the bronze equipment he had just bought, taking out half of each type for different professions. "All of these need upgrading, but I hope you can upgrade a batch for me to take tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning, I can have 20 pieces ready for you. Each upgrade costs 2 gold coins. Pay 40 gold coins first, and for the rest, pay half as deposit." Hearing this, Bai Wenking's heart was bleeding. So expensive. His savings were being drained again. But he still obediently paid everything, who told him this was a seller's market. Despite complaining, the corners of his mouth unconsciously curved upward. Being able to buy silver weapons meant at least half of his territory's crisis could be resolved. After leaving the blacksmith shop, Bai Wenking followed Yun Jukai to the tailor shop. The tailor shop's merchandise was equally abundant. Except for some special weather equipment, everything else had no purchase limits. Bai Wenking had only one thought in his mind: buy. For the rest of the time, under Yun Juensai's guidance, Bai Wenking continued his shopping spree throughout the territory. Yun Jukai, acting as an intermediary, helped him exchange for quite favorable items from several major teams in the territory. One side bought what they wanted, the other sold accumulated goods, a direct win-win situation. By the time they finished, the sky had already darkened. At this point, he only had 50 gold coins left. Looking at his account balance, Bai Wenking could hardly believe it. Only when thinking about being able to sell these at markup after returning did Bai Wenking gain some psychological comfort. "Thank you, I bought everything I wanted today," Bai Wenking said gratefully. "It's mutually beneficial. Feel free to contact me again if you need anything in the future." Yun Junkai also smiled, his eyes narrowing. In just one day, his savings had multiplied several times. He really hoped for more such opportunities. This also strengthened his conviction. He needed to develop more external customers. "I'll come again. Next time I'll also come and leave the same day. During this period, please help me keep an eye on good items in your territory," Bai Wenking said. He had a premonition that the next time he came, Hope Village would definitely have undergone earth-shaking changes again. "All right," Yun Jukai nodded. Having settled his concerns, Bai Wenking looked at the bustling commercial street, his appetite immediately aroused. "Then let's end here for today. I'll go get something to eat." With that, the two parted ways. Bai Wenking headed straight for the commercial street, ready to treat his stomach well. As soon as he left, Yun Junkai was about to look for his child. But before he could start searching, he received a system message. Congratulations, host. You have generated substantial tax revenue for Hope Village. Reward, 100 contribution points. Contribution points? Looking at the message, Yoon Junkai felt this was an unexpected bonus. At this time, not only him, but others in the territory who had sold goods to Bai Wenkang also received varying amounts of contribution points, with their reward reason being entertaining residents from other territories. After receiving contribution points, everyone was instantly happy. They could continue confidently accumulating goods. Meanwhile, Zhou Bai also saw the system's detailed contribution point rewards. Early this morning, after receiving news of Jade Creek Village's lord's arrival, she had paid some attention, but seeing the visitors' small group, she hadn't paid much mind. Later, intermittently receiving tax income notifications and seeing the constantly rising balance on the Lord panel, she had peacefully continued hunting magical beasts outside. Now, the system's contribution point rewards confirmed something for her as the Lord. The Apocalypse game system indeed favored external trade between territories, possibly even hoping they could integrate into the Stand continent sooner. If so, then after this territorial war, she could consider organizing merchant caravans to visit other territories. Besides those previously visited, she could explore more nearby areas, including Benguela town that Bayer had mentioned wasn't far from Hope Village. These past few days, the territory's organizational structure and regulations had been running smoothly, and with the ballista as a powerful weapon, even facing Benguela town's stronger professional teams, she had nothing to fear. Thinking of this, another new question surfaced in Zhou Bai's mind. Since the territory was prepared, should this territorial war be proactive attack or passive defense? If attacking proactively, she could certainly handle the previous Overlord village, but internal fighting, what was the point? There were probably many native territories eyeing them now. Zhou Bai's conviction gradually solidified. Better to defend. Even if facing native territories, she believed her territory had the strength to fight. Most importantly, through defense, she could understand native territory's strength, have a measuring standard in mind, and help them integrate into this world's rhythm faster. As Zhou Bai predicted, countless native territories had indeed been eyeing her territory, just waiting for Hope Village's immunity period to end. So the next day at dawn, Zhou Bai received notifications. Dear host, your territory Hope Village's immunity period has ended. Please prepare for the second territorial war as soon as possible. Dear host, Castro Village has declared territorial war on Hope Village. Dear host, Kribby Village has declared territorial war on Hope Village. Dear host, Stanlow Village has declared territorial war on Hope Village. Dear host, given that multiple territories have declared war on you, you may choose one territory yourself. Selection time, 1 hour. Looking at this series of messages, Zhou Bai was completely stunned, then her mouth curved into a bitter smile. Was her Hope Village really this popular? Zhou Bai quickly adjusted her mindset. Although she wasn't given any choice in the matter, at least she had an hour to prepare. She immediately got up and went out to find Bayer first. Seeing Zhou Bai appear, Bayer was somewhat surprised. Seeing her grave expression, he quickly asked, "What's wrong?" "Territorial war is coming." "A territory has already challenged Hope Village," Bayer asked in surprise. "So fast. This was only the first day. Were they this impatient?" "And not just one," Zhou Bai said directly, then recited the names of several villages. "Do you know any of them?" After listening, Bayer began observing on the map, but found none of them. After all, this world had tens of thousands of territories. Even as a mercenary, Bayer couldn't have visited all territories. Hope Village entering the top 10,000 as a level 2 territory was too prominent. Or rather, your sudden appearance has attracted attention from all territories on the Stand continent. They'll directly test your strength. As a highly ranked territory, receiving challenges from these territories isn't surprising. Other territories ranked near you probably face the same situation, Bayer said, his expression becoming serious. Among these territories, there might not be human territories. More likely other races, such as elves, beastmen, and dwarves. Facing other racial territories in the Second War was really too demanding for this newly born territory. Even Bayer felt somewhat worried. Especially elves. If facing elves, the probability of losing was too high. And once they lost, it would definitely be a major loss and blow to Hope Village. Hearing this, Zhou Bai's heart also sank. The dangers of this world came in wave after wave. She wondered when it would end. I have an hour to choose. I'll announce these villages and offer a bounty to see if anyone knows the specific races behind them, then implement different strategies, Zhou Bai continued. Since she was given time, she would use it well. She didn't want to lose. Even facing powerful races, she would strive to win. Bear nodded, looking at Zhou Bai with some solemn respect. Despite the territory's difficult situation, this lord could quickly adjust her state each time and choose what was favorable for herself. Among the other 3 races, which do you think is most suitable? Zhou Bai continued asking. Her understanding of these races was too superficial. She could only rely on knowledgeable NPCs. If I really had to choose, I'd suggest choosing beastmen. Although beastmen have strong individual strength and fierce siege capabilities, they lack somewhat in intelligence. If they attack and we defend well, there shouldn't be major problems, Bayer said honestly, looking at Zhou Bai. If someone knows those territories' races, as long as they're elves or dwarves, we can be certain the others are humans and beastmen. Elf and dwarf territories are rare. If they're testing Hope Village, there's usually only one. If no one knows, choose a territory with similar ranking. We don't necessarily have to lose. He had just been immersed in other races' power, but forgot that current Hope Village was just a village, and the opposing territories were also villages. Attack and defense were different. They just needed to prevent successful invasion to win. Zhou Bai nodded to show she understood, and hearing Bayer's subsequent words, her mind became more stable. At this time, Bayer seemed to think of something and continued, there's another matter. If you've truly caught the attention of various races, the human kingdom is probably no exception. The royal family might send people to confer honors, gather intelligence, and recruit you. You need to quickly exchange for village chief status to become the territory's official lord. Hearing this, Zhou Bai looked at her contribution points, then shook her head. The requirement was set at 10,000 contribution points. I currently only have over 2,000. I probably can't reach it in the short term. If I can't present someone for the honor ceremony, would there be problems? They'd probably force the lord to appear. If no one appears, they might send another noble to take over. Taking over isn't that easy, right? Without recognition, as long as there are people, lacking territorial control doesn't matter much, Bayer said directly. This world's essence is still survival of the fittest. Before you have sufficient strength in others' eyes, you're just an ant. Hearing this, Zhou Bai said directly, if they arrive soon, I'll use a quest format to make myself temporary village chief. Although my contribution points aren't enough, I currently have the highest amount. It's natural for me to accept the honors. I'll later use quests to quickly solidify this position. Hearing this, Bayer understood. Indeed, given the territory's current situation, Zhou Bai could definitely handle the pressure. You're about to level up, right? Yes, it's a matter of the next day or 2. After level 10 plus magical beasts appeared, the speed increased a lot, Zhou Bai replied. You're currently building foundations. Skills are basically triggered through combat. Don't put the cart before the horse for the sake of leveling up, Bayer reminded. It wasn't that no one had taken shortcuts, but the consequence of shortcuts was that the higher the level, the more hollow the strength. As long as the foundation was solid, even with level differences, one could challenge higher levels. Zhou Bai nodded in agreement. She had noticed this long ago, so to train herself, she made sure to solo challenge a level 10 plus magical beast every day. The effect was obvious. She could feel her personal stats constantly improving, and she had triggered many skills in combat. After discussion, Zhou Bai quickly issued a quest. Quest: Bounty mission, nature, time-limited quest, 1 hour, description, territorial war approaches. Multiple territories have challenged Hope Village. Please help residents identify territorial races. Reward, 1 gold coin, target, all residents, visitors. When Jobai issued the quest, she also included the Jade Creek Village people, mainly targeting the several mercenary NPCs that Bai Wenkang brought. 1 more native resident meant 1 more possibility. As for why she didn't target only NPCs, but included all residents who couldn't possibly know, it was because Jobai wanted territory residents to understand everything the territory would face in the future. After issuing the quest, Jobai took advantage of the territory still being quiet to summon today's undead NPCs and beastmen NPCs. Today's summoned NPCs had returned to normal state, and Jobai skillfully settled them in. Then she returned home, quietly waiting for residents' information feedback. Almost immediately after the quest was issued, people throughout the territory received notifications. Some perceptive people immediately woke up. After reading the content, they were all shocked. They had long prepared for territorial war to come to their territory soon, but they hadn't expected so many territories to choose Hope Village at once. And there was even a bounty for identifying territories. Identify what? Many people's thoughts diverged, immediately thinking of other races. After all, besides this reason, there was no other explanation. Instantly, countless people could no longer sleep and poured out of their rooms. In the tavern, Bai Wenkang, who had slept beautifully in his room all night, was now staring at this notification in confusion. Wasn't this Hope Village's business? What did it have to do with him, the Lord of Jade Creek Village? Why send him the message? The next moment, he jolted awake from bed. Hope Village was going to have territorial war. He had to run quickly. Otherwise, if he delayed, he wouldn't be able to leave. Moreover, if he delayed another day, when his territory was challenged, he as the Lord might not be there. Hurriedly, Bai Wenkang came out of his room and quickly knocked on others' doors. Soon, all the Jade Creek Village people had gathered. Bai Wenkang said directly, "I'll get the weapons and we'll leave immediately." Others knew Hope Village's situation and had no objections. They just felt somewhat regretful. If not for this sudden territorial war, they had planned to buy some food to take back in the morning. Now with the territory like this, they probably weren't in the mood for business. As for the mercenaries, 2 of them looked at the message with slightly flickering eyes. Coincidentally, they happened to know some of the territories because they had heard about them during previous missions. But could they report this information? Finally, the 2 mercenaries couldn't resist the temptation and quietly submitted their information. After submitting, they followed Bai Wenkang's steps to check out of the tavern and leave. Bai Wenkang's group originally thought they would see a chaotic territory after leaving the tavern, but the fact was that the nearby commercial street was operating normally, with residents eating breakfast at noodle shops, and many teams gathered together in heated discussion. Would those NPCs know which races control the attacking territories? Beastmen NPCs might know beastmen territories, but they know little about others. Then what do we do? Not knowing who the opponent is, how do we prepare? Life and death are fate. If we don't accept it, we fight. Whoever it is, we just fight. Besides, the territory has already told us, so we're mentally prepared. In their words, there was only support for the coming territorial war. Everything looked so incongruous. In the crowd, Bai Wenkang also saw Yun Jukai. Seeing Bai Wenkang's hurried appearance, Yun Jukai walked over directly. "You're planning to leave?" "Yes, I'm worried about my territory. My territory's immunity period is almost over too." Bai Wenkang gave the most appropriate reason. "Then hurry up. In an hour, the territorial war will probably officially begin." Yun Jukai didn't mind the other party's urgent departure at all. It was a normal choice. Looking at Yun Junsai's calm demeanor and the enthusiastic discussions of the crowd, Bai Wenkang couldn't help speaking up. The territories trying to attack Hope Village this time might be other powerful races. "Aren't you afraid?" Hearing this, Yun Junkai said directly, "Afraid? But what's the use of being afraid? Rather than fear, it's better to respond seriously." The territory's frankness allowed them, after initial fear, to think of only one thing. No matter what, they would fight to the last moment for the territory and protect their home. Looking at Yunjukai, Bai Wenkang suddenly felt his throat somewhat dry and couldn't speak at all. After a long while, he managed to say, "I hope you can get through this safely." "Thank you," Yunjukai replied, then also reminded, "After you return to your territory, remember to prepare well too." "I will." After the brief conversation, Bai Wenkang hurried toward the blacksmith shop. Watching Bai Wenkang's departing figure, Yun Juansai's expression became somewhat complex. He suddenly envied the other party. At least when facing territorial war, the other party could choose to avoid it. But they couldn't. This was their home, and they had nowhere to retreat. But even so, he had no regrets about his choice. Hope Village was worth his protection with his life. At this time, Jobai had already received feedback from residents. Through various sources, including information from Beastmen NPCs in Hope Village and the two mercenaries who secretly provided intelligence, Jobai learned the racial composition of the attacking territories: Castro Village, Elves, Cribby Village, Dwarves, Stanlow Village, Beastmen, and several others, mostly Beastmen. Following Bear's advice, Jobai chose Stanlow Village as their opponent since it was a Beastmen territory ranked slightly higher than Hope Village. Hope Village residents calmly prepared for war despite the danger, impressing even the departing Bai Wenkang with their unity and determination. Jobai issued the main quest for territorial defense. Main quest: Defend Hope Village. Description: Stanlow Village Beastmen army approaches. All residents must unite to defend our home. Duration: 24 hours. Reward: contribution points based on performance. The entire territory mobilized to prepare for the 24-hour siege that was about to begin. As the countdown began, Jobai stood atop the walls, looking out at the approaching storm. Whatever came, Hope Village would face it together. The Second Territorial War was about to commence. Meanwhile, at Stanlow Village, Hope Village has chosen us. Lord Coleridge of Stanlow Village received the news, and a satisfied expression crossed his face. This newly emerged human territory ranked quite high and was a level 2 territory. They would definitely be able to plunder enough resources from them, and it would be even better if they could capture more people to serve them. Lord Coleridge will surely achieve a great victory, a pighead man beside him said earnestly. It's also thanks to the information you provided. I didn't expect so many people to have their eyes on Hope Village, Coleridge laughed. If Jobai had been present, she would have definitely recognized that this speaking pighead man was none other than Paul, whom she had previously dismissed from employment. Paul met Coleridge's gaze and smiled smugly. Who told Jobai to dare dismiss him from employment back then? It was just slacking off a little. What was the big deal? That Jobai was just too petty. Now he wouldn't be polite anymore. Their pighead army would definitely trample Hope Village and let him wash away his previous humiliation. Soon, the pighead troops entered the designated territorial range. Dear host, do you wish to attack Hope Village now? Yes. Immediately, light blazed forth, and when the radiance faded, the pighead army had entered Hope Village's territory. This teleportation consumed 5 gold coins, which have been deducted. Dear host, you have arrived at Hope Village. As the challenging party, please begin the siege as soon as possible. Note: village-level territorial war duration is 24 hours, countdown, 23:54. Time had begun ticking down. Coleridge looked at Paul beside him and said directly, lead the way. Beastmen always fought with swift and decisive battles. Today would be no different. Understood, Paul said, skillfully leading the way at the front. He was already extremely familiar with everything outside Hope Village. As for Coleridge and his group following behind, they were also looking around. Seeing this road paved with stone slabs, Coleridge couldn't help but nod approvingly in his heart. Hope Village's financial resources were indeed impressive. As long as they achieved victory, they would have quite a harvest. Thinking this, his eyes were filled with greed. Before long, they saw the towering, thick city walls. Since Paul had mentioned it before, Coleridge was already mentally prepared for these walls. They had dealt with many territories with extremely strong defenses before. It was no big deal. A group of pighead men appeared so brazenly near the territory that when they moved together, the ground trembled with vibrations. The Hope Village residents waiting for their attack on the walls and at the city gates couldn't help but gasp when they saw them. This group of beastmen looked truly eye-catching, especially their numbers. Compared to the previous siege by Overlord Village, their forces had doubled. Already formidable in strength, and now with these numbers, it was clear this would be a hard-fought battle. "It's Paul." On the city wall, O'Neill spotted Paul in the group and exclaimed in surprise. Jobai, hearing this, also looked and recognized him as the one she had dismissed from employment. So this attack on Hope Village by Stanlow Village was because of Paul's instigation? If so, it was truly an undeserved disaster. And she had carefully selected from many options, only to choose the territory where he was located. What rotten luck she had. Looking at the dense army below, Jobai also felt some pressure. However, Jobai quickly cast this pressure aside. No matter how powerful the enemy, they would give their all. Bayer beside her also realized the severity of the situation and hurriedly began adjusting their plans. "O'Neill, you lead your squad to engage them head-on. I'll have the soldiers coordinate with your actions," Bayer said to O'Neill and the others. When it came to physical prowess, beastmen were supreme. Only beastmen could clash directly with other beastmen. Fighting this way would also help divide the enemy's combat strength. Yes, O'Neill agreed without hesitation. Soon, he led dozens of beastmen directly out of the city gates. Behind him were the undead NPCs, led by Heidi. Paul immediately spotted O'Neill and his group, saying coldly, "O'Neill, you're clearly beastmen, yet you're willing to fight for humans. You've truly disgraced all beastmen. Weren't you also fighting for humans before? Too bad you couldn't even do that properly and got returned directly. So, what if we fight for humans? They pay too well. If you could compensate us with more, we might consider not participating in this battle." Hearing their words, Paul directly spat. Even if they had money, they wouldn't spend it on them. Coleridge watched their confrontation and said to Paul, "You also lead a group to engage them first." Yes. Paul immediately led 1/5 of the pighead men to charge forward. The most primitive collision, flesh against flesh. Just watching made one's heart tremble with fear. Beastmen's bodies were too strong. In a direct confrontation, their bodies probably wouldn't be worth even one of their fingers. Just as they were thinking this, the Pighead Legion also moved. "Charge! Attack the city!" Coleridge shouted loudly. The moment his words fell, all the Pighead men charged toward the city walls without hesitation. At this time, the archer squad on the walls also moved. Fire! Iron arrows fell like rain, shooting toward the Pighead men's bodies. Unfortunately, they basically left no trace on the Pighead men, simply bouncing off their bodies and falling to the ground. Seeing the scene, the archers' faces showed shock. Although they knew beastmen had strong physical constitution, they never imagined it would be this strong. Unable to cause any damage to the enemy, how could they fight this battle? "Switch to ballista carts," Bayer immediately commanded. As his words fell, the ballista carts specially prepared for this battle precisely targeted the pighead men below. When each giant arrow was fired, everyone's hearts couldn't help but race. Soon, the giant arrows from the ballista carts, with their powerful penetrating force, shot directly into their bodies. The pighead men, when hit, instinctively reached to pull out the arrows from their bodies. But pulling them out undoubtedly caused secondary damage to themselves, leaving holes in their bodies with blood continuously flowing down. Seeing this scene, everyone's hearts lifted with joy. No matter what, as long as they could cause damage, this battle could be fought. Then, the ballista carts continued targeting the pighead men below. One arrow, one target. The pighead men who learned their lesson no longer dared to pull out the arrows when hit, but attacked the city walls even more frantically. The city wall is being damaged. Defense remaining at 90%. Please repair with 80,000 stone materials. The city wall is being damaged. Defense remaining at 85%. Please repair with 120,000 stone materials. The city walls were continuously being damaged, and Zhou Bai's losses were in the tens of thousands per second. Zhou Bai's heart was bleeding. Looking at Coleridge standing behind the pighead men, Zhou Bai understood that he planned to go straight forward, destroying the wall's defensive power until her territory could no longer hold out. At that time, her territory would be at their mercy. But knowing the enemy's plan, would she let them continue? No. Zhou Bai looked at Bear beside her and said directly, "When do we sally forth to meet them in battle?" Bear looked at Zhou Bai, then at the pighead men below, his eyes deepening. Wait a bit longer. Only after the pighead men's first wave of attacks stopped would be the right time for them to strike. Time passed minute by minute. Under the ballista attacks, pighead men were injured one after another, and some unlucky ones were hit several times and fell directly to the ground. Meanwhile, the city wall's defense continuously decreased, but whenever it dropped below 60%, Zhou Bai unhesitatingly repaired it. Even without the system providing materials, Zhou Bai had accumulated quite a bit of stone over the past month and could still support repairs temporarily. However, with her stockpile being consumed, she would need to work hard to accumulate more supplies again. It was Zhou Bai's confidence that made Coleridge and the pighead men increasingly frustrated. When would the city wall be completely destroyed? Beastmen naturally lacked patience. Seeing no results for so long, plus people constantly getting injured nearby, they naturally became anxious. Once they became anxious, Bear could see it clearly. He looked directly at Zhou Bai and the others beside him, saying, "It's time." The next moment, Hope Village's soldier squads and individual teams immediately rushed out at lightning speed. Kill. Fight for the territory. Coleridge never expected that the humans of this territory would dare to face them beastmen in direct combat. Wasn't this seeking death? Immediately, he directly reassigned a group from the pighead men attacking the city walls. The reassigned pighead men looked at the humans charging out from the city gates, all wearing cold smiles on their faces. Dealing with these humans would be effortless. Taking steps forward, the pighead men charged toward them without hesitation. Spread out. Earth wall. Stone block. Seeing the large-bodied pighead men charging toward them, the soldiers and professionals who had come out had already formed different squads according to their usual combat methods. They knew that beastmen had strong physical constitution and were very tough, so naturally they wouldn't be foolish enough to clash directly with them. As for combat, they could treat the beastmen like magical beasts, slowly wearing them down to see who could outlast whom. If they could win, they'd fight. If not, they'd run. After all, this was their home ground, with the city gates right behind them. Soon, both sides engaged in battle directly on the open ground in front of the city gates. Zhou Bai faced off against a pighead man alone. After all, she had experience fighting bosses one-on-one in daily life, so naturally she could also tie down one opponent while gauging the pighead men's strength. Several others on the scene were doing the same as Zhou Bai. Basically, they were all team leaders who were battle-hardened and wanted to test their skills properly. It must be said that beastmen's bodies truly deserve to be called formidable. Zhou Bai's armor-piercing sword could barely leave any trace on the beastman's body, and instead felt like a hard collision when they clashed. After several consecutive attempts, the results were all the same. However, Zhou Bai still discovered some differences through subtle clues. That is, as attacks increased, their body's defense continuously decreased. This meant that beastmen's defense wasn't unchanging. After discovering this, Zhou Bai increased the frequency and intensity of her attacks on the beastman's body. The pighead man Palmer, who was fighting Zhou Bai, became increasingly frustrated as the battle continued. Because Zhou Bai was like an annoying fly constantly buzzing around him, yet he could never swat her. Compared to his clumsy body, Zhou Bai's body was obviously very agile. Beastmen who won through strength hated such opponents the most. He also clearly knew that continuing like this wouldn't work. Without hesitation, Palmer began activating one of his skills, ground crack. Humph. With this roar, Palmer began gathering all his strength. With one foot stomping hard on the ground, the earth began cracking outward from him as the center, forming a spiderweb pattern. Crack, crack, crack. With the sounds, the ground's trembling and collapse became increasingly severe, then quickly invaded the ground block where Zhou stood. Under the ground's trembling, Zhou could barely stand steady, so naturally her attacks temporarily stopped. Seeing this, Palmer took advantage of this time to quickly charge toward Zhou. His massive body, when activating skills, moved extremely fast, directly becoming a blur. Zhou hadn't yet recovered from the first strike when the second strike followed immediately. Seeing this, she could only use magic to construct an earth wall in front of herself. Bang! With a loud crash, Zhou's body was still violently knocked away. It turned out the pighead man, with his formidable physical constitution, had directly penetrated the earth wall. After being hit, Zhou's body retreated several steps before barely stopping. Even though she wore defensive equipment, Zhou's health still decreased by 200 points from that collision. Beastmen's ability to dominate the Stan continent was indeed not to be underestimated. However, she believed even more that no matter how formidable the skills and physical constitution, they absolutely couldn't be maintained for long periods in prolonged combat. Zhou charged toward Pighead Man Palmer again, engaging him in close combat once more. After a moment, Palmer couldn't help but launch his second combo skill, but this time, with Zhou prepared, even though she was also attacked, she only lost 100 health points. Like this, in cycles, Zhou continued grinding on the battlefield. After an unknown amount of time, Zhou sensed the timing was about right. Taking advantage of a gap, she launched a swordsman skill, Wind Strike, at Pighead Man Palmer. When Wind Strike was unleashed, Zhou's sword seemed to come alive, rapidly performing continuous thrusts on Palmer. When the final strike came, Palmer's body was clearly penetrated by the sword, and when it was withdrawn, blood splattered everywhere. Roar! Palmer let out a pained cry. Clearly, he never expected that a human professional obviously much lower level than him could actually cause him damage. While he was thinking this, the opponent attacked again. This desperate fighting style instantly made Palmer somewhat afraid. Most humans he had encountered before could only fight from a distance and didn't dare close combat, giving them countless advantages. However, their previous methods met their Waterloo against Hope Village. The moment Palmer's retreating intention arose, Zhou seized the opportunity and began her fierce assault. Sword after sword, different skills and techniques. You might dodge the first, but you can't dodge the 15th. Palmer put all his attention on defense. He directly lost the initiative in battle. Finally, after Zhou's continuous attacks, Palmer's health finally dropped to rock bottom under Zhou's final strike. His body slowly collapsed. At this time, Zhou's health was also less than half. Suddenly, Dennis nearby noticed this and immediately began healing Zhou from a distance. When the healing spell recovery was cast, Zhou's health directly recovered by more than half, reaching above 900. Zhou instantly felt fully revived. Looking around, she discovered that quite a few pighead men had already died under team sieges. After all, no matter how powerful pighead men were, facing professionals with good coordination and accumulated combat experience, they were ultimately outnumbered. Clearly, after pighead men began dying successively, the morale of the professionals on scene became increasingly high. Almost as soon as the pighead man from their own squad died, they quickly dispersed to join other squads, accelerating the pighead men's deaths. Zhou also moved through the crowd, taking advantage of the chaos to attack many pighead men. Coleridge had originally been quite calm outside the battle, but seeing his subordinates die one after another, his entire expression darkened. Looking at the city walls that remained unbreached despite continuous attacks and his subordinates constantly wounded by ballista carts, Coleridge let out a loud roar. With this roar, the remaining 200 pighead men immediately turned direction and began charging toward the battlefield where mixed combat was occurring. Zhou also noticed this scene. Realizing that many people on scene had lost health in combat, and some had even been injured with quite a few seriously wounded already retreated, continuing to fight now might easily result in casualties. After brief consideration, Jobai had made her choice and shouted loudly, "Retreat first." Hearing Jobai's words, everyone didn't hesitate. Fighting while retreating, the group flowed back like a tide at the fastest speed, each person using their lifetime's fastest speed. If someone nearby was injured, they directly helped carry them away. Not only them, but O'Neill, Heidi, and others nearby were also preparing to retreat, though they mainly served as rear guard. Before long, the entire battlefield had no trace of anyone except pighead men. However, the battle was far from over. The archer squads and ballista carts on the city walls continued shooting. The former targeted wounded pighead men, the latter targeted unwounded pighead men. After being wounded, the pighead men's defense was clearly decreasing. Arrows that previously couldn't penetrate pighead men's bodies now had 7 or 8 out of 10 that could pierce through. A two-pronged approach. Wounded pighead men's injuries worsened, while unwounded ones became wounded. Only the pighead men's helpless roars remained on scene. Retreat. Coleridge looked at this scene and said with grief and indignation. Soon, all pighead men had retreated beyond Hope Village's attack range. Looking from afar at Hope Village's intact and flawless city walls, Coleridge looked at Paul beside him and without hesitation slapped him across the face. "This is what you called a Hope Village with many resources but weak strength?" "He deceived me so badly." Paul staggered from the blow, looking at the furious Coleridge, immediately understanding that the Lord was taking his anger out on him. He had clearly warned them before coming that Hope Village was quite strong, with a significant proportion of professionals. After all, he had personally witnessed how hard Hope Village's professionals fought. It was precisely because of this that Hope Village's resources were so abundant. But the Lord hadn't taken these professionals seriously, believing they were worthless in the face of absolute strength. Little did he know that besides strength, there was also strategy. But could he say this? No way. After his thoughts churned for a moment, Paul directly slapped himself several times. "Lord, it's all my fault. It's all my fault." Seeing Paul's attitude, Coleridge's anger subsided somewhat. Every battle against human territories resulted in some losses to their forces, and he had already prepared himself for this. It was just that this time was particularly far from his psychological expectations, making him feel humiliated. "These humans are just cunning, knowing to run when they can't beat us," another pighead named Grant deliberately said supportive words from the side, giving their lord a way out. This way, it wasn't that their combat power was too weak, but because the humans were too treacherous. It had to be said that Grant's words struck right at Coleridge's heart. Coleridge looked at those thick walls with a gloomy expression. The pigheads behind him didn't dare speak, afraid of accidentally provoking his ire. After a long pause, Coleridge spoke. "Wounded warriors provide cover, others continue the siege. If any Hope Village people come out, don't wait for my orders. Kill them directly. If anyone dies in battle, there will be compensation and death benefits when we return." This Hope Village had only been established for just over a month. Even if their lord had some foundation, they definitely couldn't hold out for too long. Paul, standing nearby, could see Coleridge's intentions. His expression shifted slightly, but he couldn't help saying, "Hope Village has been continuously purchasing lumber and stone materials, basically without limit, so Hope Village residents are always collecting outside, and the accumulated quantity is considerable. If they really launched a fierce assault, their casualties would likely be significant. When it came time to assign blame, it would fall on him again." Otherwise, he really didn't want to speak up. The more he said, the more mistakes he made. Hearing Paul's words, Coleridge instinctively frowned and looked at him coldly. "Are you saying my command is wrong?" "Paul, no. If not, then shut up." "I have my own plans," Coleridge said coldly. Paul fell silent. Grant, standing nearby, looked at Paul and shook his head inwardly. From the beginning, he had made the wrong choice. Some of the heavily wounded could only silently endure upon hearing these words. In the beastmen's world, the useless had no right to exist. If injured and losing combat ability, they could only leave the warrior ranks upon return. Once they left, life became difficult. For those with families, sometimes it was better to die on the battlefield. At least the Lord would provide death benefits. The next moment, the pigheads moved. The wounded provided cover in front while the rest launched another fierce assault on the walls, with most personnel concentrated near the city gates. As soon as they moved, the soldiers on the walls quickly responded. At this time, inside Hope Village territory, Jobai heard news of the wall's defensive strength being damaged and chose to repair it without changing expression. She had figured out that the wall's defensive power was related to its integrity. The faster the repairs, the higher the wall's defensive strength. If repairs were slower, the damage would accelerate. It had to be said that this Pighead Legion's attack had indeed brought considerable losses to the territory. If they lost, it would be a huge loss requiring a very long time to recover. This would create a vicious cycle, and Hope Village would have no foothold on the Stan continent. Therefore, Hope Village could only win. No matter what price they paid, they could only win, making up for this battle's losses from the pigheads. Bear also realized this point. He walked to Jobai's side and said in a low voice, "Can we still hold on?" Jobai nodded. "For now, yes, but we can't let them keep attacking like this." "I'll continue organizing the next wave of attacks," Bear said directly, immediately springing into action. Since Bear had already spoken with each squad leader, this brief exchange with Jobai didn't attract much attention. Soon, after each squad finished counting their wounded, the remaining people began preparing for the next round of coordination. As for the injured personnel, they were sent to the hospital for treatment according to priority. Among the Beastmen NPCs, the heavily wounded were the most numerous. Compared to human professionals who fought in teams and rarely engaged in close combat, and whenever someone's health dropped too low or was seriously injured, medics would immediately help with treatment or fast professionals would cooperate to send them back, the whole process being quite flexible. In contrast, the Beastmen engaged in direct melee combat, fighting hard against hard. Even with their thick skin and tough flesh, their bodies were covered with wounds. Seeing Bear organizing the second wave of attacks, O'Neill and others quickly prepared to adjust their condition and continue. Jobai noticed this too. Looking at several tiger heads and bull heads whose health had dropped to less than half but were still joining me, she couldn't help frowning. Walking up to O'Neill and Lucas, she said directly, "Have these few from your squads stay behind for treatment. They can only return to battle when their health recovers to above 70%. O'Neill and Lucas were stunned upon hearing this. Then O'Neill instinctively said, "They can still hold on." These injuries were nothing to them beastmen. Not just them, everyone is the same. This battle won't end quickly. If they really lose their lives on the battlefield because they didn't get treatment, that would be more loss than gain, Jobai said resolutely, her words brooking no argument. O'Neill was momentarily speechless, then looked at several beastmen who were obviously seriously injured. "You stay behind." The beastmen who were told to stay looked at O'Neill, then at Jobai, and agreed, though their expressions showed some confusion. As charging warriors of the beastmen race, they had truly never received such treatment before. They hadn't expected to experience this in a human territory. Lucas, watching this scene, felt somewhat moved. He finally understood why O'Neill was willing to fight for Hope Village and even wanted to bring his family to live here. The other might not be as smart as him, but had a keen intuition that detected the equality and respect for life that Hope Village subtly revealed. Such equality and respect was lacking in most territories on the Stan continent. A moment later, when they left the territory for the second time. Looking at the pigheads being used as shields or having their last bit of value squeezed out, Lucas felt this sentiment even more strongly. Normally, beastmen should choose beastmen territories without hesitation. But if they encountered a human territory like Hope Village, he seemed more willing to choose the latter. At this time, Seeing Hope Village people come out again, every pighead's eyes revealed a fierce glint. As for everyone from Hope Village, they were similarly filled with killing intent. They were no longer people living in peaceful times. This past month, life had already baptized them into warriors. The second battle began. On the scene, various skills were flying everywhere. Martial force and magic constantly collided. This was destined to be a prolonged battle, and also the prelude to Hope Village establishing its foothold on the Stan continent. For a considerable time afterward, Hope Village from top to bottom implemented the policy of, when the enemy advances, we retreat. Whenever the pigheads gained even a slight advantage in combat, they would run back into the territory. After all, the pigheads were formidable and fearless of death. This desperate fighting style meant that in a direct confrontation, they would have to pay the price of many lives to win. But they each only had one life. How could they just die here? As long as the Green Hills remain, there's no fear of lacking firewood. Hope Village's guerrilla tactics indeed continuously disrupted the pigheads' attack rhythm. Combined with the assistance of archer squads and ballistas from the walls, even though the pigheads attacked more fiercely and held the offensive advantage, their losses were actually greater than Hope Village's. The pigheads' numbers kept decreasing, gradually dropping from the original 500 to just over 400. The reduction was imperceptible, and by the time Coleridge realized it, the warriors he had brought had already decreased by 1/5. After another wave of battle stopped, standing with the remaining pigheads outside the enemy's attack range and finishing the head count, Coleridge's expression was full of disbelief. Not only had nearly 100 warriors died, but among the remaining 400+, half were wounded. The once mighty Pighead Legion had now become nothing more than a pighead wounded unit. More importantly, their morale had been struck low by Hope Village. Their brains indeed weren't very smart, but they weren't stupid. On the surface, they were winning. Hope Village people were always forced to flee by them. But in reality, they were losing miserably. Moreover, they had noticed something. They noticed that among the hired beastmen in Hope Village, dozens had appeared in the first confrontation to fight them, engaging in direct fist-to-flesh combat where both sides suffered losses. But in the second and third times, fewer and fewer of them appeared. Later it became clear that the injured beastmen from the other side basically wouldn't fight consecutively a second time. When injured beastmen reappeared, it was definitely after their wounds had healed. With such results, how could they feel good about it? Even a human territory could treat hired beastmen so well, why couldn't their own territory do the same? These thoughts among the pigheads were subtle, and Coleridge, their lord, couldn't notice them since he had been commanding from the rear throughout, focusing only on the battle situation. After assessing the losses, Coleridge was completely shocked, his mood becoming increasingly agitated. He couldn't believe it. A level 2 human territory had actually pushed him to this point. Looking at Coleridge, who was radiating a gloomy aura, Paul remained silent this time. He had said everything he should say. If he said more, he feared being blamed. Instead, Grant looked at Paul and quietly walked to his side, saying in a low voice, "You used to work in this Hope Village? Did you leave because they looked down on beastmen?" By now, Grant could see that Hope Village's situation didn't match what Paul had described. Compared to what he had personally witnessed, naturally the words he had heard before were questionable. Hearing Grant ask this, Paul naturally felt guilty, but it was only fleeting. He quickly returned to a calm appearance and firmly said yes. That beastmen could work for human territories was already looking favorably upon them. He had just been slightly less obedient, and they didn't give him any chance, just drove them away. Wasn't this looking down on them? Grant snorted lightly. He didn't believe him at all. Thinking of Paul's personality, he had already roughly guessed the whole process. Without saying much more, he only said one sentence, "Regret it, don't you?" Paul's originally somewhat proud head lowered slightly. Speaking from the heart, he indeed regretted it. Thinking about it now, that period in Hope Village was indeed the most comfortable time in his life. Not externally comfortable, but genuinely comfortable inside. Unfortunately, it was too late now. Paul didn't need to speak, his reaction proved those 2 words. Grant said nothing more, looking at Hope Village ahead with hidden curiosity in his eyes. He wondered if he would have a chance to be hired later. If he were hired, he definitely wouldn't be like that fool Paul, not knowing how to cherish it. Continue the attack. Coleridge issued another order, clearly still unwilling to give up. All the pigheads, hearing this, could only obey. Who told them their fate was in the Lord's hands? Grant withdrew his gaze at this moment. Why was he curious about Hope Village? Wasn't it because Coleridge, this lord, was really too unreliable and he needed to find another way out? Why not rely on other beastmen territories? Because people of different races who went to other territories would only fare worse, unless it was the royal capital, but the royal capital wasn't a place a low-level beastman like him could go. This was how Hope Village, this human territory, entered his vision. According to the information Paul had revealed, this human territory and beastmen could choose each other mutually. If it really wasn't as good as he thought, he could also change his mind. Unfortunately, now he could only think about it. He didn't know if there would be an opportunity. The next moment after thinking this, he was entangled in combat with Hope Village residents again. The other pigheads were the same. However, Jobai, who was in the midst of it all, quickly discovered something unusual. After repeated battles, she gradually figured out how to fight the pigheads. The pigheads could indeed use many explosive skills, but as long as you dodged these few skills, the pigheads wouldn't be a problem. She had used this method to deal with several pigheads, and other squads had also gained various results. Because of this, when fighting again this time, she had already thought of countless ways to deal with the pigheads in front of her. But after actually fighting, she discovered that the pigheads opposite were slacking off. Yes, slacking off, not actively releasing skills, conserving maximum stamina, retreating when in danger. Wasn't this slacking off? Had they changed their nature? Jobai fought while observing, then discovered that not only the pigheads fighting her, but also the pigheads fighting others were doing the same. The pigheads who weren't blindly charging forward had obviously become harder to deal with. But difficult as they were, their damage to people had also decreased. Looking at Coleridge commanding from the rear in the distance, Jobai understood in her heart. But understanding was understanding, Jobai wouldn't be polite. The pigheads were slacking off because they had no way to deal with Hope Village. If they had a way, then Hope Village would be the miserable ones now. As long as they were on the battlefield, the other side was the enemy. If the other side had a way to survive, that was their ability, but it couldn't be Jobai actively going easy on them. Not only Jobai, but everyone else had the same thought. They wouldn't be polite. To repay evil with kindness, then how should kindness be repaid? However, comparatively speaking, the pigheads' death rate was still much lower than before, and Hope Village's side also seemed much more at ease. Under the pighead legion's slacking, this battle directly continued until nightfall. Having been focused on the battlefield the whole time, Coleridge was completely unaware of time's passage. Only when he saw the sky darken did he realize so much time had passed. Nearly 10 hours. It was also at this moment that Coleridge had a real feeling. He probably couldn't take Hope Village. Just as this thought emerged, Hope Village's people retreated again. Dinner time, dinner time. After eating, we'll fight again. Come on, hurry up, I'm getting hungry. In high spirits, Hope Village's people withdrew safely once again. The pigheads watched the crowd that completely ignored them and fell silent. Growl, growl, growl. The next moment, their stomachs also began growling. So hungry. Before coming, they hadn't expected that after dawn they still wouldn't be able to take Hope Village. But the fact was, not only couldn't they take it, they had also suffered huge losses. Then, all the pigheads' gazes turned to Coleridge. Only then did Coleridge finally notice the dejection in their eyes. He pressed his lips together, then said, "We'll also rest and eat." The pigheads who understood he was unwilling to retreat fell silent. Then they returned to the safe area, lit fires, and prepared food. The sky grew darker and darker. In the distance, Hope Village had lit torches all around the walls, instantly illuminating the open space in front of the territory. It was as if they were also declaring to Coleridge and the other beastmen, not convinced? Come fight. They were ready anytime. While the many pig heads were resting, Coleridge approached Grant. Tell me, should I just retreat home directly? Grant. He really didn't want to answer. Speak directly. I won't blame you. Lord should already have the answer in your heart, Grant said evasively. Who knew if the other would settle scores later? It was better to be conservative. Coleridge paused. He indeed already had an answer in his heart. But he was unwilling. After a long time, Coleridge continued giving orders. Prepare an overnight camp. Yes. Grant thought Coleridge would still have the pigheads continue fighting, but unexpectedly, after nightfall, Coleridge gave no orders at all, just stood at the camp, looking at Hope Village from afar with unwillingness. On Hope Village's side, seeing that the pigheads were no longer attacking, everyone's expressions were somewhat strange. Standing on the walls, many people watched the pigheads setting up camp within their territory's range and couldn't help discussing. What are they planning to do? Preparing to rest and fight again. I think they're planning to give up. All afternoon, those pigheads fought without knowing what they were doing, not even as exciting as fighting magical beasts. We should still be careful. Until the last moment, we can't give up. Then what do you say, should we circle around and launch a surprise attack, completely annihilating them? As they spoke, their expressions showed eager anticipation. Others also became interested. Although they didn't know how territorial war contribution was calculated, it was definitely related to the enemy situation. The more they eliminated, the higher their contribution, right? Bayer looked at the temporary camp in the distance, at the figures standing there, and said directly, they've basically given up. If we launch a surprise attack and provoke their counterattack, today's efforts would be wasted. Let's leave it at this. Since the Lord had no other orders, they would stop here. The Second Territorial War, they had won again. Thinking this, Bayer calculated the gains and losses of this war in his mind. The more he calculated, the happier he became. He really hadn't fought such a satisfying war in a long time. The last time was joyful, this time even more so. Hearing that Bayer, the general commander, had said this, the others had no objections. Indeed, the beastmen hadn't fought fiercely in the afternoon not because they couldn't, but because they didn't want to. If they really went too far, maybe before others could rescue them, they would be dealt with. They had almost gotten carried away. Thus, both sides, separated by an open space, entered a state of minding their own business. Time passed minute by minute. Coleridge didn't sleep all night. As for Zhou Bai, she didn't sleep well either. After all, village-level territorial wars lasted 24 hours. Until the last moment when the dust settled, she couldn't truly relax. Finally, early the next morning, Zhou Bai received the system notification she had been waiting for. Dear host, the territorial war has ended. Congratulations on your territory's successful defense and victory. Calculating rewards, please wait. After seeing this message, Zhou Bai peacefully fell asleep. On the other side, Coleridge also received a message. Looking at the failed occupation notification, Coleridge's face darkened as he led the remaining pigheads back to Stanlow Village. At Stanlow Village, the pigheads who hadn't been taken along were all preparing to welcome their warrior's return. In their view, with so many going with the Lord, they must have successfully sieged the city and plundered good things from Hope Village, definitely bringing back many slaves. When they returned, it would be time for a victory celebration. Soon, after the same light flashed, Coleridge returned with his people. When they saw the condition of the pigheads Coleridge brought back, the scene at Stanlow Village fell completely silent. What was going on? Weren't they supposed to have plundered many resources and human slaves? But looking now, it seemed their pighead warriors had decreased significantly, and most of the remaining were wounded. What was happening? Could it be Stanlow Village had lost? Lost to a human territory? Coleridge, upon returning, naturally noticed the disbelief on these people's faces. His expression grew even darker, and after entering his territory, he went directly to his residence. With the Lord acting this way, the others remained even more silent. The entire territory fell into silence. Within the territory, seeing the heavily wounded pigheads return, some light burst forth in the eyes of the human slaves. They knew about Stanlow village attacking the human territory. They had originally thought this time was destined to fail, and they might welcome more compatriots. But unexpectedly, the human territory had won. A level 2 human territory had defeated a level 3 beastmen territory. This was really good news. So did they have a chance to return to human territory as spoils of war? But the next moment, more human slaves' eyes dimmed. Compared to the spoils of war available in beastmen territories, these human slaves, could never be their choice. Just as they were lost in thought, nearby pigheads saw them slacking and immediately lashed out with whips. Don't slack off. If you don't work, I'll whip you. With this sentence, the slaves buried their heads and got back to work. Soon, the territorial war settlement results came out. Dear host, in this territorial war, you as the challenger have lost 139 people, while the challenged party Hope Village suffered no losses. You have been defeated. The system will randomly extract territorial buildings and resources as punishment. System extraction in progress 1. Training ground 2. 1/3 of warehouse resources. Your settlement penalty has been completed. Please work harder in the next territorial war. Beep. Detected that your territory possesses human slaves. Human slaves can be used to offset resources. Do you wish to offset? Note: this can only be done with the consent of Hope Village's leader. Coleridge had already accepted the fact of failure, but looking at this loss, his pupils still involuntarily dilated. The training ground. This was an important building for their territory's warriors to become stronger. Losing it now was a huge loss for their territory. And 1/3 of the warehouse resources. The warehouse had always been the core of a territory, with each territory basically having only one such storage building. Of course, many territories would deliberately transfer warehouse resources out when participating in territorial wars. He had never taken Hope Village seriously, so he hadn't performed this operation. Now, he deeply regretted it once again. But before he could recover from the territorial losses, suddenly seeing that human slaves could be used to offset them, his eyes instantly lit up. Although human slaves could work for them, to a certain extent, they could do that little bit of work themselves. If they could be used to offset resources, that would be most suitable. But would Hope Village's leader agree? On the other side, Jobai also received the territorial settlement reward information. Dear host, in this territorial war, you as the challenged party suffered no resident deaths. You have won. Killed 139 pig-headed people, obtained 139 gold coins. System additional reward of 100 gold coins. The system will randomly extract territorial buildings and resources as rewards. System extraction in progress 1. Training ground 2. 1/3 of warehouse resources. Your settlement rewards have been completed. Territorial resident rewards have been settled. Do you wish to distribute them? Seeing the rewards, Jobai smiled with satisfaction. No matter which one, both were greatly beneficial to the territory. She hadn't expected that killing enemies would also have rewards, and that the system would also provide an additional 100 gold coins. It could be said that these 100 gold coins were temporarily enough to compensate for her losses on the city wall this time. As for the resident rewards, Jobai took a look. They were mainly based on contribution points, then distributed different copper coin rewards according to each person's effort, all within reasonable ranges. Although the money had to come from her, Jobai gave it all without hesitation. After the resident rewards were distributed, just as she was preparing to receive this territorial reward, she received an unexpected notification. Beep. Detected that Stanlow Village possesses human slaves. Human slaves can be used to offset 1/3 of warehouse resources. Are you willing to offset? When seeing this message, Jobai couldn't help but be stunned. Human slaves? Her mind quickly began working. Humans from Blue Star had only experienced 2 territorial wars. The first was between Blue Star territories. The second was this current one. Either way, these humans couldn't possibly be from Blue Star. Then there was only one origin: native inhabitants. Diana had once said that humans were currently in a disadvantaged position on the Stan continent, and other racial territories would basically choose human territories, plunder human territorial resources, and treat humans as slaves. Thinking of this, Zhou Bai's heart hardened a few more degrees. Today, fortunately, she had never softened from beginning to end. If they had failed, the residents in her territory would probably not have escaped the fate of being oppressed by the other side. Now, the question returned. Should she make the exchange? After all, settling these human slaves would require the territory to expend time, energy, and money. If she didn't, she could obtain real materials and money. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Bai had already made her decision in her heart. Exchange. Resources could be re-earned and reaccumulated, but these humans, if she missed this opportunity, who knew when they could return from Beastman territory? Moreover, she also had a feeling that their mission in coming to this world might be related to the native world. The earlier they contacted native characters, the better it seemed for them. At this moment, Zhou Bai chose yes, without hesitation. After making the choice, a new building immediately appeared on Zhou Bai's map. Building. Training ground description. Can serve as an auxiliary building to the barracks, training powerful warriors for you. Looking at the description, Zhou Bai's eyes brightened. With such a proper training ground, wouldn't their territorial soldiers' strength be able to improve further? Without hesitation, Zhou Bai placed it in the barracks, then it merged with the barracks. Merging in progress, please wait. After doing all this, Zhou Bai's gaze once again fell on the Lord panel. The training ground had arrived, but where were the people? Stanlow Village. After seeing that Hope Village's leader had accepted the condition of exchanging human slaves for resources, Coleridge instantly came back to life. Immediately, he directly came out of the house. Lord Leader. Seeing Coleridge appear, a squad of pig-headed warrior guards outside were all somewhat surprised. From their understanding, their Lord Leader's defeat this time would probably take several days to recover from. Coleridge didn't care about the surprise in their eyes and directly ordered, "Bring all those human slaves over." Hearing Coleridge's instructions, the same thought floated through each pig-headed person's mind. Could it be that their Lord Leader wanted to kill the human slaves to vent his anger? Even thinking this, no one dared to voice opposition, and they still followed Coleridge's orders. For a time, the entire territory was turned upside down, with countless human slaves working in various corners of the territory being brought over, and even some children at home weren't spared. The humans in Stanlow Village were even more panic-stricken at this time. They knew about Coleridge's defeat to the human territory. They had originally thought it had nothing to do with them, but now it seemed this Beastman leader was still taking his anger out on them. "Father, Mother, I'm scared." Countless children, upon seeing their family members, all fearfully hid in their embrace. "Don't be afraid." The adults could only helplessly pat their backs, then wait bewildered for their unknown fate. No one dared to think that they had a chance to leave this place and return to human territory. Coleridge looked at the noisy crowd, impatience flashing in his expression. The surrounding pig-headed warriors were all prepared, waiting for Coleridge's command to act. Grant and Paul both rushed to the scene. Hearing other pig-headed people's discussions, the slightly smarter Grant understood that Coleridge calling out these human slaves probably meant Hope Village had chosen human slaves as war spoils. Hope Village really was willing to give up material gains. Sure enough, after all the human slaves had gathered, a familiar light circle appeared on the scene. Seeing this light circle, Coleridge directly said, "Drive them all in." The humans on scene couldn't quite react, then were all driven in. After the light flashed and the world spun around, when they found themselves in a different environment, everyone finally reacted. The human territory that had defeated Stanlow Village had actually chosen them. After truly receiving the message that they had arrived within Hope Village's territorial range, one by one they couldn't help but cry out loud, each voice louder than the last, as if wanting to cry out all their grievances. They had returned, finally returned to human territory. No matter how difficult life in human territory might be, it was better than being slaves in beastman territory. Not knowing how much time passed, many people's emotions finally gradually stabilized. Looking at the territorial location marked on the map, someone spoke up. Let's go to Hope Village first. Hope Village's leader saved us, we should thank him properly. So we'll stay in Hope Village from now on? Where else could we go besides here? Moreover, we are now Hope Village's war spoils. Whatever happens in the future, we at least need to give them an explanation now. Maybe we want to stay, but we might not necessarily be allowed to. Hearing this, more people fell silent. Having returned from beastman territory, they could be said to be penniless, and everyone knew that to stay in a territory, whether as visitors or residents, money was needed. They could only take it one step at a time now. A group of scarred people supported each other as they headed toward the direction indicated by the route. Along the way, they also saw the paved roads and signposts, making their nervousness even greater. No wonder this territory could defeat the beastman territory. From what they could see, it seemed very prosperous. While they were advancing toward Hope Village, Jobai finally saw their figures on the map. Seeing that they appeared and soon began moving toward the territory, Jobai didn't issue a task to have people pick them up. The danger within the territorial range was already very small. Whether soldier teams or individual groups, people would patrol this range daily to hunt magical beasts. As long as they stayed on the main road, they wouldn't encounter any danger. However, how to settle these people was indeed a problem. Unlike them Blue Star humans who came to this world with built-in savings, these people returning from beastman territory probably had no money. Free settlement was impossible. Thinking of this, Jobai continued purchasing materials, especially stone and wood. These materials were both urgently needed by the territory and easily obtainable in the wild. This battle made her realize that the more basic and simple the materials, sometimes the more crucial they were. If she hadn't stockpiled enough stone this time, to avoid the city wall being breached, Hope Village would have had only one choice: use human lives to stop the pig-headed army's attack. Then Hope Village's losses would have been immeasurable. The previous stockpile had been consumed just about completely, so she took this opportunity to continue stockpiling. After deciding this, Jobai got up, washed, and went out. As soon as she stepped out, she was greeted by the noisy territory. Hee. The settlement rewards for this war have arrived. I actually got 300 contribution points. The territory was very generous this time. That's because we performed well. Yes, we beat those pig-headed people until they fled with their tails between their legs. With this contribution, many people should be able to reach 500 again. Are you going to exchange for soldier status? I still prefer freedom. I'll save these contribution points for now. Maybe later I can use them to exchange for weapons or something. This time we also got quite a few copper coins as rewards. Money is more practical. I got some too, so today I must have a good feast. In the territory, most people were discussing the settlement rewards they'd just received, their expressions excited. Jobai took a look. She herself had received over 1,000 contribution points as rewards plus 6 gold coins, which could indeed be considered a windfall. She went straight to the restaurant for breakfast. Just after finishing, she heard someone shouting loudly. People are coming. There are quite a few people outside the territory. They're not from Blue Star, they're native inhabitants. It looks like several hundred people. Why did so many native inhabitants suddenly come? Let's go take a look. Hearing this, Jobai immediately followed the crowd out. They had finally arrived. This group of people returning from Stanlow had now reached the gates of Hope Village. Seeing the familiar guards at the entrance, many people's eyes reddened again. Only by truly seeing that the people in this territory were human did they have a sense of settling down. The Hope Village residents who had rushed over after receiving the news saw the scene when they came out. However, what flashed in everyone's eyes was sympathy. Not for any other reason, but because these people looked truly pitiful. Each one was skin and bones, not a single piece of clothing on them was in good condition, and the exposed skin still bore obvious whip marks. Clearly they had been abused to this state. At this time, The group also noticed the Hope Village residents. Although their appearances weren't identical, they were all human, that was certain. One person mustered courage and said, "We're returning from Stanlow. Hope Village exchanged us back." Hearing this, the Hope Village residents were all somewhat surprised. Someone hesitantly spoke, "Stanlow Village? Isn't that a beastman territory?" "Yes, we were previously captured by beastmen and made into slaves. We originally thought we would never gain freedom again. We didn't expect that after your victory this time, you would be willing to use war spoils to exchange for us. If there's anything you need us to do, just say it. We only hope you can let us stay in Hope Village." Hearing these people's words, the Hope Village residents one by one understood. They had heard before that other races would plunder human resources as slaves, but that was all hearsay. Today they truly witnessed it. No wonder they were in such a miserable state. Indeed, being slaves under beastmen, how could life be good? However, the territory had exchanged these people back? Then they were their own people. Bai was also among them. Looking at their pitiful appearance, old and young alike, she was also glad in her heart that she had made the choice to exchange for them. Then seeing these people's cautious manner, she directly spoke up. "Hope Village currently lacks people and doesn't refuse to accept residents. You just need to be able to pay. How much is needed?" Someone couldn't help but ask, their face showing anxiety. Visitor status is 10 copper coins per day. Resident status only needs 10 silver coins. Bai said, "Even if you don't have money on you now, you can obtain it quickly. The territory buys wood and stone. Wood is 1 copper coin per unit. Stone is 2 copper coins per unit, currently unlimited quantity." The prices Bai mentioned made everyone happy. Such low prices meant they could indeed easily enter Hope Village. Even if they couldn't become residents, they could become visitors. As for residency, they could save up slowly. As long as their bodies recovered, earning money was just a matter of time. Moreover, Hope Village was actually buying these resources without limit. Immediately, someone spoke up. "We can go collect immediately, but we might need your help selling? Is that possible?" The person asking was also very cautious. Hearing this, others also reacted. These people were quite different from them. At least currently, from the starting point, they were even more miserable than them. They didn't even have the preparation to rest before starting work. They were probably penniless. Thinking this, someone spoke up. "No problem, but you should eat something first and rest before going. Look, some of you even have families with children. It's not appropriate to stay out here. We'll lend you some money first. Enter the territory first, then you can pay us back later." Everyone spoke one after another, instantly confusing this group of people. It was really because they had never seen such friendly residents. They even offered to lend money for free. After the initial shock, they couldn't help but have a thought arise in their hearts. Was there some trick here? This thought had just emerged when it was quickly suppressed. If it were an unknown territory, perhaps they should be more cautious. But this territory had just given up easily obtainable war spoils to save them. The residents of such a territory shouldn't have any ill intentions toward them. "Thank you." In the end, many people chose to accept help. There really was no other way. In the Beastman territory, they couldn't eat well or sleep well, and every day when they woke up they had to face heavy labor. Day after day, their bodies could no longer bear it. Being able to persist to this point was because they were supporting themselves with sheer willpower. If they went to collect resources now, they could easily collapse outside. Moreover, this was borrowing. Once they recovered, they would definitely pay it back. After they agreed, people on the scene began lending money without hesitation. Some people, after lending, also brought people inside. It was also a good opportunity to learn more about this world through these native inhabitants. With many hands making light work, in no time these 200+ native inhabitants were all divided up and brought into Hope Village. After entering Hope Village and seeing the prosperous territory, each one couldn't help but stare wide-eyed. This was still a village? Smelling the aromas coming from the commercial street, many people's stomachs began gurgling. However, many people still endured and avoided it, as if by not looking, their stomachs wouldn't be hungry. But some children in the group couldn't help it, staring directly with unblinking eyes. "Mother, it smells so good." A little girl finally couldn't help but whisper to her mother. Miranda, as the mother, hearing this, couldn't help but feel her nose tingle. "Be good, we'll have a chance to eat it later." "Okay," the little girl obediently agreed. Having lived in Beastman territory, these children had learned early to read expressions. Only by being obedient could they survive. Joe stood to the side, couldn't help but sigh, but ultimately didn't step forward to buy them food. The condition of these people clearly showed they had been in a state of hunger for a long time. Such a situation wasn't suitable for eating overly greasy food. Just like this group of people walked along the main road in the territory and soon arrived at the restaurant. The restaurant was large enough, and with its supply of plain porridge, it was indeed a good place to temporarily settle people. Upon entering the restaurant, these people were all arranged to sit down, and soon each person had a bowl of thin porridge and steamed buns placed in front of them. Even such simple food was extremely precious to them, and also most suitable at this time. Those who had been able to hold back on the commercial street completely couldn't hold back at this moment. Throughout the restaurant, most people eagerly buried their heads and began eating. A small portion endured and first took care of the weak and children. Miranda was one of them. Even though she was very hungry at this moment, her first priority was still feeding her daughter. "Mother, it's delicious." "If it's delicious, eat more." "Mother, you eat too." Miranda responded, her eyes involuntarily reddening. The child had really suffered following her in Beastman territory. To protect them, the child's father had already died in Beastman territory. Now they were safe. No matter what price she had to pay, she would raise the child well. At this moment, these returning people had only 2 words filling their minds: hope. Not only the hope of Hope Village, but also the hope this territory brought them. They had gained new life. After eating a bowl of white porridge, the expressions on these people's faces gradually softened. They had finally managed to eat a proper meal after so long. Immediately, many able-bodied young men stood up directly. "It's getting late, we can go out to work now. We're just not familiar with the surrounding environment. If there are teams going out, please take us along. We will definitely work hard and won't slack off. Just need you to show us the way, no need for protection." They had all once lived under the shelter of Beastman territories and understood social dynamics better. Even though this was a human territory, even though these were kind-hearted people, they couldn't righteously accept help from others without making any effort themselves. 1 or 2 days would be fine, but after 2 or 3 days, the others would likely lose their compassion for them. What they could do was to work hard to accumulate living capital for themselves while others still had pity for them. These few people were all professionals and could see that this territory truly had quite a number of professionals. Just now, many people had helped them, but many others had also formed teams to go out. From this, they could see that competition in this territory was truly fierce. Or rather, which territory didn't have fierce competition? Tasks issued by territories would basically be snatched up by professionals in the territory within an extremely short time. Simple resources like stone and wood materials in many territories wouldn't even reach ordinary people. Seeing these people's anxious appearance, the Hope Village residents didn't think anything was wrong and directly agreed. They also understood clearly that they could help people for a while, but not for a lifetime. These people being able to consider independence so quickly was probably due to the environment they had been in. Those who already have strength can come with us now. Those who need rest don't need to rush, take a break before leaving. We'll also take you to understand the resource points around the territory. You can go to relatively safe places. Our territory's soldier teams will also clear high-level magical beasts nearby, so you don't need to worry about encountering life-threatening danger. Just like that, everyone on site who had energy followed the Hope Village residents, one by one. The restaurant that had been quite full was now left with only some elderly people, women, and children. Because the young men were all gone, these people felt somewhat panicked. Just then, Meng Chengzhou came in from outside. After looking around, he directly addressed the remaining group of elderly, weak, sick, and disabled. I'm hiring workers. Need some people with nimble hands and feet, starting at 50 copper coins per day. What kind of work? Miranda among them mustered courage to ask. Woodworking, detailed work. Besides the basic wage, there will also be piece rate benefits, Meng Chengzhou said enthusiastically. He was really short of people right now. In the previous batch, there were fewer elderly people and women, and those who should be hired had been hired. As for the others, they had their own paths. Unless he raised the price, he couldn't hire people. So when he learned these people had come, he immediately took action. Can I bring my child with me? Miranda hugged her daughter tightly. Yes, my daughter is also by my side, Meng Chengzhou said directly, though his daughter preferred running around the territory and had recently been playing with the two little ones that Yun Junkai brought back. Having more children would also mean more companions. I'll go, Miranda said hurriedly. She had been worrying about how to make money in Hope Village. Now that there was an opportunity, she naturally wanted to grasp it tightly. After Miranda spoke up, several other people also spoke up one after another. Among them, an elderly man was particularly delighted. I'm actually a carpenter. Upon hearing this, Meng Chengzhou was overjoyed and said directly, a carpenter's basic daily wage can reach 200 copper coins. Immediately after, several more people came in to recruit workers. We need gathering personnel. Those with similar skills get priority. I only need people who know how to tend fires. Just need enough strength, manual labor work. I want people with good knife skills. Those with special skills can get double wages. In this extremely short time, the remaining elderly, weak, sick, and disabled in the restaurant were completely divided up. Especially some of the elderly people, they hadn't expected that small skills that were completely unremarkable in other territories could actually be useful in Hope Village. Their eyes sparkled with even brighter light than before. Though their bodies were weak, their spirits were more full. Moments later, after they settled on work, they quickly threw themselves into work in groups of 2s and 3s. Seeing the newly arrived native residents settle down, Zhou Bai, the Lord, felt relieved. Having watched the entire process, she understood that when more residents came to the territory in the future, the territory wouldn't need to intervene. The territory's internal systems could absorb them. After all, the territory now had over 1,000 people earning and spending money. For the sake of living and survival, no one dared to slack off. This way, the entire territory's economic situation was operating at high speed. Not only were combat personnel lacking, but lifestyle personnel were also lacking. Especially lifestyle personnel. The larger the territory, the more they were needed. In the coming period, the territory would probably need to vigorously recruit residents to keep up with the territory's development. Previously, she had only seen humans from Blue Star, but now she had discovered an even broader market. The native residents of Stan Continent. Their lives weren't necessarily very good. As long as Hope Village was good enough, it could attract them to settle. Thinking this, Zhou Bai looked at the latest data on the control panel. After the Second Territorial War, territorial rankings were directly updated in real time. In just this short while, Hope Village's ranking had advanced quite a bit more. Territory, Hope Village level, Level 2 village, upgrade, population, 1302/5000 area, 2,000 acres tax rate, 10%, adjustable, wealth, 886 gold, 82 silver, 35 copper buildings. Lord's Mansion, Level 3. Basic city wall, basic blacksmith shop, restaurant, basic tailor shop, Level 1 residences, 30 square meter wooden houses, Level 2 residences, 30 square meter 2-story wooden houses, Level 3 residences, 30 square meter 2-story stone houses, special buildings, Hall of Heroes, Beast God Temple, hospital, general store, basic military camp, basic watchtower, prison, basic warehouse, Level 1 farmland, water well, tavern, breeding farm, commercial street, 50 shops, contribution point mall. For territory residents, can only be exchanged with contribution points current ranking, Stan Continent ranking, 98-17, regional ranking. 2. Territorial wars. 2 halves, victories. 2. Ceasefire period. 29 days. Note: territory can only be conquered by lords with Hope Village's current ranking. It should be qualified to compete with native villages for people. However, purely in terms of strength, Hope Village still needed to continue working hard to become stronger. Through this territorial war, she was very clear that for the entire Stan continent, Hope Village was still too small. The Beastman territory that Bayer and the others could barely handle in their eyes had almost pulled Hope Village to the edge of danger, let alone dwarf territories and elf territories. There was still a long way to go, and they couldn't slack off. For the territory she had developed with her own hands, she only hoped it could get better and better. Just as she was thinking this, the system quickly sent a new notification. Dear host, the training ground has been fully integrated and can be put into use. Seeing this message, Zhou Bai's eyes lit up. The training ground was finally ready. Now, soldiers could improve without having to go out. She had a feeling that the training ground's improvement for soldiers might be more skillful than battling magical beasts. But she couldn't ignore the territory's residents either. For example, she also wanted to experience it. So some conditions still needed to be added. Contribution points. It just so happened that after these 2 times, many people had accumulated quite a few contribution points in their hands. Those who didn't plan to become soldiers still kept them. No one would be unwilling to use them for improving strength. And those who could have contribution points were all people who had made contributions to Hope Village. Their strength improvement would also be better for the territory. After setting and running the system so that ordinary residents could also use the training ground with contribution points, Zhou Bai saw the related notification on her personal panel. The next moment, Zhou Bai headed straight for the training ground without hesitation. She had to personally experience how much use this spoils of war building could play for the territory. Military camp, training ground. When Zhou Bai arrived, she found that quite a few people were already at the training ground entrance. Among them were several familiar faces. Zhang Yongnian, Yun Junkai. Especially Zhang Yongnian, although he didn't join the military camp, he had formed his own force in the territory, organizing teams with orderly division of labor, combat teams, logistics teams, gathering teams, sales teams. It was a complete one-stop service. The convenience store and fresh supermarket were their products. So in terms of internal competition, they were also competition kings. Therefore, seeing them, Zhou Bai wasn't surprised at all. And when they saw Zhou Bai, they weren't surprised either. Miss Zhou, you came too. Zhang Yongnian and others warmly greeted Zhou Bai. I came as soon as I got the news. Didn't expect you to be faster than me, Zhou Bai replied. We happen to be resting today. As soon as we received news that training ground slots could be exchanged in the contribution point exchange, we hurried over to take a look, Zhang Yongnian said directly. Becoming stronger had already penetrated deep into the bones of these people. A training ground that required contribution points to exchange for must be useful. This was seized from the Beastman territory after all. Has anyone gone in yet? Zhou Bai asked curiously. Yes, Zhang Yongnian replied. Hearing this, Zhou Bai's gaze also turned toward the training ground, then she joined the queue. Before long, it was Zhou Bai's turn. After entering the training ground, Zhou Bai immediately saw a whole row of training rooms. In front of the training room where Zhou Bai stood, someone came out from inside. How was it? Zhou Bai instinctively asked. That person looked at Zhou Bai and suddenly became alert. Very good, extremely good, won't disappoint you. Zhou Bai thought about the dejected way the person had come out just now and deeply doubted this statement, but her heart also rose with intense curiosity. The next moment, Zhou Bai opened the door and went in. As soon as she entered, the surrounding environment instantly changed, becoming holographic mode. Please choose individual mode or team mode. Individual. Physical system or magic system. Physical. Duration selection. 10 minutes. 30 minutes, 1 hour, 2 hours, 4 hours. 1 hour. Please choose opponent type. Currently available. Magical beasts, magical beasts. Please choose opponent level. 0 to 10 level / 10 to 20 level, 10 to 20 level. Please choose opponent quantity. 1 to 10, 11 to 20, 21-30, 1 to 10. After a series of settings, Bai pressed the confirm button. Settings complete. This simulation requires 4 silver coins. Use? Yes. It actually required additional money, but this amount of money was worth it. Upon confirmation, the place where Bai stood instantly changed. It directly became being in the wilderness. Before Bai could react, suddenly 10 blood-fang demon boars emerged from behind, sporting long, sharp tusks and charging directly at Bai. Bang, bang, bang. Although Bai dodged the first wave, before she could steady herself, the second and third waves had already come. Bai was directly knocked flying and then, "You have died. Revive?" "Yes." This time when she woke up, Bai faced 7 blood-fang demon boars. Similarly, she died again under the attack of these blood-fang demon boars. Death after death, and the sensations were all 100% real. In the end, Bai didn't even know how many times she had died. The only relatively easy time was probably when facing a single blood-fang demon boar. However, after dying many times, when facing the blood-fang demon boar's attacks later, obviously her evasion speed was much faster. Many times she instinctively dodged their attacks. Congratulations, host! Through 200 life and death evasions, you have acquired the Flash skill. Congratulations, host! Through 100 severe injuries, defense +1. Now Bai was somewhat surprised. In this training room, she could actually acquire skills through accumulated experience. But the main thing was still relying on previous accumulation. When the accumulation was enough, breakthroughs would come at the right time. Just like this, Bai gradually became immersed in combat with magical beasts. Time has ended. Extend duration. No, training time has ended. Please leave the training room promptly. With the system notification, the training room returned to holographic mode. The simulated wilderness environment and magical beasts instantly disappeared without a trace. The moment they disappeared, Bai lay on the ground gasping heavily. When getting up, she felt soreness and pain all over her body. Obviously, the things were simulated, but the physical state during training was real. After resting for a while, Bai finally got up from the ground. Opening the door, she was immediately met with the curious gaze of the next person. "How was it?" "Fun." Hearing this, Bai immediately perked up and very calmly gave an answer. "Very good, extremely good, won't disappoint you." Then she immediately saw the other person enter the training room, half believing, half doubting, beginning to repeat history. After coming out of the training room, she could see countless residents who had heard the news gathered outside, asking those who had already participated about the situation. But basically, everyone who had participated gave similar suggestions. Very good, especially useful. I even learned an additional skill because of it. I didn't learn new skills, but my attribute points increased. For duration, choose the longer the better. You'll definitely learn more things. You can experience team mode later. Team mode has beast tides, so experience will definitely surge up. Anyway, you can really learn a lot of things, and without risking your life. Bai watched these people seriously deceive others, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously curved up. Pits that had been walked through indeed needed more people to step in together to be fun. Although the number of deaths was a bit much, and the process was somewhat uncomfortable, the effect was very obvious. Everyone should come try it and experience what it meant to be painful yet happy. Just like this, one person bringing another, the training ground directly became a real-time hotspot in the territory, with discussions everywhere. In the evening, when the professionals and soldier teams who had gone out returned and heard about it, they also threw themselves into the training ground without hesitation. Especially the soldier teams, as an affiliated building of the military camp, the training ground was more friendly to them. The shortcoming of being unable to train group combat while hunting magical beasts was directly compensated for in this training ground. That very night, Bayer gathered all 300+ people and opened round after round of combat simulations in team mode. The population and benefits that the Second Territorial War brought to Hope Village were thus playing their role in the territory, silently accumulating strength for Hope Village, waiting for the next outbreak. While Hope Village was quietly digesting the fruits of victory, other Blue Star territories were also successively encountering invasions from native territories. Some territories held their ground, endured the 24 hours, and achieved victory. Some territories, unable to hold their ground, chose to counterattack. Even if they failed, they preserved their foundation. Some territories could neither hold their ground nor counterattack. After several rounds of battle, their cities fell and were occupied, disappearing from the map entirely. The territories that had left the system protection period were now facing the storms and tempests of the Stan continent. What each territory and each person could do was still summed up in 2 words: adapt. As the saying goes, those who cannot adapt can only be eliminated. Dear host, your territory Overlord Village has been conquered by Dominica Village. You have become a refugee. Please find a new territory as soon as possible. Tang Junliang and the others who had fled from Overlord Village received news of their old territory's conquest before they had even reached Hope Village. Everyone present received the notification, and the moment they did, they couldn't help but fall silent. Although they had long known that Overlord Village probably couldn't establish itself on the Stan continent, actually seeing it conquered and disappearing from the map still brought an undeniable pang of sorrow to their hearts. However, after the sorrow came relief. Fortunately, we left. Otherwise, who knows what fate would have befallen us at this moment. One of them couldn't help but speak up. That Kagaojia really took a good hand and played it terribly. It's the residents in the territory who suffered for it. I hope they all managed to escape. When they left, many people in the territory had already wanted to flee. After all, everyone understood that they didn't have to stick with Overlord Village to the bitter end. Of course, there were also many who were unwilling to flee. As the Lord, Kagaojia still had many profitable interests attached to him. But now everything had returned to dust. They could only hope that more people had survived. We can only wish them luck. It's not just Overlord Village now. I've been paying attention to the regional rankings, and in just these 2 days, hundreds of territories have disappeared. Judging by their naming styles, they're probably all our compatriots. Obviously, they've all been conquered by native territories. It's too fierce. It turns out the newbie protection period really was a newbie protection period. Without that month of accumulation, probably all of our territories would have been unable to withstand the wolves, tigers, and leopards of this world. As this person spoke, his expression was filled with emotion. The newbie protection period really had been protection for them and time for development. They had originally thought the world during that time was already full of crises. Now they realized the real world was even more brutal. Fortunately, Hope Village's strength is still formidable. It's still second in regional rankings, but its overall ranking has advanced by more than 100 places. In the short term, it has established itself on the Stan continent. Another person quickly spoke up. Thinking too far ahead would only make them feel this world was hopeless. It was better to focus on the present. Right. The others quickly agreed. Looking at the time, it's just 1 day's journey left. Tang Junliang had been silent just now, but his words instantly steadied the entire team's hearts. In just 1 day, they would be able to bring their families to a safe harbor. This was the driving force that had sustained them throughout their journey. Meanwhile, Ellis's squad, which had departed from Sorrel Town, had already arrived at Jade Creek Village. Inside Jade Creek Village, the number of territories that had disappeared in the past 2 days was somewhat alarming, making Bai Wenkang, the Lord, quite nervous. For the past 2 days, he had been constantly checking the rankings of territories below him, preparing to choose a territory to attack as soon as the ceasefire period ended, rather than being chosen by those powerful territories. Just as the territory's ceasefire period entered its countdown, the guards at the gate suddenly rushed to report urgent information. Lord, they're coming. Territorial warfare is here. I haven't received any notification. Bai Wenking's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. He immediately checked his panel, and only after confirming there was indeed no notification did he truly breathe a sigh of relief. Then he looked at the messenger with annoyance. Don't make such a fuss. What kind of people have come? A team of foreigners, probably native residents. They're equipped with weapons and look quite intimidating. The guard, realizing they had misunderstood, quickly described the situation. It was precisely because they were foreign faces that they suspected territorial warfare. After all, they had learned some background about this world from the mercenaries summoned to their territory. The more they understood, the more they realized their enemies were far more than what they had previously seen. Now was a critical time, so naturally they were being more cautious. Let's go. Let's take a look. At this time, quite a few residents had also heard the ambiguous news and came running with weapons. In the past 2 days, not only had Bai Wenking, the Lord, been under great pressure, but many residents of Jade Creek Village were also stressed. After all, they had witnessed countless territories disappearing with their own eyes. They were worried too and had prepared to defend their territory at any moment. Therefore, there was a bit of a startled by the wind and crane's cry atmosphere. After arriving at the city gate, Bai Wenking immediately recognized Ellis, who was leading the group. Is that you? Ellis hadn't expected that just by appearing in the other party's territory, so many weapons would suddenly be pointed at him in unison, and that Bai Wenking, the Lord, would personally appear. He quickly introduced himself proactively. Yes, Lord, I'm just leading my team through. Bai Wenking, remembering his first experience of hiring mercenaries and encountering a complete defeat, realized the other party was probably looking for Hope Village. So you're planning to rest in my territory and then go to Hope Village? Bai Wenking asked directly. Yes, and we also hope you could give us directions, Lord. Although Ellis was somewhat wary in his heart, he still stated his purpose. He had previously noticed there seemed to be some conflict between Jade Creek Village and Captain Bear. This time, he had originally planned to secretly resupply in Jade Creek Village and then inquire with the village residents. Now that such a big commotion had suddenly erupted, he could only ask Bai Wenking, the Lord. He also hoped the other party wouldn't hold grudges against small people like them. Hearing their purpose, Bai Wenking raised his eyebrows. If they had arrived before he decided to cling to Hope Village's coattails, perhaps he would have told them to go back where they came from. But now the situation was different, so naturally his attitude was different too. No problem. I'll send a team to go to Hope Village with you. With them leading the way, your journey will be much easier. Bai Wenking spoke with goodwill. As soon as these words were spoken, Ellis's eyes immediately showed several degrees of wariness. When someone offers kindness without reason, they're either a traitor or a thief. As if not seeing Ellis's wariness, Bai Wenking continued, leading the way for you is just incidental. I just happen to need them to go to Hope Village to buy some things for us. The team won't be too large, probably just a dozen or so people, and their levels aren't as high as yours. I hope you can look after them on the road. Bai Wenking was being truthful about this point. After bringing back so many high-quality, affordable goods from Hope Village that day, he had basically stopped making much profit by selling them in the territory's shops. Especially the various weapons had instantly captivated many residents of the territory and stabilized their hearts. After that, the territory's economic activities returned to stability. Perhaps feeling that he, as a lord, was much more reliable, they no longer thought about leaving. After all, the city walls he had spent enormous sums to upgrade were quite dependable, and many residents had invested a lot of money in Jade Creek Village, so naturally they weren't so willing to abandon everything and leave. Before reaching a dead end, not so many people would choose to put all their eggs in one basket. Thinking of this, Bai Wenking was truly grateful for his initial high prices, and also grateful that Hope Village's poaching had made him recognize reality and adjust in time. Otherwise, if he had continued down his original path, the territory definitely wouldn't have lasted long. Anyway, his future policy was to follow in Hope Village's footsteps, copying their gourd to draw a ladle. Even if he couldn't catch up to Hope Village, at least he wouldn't make mistakes again. Hearing Bai Wenkang's explanation, Ellis indeed breathed a sigh of relief. A dozen people whose levels definitely couldn't compare to theirs. How could mercenaries like them, who lived by licking blood off knife edges, be afraid? He immediately agreed. However, he had suddenly become curious about Hope Village. He still remembered how Bai Wenkang had wanted to destroy Hope Village at all costs, but now it seemed he was closely following Hope Village's steps. You know, in his past experience with such situations, it was simply that one party had gained benefits from the other. So he was curious. What had Hope Village used to change Bai Wenkang? And what was special about this territory that Captain Bayer was willing to let them seek refuge with? Thus, carrying expectations and curiosity about Hope Village, the two groups gradually advanced toward Hope Village from different directions. Day 36 after the apocalypse. Hope Village. As dawn broke, the entire territory began operating like a well-oiled machine, with people gradually becoming active throughout the territory. Good morning. Are you going to open your shop? Yes, if I didn't need to go to the shop early to prepare, I wouldn't need to get up this early. True, if it were just going to work, you could sleep a bit longer. That's how business is. I envy you business people. You must make quite a bit each day. It's just a pity I'm clumsy with my hands, otherwise I'd invest in opening a shop too. I still envy you combat class professionals who have enough ability to protect yourselves. Each has their own advantages. But it's good now that the territory has a training ground. I think I can go practice some skills. Once I build up courage in the territory, I can try hunting magical beasts. Everyone walked while chatting casually, then went their separate ways at the fork in the road. A small portion of people branched off to the trading area and shops, while another portion continued toward the Lord's mansion. Checking the resources needed by the territory at the Lord's mansion daily had become their habit. Once or twice, they understood very clearly that to establish themselves in this world, besides personal strength, the territory's strength was also extremely important. Take this battle against the Beastman territory, for example. If the territory's defensive power hadn't been strong enough to face the Beastmen head-on, even though they were professionals, they probably would have become the enemy's victims. In the Lord's mansion, the information in the resource procurement column of the bulletin board kept scrolling. Purchasing lumber, 1 copper coin/1 unit. Purchasing stone, 2 copper coins/1 unit. Purchasing various blueprints, 1 gold coin. Purchasing various mineral resources, 100 copper coins/1 unit. Purchasing seeds, purchasing magical beast cubs. After confirming everything, many people directly moved to the outside bulletin board to check the private procurement information and magical beast information near the territory. The entire territory's information exchange was concentrated in this area. As for those who remained on site, most were new residents. They understood very clearly that to survive in a new territory, they could only work hard to thoroughly understand and absorb all the information within the territory. Lindsay was one of the new residents. After memorizing all the procurement information, he turned and left. After leaving the Lord's mansion, he went directly to find a team that urgently needed gathering personnel. After confirming the team and departure time, he headed to the restaurant. After packing some rice porridge and steamed buns, Lindsay went straight home. You're back? How was it? Were there any job openings today? Karen looked at her returning husband and asked. I'm still planning to go out gathering with the team today. The copper coins from regular jobs are too low. They can't support our whole family. Lindsay said directly. That's too dangerous. You're just a lifestyle professional with no combat ability. Karen, holding the child, instinctively spoke up. Speaking of which, she and the child were holding him back. After arriving at Hope Village, her body couldn't hold up anymore, and she immediately fell ill. She had gone to the hospital and had a physician restore her health points, but her health couldn't return to full because her body was simply too weak. She could only recuperate slowly. Don't worry, wait for me to come home, Lindsay said directly. This place is different from our previous territory. I'm going with other combat teams. They'll deal with the magical beasts while we focus on gathering. I'm also fortunate to be a lifestyle professional with intermediate gathering skills, able to collect more resources and earn more compensation. As Lindsay spoke, his eyes were full of hope. In their previous territory, he, as a lifestyle professional, hadn't had it this easy. Going out with teams, his compensation was only 1/5 of what it was now, while the cost of living was several times higher than here. Therefore, he was very willing to go out gathering with teams. Hearing this, Karen's expression relaxed considerably. Indeed, although Hope Village was just a village, the overall environment was truly too friendly for them. Originally, they had worried that having nothing would make it impossible to live in Hope Village, but unexpectedly, in just one day, they had housing and normal food. Thinking of this, Karen could only support Lindsay. Then you must be careful. Remember, your daughter and I are waiting for you at home. I know. Lindsay nodded, then his gaze fell on his daughter Rolling in Karen's arms. Little Rolling was very thin and weak. Due to malnutrition, her originally fair skin had long since turned sallow, and she looked listless and couldn't muster any energy. The next moment, Lindsay placed the packed food on the small table and said directly, "I've already packed the food. Eat first." "Okay." Karen responded, took the rice porridge, and began feeding her daughter. When Little Rolling saw the food, her eyes gained a bit more brightness, and she began eating in small bites. Seeing the scene, Lindsay's resolve became even more firm. He must work hard and earn money to give his wife and daughter a good life. Similar situations were happening in various corners of the residential area. They had suffered too much hardship before, so now that they had encountered Hope Village, they naturally cherished it more and would work harder. Compared to the busyness of the territory's new and old residents, Joe Bai's side was rarely relaxed. Of course, this relaxation was regarding territorial affairs. Previously, everything required her, as the Lord, to handle personally, spending large amounts of time on the control panel every day. But after the territory's development got on track, this was no longer necessary. For example, recruitment information, personnel management staff would inquire with the heads of various buildings in the territory. When they were short-staffed, they would compile the information in the evening and announce it the next day. For example, procurement information, commercial management staff would contact and inquire with Ding Chiro, the warehouse manager. When any resource was lacking, they would increase procurement. If there was excess, they would also connect with the territory's shops to sell directly to them, achieving intermediate regulation. For example, the wages of territorial staff and soldier team members, financial management staff would calculate and tally everything. She, as the Lord, only needed to confirm the distribution on the Lord panel. For example, the daily work assignments for the soldier teams. Military management staff would investigate the territory situation and then submit documents to Bayer, the commander, for distribution. In short, Joe Bai, as the Lord, had become someone who only needed to grasp the big picture. Now, after handling the content that required her attention, she began planning the territory's next step, understanding the surrounding territories, and sending trade missions to conduct business with other territories. This plan had been considered before the territorial war. Now that the territorial war was over, Hope Village had nearly a month of ceasefire period, and the entire environment was stable. It was the perfect time to do this. This time, she also planned to go along, especially to Benguela town. She hoped to gain a faster understanding of the territories on the Stan continent through this native town. She hadn't forgotten what Bayer had mentioned, that even if they couldn't conquer territories, there were always some people who could use special methods to control other territories. She didn't want her territory to be dominated by other territories in the future, so she could only learn more about the Stan continent's national conditions. What she learned from others' mouths was ultimately not as real as what she saw with her own eyes. Besides Benguela town, other native territories also needed teams sent to take a look. Calculating this, Bai planned to directly issue this operation in the form of missions, officially fixing one team while others would operate on a voluntary basis. She thought many teams in the territory would. As a tourist, looking at the notifications, Bai couldn't help but shiver. Refugees were fine, they would continuously accommodate some. But this Sorrel town, where did it come from? On another front, Tang Junliang's group from Overlord Village and Ellis's squad from Sorrel Town encountered each other by chance on the stone-paved main road. Tang Junliang's group reacted with more nervousness, as Ellis's squad appeared quite formidable, and they immediately recognized them as native residents. The sudden appearance of native residents on Blue Star territory couldn't help but make people instinctively tense. As for Ellis's squad, they remained relatively calm. Even upon encountering people, they continued observing their surroundings. This was the instinctive reaction of mercenaries. Upon arriving at a place, observe the environment first. After completing their observation, they already had their answer. The territorial range of Hope Village was relatively safe overall, especially near this road, where there were basically no traces of magical beasts, clearly indicating someone had cleared them. The stone-paved road before them, the surrounding pillars, and the clearly marked signposts also demonstrated Hope Village's considerable strength. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the leisure to work on such things. Taking everything into consideration, they formed a rather favorable initial impression of Hope Village. Brothers, where are you from? Ellis's mercenary squad could maintain their composure, but the Jade Creek Village residents accompanying them couldn't sit still upon seeing fellow countrymen and directly spoke up to inquire. Compared to them, Tang Junliang's group looked rather pitiful. Despite having several professionals, their weapons were still quite primitive, not even bronze weapons. Combined with the fact that their entire group consisted of the old and young, if not for their numbers, they would be a combination of the old, weak, sick, and disabled. Tang Junliang listened, glanced at those mercenaries, and directly replied, "Overlord Village. Is that nearby? We came to seek refuge at Hope Village." "Our previous territory is gone," Tang Junliang said directly, not responding directly about the distance. Hearing this, the Jade Creek Village residents immediately understood. Many territories had been lost these past few days, and they were one of them. They immediately began comforting them. "Then you've come to the right place at Hope Village." Tang Junliang's spirits immediately lifted. They indeed didn't know enough about Hope Village. Becoming their residents isn't expensive at all. Permanent residency only costs 10 silver coins. The overall prices are also quite low. It's incredibly affordable. There's so much delicious food inside. Right at the entrance is a commercial street with lots of cuisine. They've even recreated hamburgers and fries, plus various noodles, barbecue, jerky. Anyway, you won't be disappointed. The Jade Creek Village residents chattered on, their expressions showing nothing but admiration. "Are you residents of Hope Village?" Tang Junliang asked directly, as their pro-Hope Village attitude was too obvious. The Jade Creek Village residents smiled awkwardly upon hearing this. "No, we're from Jade Creek Village, not far from here. We're guiding them while coming to Hope Village to purchase goods." Compared to Hope Village, their Jade Creek Village was trash. But they couldn't bear to abandon the foundation they'd built in Jade Creek Village, and their lord was now planning to learn from Hope Village's development, so they might as well stay. However, not being in Hope Village didn't mean they weren't clear about Hope Village's awesomeness. Under the same circumstances, Hope Village could develop to this extent. It was truly admirable. They're also here to seek refuge at Hope Village. Their former captain now works at Hope Village. Hope Village has quite a few like them. You'll get used to it later, the Jade Creek Village resident said, with the last sentence carrying an implied meaning. The more native residents there were, the more it represented the territory's integration into this continent. As one of the top Blue Star territories, Hope Village now and in the future would likely have no shortage of native residents. Tang Junliang and the others felt reassured hearing the Jade Creek Village residents' words. At least if residents from another territory could approve of it, Hope Village should be a good destination. Subsequently, Ellis and the other mercenaries remained silent, just watching the two groups chat as they approached Hope Village. Though they didn't speak, they were learning about Hope Village through their scattered words. This was a territory completely different from Sorrel Town. It seemed quite special. After a while, both groups appeared before Hope Village's gates. Upon their appearance, the patrol soldiers from within the territory immediately came over. It happened that Ling Mingji was leading the patrol today. Upon seeing Tang Junliang and the others, he was instantly stunned. Ling Mingji's eyes even reddened slightly. When he learned of Overlord Village's disappearance, he had been worried about his former friends. How could he not be excited seeing them suddenly appear at Hope Village? Tang Junliang and the others were also somewhat excited. After calming their emotions, Tang Junliang spoke. After the newbie protection period ended, Kagaojie even raised the prices of territorial goods. I knew we couldn't stay there anymore, so I led people away from there. On the road, quite a few people died. Traveling between two territories, they would encounter countless magical beasts. Even with everyone working together, how could they avoid deaths? Now all they could do was take good care of the families those people left behind. Ling Mingji's heart ached. Back then, it has nothing to do with you. If not for our families being in Overlord Village, we would have stayed back then. Tang Junliang cut off Ling Mingji's words. Once spoken, the situation would be different. They came to seek refuge with Ling Mingji wanting to live in the new territory, not to become his burden. Ling Mingji also understood his meaning and collected his emotions. Come, I'll take you to get settled. Tang Junliang felt happy hearing this, but as if remembering something, he looked toward the other group they had ignored. There are other people too. We met them on the road. They're also coming to Hope Village. Only then did Ling Mingji notice Ellis and the others. Their physical characteristics were too obvious, undoubtedly native residents. However, they weren't simple native residents. He could feel the strong aura emanating from them, similar to those NPCs, meaning they were above level 15? His expression became more serious as he looked at Ellis and the others. Would you like to come together? We're looking for Bear. Do you know him? Ellis said straightforwardly. He had also seen the benefits of having connections in Hope Village and, conveniently, they had someone in Hope Village too. I know him. He's our commander. Come with us. I'll take you to find him. Ling Mingji immediately relaxed. Acquaintances were good. Then the group of nearly 200 people marched grandly into Hope Village. Tang Junliang and the others chose to become residents without hesitation, while Ellis and the others chose to be tourists. After all, Sorrel Town residency was currently more valuable than Hope Village's, and they wouldn't easily change their resident status before making a real decision. As for the Jade Creek Village residents who came along, they immediately parted ways after entering and headed familiarly toward the tavern. Bear, now a commander working at the Lord's mansion, was extremely happy upon receiving the news and seeing Ellis and the others. He was very clear about what the arrival of Ellis and these mercenaries meant. Since they had come, he must make them stay permanently. Thus, when Zhou Bai received the news and came to the Lord's mansion pretending nonchalance, what she saw was a scene of a group of people reuniting after a long separation, chatting happily. Upon seeing Zhou Bai, Bear immediately called her over. Zhou Bai, this is Ellis. She's an excellent mercenary. Bear introduced Ellis to Zhou Bai, his attitude more like making a recommendation. Zhou Bai was somewhat surprised. To avoid exposing her identity, she actually didn't communicate much with Bear. But at this moment, Bear's attitude was undoubtedly informing Ellis that she was his superior. Zhou Bai felt a bit panicked. However, she was very clear that with Bear's personality, he must have a reason for doing this. Suppressing her urge to inquire, Zhou Bai extended her hand to Ellis. Hello. Ellis glanced at Zhou Bai, his expression also somewhat puzzled. His level was much higher than Zhou Bai's. He could directly see that Zhou Bai's professional level was 11, a strength that even the lowest mercenary in his squad could surpass, yet Bear's attitude was so respectful. Why? The Lord? But she didn't bear the insignia of lordship. Similarly, Ellis trusted Bear. Seeing the extended hand, he directly grasped it and performed a knight's salute. Seeing this, Bayer directly said, Ellis and his group came from Sorrel Town. We met at Jade Creek Village before. After he returned, he couldn't find our territory's existence. Not long ago, he discovered our territory and immediately brought his squad over. Before they came, the Lord of Sorrel Town also planned to have them inquire about our Hope Village's situation. Hearing Bayer's words, Joe Bai already understood what he wanted to imply. If Sorrel Town could pay attention to Hope Village, other human territories would too, including the so-called royal capital of human territories. It was even quite possible that they were already on their way to Hope Village. The plan she had mentioned earlier needed to be moved up on the schedule. If she really waited for them to arrive, it might be too late. Joe Bai also understood why Bayer treated her as a superior. This was clearly standing behind her, preparing for her rise to power. Welcome to Hope Village, Joe Bai said to Ellis. Thank you, Ellis nodded. Next came Bayer continuing to promote Hope Village to Ellis, and as he spoke, he planned to personally take them to see it. Joe Bai naturally accompanied them. Talented people naturally needed to be retained. When they left the Lord's mansion together, the newly arrived Tang Junliang and others asked Ling Mingji, "Who is she?" Obviously, they could see that Joe Bai's identity seemed significant. One of the top-ranked big shots in the territory, very likely to be the territory's future village chief. Village chief? What about the Lord? Hope Village currently has no one stepping forward claiming to be the Lord. Everyone just acts as if there isn't one. Anyway, the territory is very orderly. As for territorial positions, they're all exchanged by individuals. Currently, I'm not even a legitimate captain yet, though there should be differences once I truly become one, Ling Mingji explained. Then doesn't everyone have a chance to become village chief? Tang Junliang spoke up. Men, how could they not have ambition? Tang Junliang inevitably felt tempted. Ling Mingji glanced sideways at Tang Junliang and said directly, the village chief requires 10,000 contribution points. So far, Joe Bai has the highest contribution points at 2,889. Second place is Bayer with 2,102. Contribution points are extremely difficult to earn. You must contribute to the territory. My current contribution points are only 1,238. You just arrived at Hope Village. It's hard to catch up with others. Want to catch up with Joe Bai? Isn't that dreaming? Tang Junliang couldn't help asking, how did she get so high? By working hard. She contributed greatly in 2 beast waves and 2 territorial wars. Daily, she also contributed large amounts of materials, equipment, and supplies to the territory. Plus, that bulletin board outside the Lord's mansion that many people look at was created by her. Every time someone posts information, she also gets contribution points. For more specific contribution details, you can check the contribution points column in your personal information. There's a ranking. The ranking shows dynamics of how each person obtained their contribution points. Look at several people and you'll know how others earn their contribution points and how to earn them fastest, Ling Mingji explained. Who in the territory wouldn't have ambitions to climb up? But was climbing up that easy? Starting behind, catching up was too difficult. By the time you caught up, others would have progressed further. Those in the lead wouldn't easily be overtaken. Like him. To maintain his current captain position, he needed to work hard to reach 5,000 early, making his captain position legitimate. Tang Junliang listened, went to check the contribution rankings, and saw his current contribution points. Contribution points, 0, rank, 1,483. His rising ambitions instantly vanished without a trace. All right, first establish a foothold in this territory. Ling Mingji looked at his old friend who had received a dose of reality's harsh medicine and patted his shoulder with a smile. You've got your identity tokens. Come on. I'll also take you to get settled first, find a house to live in, then you can make plans afterward. Are houses expensive? Tang Junliang asked. Depends on what kind of house you want and whether you're renting or buying. The cheapest is a 1-story wooden house, 30 square meters, 6 gold coins to buy, 100 copper coins per day to rent. For something better, a 2-story wooden house costs 12 gold coins, 200 copper coins per day. A 2-story stone house costs 30 gold coins, 500 copper coins per day. As for food, don't worry about it. Restaurants are very cheap, and outside food isn't much more expensive. Living standards depend purely on your personal choice. Though there's little variety now, there's already quite a lot of cuisine. Once the farmland crops are grown, the variety will only become richer. For daily necessities, you can buy them casually in the trading area or shops. Currently, all utensils are mainly wooden products. If you need iron products, you can go to the blacksmith shop for custom orders, though the prices will definitely be expensive. For making money, it depends on your personal abilities. Any hiring needs will be announced on the bulletin boards at the Lord's mansion and outside. Work within the territory is more stable. You don't need to leave the territory. Work outside the territory depends on your skills. If you're fast, you can lure monsters. If you have gathering skills, you can gather resources. Of course, the best is leading your own team to hunt magical beasts. Not only can you make money, but you can also gain experience. The most profitable is doing business, but you must have unique skills. Trading area stalls can be rented daily. Once he started talking, Ling Mingji continued explaining the territory's general situation in detail. This explanation completely won over Tang Junliang and the others' hearts. With their current remaining savings, they could live peacefully in Hope Village for quite some time. Hope Village's overall environment was incredibly conscientious compared to Overlord Village. They had come to the right place. During their chat, Ling Mingji escorted them to the residential area, then said, "I've said everything I should. You handle things yourselves. I still have work to do, so I'll get busy first. If you need anything later, you can come find me anytime." Finally, welcome to Hope Village. He hoped more and more compatriots would arrive at the territory. This way, they could live more happily, and the territory could grow more robustly. "Thank you," Tang Junliang said gratefully to Ling Mingji. Though the other party provided no substantial aid, he had led them into a new life. Ling Mingji accepted this, smiled and waved, then turned and left. Watching his retreating figure, Tang Junliang looked at the people beside him. "Everyone, first settle down with your families. Let's rest well for 2 days, then discuss our next plans." After long travels and an uncertain future, they had truly expended considerable energy during this period and needed good rest and adjustment. All right, people in the crowd responded one after another, then took their families into the residential area toward houses marked as vacant. They were about to welcome a new life here. How wonderful! Tang Junliang looked at his parents beside him. "Dad, Mom, how about we buy a 2-story wooden house?" Tang's father and mother looked at Tang Junliang and nodded. "Good, but do you have enough money?" "I do," Tang Junliang replied. Soon, they found a 2-story wooden house in a suitable location and bought it directly. After purchasing it, looking at the empty house, the family of 3 smiled. At this moment, an elderly lady next door saw them and said directly, "You just arrived at Hope Village." "Yes," Tang's mother responded, "coming out to socialize. We'll be neighbors from now on. Let's interact more." "Certainly," the elderly lady replied with a smile. Noticing their predicament, she continued, "By the way, newly bought houses have nothing inside. Self-renovation is quite troublesome. You can find specialized teams. They can help you finish the layout in a few hours." "Where do we find them?" "There's a stall in the trading area with a renovation sign. Go there. Also, for house furniture and such, there are people selling them there too, though the most complete selection is at the woodworking shop on the commercial street." "All right, thank you. No need to be polite." The familiar human environment allowed Tang Junliang's group to integrate smoothly. Here, they were like fish returning to the sea, free and comfortable. On the other side, Ellis and the others felt they had entered a dazzling new world. For Ellis and his companions, compared to their hometown of Sorrel Town, Hope Village's overall environment was absolutely nothing worth mentioning. After all, their Sorrel Town was a territory with tens of thousands of residents, with a very prosperous population and economy. When Hope Village was compared to Sorrel Town, it was like comparing a small witch to a great wizard. When they first entered, although they had heard the residents of Jade Creek Village mention the delicious food here, they hadn't really taken it to heart. How could a village's cuisine compare to their town? The so-called commercial street, compared to their town, was pitifully crude. But as they followed Bear and Joe by strolling through the commercial street and ate something called a hamburger, only one feeling remained in their minds. The food they had eaten for the past 20-plus years had truly been eaten in vain. So, after the hamburger opened the door to a new world, Ellis and the others could no longer maintain their composure and directly started eating their way through from the hamburger shop. Tofu brain? So smooth and tender, I've never eaten this before. Both the sweet and salty versions are delicious. This is the first time I've eaten such delicious jerky. The honey flavor is really good. This meat patty is also delicious, crispy on the outside and tender inside. The potato cakes are also good. You all should try them quickly. Sticky rice cakes? A bit chewy, but delicious. These fried buns are also great. I love them so much. God, my stomach can't hold anymore. Me too. As time passed, the originally composed mercenaries completely let themselves go, drowning in an ocean of food. Unable to extricate themselves. After a while, everyone unconsciously stuffed their stomachs full. Burp. Ellis couldn't help but let out a long, satisfied belch. How was it? We didn't disappoint you, did we? Bear looked at Ellis's appearance and couldn't help but ask with a laugh. No one could escape the temptation of Hope Village's cuisine. Even those of them who didn't need to eat would involuntarily spend money on these foods, which was enough to prove the charm of these foods. Any one of these foods taken back could sell like crazy in Sorrel Town. There are so many varieties here. Ellis couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. The other mercenaries beside him were all nodding vigorously in agreement. They didn't need all of them. Just learning how to make one of these delicacies would allow them to make a fortune in any territory. Joe heard their amazement at Hope Village's cuisine and directly said, "Speaking of which, I'm planning to take things to other territories." She had originally been thinking about organizing teams to go to Bangla Town and the surrounding native territories. This mercenary squad was ready-made candidates. Most importantly, this group of mercenaries were native residents. They definitely understood enough about trade between native territories to help them avoid many detours. Coming early really wasn't as good as coming at the right time. Joe Bai's words instantly attracted the attention of Ellis and the others. "Where are you planning to go?" Ellis subconsciously asked. Obviously, he really thought this business was doable. It's just that he was clearer that behind these foods, there were probably unique recipes. Even if he knew how to make them, without the recipes, he probably couldn't replicate such perfect flavors. If they really wanted to do business, they could only transport goods, and it had to be short-distance transport. His gaze swept across the map, instantly locating several displayed territories nearby, including Bangla Town. Towns would have populations of over 10,000, so the market would definitely be large enough. This business was doable. Mainly Bangla Town, Joe Bai said, and the location she mentioned was exactly what Ellis had in mind. Ellis listened and quickly said, "Then I suggest focusing on easily portable foods. The convenience store foods are good and would definitely be very popular with professionals in Bangla Town." As a mercenary, Ellis quite liked the convenience store foods. They were absolutely the best for wilderness survival. Of course, for enjoyment, other foods were better. But who told them they were doing business now? Besides cuisine, our Hope Village has other good products, Joe Bai said, leading this mercenary squad directly toward the nearby woodworking shop. She knew that recently Meng Chengzhou had accumulated quite a few wooden products. For business, Meng Chengzhou had foresight. Regarding the woodworking shop, Ellis was equally uninterested. In many territories, woodworking shops belong to obsolete buildings. Most of those who went to woodworking shops to consume were ordinary residents of the territory, and many territories' woodworking shops had long since disappeared from their territories. Therefore, seeing that there was a woodworking shop here, even though it occupied the best location, they hadn't thought about going in to take a look. But after entering here, They discovered that many things inside were quite interesting. This woodworking shop isn't a territorial building. It's opened by a craftsman in our territory, Jobai said directly. Ellis listened, somewhat surprised. It was actually private? Then Ellis stood in front of the display case and looked at these wooden products. Looking at them this way, he discovered that the other party had made quite a variety. Kitchen supplies, chopsticks, forks, spoons, bowls, plates, wooden buckets, strainers, serving plates. Daily necessities. Wooden basins, washstands, sofas, beds, bunk beds, wardrobes, bedside tables, dining tables, desks, chairs, bookshelves. Weapons, spear handles, wooden bows, whale-tooth swords, bayonets. Paper products. Currently under development weapons were one thing. No matter how special wooden ones were, they were trash compared to weapons made from other minerals. No one would pursue wooden weapons. They were only suitable for ordinary people below level 10. But other lifestyle products were different. As long as they could be used in daily life, they were fine. The bottom-tier residents of other territories also mainly used wooden products, but other territories definitely didn't make them as refined and comfortable as here. What surprised him even more was that these products were really very low-priced. These products should sell well among ordinary residents in other territories, right? Jobai looked at their expressions and said directly. Especially the bunk beds. Among ordinary residents, they would definitely be a highlight, saving them quite a bit of space. Yes, but they're also easily copied, Ellis said bluntly after coming to his senses. The things here were indeed creative, but the technical content was also very low. For example, the bunk beds. Basically, after buying one, you could easily learn how to make them. They might be selling well in the front, but similar things would be flying everywhere in the back. It really couldn't compare to cuisine with its secret recipes. Even if copied, relative to this market, it's still a big business because they don't have so many craftsmen and won't have such favorable prices. Most woodworking shops in other territories have been eliminated, haven't they? Jobai said bluntly. This world looked down too much on lifestyle professionals, and with their excessive survival pressure, they needed to spend a lot of time and energy collecting resources. Not everyone could earn this money. And when no one was willing, Hope Village was willing. Of course, if they were really willing to earn this hard money, they could only say it was theirs to earn. Moreover, these are just the most basic styles. We can also carve some of these products, even color them, making them as exquisite as iron products, but with better feel, Jobai said directly. People from Blue Star lacked everything, but in this world, they definitely wouldn't lack creativity. She had asked Bayer and the others and learned that the most popular items in other territories were iron and leather furniture, expensive and popular among nobles, who also pursued bright colors. Under equal conditions, if wooden furniture could be made equally exquisite but cost only half or less, it would definitely become a new choice for many people. Hearing Jobai's words, Ellis's eyes brightened. If they could achieve what Jobai mentioned about these subsequent points, this would indeed be a good business with small profits, but high volume. If so, focus on good quality at low prices, Ellis said, his heart inevitably heating up. Then he also sighed. If the territory could have a fixed cooperative traveling merchant, that would be even better. The elves would probably like this kind of furniture, and they'd probably be willing to pay higher prices. Elves revered nature and primitiveness, and these utensils were really quite primitive. Traveling merchant? There seems to be such a profession. Jobai remembered that among the professions, there was indeed a merchant development direction. Even her general store, because there were no professionals in this profession, was currently still selling goods automatically. Yes, very few people unlock this profession. It's 1 in 10,000. But if someone can unlock this profession, they'll definitely become honored guests in all territories, not just human territories, but also territories of other races. Why? Jobai asked curiously. Because traveling merchants have the most complete map of the Stan continent, automatically unlocked when they unlock the profession. So as long as a traveling merchant can master spatial magic, they can freely travel between all territories. This means they have enough goods in their hands. So many they might be able to meet the needs of all territories. Those territories would naturally welcome them, Ellis said, his eyes showing envy. Traveling merchants were also idols for all their mercenaries. After hearing Ellis's description, Jobai was instantly envious. This profession was too damn awesome. If she had this profession, would Hope Village's future still need to worry? Seeming to see Jobai's interest, Bayer beside them calmly reminded, because of the traveling merchant's power, this profession also carries a restriction. They must be forever free people, unable to become residents of any territory. Once marked with a brand, they'll be rejected by other territories, even hunted down. So lords couldn't become traveling merchants. The existence of the traveling merchant profession was to be a bridge connecting various territories, destined not to belong to any individual. Jobai listened and instantly gave up all thoughts. Compared to wandering everywhere, she preferred staying in the same place. If she weren't currently shouldering the responsibility of a territory, she thought she'd rather lie flat and wait for death. You can hire our entire mercenary squad to do business for you, but how do you plan to cooperate? How will profits be distributed? Ellis had also thought through the benefits contained within and asked. This was much more valuable than waiting for tasks from the task hall in Sorrel Town. Although Sorrel Town was more prosperous than here, the competitive pressure was also greater. Now, they were unique in Hope Village. And for the short term, this was enough for them to make a good profit. They hadn't thought about swallowing this business whole. They couldn't anyway. They could only represent one territory to successfully sell things in another territory and protect their wealth. Although Hope Village was just a village, it was also a backing. The Jobai before them probably could represent the territory. I do want to hire you, but not just me alone. I'll organize several merchant caravans to go to different territories. We'll need you to guide us then. As for profit distribution, we'll follow your rules. I believe everyone won't disappoint you, Jobai said seriously. With her current funds, she could indeed swallow such a big deal, but there was no need. It was most appropriate to let capable and willing people in the entire territory join together. As long as the territory's residents were wealthy enough, she as the Lord would also be wealthy. Furthermore, her purpose in taking the lead wasn't to make money, but to help the territory integrate into the Stan continent faster and develop better. This was much more important than making money. Good. Ellis agreed immediately. He didn't know Jobai or what her status was in this territory, but he trusted Captain Bear. Since Captain Bear hadn't stepped forward but let Jobai negotiate with them, this meant Jobai had this capability and qualification. Ellis's nod was also within Jobai's expectations. However, after confirming this, Jobai once again considered how to operate next. Originally, she had planned to explore surrounding territories in the form of tasks, but now with this mercenary squad joining, she could do much more and be more comprehensive. It was even a good opportunity for her. A good opportunity for her to more naturally become Hope Village's village chief. Deciding to act immediately, Jobai was already prepared to go back and create a detailed plan. Looking at Ellis and the others again, she continued, "You can do as you please next. I'll go prepare first, and I'll find you when I'm ready." Good. Ellis nodded in agreement. Then Jobai left. After Jobai left, Ellis looked at Bear. "Captain, let's go sit in the tavern for a while. Have a good chat." Originally, it was Captain Bear who had them come to seek refuge with him. But now it seemed this refuge was different from what they had imagined. However, obviously, this choice wasn't wrong either. In this short time, he could almost foresee the bright future of his mercenary squad in Hope Village. It's just that he needed more things to measure how long this future could last. Bear listened, raised an eyebrow, but still agreed. Then the group walked together toward the tavern. As for Jobai, after returning home, she immediately adjusted the changes in plan priorities and reconceived a plan document. After completing the plan document, Jobai opened the Lord panel and directly issued a task. Task: formulate external development plan for territory nature. Triggered task: Hope Village resident Jobai triggered. Reward: Acting village chief position, contribution points execution target, all residents. The moment after issuing the task, Jobai directly submitted the plan she had just written. Issuing a task to herself, then selecting herself. How about that? Jobai smiled. Actually, this feeling of going through the back door seemed a bit thrilling. At the same time, this task information was also seen on countless people's control panels. The moment they saw it, many people got excited. Acting village chief. In a territory without a lord, this was equivalent to being able to make decisions. Do you want to try? Try what? The development plan? Yes, I'm planning to try. Maybe I'll have dog shit luck. Maybe. Anyway, trying doesn't cost money, and besides the acting village chief position, there are also contribution points. I'm also planning to submit a plan. Acting village chief or whatever isn't important. What's important is contributing to the territory. The knowledge I learned before can finally be put to use. If suggestions can make the territory better, nothing else matters. That's right, so I need to think carefully too. I'm wondering if other plans are acceptable? Just submit whatever you have. More and more people in the territory were getting restless and, of course, they acted directly. Anyway, it was just putting in their own effort. This was most people's thinking. As for a small portion of smart ones, they understood one point. Relying on this plan, Hope Village might be making big moves. For a moment, various thoughts began stirring. Tang Junliang, who had just arrived, rushed to find Ling Mingji after receiving the message. The territory might dispatch teams externally next, right? He had planned to rest for a day or two before doing anything, but suddenly this task came up. How could he not be interested? Most importantly, he guessed this task might be related to the mercenary squad that came today. Otherwise, why would it be today at this time? You want to go? Ling Mingji was somewhat surprised. Tang Junliang had just arrived at this territory. He hadn't even figured out Hope Village yet and already wanted to go outside. We came to Hope Village already several steps behind others. If we want opportunities, we naturally have to fight for them, Tang Junliang said seriously. This was also finding a way out for his entire team. When everyone gathered together, it was easier to get ahead. From what he understood, the currently popular shops in Hope Village basically all had a team supporting them behind the scenes. That made sense. If it wasn't a team, one person couldn't support the investment needed for a shop. Then wait for news. Based on my understanding of the territory, there will indeed be big moves, and it'll be soon, Ling Mingji said directly. If I receive tasks later, I'll tell you. Thank you, Tang Junliang quickly said. Having an acquaintance in the territory would indeed help avoid many detours. He also quickly began considering some targeted plans based on his own ideas. Anyway, submit first. Maybe it would accidentally be used. In the tavern. Captain, do you want us to stay in Hope Village? Are you that optimistic about this place? Ellis said bluntly. Do you think this place is good? Bear asked back. Ellis listened, his lips moved. Although what he had seen and understood was only a bit of Hope Village, the potential Hope Village had shown was indeed considerable. The novel products here are just one aspect. Most important is the different thinking here. You noticed it, right? Although they're also human, they're different from us, Bear said calmly. I quite like it here. Since you trust me, I'm naturally considering more for you all. But I won't force you to stay. In the end, it's still your own choice. Anyway, I won't leave Hope Village. We'll consider it seriously. But for the next period, we'll stay in Hope Village, Ellis said seriously. They had originally planned to develop in Hope Village anyway. Now they just had an additional long-term consideration. Then Ellis began learning more about Hope Village's situation from Bear. It was during this chat that Bear, as one of the residents, also received the territorial task. He couldn't help but pause, then chuckle inwardly. Really like Lord Zhou. Openly giving herself a back door. Making everything reasonable. What's wrong? Ellis also noticed Bear's dazed appearance and asked. The territory issued a task. What task? Triggered task, Bear explained simply. Does this territory really not have a lord? Ellis couldn't help asking. With this situation and what Bear had just said, he was a bit confused. It felt like the Lord was hidden. As a summoned mercenary, Bayer should know, right? If the Lord doesn't want to appear, it's equivalent to not having one. And this is quite good, Bayer said directly. Hope Village would definitely attract enough attention in the future. With the Lord's identity being vague, it would be easier to hide. As long as Hope Village as a whole remains stable, development might be freer. Immediately, Bayer also began submitting some of his ideas based on his experience. Ellis listened and didn't pursue further. Since he wouldn't say, it probably couldn't be said. He was really curious. Someone could actually resist the temptation of unlimited glory. You know, a lord of a leveled territory had a title. Even if the so-called title was just a name, as long as one was a lord, this status was real. Maybe this was also the reason Hope Village was special? In the misty forest. Don't let these cubs escape. Wood binding technique. Prison. Caught them, caught them. Quickly use earth walls to surround them. You all come help quickly. This boss has entered berserk state. Zhang Yongnian's team was restraining the boss while capturing cubs. The scene was lively. Although their current situation was somewhat difficult, everyone's faces showed excited expressions. Because today their team's harvest was really good. You know, beef was quite popular. Solving this magic bull boss would get them quite a bit of beef, not to mention there would be random equipment drops. No matter what, they wouldn't lose. Besides this group of magic bull cubs could be sold to the territory for quite a bit of money. Just right, not one magic bull cub escaped their trap. The entire team's energy was focused on the boss. The magic bull boss in berserk state was obviously not easy to deal with, especially when this group planned to capture it alive. Only by successfully capturing then killing could they preserve all the magic bull boss's meat. Under the entire team's concerted effort, the magic bull boss only had a bit of health left and began shedding its berserk state. Once the berserk state faded, they immediately noticed and quickly adjusted their plan. Finally, under everyone's cooperation, the magic bull boss was directly captured by their team. After the personal panel showed, the magical beast is captured. One person from the team quickly stepped forward, stabbed directly into the magic bull boss's body, and the next moment collected the entire magic bull boss. They'd process it back at the territory. While everyone was still happy about this harvest, they received the territorial task notification. Seeing acting village chief, everyone's pupils contracted, then their gazes immediately looked at Zhang Yongnian. Brother Zhang, do you want to try? Zhang Yongnian looked, his eyes flickering. Of course I'll try. Any man would have ambition. With an opportunity, why not attempt it? But we also need to make some preparations, Zhang Yongnian continued. The others listened, their expressions pausing slightly. What preparations do we need to make? Didn't you see the task is for external development plans? This means the territory's next step is external development, maybe not even Blue Star territories, but Stan Continent's native territories. Our things can be sold to Blue Star territories, and even more so to native territories, Zhang Yongnian hinted directly. Everyone immediately understood. When goods went out, they could make another fortune. Then what are we waiting for? Let's continue capturing magical beasts. Let's go, let's go. Everyone together. Instantly, enthusiasm was ignited once again. In the rocky forest, the teams led by Zhou Zhengping and Li Xingting had directly solved several waves of magic wolf beast groups. Soon, a group of wolf cubs appeared from the side. Looking at the cubs, the team once again acted to trap this group of cubs, then said to the team waiting to collect stone materials nearby, as long as these cubs aren't eliminated, this area won't respawn. You can collect here with peace of mind. This group collecting stone materials were the native residents who had just arrived. Among this new batch of native residents, those who recovered fastest were the combat-type professionals in the teams. After all, their physical qualities were stronger. After familiarizing themselves with the environment, they immediately teamed up to hunt magical beasts near the territory. Having adapted to Hope Village's rhythm, they had quickly entered their new lives. Next were some lifestyle professionals with skills, who were basically divided up by Hope Village's various factions and lived quite well. Then came some old, weak, sick, and disabled, the elderly and children. With territorial support, they didn't worry about food, and they had family care. Most were recuperating. If they had some spare energy, they'd do odd jobs in the territory and lived quite comfortably. Finally were some ordinary people. Poor compatibility, no skills, with elderly above and children below. They had no time to rest. The territory's odd jobs couldn't support their families, so they could only go out and struggle, doing work that didn't require much skill. The native residents on site belonged to the last category. They were currently the main force for lumber and stone materials, didn't need much skill, purely relying on physical labor for collection. A whole day's work could earn quite a bit. Taylor was one of them. He had parents, wife, and children to support, so he could only go out and fight. Originally, he had prepared for the possibility of encountering danger at any time, but he hadn't expected that collecting near Hope Village territory would be so safe. Most magical beast points had fixed teams clearing them daily. They basically couldn't encounter high-level magical beasts. Lower-level ones could be handled by their collection teams working together. More importantly, there were often combat teams nearby. If they really encountered danger, help would arrive quickly. This gave them great peace of mind. Just as Taylor was working hard collecting stones, he suddenly received a territorial task notification. Looking at the task content, Taylor's eyes immediately lit up. Acting Village Chief. Although he knew his chances were slim, he still wanted to try. Even if he couldn't become acting village chief, contributing to the territory's development and earning some contribution points was good. Most importantly, from this task, he could see that the territory was preparing for major development. If the territory developed well, their lives would be better. Thinking of this, Taylor became even more motivated and began thinking about what kind of development suggestions he could make. In the territory's prison area. Haha, we're finally free. Yeah, we can finally move around the territory freely. This feeling is so good. Yu Ziming and his group of former prisoners were celebrating their freedom. After this period of labor reform, they had finally completed their sentences and regained their freedom. Although they were still Hope Village residents and couldn't leave the territory, compared to being imprisoned, this was already very satisfying. Boss, what do we do next? Someone asked Yu Ziming. What else? Of course, we work hard to contribute to the territory and strive to become true Hope Village residents as soon as possible, Yu Ziming said seriously. During the imprisonment period, they had deeply felt Hope Village's tolerance and fairness. As long as they worked hard, they could see hope. This was completely different from their previous experiences in other territories. Here, even former prisoners like them had opportunities to turn their lives around. Just then, they also received the territorial task notification. Looking at the task content, Yu Ziming's eyes immediately showed excitement. Brothers, this is our chance. What chance, boss? A chance for redemption, a chance to prove ourselves. Yu Ziming said excitedly. As long as we can contribute to the territory's development, we can not only earn contribution points, but also show everyone that we've truly reformed. Boss is right. We must seize this opportunity. Yeah, we can't let down the territory's trust in us. Everyone was immediately motivated and began thinking about how they could contribute to the territory's external development. At the waterfall, the beastmen Onier, Lucas, and Frederick were discussing their future plans. The territory is getting better and better. I think we should bring our families here, Onier said. I think so too. Hope Village is much better than our original tribe, Lucas agreed. But the journey is long and dangerous. We need to plan carefully, Frederick reminded. Just then, they also received the territorial task notification. Looking at the task content, the three beastmen's eyes lit up. This is a good opportunity, Onier said excitedly. We're familiar with the routes and situations of various territories. This information should be very valuable to the territory, right? We can provide intelligence about various territories during our journey to bring our families. This way, we can contribute to the territory and accomplish our own goals, Lucas added. Then let's start preparing our development suggestions immediately, Frederick said. The three beastmen immediately began working on their proposals, planning to contribute their knowledge of territorial intelligence and travel routes. Throughout Hope Village, similar scenes were playing out everywhere. Whether they were original residents, newly arrived natives, former prisoners, or beastmen, everyone was excited about this opportunity. Some saw it as a chance for advancement, others as a way to contribute to their new home, and still others as an opportunity for redemption. But regardless of their motivations, everyone began preparing their development proposals with enthusiasm. The combination of territorial loyalty, personal advancement opportunities, and the contribution point system had successfully channeled individual ambitions toward collective goals. Zhou Bai's strategic move had not only legitimized her path to leadership, but also mobilized the entire community's wisdom and energy for Hope Village's next phase of development. The systematic approach to governance was working exactly as intended, creating opportunities for everyone while advancing the territory's interests through merit-based competition and inclusive participation. Hope Village was transforming from a simple settlement into a dynamic, forward-thinking community ready to expand its influence across the Stan continent through trade, cultural exchange, and strategic partnerships rather than conquest. The foundation for sustainable growth through diversity, innovation, and systematic governance had been firmly established. In the period following the task announcement, Zhou Bai received numerous development plans one after another. For each one she received, Zhou Bai would review it carefully, and among them she found many territorial development plans with excellent ideas. Some even contained more far-reaching plans that, while not targeting this particular task, were clearly considered from a professional perspective. Expanding communication channels with the outside world, creating a livable territory to attract population, vigorously developing characteristic commerce, establishing industrial systems for deep processing of goods. The plans could even complement each other. As she read through them, Zhou Bai indeed gained much clearer insight into the territory's future development. Of course, the most important thing now was still understanding the situation of territories on the Stan continent, using commerce as an entry point to learn about the surrounding territories. Subsequently, Zhou Bai also noticed several familiar figures among the contributors. Zhang Yongnian, Li Xingting, Bear, Lucas. These people who had developed relatively well in the territory were all offering suggestions here. She was very clear that some of these people were submitting opinions specifically for the acting village chief position. She had no objection to this at all. Only when they had ambitions to climb upward would they work hard to contribute to the territory, and only then could the territory grow stronger. It was like the carrot dangling in front of everyone. Take herself, for example. In everyone's eyes, wasn't she being particularly competitive because she wanted to become village chief? Originally a salted fish, she was forced to become a roll king. She wondered if there was still any chance in this world to mix eating and wait for death. Returning to her senses, Zhou Bai continued reading. It was at this time that Zhou Bai noticed the system was continuously ranking these proposals. Her earliest submission was now hanging high in the first position. Originally, she thought it was arranged by submission time, but after seeing the positions change, she realized it wasn't. She was very clear that regardless of how she, as the Lord, operated behind the scenes, the initial results were all determined by the system according to its own rules. For example, when selecting people previously, the system only provided personnel data, with the final choice resting with her. Among these development plans, she couldn't shamelessly claim hers was absolutely the best, yet it was placed in first position. So completely setting aside any bonus from her lord status, according to the system's judgment, it was most likely based primarily on contribution points. Indeed, Zhou Bai looked at the top-ranked people, and they were basically all those with high contribution points. It had to be said that the system's ranking made her backdoor approach more legitimate. However, even though she was currently first, Zhou Bai wasn't in a hurry to make her selection. She felt her territory could be considered as having hidden dragons and crouching tigers, so letting them submit more proposals, even if not used now, might have opportunities for use in the future. She would wait a bit longer. Subsequently, Jobai temporarily set this matter aside and left the house. When she stepped outside, Jobai discovered that night had already fallen. The streetlights along both sides of the territory's roads had lit up, and the trading area and commercial street were brightly illuminated. People returning from outside and those getting off work were already strolling leisurely around the territory. How was today's harvest? Very good. So I'm planning to reward myself. I'll take my family shopping and dining later. What about you? Our team killed a boss together, so we're going to celebrate at the tavern later. Mom, let me take you to eat something delicious. Making money isn't easy these days. Don't spend recklessly. A regular restaurant is fine. I became a professional today, so let's consider it a celebration. My daughter is amazing. Returning safely and casually chatting with family and friends in the territory, living well, this was their only pursuit in such a world. Watching this scene, Jobai let out a long sigh in her heart. For now, she should forget about mixing eating and waiting for death. She'd better continue being competitive. Today there were some issues, so there's less content. Tomorrow I'll update more for everyone. Immediately after, Jobai headed straight to the bulletin board and began editing information on it. The results weren't out yet, but information about organizing teams to go out could be posted. When the time came, those with interest would naturally prepare themselves. As soon as Jobai finished editing, quite a few people immediately gathered around. Many people in the territory recognized Jobai. After all, she was currently the highest level among the territory's compatriots, and besides that, she also had the highest contribution points. People always remember those who are first. Most importantly, the information Jobai provided was useful. Especially the distribution information of surrounding resource points and the weaknesses of magical beasts at each resource point. She summarized these particularly well and would update them in real time. Therefore, posts with Jobai's name had very high view counts. This time, seeing her post new information, everyone naturally had to check it out immediately. After reading the content and seeing that Jobai hadn't left yet, they naturally seized the time to ask questions. Is this the acting village chief task you triggered? You're going to surrounding native territories. Do you know where those territories are? Will there be any danger? Everyone asked questions one after another. Regarding native territories, they were genuinely curious, but also genuinely worried. Previously, they had eagerly signed up to go to Jade Creek Village because they knew it was a Blue Star territory, and the people there were essentially their compatriots, so they didn't feel afraid. But native territories were different. From the native residents who had arrived in the past 2 days, they had briefly learned that in native territories, the class system was very obvious, and there was even serfdom. Most residents were already living very difficult lives just to survive, and the smaller the territory, the greater the lord's oppression of the residents. Under such circumstances, having them go to contact native territories made them feel somewhat apprehensive. But deep in their hearts, there was still a bit of restless excitement, because they were very clear that future contact with native territories was inevitable. Perhaps early contact would help them better adapt to this society. It was this mentality that made them want to understand more before trying to make decisions. Jobai understood their mindset very well, because she thought the same way. If possible, she certainly hoped her territory could develop slowly, growing stronger through one trial after another, until it could face the storms outside when it was ready. But reality wouldn't allow them to remain in peaceful isolation. So she could only strive to take the initiative, fighting to keep control in her own hands. Facing these residents' doubts, Jobai showed considerable patience. Our territory has received a group of mercenaries who are former subordinates of Commander Bear. They know the several territories around us very well. When we set out, we'll definitely send appropriate people based on different territorial situations, and they'll also guide the way. The territory will certainly do its best to ensure everyone's safety. When do we depart? How much time do we have to prepare? Someone continued asking. That will be decided after discussion. If nothing unexpected happens, there should be results in the next day or two. If any teams or individuals want to participate, they can pay attention to territorial notifications at any time. Bai replied directly. After one more night, when morning came tomorrow, they would announce the acting village chief results. By then, they should try to produce results as early as possible. Now was the perfect time and conditions. If they delayed further, some unexpected changes might occur. In this world, even the unpredictable weather changes were enough to cause major problems. Just like this, with back-and-forth exchanges, Bai patiently answered their questions. Basically, everyone had a good understanding now. Looking at Bai again, everyone thought about how she had triggered this task and couldn't help but speak up. Did you submit suggestions to the territory? Yes, I did. Then good luck. If you become acting village chief, you'll definitely do well, this person continued, with a flattering expression. After all, Bai had good relationships with Bear and several other NPCs. Her father was also a captain in the official soldier squad. She had backing, strong personal abilities, plus high contribution points ranking first. Her chances were too great. So establishing a closer relationship before she succeeded might provide opportunities to pull some strings in the future. Bai listened and paused briefly. The territory hasn't notified yet, so it's too early to say. But if I can get the position, I'll work hard at it. The territory must be in her hands for peace of mind. To make this idea more deeply rooted, she'd better not be modest. I think you'll definitely succeed. Your contribution points are also the highest in the territory. This matter was initiated by you, so the territory will definitely favor you. The more they talked, the more reasonable it seemed to everyone. Bai listened, feeling somewhat helpless, but also slightly relieved in her heart. Performing well daily did have its benefits. Others were helping find reasons for her. Her daily hard work wasn't in vain. Having achieved her purpose, Bai quickly found an opportunity to slip away. However, after she left, more and more people gathered around the bulletin board. This included the native residents who had arrived 2 days ago. What does this say? Stephen and others, returning with their team, saw many people gathered outside the Lord's mansion and naturally hurried over. This was also an information hub, and they had been able to understand Hope Village so quickly through here. Still, they couldn't read the text above and could only ask others. It's about the territory possibly going to explore surrounding territories in the next couple of days. Others, seeing their inquiry, truthfully relayed the information. After Stephen learned what had happened, he hurried back to find his team members. They were native residents who had come from Stan Village, but they were professionals who had previously lived in constant danger in their former territory, already accustomed to the rhythm of surviving in the wilderness. Therefore, after entering Hope Village, they didn't need to follow Hope Village residents at all. They quickly formed their own team and got started directly. Of course, there was still some difference. In Hope Village, they were much more at ease. The area around the territory was too safe. They didn't have to worry about magical beasts suddenly jumping out to ambush them when they were exhausted after fighting, nor did they have to worry about people jumping out to rob their harvest. They no longer had to live in constant fear. Therefore, even though they still remembered the location of their former territory and had the ability to return, none of them had thought of leaving. They had made up their minds to develop well in Hope Village. So after hearing Stephen's words, someone spoke up. Should we participate? Let's participate. I feel that if we go, we might gain contribution points. Yes, since we plan to settle here, we definitely need to work hard to earn contribution points. Compared to others, we're far behind. This is an opportunity. Our professional levels are higher than other residents, and we understand other territories' situations better. If we participate, we have better chances than others. As everyone expressed their opinions, their words already showed a clear inclination. This place was good, and they had opportunities to live even better. Why not work hard? Seeing this, Stephen let out a light breath. Then it's decided, we'll all go together? Yes, the others responded unanimously, their expressions becoming increasingly determined. As more and more people returned to the territory, more and more people joined the discussions. Those with some capability all made the same choice without exception. The next day, day 37 of the apocalyptic game's arrival. After summoning the daily NPCs, Jobai took advantage of the time when many people were still sleeping to directly announce the task settlement notification. When dawn broke and many people woke up, they saw the notification from the system. Dear host, Hope Village resident Jobai has become the acting village chief of Hope Village. Dear host, your suggestion has been recognized by the system, and you can receive XX contribution points. Looking at the notification, everyone's attention was basically focused on the first line. It really is her. On this side, Jobai's family also received the exact same notification. After the notification appeared, Zhou Zhengping and Ding Qiro curiously approached Jobai. What's the difference between village chief and lord? Zhou Zhengping asked directly. It wasn't that he was being overly suspicious. He was just worried that Jobai might inadvertently reveal something. They could remain undiscovered because everyone trusted the system's judgment. But if there was even the slightest inconsistency, some perceptive people might secretly speculate. Especially now that Jobai had become the village chief, more eyes would be watching her. Seeing Zhou Zhengping's slightly furrowed brow, Jobai knew what he was worried about and replied directly, "They're not mixed together. A village chief panel has appeared on my interface, and I'm studying it now." Jobai already had one more panel than others with the Lord panel, and now she had yet another one. She felt like she could barely keep up with looking at them all. Village chief panel? Is it the same as the Lord panel? I'm studying it. As she spoke, Jobai carefully observed the differences between the Lord panel and the village chief panel. Compared to the Lord panel, the village chief panel was obviously much more streamlined. Territory: Hope Village Level 2 Village Upgradable. Population: 1532/5000. Area: 2000 acres. Tax rate: 10%. Adjustable. Buildings: Lord's Mansion Level 3. Basic City Wall. Basic Blacksmith Shop. Restaurant. Basic Tailor Shop. Level 1 Residences. 30 square wooden houses. Level 2 Residences. 30 square 2-story wooden houses. Level 3 Residences. 30 square 2-story stone houses. Special Buildings. Hall of Heroes. Beast God Temple. Hospital. General Store. Basic Barracks. Basic Watchtower. Prison. Basic Warehouse. Level 1 Farmland. Water Well. Tavern. Breeding Farm. Commercial Street. 50 shops. Current ranking. Stand Continent Ranking, 9800. Regional Ranking, 2. Basically, there wasn't much difference, but for the key things, such as the territory's wealth and contribution points, the village chief couldn't operate those. Apart from these sections, the other difference was in the buildings. As village chief, she could view information about these buildings and even edit announcements for the Lord's Mansion, but she couldn't relocate buildings or construct new ones. So the village chief only had operational rights in the territory, not ownership rights. After confirming the differences between the two, Jobai replied, "They're mostly the same, but there are differences." She briefly explained the situation. Zhou Zhengping listened and felt somewhat relieved. It's good that there are differences. But still be careful, Ding Qiro also advised from the side. I know, Jobai nodded. Jobai really felt this newly appeared village chief panel was quite good. Having created a cover identity, she needed to find ways to keep that cover secure. The system's operation really left her without worries. After familiarizing herself with the village chief panel again and memorizing it thoroughly, Jobai said to Zhou Zhengping and Ding Qiro, "Dad, Mom, I'm planning to hold a meeting in the name of the village chief. You can participate together." About the territory sending teams to explore local territories, Zhou Zhengping asked, "What are your plans?" This matter involved too many people, so Zhou Zhengping rarely asked Jobai about specific details in advance. "I don't know the specific territorial situation yet. Bear is working on the map task. We'll only know how many nearby territories there are when we get to the scene, and then we can dispatch different teams," Jobai said. The task was triggered by her, and the announcement was posted by her, which was already quite attention-grabbing. If she were to lead the entire proceedings, it would be hard not to make people think more about it. So sometimes, things that should be delegated really needed to be delegated. This would avoid suspicion and reduce her own workload. Then we'll discuss it on the scene, Zhou Zhenping nodded. His daughter was still very reliable. Can I bring up the goods I've organized at the meeting? Ding Qiro asked. Besides yesterday's task notification, wherever you went in the territory afterward, you could hear people discussing this matter. Plus, Zhou Bai had mentioned this to her before, so she had organized the warehouse early. Now hearing the conversation between Zhou Bai and Zhou Zhenping, she worried whether this operation might attract too much attention. You don't need to be so careful. Everyone knows about this matter. Isn't it normal for you to prepare in advance, Mom? Zhou Bai quickly reassured her. There really was no need to be overly suspicious. After thinking about it, she continued, from the current situation, the Lord status is quite high on this continent. The better the territory develops, the higher the Lord status. Even if we're accidentally exposed, it wouldn't be a big problem. To say she managed the territory particularly well wasn't really the case. It was just that by borrowing the name of the Apocalypse game system, people were more willing to comply. Most other territories had already exposed their lord's identity. People knew who the lord was, so naturally they had higher expectations of him, even thinking that all the benefits went to the lord. In such situations, it became difficult for the lord to manage, and some policies couldn't be implemented. How could the territory develop healthily? In the case of exposed identity, to make the territory develop according to one's own ideas, one either needed iron-fisted methods or the ability to win people over with virtue. In comparison, it was much easier to hide behind the system. But if they were really accidentally discovered, given the special nature of the Lord's status itself, there wouldn't be any danger. So it wasn't really a big deal. She didn't want her parents to have too much pressure because of this matter. Even so, it's better not to be exposed if possible. If you're exposed, you won't have it so easy, Ding Qiro said bluntly. Human nature is complex. Her daughter had already gone from being idle to taking responsibility for an entire territory, which was hard enough. If she had to face various demons and monsters directly, wouldn't that be even more exhausting? Even if they ultimately couldn't keep it secret forever, the later the better. The later it was, the smaller the waves would be when exposed. Hearing this, Zhou Bai was even more touched. Probably only parents would care for her so wholeheartedly. Afterward, the family of three discussed the details further. After confirming there were no problems, Zhou Bai issued a notification in the name of the village chief. As soon as the announcement was posted, Hope Village residents quickly received it. Residents without plans continued with their own schedules. Those who needed to go out went out, those who needed to work worked. Only those interested in following the territory teams outside hurried to the square in front of the Lord's mansion. Bayer, Heidi, Onir, Lucas, Li Xingting, Xiao Jingshan, Ling Mingji, and others quickly assembled and arrived. The scene was packed with people. At the blacksmith shop and tailor shop next to the Lord's mansion, Diana and Harrison both came out to join the excitement. Thinking about Hope Village when they first arrived compared to Hope Village now, they felt deeply moved. I wonder how they'll fare this time going out. I hope it goes well. Diana couldn't help but say. She knew the nature of local territories. They couldn't compare to Hope Village's relaxed environment. She just didn't know whether Hope Village, pure as white paper, could continue developing at its own pace under the impact of other territories on the Stan continent. This time they're taking the initiative, not being passive, Harrison said fairly. Moreover, the people in this territory are very united. When hearts are united, that's more important than anything else. Hearing this, Diana was stunned for a moment, then looked at Harrison. I didn't expect you to have such a high opinion of Hope Village. According to Harrison's meaning, he felt Hope Village could maintain its unique style among many territories. This kind of recognition, given Harrison's dwarf identity, seemed precious. Everyone knew dwarves particularly disliked humans. I still have some discernment, Harrison snorted coldly. He couldn't tell lies with his eyes open just because of his little prejudice. Most residents in Hope Village were very hardworking. This could be seen from the weapons repaired daily at his blacksmith shop and the weapons sold. Silver weapons had fairly high durability, but in these residents' hands, It decreased very quickly, which could only mean they used their weapons frequently. Besides these combat class professionals, those lifestyle professionals weren't falling behind either. They had commissioned various items from him. Although they weren't weapons, they were novel and excellent for practicing craftsmanship. So even for ordinary items, he crafted them personally. Unexpectedly, this way, his skills that hadn't improved for years advanced another step. Breaking through to level 20 was just around the corner. After level 20, he could truly take the first step toward becoming a master. Then he could also forge higher-level platinum weapons. However, platinum ore was extremely rare. He might need to go to some large territories to purchase it. He was thinking too far ahead. Pulling back his thoughts, Harrison reflected silently. In any case, a territory that knew how to strive wouldn't be too bad. Hearing Harrison say this, Diana's worries lessened considerably. She hoped Hope Village could continue to do well. At this moment, Jobai's family of 3 appeared. The moment they appeared, everyone's attention focused on Jobai. Looking at her, everyone felt somewhat moved. Bayer, Heidi, and others felt that Jobai could finally appear before them openly and discuss territorial affairs without hiding anything, which seemed much more convenient. Li Xingting, Chao Jingshan, and others watched Jobai reach her current position with some emotion. Taking one step ahead really meant staying ahead step by step. But they would work hard too. With more and more people in the territory, they would only climb higher. More people were envious, but they also saw hope in Jobai. In Hope Village, as long as you worked hard, nothing was impossible. As soon as Jobai arrived, she noticed the gazes falling on her from all around. These gazes were much more intense than before. Having become village chief, she would have to share some of the pressure that belonged to the Lord. But at least it was less than directly serving as Lord. Jobai comforted herself mentally, then looked at the people already present and said, "Let's go. Anyone who wants to join the discussion can participate in the meeting." She couldn't say too much. It was better to get straight to business. As for too many people participating in the meeting, that wasn't a problem at all. What they heard themselves would only make them more reassured. With that, Jobai took the lead entering the Lord's mansion. Bayer and others watched Jobai's manner and couldn't help but pause, then all smiled and followed her in. They should have gotten used to it already, shouldn't they? A moment later, the meeting room on the second floor of the Lord's mansion was packed with people. There weren't enough seats and many people were standing in the back. Everyone's face showed some excitement. No one had expected they could enter the meeting room directly. Taking advantage of the fact that it hadn't started yet, many people began talking in low voices. "I didn't expect we could all come in. This way, hearing it ourselves will definitely give us better understanding." Some people were worried that the territory was deliberately using us as cannon fodder, but now it seems that's not the case. Cannon fodder? How is that possible? You've been in this territory so long and still think that way. But this wasn't proposed by the territory. What you're saying sounds a bit sour. I am a bit envious and jealous. Originally, we were all the same people. No, she was working hard from the beginning. Just look at what everyone here has accomplished. Which one got their position by doing nothing? None. If you want to qualify to sit there, you either need to be diligent or have talent. Without either, what are you thinking? No, I'm just sighing. People seem really different from each other. Before, everyone was busy with their own things, so there wasn't much feeling, but now looking at them, I feel like the gap between people has grown. Similar discussions arose throughout the scene, making the entire meeting room somewhat noisy. Bayer and others had keen hearing, so they naturally heard these conversations. As they listened, their brows couldn't help but furrow. Although the humans in this territory had very individual thoughts, he also discovered some problems. They lacked respect for those in authority. Even though Jobai hadn't revealed her lord identity now, the village chief position was still the territory's leader. Their attitude. He could only say these people's personalities had both good and bad aspects. They couldn't enjoy the benefits of these people while being unable to accept their drawbacks. Thinking of this, Bayer's furrowed brow gradually relaxed. After all, it was only a small portion of people, and they were just talking. The other ghost NPCs had all died once before. What Bear thought, they all thought too. Although they all felt uncomfortable about what was just said, none of them said much. Onier couldn't understand and instinctively wanted to say something, but was stopped by Lucas beside him. Anyone with sense should know that Hope Village was different from other places. If they liked the atmosphere here, they had to accept its freedom. Seeing Lucas's intervention, Onier wisely held back. Jobai sat in the main seat. After becoming a professional, her hearing had also become keen, so she could not only see clearly but also hear clearly. However, she didn't take it to heart. She had been prepared for such things long ago. After all, human hearts are complex. That's not just talk. Then she spoke directly. Since most people are here, let's start the meeting. Hearing this, the scene quieted down, and everyone looked toward Jobai. Jobai continued calmly. Everyone knows that this time our main purpose is to explore the surrounding territories. As she spoke, Jobai looked toward Bear. Seeing this, Bear directly took out a scroll, which then unrolled on the desk. Everyone immediately craned their necks to look, discovering that the scroll showed a map marking the territories around Hope Village and complete routes. This is what I've compiled of several territories. All those within 2 days' travel are here. 10 territories total. Among them, 5 are within 1 day's travel: Bangla Town, Aberdavi Village, Barnes Village, Glasgow Village, and Djibouti Village. Bangla Town is a level 2 town, while the other 4 are all level 3 villages, Bear introduced directly. Bangla Town has the strongest power. It's famous as a silver equipment crafting city. As for the remaining 4 villages, they focus on agriculture, fruits, grains. After Bear finished his introduction, Jobai continued. So this time, the territory will send 5 teams to 5 territories, each accompanied by a soldier squad. After the last round of adjustments, the territory's soldier squads had been integrated into a unified whole. Daily tasks were carried out in coordination with each other, and each unit had several small teams with different personnel in charge. More would be added based on circumstances later, but currently they were still mainly infantry, archers, and shield soldiers. Infantry Squad. Heidi, 18, Zhou Zhangping, 52, Onier, 27, Lucas, 27, Archer Squad, Chao Jingshan, 51, Alec, 15, Simmons, 10, Shield Squad, Li Xingting, 54, Ling Mingji, 51, Fry, 15. In terms of numbers, humans had the advantage, but in terms of strength, the NPC teams were still stronger. Sometimes the level gap couldn't be made up by numbers. After hearing Jobai say this, the squad leaders all felt somewhat prepared, their expressions eager to try. They had stayed in Hope Village long enough and naturally wanted to visit other territories, especially local territories. They wondered what differences there were between local territories and their current territory. At this time, Bear spoke first. This time, we won't go. All undead will stay to guard the territory. They belong to a race that was excluded on the Stan continent. If they went to these territories, it would definitely cause disturbances. For now, it was better not to attract too much attention. Additionally, this time Hope Village might have many people going out. With them in the territory, they could prevent some accidents. With their strength, even if Jobai the Lord wasn't there, they could still handle unexpected events. After Bear finished speaking, Onier and Lucas were also considering whether they should go along. They also wanted to contribute to the territory. After all, the more work they did, the better their chances of continued employment. But they were beastmen. Humans didn't dislike them, they feared them. If they were going on a friendly mission, would it be appropriate? Seeming to see their concerns, Bear looked at the two and said directly, "You accompany the village chief to Bangla Town. You can provide a deterrent effect." Going to Bangla Town required strength to be respected, and business would be easier too. Since the Lord was going, they naturally had to protect her well. Understood, Onier and Lucas nodded in agreement. Zhou Zhangping had originally wanted to go with Jobai, But when he learned that Bayer was having Onier and Lucas go, he changed his destination when speaking, "Then I'll go to a Birdavi village." After Zhou Zhengping volunteered, Li Xingting and others also reacted, each claiming a village. People around watching the scene were somewhat bewildered. They had thought such matters were predetermined, but it turned out to be decided on the spot. Zhou Bai thought this was quite good. How convenient. After watching them finish their assignments, she said to the other observing residents, "Everyone take note of each territory's soldier squad leader. They will lead teams to various territories, and you can freely choose which territory you want to visit." The people present, then, regardless of their reaction, Zhou Bai looked toward Ding Qiro. "How much of the warehouse resources are surplus?" Hearing this, Ding Qiro quickly shared the information she had organized. The main surpluses are white equipment like tops, bottoms, shoes, and quite a bit of beast meat. Hearing about beast meat, Zhang Yongnian couldn't help but speak up. Beast meat sold alone can't match the price of jerky. If you're going to sell beast meat to other territories, can I purchase it directly to make jerky? Actually, the jerky Zhang Yongnian sold in the territory was all from his own team's hunts. Since there were only so many people, making too much would be useless. After learning the news yesterday, he had his people work overtime to make various flavored beast meat jerky. The jerky in his shop had long been swept clean by people with keen senses. But now it seemed there were 5 surrounding territories, including a town. The market was too vast, he could do much more. He knew that Hope Village's warehouse resources supplied the restaurant and general store. Compared to the limited shelf life in backpacks, warehouse resources could be stored longer, so he sometimes sold excess beast meat to the territory and bought from the general store when needed. At this time, only the territory warehouse could handle large-scale sales. Since the territory warehouse was also planning to sell surplus resources, why not sell to him? Sure, Zhou Bai nodded directly. Hearing this, Zhang Yongnian smiled and looked at Ding Qiro. "Then we'll talk more later." Buying now, although he couldn't immediately make it into jerky, as long as teams went to other territories once, they could go a second time. The people from other territories would also see the market, and then they'd come to Hope Village to purchase. Then his shop could expand, and maybe later he could establish a large factory. Thinking far ahead, Zhang Yongnian's mental calculations clicked away. Ding Qiro nodded. If it could be converted to cash immediately, there was nothing wrong with that. It was all profit anyway. This exchange between Ding Qiro and Zhang Yongnian was also observed by several other shop managers, who began calculating in their minds. Just like this, various matters about the expedition were gradually settled under everyone's watchful eyes. After a while, confirming the departure time for the day after tomorrow, Zhou Bai finally breathed a long sigh of relief. Then today's meeting ends here. Everyone go back and prepare. As Zhou Bai's words fell, people in the meeting room gradually dispersed. Where are you planning to go? Bangla Town, of course. It should be very prosperous. I also want to go to Bangla Town, the silver equipment crafting capital. I want to see what equipment they have. I just became a professional and only unlocked 2 skills. I should visit the villages instead. Are you going directly? Are you planning to do any business? I heard people who went to Yushi village area before all got rich. This time going to local territories should be even more profitable. Yes, everyone knows being a middleman makes money. I'm planning to invest my entire fortune. Haha, me too. Damn, you're all so bold. Aren't you afraid the goods won't sell in local territories? This is a magical world, quite developed. Who says magical worlds are necessarily developed? I've heard from those NPCs that this world still has serfs. Wealth disparity, level gaps, they might be powerful in strength, but their systems and thinking are definitely backward. We're not selling equipment but food and daily necessities, good quality at low prices. Someone will definitely want them. I also asked local residents. Forget ordinary people, even low-level professionals live in poverty in some territories. It'll definitely work. Everyone gradually left, discussing among themselves, all with excited expressions. Although local territories were full of unknowns, they were also intriguing. Zhou Bai listened to their discussions and felt relieved. She was really quite grateful that she found an appropriate opportunity to become village chief. Now everyone's attention was focused on local territories. This way, after this matter ended, her identity in Hope Village would be settled, and it wouldn't attract much attention. Thinking about going to Bangla Town tomorrow, Zhou Bai also felt somewhat excited. The Stan continent was finally about to reveal its true face. The entire territory spent the next full day preparing for this expedition. Many goods in the territory were completely bought out. All the shops were working overtime, and although it was exhausting, everyone was still actively preparing. After all, the more they sold, the more they earned. As a result, in order to prepare more resources, all the material resource points within the territory were completely harvested. Some teams and individuals even ventured outside the territory boundaries to gather more resources, despite the fact that there were more numerous and higher-level magical beasts outside. However, correspondingly, there were also more resources available. Zhou Bai was quite pleased about this. The harder the territory residents worked, the faster their strength grew, and the more vibrant the economy became. The entire territory would form a positive cycle. She could foresee that after this external commercial activity ended, everyone in the territory, from top to bottom, would have considerably fuller pockets. She didn't know how other territories operated, but Hope Village had already moved beyond basic survival needs, which gave her, as the Lord, a great sense of accomplishment. Of course, what made her happiest was watching the gold coins in her account steadily increase, especially as the goods she had stockpiled in the warehouse with real gold coins were cleared out inside and out, converting into even more gold coins flowing back into her account. Additionally, the transaction volume of several shops under the territory's management had reached its peak during this period. Combined with the 10% tax fee that all shop transactions required, the cumulative amount was truly substantial. At least she wouldn't have to worry about gold coins for the next phase of territorial development. Seeing Zhou Bai's delighted expression, Bayer and the others who were discussing official business with her couldn't help but smile. Actually, after spending time together, they had come to understand Zhou Bai's money-loving nature. There was nothing wrong with this hobby. Who wouldn't love gold coins? Compared to many territorial lords who imposed heavy taxes and levies on their residents, their territorial lord practiced "the gentleman loves wealth, but obtains it through proper means." Zhou Bai also noticed the others' attention on her. She shifted her gaze from the panel back to them and continued, "Have the numbers of people going on the expedition been confirmed?" The meeting room now contained Bayer and the captains of various soldier squads. After all, it was almost evening, and those who needed to make decisions had already done so. There wouldn't be any major changes. This was also truly a meeting of the territory's high-level officials, organized by Bayer. After receiving the message, Zhou Bai had come, and since she was here, she wanted to understand more. The largest number is going to Bangla Town, over 200 people. As for the other 4 villages, they range from dozens to over 100 people each. This expedition involves about 1/3 of our total population, Bayer reported, his eyes showing some surprise. He had known that many people would go out, but he hadn't expected it to be this many. Zhou Bai, hearing these numbers, felt they were within her expectations. Everyone valued their lives and wouldn't dare leave the territory lightly on their own, but now it was an entire large group, so naturally they were willing to follow along and truly see the local customs and practices of this world. However, this was something that Bayer and other native residents hadn't considered. Zhou Bai paused, looking at Bayer's reaction. She could probably guess that the mobility of Stan continent residents was likely low, and even when they did move, it was probably out of helpless necessity. If this was the case, she wondered if it would affect her upcoming plans. She had originally planned to develop Hope Village's entertainment industry after examining the situation of native territories. This would not only give territory residents places to spend their time, but also attract residents from other territories. Once people came, if they were attracted to Hope Village and willing to stay, that would be perfect. Territorial upgrades and development desperately needed people. The next upgrade required a population of 5,000, and they weren't even at one-third of that now. Accepting residents was indeed a long and arduous task. Additionally, she now deduced that when the apocalyptic game descended, it certainly hadn't brought everyone to this world. Otherwise, with Blue Star's billions of people and their sea countries over 1 billion population, if they had all truly come, even with thousands of territories dividing them up, no matter how unbalanced the distribution, Hope Village wouldn't have only just over 1,000 people now, several hundred of whom were NPCs and native residents. Therefore, if the territory wanted people, it could only set its sights on other territories, both Blue Star territories and native territories. The last time she had gone to Jade Creek Village to recruit people at the last minute did indeed have some provocative implications, so she planned to focus on territorial construction and welfare benefits, just like the batch of native residents rescued from Stanlow Village, making people willingly stay. Although it was essentially still poaching people, the methods were much more indirect. But now it seemed that poaching people from other territories might not be so easy. Well, she'd see the actual situation once they reached Bangla Town, and then adjust her plans according to the real circumstances. With these thoughts, Zhou Bai refocused. With more people, everyone will be safer on the road. Village Chief, you must also be careful, Bayer reminded her. At these words, O'Neill, the tiger-headed beastman, also spoke up. Lord Bayer, don't worry. I'd rather something happen to me than let anything happen to Village Chief. Having the opportunity to travel with the Lord was naturally a chance for him to perform well. Originally, his 1-month employment was almost up in a few days, but with this situation, he definitely couldn't return immediately. He was waiting for this mission to end so he could ask the Lord for a few days off to bring his wife and children over. The successive statements from Bayer and O'Neill left the several people in the meeting room somewhat stunned. When Bayer had suddenly called them here, they thought it would be like the daytime meeting, autonomous discussion. But now it seemed it wasn't. Zhou Bai understood that Bayer was taking the lead in backing her up, and she was willing to accept it, as it would benefit her control of the territory going forward. Her gaze swept over the others, and Zhou Bai continued to instruct, everyone must also be careful. The territory is entrusted to you all. I hope that however many people you take out, you bring them all back safely. Additionally, the territory has an extra task for everyone. While traveling to other territories, pay close attention to the surrounding terrain, magical beasts, and resources. It would be best to record them. Any problems with that? No problem. Zhou Zhengping was the first to speak, directly expressing his position. I have no problem either, Li Xingting followed immediately. He had a good relationship with Zhou Zhengping and naturally supported Zhou Bai. As for the others, they had even fewer objections. Not to mention Zhou Zhengping and Li Xingting's clear support, they had just seen how Bayer, O'Neill, and other NPCs had become visibly more respectful toward Zhou Bai after she became village chief, treating her as if she were their master. At this moment, they suddenly had a definite feeling. Zhou Bai, this acting village chief, had already become the territory's administrator. As long as no lord appeared in their territory, she was equivalent to being the lord. Suddenly, they understood why this meeting had been called before nightfall. It was like Zhou Bai's inauguration ceremony as village chief, announcing that in the future they would be managed by village chief Zhou Bai and follow her commands. The several people steadied their minds. As long as Zhou Bai was village chief for a day, they would treat her as their superior. Then Bayer, as the organizer, truly began discussing the specific situations of the various territories and evenly distributed Ellis's mercenary group among the various squads. On this night that no one paid attention to, Zhou Bai thus became the master of Hope Village under a disguise, laying a more solid foundation for her future management of Hope Village. Early the next morning, the expedition personnel gathered early at the square in front of the Lord's mansion, choosing their selected teams. Each squad captain confirmed members according to the registration lists, and those who wanted to join at the last minute could register directly with the captains. After confirmation was complete, The 5 teams set out from Hope Village in grand procession. Many people watched them depart. I hope they can go smoothly and return smoothly. I wonder what the native territories are really like. If you're so curious, why didn't you go? I didn't win the lottery. You think I didn't want to go? Lottery? Wasn't it voluntary? It was our own team's lottery. Some people take the previous goods out to do business, some stay in the territory to continue working. If they succeed, next time it'll be our turn. No wonder the territory kept so many people. They probably all planned it this way. What about you? Why didn't you go? I'm a lifestyle profession. Going out would definitely mean encountering magical beasts one after another. We won't go drag them down. I think staying in the territory is good, but that doesn't stop me from being curious about native territories. True, then let's wait for them to return. When they come back, we'll definitely know more details. As they talked, everyone smiled, their faces full of anticipation. At this time, on the city wall, Bayer and others were also watching. Lord Bayer, will the Lord and the others be safe? Heidi asked, her expression showing obvious worry. Those territories were so different from Hope Village and other territories that had newly appeared on the Stan continent. She wondered if they would adapt when they went there, or if they might accidentally provoke some trouble. They will be. Even if they encounter problems, they'll overcome them. We'll wait in the territory for their good news, Bayer said without hesitation. Seeing Bayer so confident, Heidi's mood relaxed considerably, and she said, I quite like it here. Because she liked it, she worried. Me too. Unknowingly, Hope Village had become their home. They all sincerely hoped this place would become stronger and stronger. This is the 11th update. The plot isn't finished, so I didn't manage to update before midnight. After leaving the territory, the expedition teams prepared to go their separate ways. Take care of yourself and don't just rush forward when you encounter trouble, Zhou Zheping couldn't help but advise Zhou Bai before leaving. In Hope Village, he had never interfered with Zhou by hunting magical beasts alone, because he knew that within the territory's range, Zhou Bai could sense the movements of magical beasts. But outside the territory, the situation was different. The number and levels of magical beasts were unpredictable, so it was better to be cautious, especially since Zhou Bai was going to Bangla Town, where the magical beasts outside would definitely be different from those in Hope Village. I know, Dad. You be careful too, Zhou Bai also advised. Zhou Zheping was going to a Bird-of-View village, which according to Bayer, specialized in several types of fruits. Therefore, many territories' merchant teams and mercenary groups would travel great distances to a Bird-of-View village. The fruits that sold cheaply in a Bird-of-View village could be resold in large territories for several times the price, which also made a Bird-of-View village relatively stable. Zhou Zheping nodded and then left with his people. Next, Li Xingting, Chao Jingshan, Ling Mingji, and Lucas each left with their teams. Before leaving, each person greeted Zhou Bai, their attitudes carrying a hint of respect. This scene, witnessed by many of the accompanying people, caused expressions of shock. Zhou Bai had been a prominent figure in the territory before, but when interacting with the territory squad captains, it had been on equal terms, or even because they had people under them, their status was implicitly higher than Zhou Bai, who was a lone wolf. Even though some said Zhou Bai had high contribution points and was definitely aiming for the village chief position, and that the village chief position would definitely be hers in the future, at that time she wasn't yet, and was still far from the 10,000 contribution points. Who knew if there might be some changes in between? After all, while Zhou Bai was leading, there were quite a few people secretly catching up. But unexpectedly, the sudden acting village chief task had elevated Zhou Bai in one stroke. And this elevation was well-deserved. At least, both NPCs and squad captains acknowledged it. With these thoughts, their gazes toward Zhou Bai immediately changed. They also made some decisions in their hearts. They would definitely need to be more cautious in dealing with Zhou Bai. After the other personnel had all left, the entire team was left with over 200 people, most of whom looked toward Zhou Bai, waiting for her response. Let's go. Let's try to reach Bangla Town before dark, Zhou Bai said. With Bayer and others working hard to establish her authority, she couldn't let them down. She had to solidify her role as team leader. Yes, everyone responded one after another. Then, led by several minotaurs and tiger-headed beastmen sent by O'Neill, the team set off toward Bangla town. In the team, Ellis, who had been assigned to them, also looked at Jobai with some unusual expression. When Bayer had introduced Jobai the day before, he had felt that Jobai's identity was not simple, but he hadn't expected that in just 2 days, she had already become village chief. In other territories, the village chief was basically the lord's most trusted confidant, and often the lord didn't need to appear personally, leaving everything to the village chief. The village chief could be said to be below 1 person but above 10,000. Besides this, as the territory developed, the village chief would become town chief, mayor, and if the lord was willing, could even be granted a noble title. Jobai had truly risen to great heights in one step. He unconsciously began considering a question. That was whether Jobai's rise to power represented a close relationship with Hope Village's lord. This Hope Village lord was indeed quite mysterious. But that made sense. Being able to build Hope Village to this extent in such a short time was truly impressive. Since he didn't know who the lord was, befriending Jobai was also a good choice. Gradually, as they got farther and farther from Hope Village, magical beasts began to appear around them. Upon seeing Jobai's group, the magical beasts rushed toward them. Fortunately, those who had come out today were all battle-tested professionals. When the magical beasts came, they were dealt with in just a few moves. Jobai, under the protection of O'Neill and other beastmen, didn't even have a chance to act. But as the journey progressed, both the number and level of magical beasts they encountered increased. Near Hope Village, magical beasts were basically just over level 10, with occasional high-level ones appearing, but they wouldn't exceed level 15. Of course, after the territory integrated into the Stan continent, magical beasts above level 15 had visibly increased over time, but most were outside the territory's range. This actually illustrated one point. The Stan continent was definitely not peaceful. This point became even clearer after Jobai's group continuously encountered magical beasts. They could only fight their way forward. Fortunately, the magical beast attacks came in waves, giving them brief opportunities to rest in between. Thus, the team slowly advanced, with everyone staying alert throughout. Soon, they entered a new area, marshland. They had originally planned to leave peacefully via a small path to the side, but rustling sounds came from all directions. Hiss, 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 sounds came from all around, making everyone's hearts skip a beat. Obviously, from this sound, they could already guess what kind of magical beast was about to appear. Sure enough, snake after snake emerged from the grass beside the marshland, appearing before them, and then some also emerged from the marshland itself. Magical beast, Stormwind Serpent, level, description, wind-type magical beast with special skill Stormwind Breath, extremely fast. Attributes, Jobai basically couldn't see the magical beast's levels. It should be said that after leaving Hope Village's range, she basically couldn't see the levels of any magical beasts. The levels of these professionals were the lowest on the Stan continent. If they really went too far from Hope Village, life would probably be difficult. Doing business between territories was truly too hard. These Stormwind Serpents are all above level 15. Everyone be careful. When they release their Stormwind Breath skill, there will be poison hidden within it. If you're hit, you'll continuously lose health unless you have special antidote potions. Ellis quickly spoke up when he saw this group of serpents. Of course, this brief statement also revealed their knowledge gap. They could see the magical beast's descriptions and knew about the Stormwind Serpent's Stormwind Breath skill, but they didn't know there was hidden poison within it. This was an information gap. For Hope Village to achieve long-term stability in this world, they had to fully integrate, had to communicate more with native territories, understand this world, and know its survival rules. With these thoughts, Jobai's gaze became even more determined. While they were talking, the Stormwind Serpent herd had already begun attacking them. The entire team had spontaneously formed different small squads to respond. The smallest groups had 5 people. As the territory had more and more professionals, everyone had developed different professional directions, and the team's combat methods were no longer as primitive as before. The small squads basically already included swordsmen, mercenaries, mages, and archers, complementing each other. As for support, they would basically add more mages. Opening the mage profession meant manipulating elements in the air for combat, but not all mages were all-rounders. They would always have preferences. For example, some people had affinity with water, making it easy to manipulate water elements and summon them effortlessly, while other elements might take great effort to call forth. Other mages were similar. Therefore, in teams, those with gold and fire elements, which were more aggressive, served as attackers, while wood and earth elements occasionally served as supporters. Wood vines and earth walls, mounds, and spikes could all provide protection and delay effects. As for Jobai, she was now facing a stormwind serpent. Seeing O'Neill staying by her side as if preparing to protect her, Jobai directly said, "Don't worry about me. Go deal with other stormwind serpents. I can handle this." Jobai often dealt with magical beasts alone and had long learned how to face magical beasts by herself. She had come out to gain experience too. She couldn't let others constantly accumulate experience points while she stayed under others' protection. O'Neill also understood Jobai's character. Seeing she didn't need help, he didn't stay to guard her, but still kept an eye on Jobai's situation nearby, ready to rush over to help if she was in danger. The entire team thus began fighting with the Stormwind Serpent herd, using various methods. After giving his warning, Ellis immediately entered combat with several people from the team. Stormwind serpents posed no problem for these mercenaries who had long worked outdoors. Plus, their levels were similar to these magical beasts, so they dealt with their opponents in just a few moves. When looking for the next target, one person couldn't help but say to Ellis, "Ellis, look." Following his companion's pointing direction, Ellis saw a swordsman who, when facing a serpent's attack, nearly got hit in the face due to momentary carelessness. However, just before the snake head reached his face, he directly manipulated magical elements to build an earth wall in front of himself. Taking advantage of the serpent's head hitting the wall, he quickly thrust his sword into the serpent's vital spot. The serpent, having been struck in its weak point, immediately began thrashing. Others quickly seized this opportunity to launch various attacks at the serpent, and it died within moments. But this team didn't bother checking their gains and immediately targeted the next one. What caught Ellis's attention wasn't how impressive their teamwork was, but that every professional among them seemed to be a mage. In this brief moment, he saw several more people he had thought were swordsmen and mercenaries using magic. Could it be that all of Hope Village's professionals were mages? You had to know that not everyone could awaken magical talent. Being a mage truly depended on individual talent. If you didn't have magical talent when advancing to level 10, you could never become a mage in this lifetime and could only pursue physical combat. But physical combat was limited to some extent. In the first 20 levels, it might be powerful, stronger than mages of the same level, but after level 20, the higher the level, the more the gap would reverse. This way, if Hope Village's professionals became powerful, they would definitely be a force that couldn't be ignored. Then Ellis continued observing. He confirmed this idea with other mercenaries. Every single professional from Hope Village was actually a mage, and some had even opened another profession: dual cultivation of magic and martial arts. If I hadn't heard they leveled up step by step, I'd really suspect they had some secret method. So enviable. They look weak now, but in the future, this Hope Village is really good. Ellis, maybe we really can develop here. Sorrel Town was indeed much more prosperous than here, and not something Hope Village could catch up to in the short term. But the problem was that Sorrel Town was too good. There were plenty of professionals in the territory, and they had no path to advancement in Sorrel Town. But Hope Village was different. It was still weak now, but was visibly going to become a rising star. If they developed in Hope Village early, they could establish their foundation early, which would be much better than in Sorrel Town. Speaking of which, they were still visitors because they wanted to evaluate Hope Village. But now, they were getting a bit impatient. If they had observed more during their 2 days in Hope Village and discovered this earlier, maybe they could have made up their minds sooner. They knew that advancement in Hope Village didn't depend on level, but on contribution points. This expedition also seemed to have contribution point rewards. Ellis, listening to their words, looked toward Jobai, who was single-handedly fighting a level 16 Stormwind Serpent. Just from level alone, Jobai facing a Stormwind Serpent alone should have been struggling, but Jobai was handling it with ease, using various skills to their fullest potential. This was real achievement earned through actual combat. Jobai had successfully risen to village chief, yet she was still working so hard, which showed her character. Hope Village under her leadership would definitely not be lacking. Not to mention her, there was also the mysterious lord behind her, hiding in the background and operating the entire territory, also capable. With leadership setting the example, other professionals, even if not as skilled as Jobai in technique, were still performing steadily and reliably. Having observed this far, Ellis had made up his mind. After we return, we'll apply to become Hope Village residents. Then we'll start from the bottom. With our years of experience in the wilderness and various territories, we'll have plenty of opportunities, Ellis said directly, his expression showing confidence. His confidence lay in knowing that Hope Village knew nothing about the Stan continent. The others had no objections. Now Ellis's group's mindset had completely changed. The next moment, they threw themselves into killing Stormwind Serpents with even more enthusiasm. With many people working together, under the efforts of over 200 people, this wave of dozens of magical beasts was quickly eliminated. After elimination, Jobai directly had everyone rest in place. Along this journey, it had never been peaceful. Everyone's spirits were probably already fatigued. Most importantly, magical beasts also had territorial disputes among themselves. This group of Stormwind Serpents should have been the overlords of this marshland area. In the short term, their territory wouldn't be occupied, making it a good opportunity for them to rest. It was also approaching noon. And once rest was mentioned, everyone immediately sat down where they were, some even lying directly on the ground. The journey had indeed been too tiring. "Village chief, should we have lunch here?" someone asked. "Let's eat. After eating, we'll continue on our way. According to the distance, we should reach Bangla Town by evening," Jobai nodded. Everyone took out the dry rations they had prepared and began eating and drinking. Ellis and his companions also sat down to rest, but their attention was still on the Hope Village professionals. "Ellis, I just noticed something else," one companion said quietly. "What?" "When they were fighting the Stormwind Serpents just now, I didn't see anyone get poisoned." Ellis was stunned, then immediately understood what his companion meant. Stormwind Serpent's poison was quite troublesome. Even if you were careful, it was hard to completely avoid it during intense combat. But just now, in such a large-scale battle, not a single person from Hope Village showed signs of poisoning. This could only mean one thing: they all had ways to detoxify or resist poison. Whether it was equipment, potions, or skills, this was not something ordinary territories could achieve. "This Hope Village is even more impressive than we thought," Ellis murmured. The more he observed, the more he felt that Hope Village's potential was limitless. After a brief rest and meal, the team set off again. But as they got closer to Bangla Town, the magical beasts they encountered became increasingly powerful. From the initial level 15 plus Stormwind Serpents, they now faced level 18, 19, and even level 20 magical beasts. Each battle became more difficult, and the team had to be more careful. Everyone stay alert. According to the distance, we're getting close to Bangla Town. The magical beasts near large settlements are usually stronger, Jobai reminded everyone. Just as she finished speaking, sounds of combat came from ahead. "There are people fighting ahead," someone said. Jobai raised her hand to signal everyone to stop and listen carefully. Indeed, the sounds of battle were coming from the direction they were heading. "Should we go around?" Someone suggested. No, let's go see. It might be other travelers or Bangla Town residents. We might be able to help, Jobai decided. The team carefully moved forward, and soon they could see the situation ahead. A group of about 30 people was surrounded by a pack of magical beasts, fighting desperately. From their equipment and formation, they looked like a merchant caravan with guards. Village chief, should we help? O'Neill asked. Jobai observed the situation. The surrounded group was clearly at a disadvantage, and if no one helped, they might not last much longer. Everyone, prepare for battle. We're going to help them, Jobai commanded. The Hope Village team immediately formed their combat formation and charged toward the magical beast pack. With the addition of over 200 fresh fighters, the tide of battle quickly turned. The magical beasts caught between two forces were rapidly eliminated. Thank you. Thank you so much. The leader of the rescued group, a middle-aged merchant, gratefully approached Jobai. You're welcome. We're all travelers on the road. We should help each other, Jobai replied. Are you heading to Bangla Town as well? The merchant asked. Yes, we're from Hope Village, going to Bangla Town for trade. Hope Village? The merchant looked puzzled. I haven't heard of this territory. We're a newly established territory, Jobai explained simply. Ah, I see. Well, since we're going the same way, why don't we travel together? It's safer with more people. Jobai agreed, and the combined group continued toward Bangla Town. As they walked, the merchant shared information about Bangla Town and the surrounding area, which was valuable intelligence for the Hope Village team. Ellis, listening to these conversations, became even more convinced that joining Hope Village was the right choice. This territory was not only powerful but also showed wisdom in how they handled situations and gathered information. As the sun began to set, the walls of Bangla Town finally appeared in the distance. Their arduous journey was nearly over, but Jobai knew that the real challenges were just beginning. The expedition to establish trade relationships and learn about other territories would test not only their combat abilities, but also their diplomatic skills and business acumen. But seeing the determination and capability her people had shown on this difficult journey, Jobai felt confident that Hope Village was ready for whatever lay ahead.